Chapter 1. Accepting the indestructible battle soul body as a disciple. Uncle Zhou, are you perusing comic books again? At the entrance of the Dao Zong Palace in the Jixiao Academy, Chu Chen shook his head helplessly as he observed Zhou Hai reclining in a chair, engrossed in his reading. This particular uncle truly caused their master endless worry. Not only did he shirk his own cultivation, but he also refused to accept even a single disciple. Was he intent on rendering the Dao Zong Palace extinct? Is there something you need? Zhou Hai set aside his comic book, glancing at him sideways. Uncle Zhou, today marks the triennial opening ceremony of the academy. Talented individuals from across the Great Zhou have eagerly gathered. Master has insisted that you must take on a disciple this time. Chu Chen, rather than looking down upon Zhou Hai for his lack of cultivation, spoke with great respect. I'm not going. Please, I'm just a freeloader who can't even cultivate himself. Why would I take on a disciple? Zhou Hai expressed his disdain. He swore it wasn't that he didn't want to accept disciples. The Dao Zong Palace was inundated with trivial matters. He was perpetually busy organizing various texts and had no time to spare. If he were to take in 100 or so disciples, it would merely mean more people to manage the Dao Zong Palace and cater to his needs. But as much as he thought about it, one needed the capability to do so. Other transmigrators received golden fingers and soared directly into greatness. Meanwhile, he had been in this world for 7 years, and his golden finger had been just as long in coming. After years of signing in, the rewards from the system, various elixirs, techniques, divine weapons had piled up like a mountain. The problem was his earthly body was utterly incapable of cultivation, and the system had never considered granting him a formidable physique. For many years, he had sat upon a treasure mountain, yet remained unable to utilize it, devoid of any cultivation. Who would be willing to become his disciple? Uncle, how can you say that? You may not cultivate, but I can, and so can my master. Master has assured us that you can simply accept disciples. He and the rest of us will take turns instructing them, ensuring you cultivate a competent successor. Chu Chen hurriedly lowered his voice. Really? Zhou Hai's eyes brightened, suddenly intrigued. If someone were to assist him, what did he have to worry about? He must first take in 100 or so disciples to serve him. Before he could voice his thoughts, his mind was suddenly filled with the mechanical voice of the system. Ding. Host desire to accept disciples detected as strong successfully triggered the mainline quest of the system. Accept a disciple. Ding. An indestructible battle soul body has been detected within 100 miles, with supreme talent and qualifications. Please proceed to accept the disciple as soon as possible. Note: upon successful acceptance, the host will gain the indestructible battle soul body and trigger a 10-fold return mechanism for cultivation. The disciple's cultivation achievements will be returned 10-fold to the host. Additionally, there are numerous rewards. The sudden voice startled Zhou Hai, and as he regained his composure, he felt as though he might go insane. This wretched system should have presented such a beneficial mainline quest sooner. What an absurdity. Meanwhile, Chu Chen, eager to persuade Zhou Hai to accept a disciple, was about to employ heartfelt reasoning when Zhou Hai abruptly stood. Ah Chen, no more words, let's go accept disciples. At these words, Chu Chen was instantly dumbfounded. What was happening? Had the sun risen from the west? This lazy uncle was so enthusiastic. What are you dawdling for? Take me away. The road to Dinghai City from here is over 100 miles. You don't expect me to walk there, do you? Seeing Chu Chen in a daze, Zhou Hai urged him on. Oh. With a bewildered expression, Chu Chen hurriedly assisted this slothful uncle as they transformed into a streak of light, swiftly departing the location. In the northern wilderness, there were 4 great holy dynasties: the Great Zhou, the Great Qian, the Great Yuan, and the Great Tang. As a sacred site of the northern wilderness, the Jixiao Academy had branches established in all 4 dynasties, with Zhou Hai belonging to the Great Zhou branch located in Dinghai City. Dinghai City was named after the Jixiao Academy, symbolizing the national pillar of stability, and had long been designated for the academy. Here, aside from the Jixiao Academy, even the Great Zhou royal family had no authority. During the academy's triennial opening, Dinghai City was bustling with activity, with the Grand Disciple Recruitment Square already crowded with people. The elite of the Great Zhou had gathered, with countless individuals eager to join the Jixiao Academy, making this grand occasion particularly noteworthy. Boom! 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 Suddenly, 3 resounding bell chimes echoed across the square, causing the expressions of everyone present to shift dramatically, including the elders seated in the elevated area, their eyes gleaming as they gazed at the young prodigy in the center, whose presence had triggered the bell thrice, revealing a strong desire to accept him as a disciple. Is this the young master of the Zheng family? An unparalleled genius. It is well known that the Jixia steel is the unrivaled artifact for testing talent. Not only did it shine 10 feet bright, but it also made the fortune bell ring 3 times. This bell is crucial in determining the trajectory of one's life. With boundless talent and extraordinary fortune, this time, the Jixia Academy not only gains another prodigy, but also one skilled in swordsmanship, destined to be invincible in this era. The onlookers murmured among themselves, their voices rife with admiration. Meanwhile, those participating in the assessment displayed expressions of envy. The future of Zheng Qinquan was destined to be awe-inspiring. I want that disciple. Suddenly, an elder from the martial arts palace slammed the table. Step aside, what business is it of yours? Do you not see that my precious disciple is a swordsman? Naturally, he must enter my sword palace. The sword palace elder scoffed, already endearingly referring to him as my precious disciple. Who says a swordsman must enter the sword palace? My academy also has the lofty righteous sword path. I believe it suits him splendidly. The elder from the academy scoffed in response. As the elders bickered over their desire for the young man, Zheng Qinquan wore a smug expression, surveying the crowd with an air of dominance. At this moment, he radiated brilliance, with all eyes upon him. Yet no one noticed the beggar crawling like a slug beneath the city wall, his limbs rendered useless. While the elders vied for him as a disciple, Chu Chun and Zhou Hai arrived like a streak of light, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Oh, Zhou the lazy fish. What brings you here? Ah, it's the lazy sage of the Daozong Palace. Has he come out for a leisurely outing today? Upon recognizing Zhou Hai, the elders began to jest, their tones laced with both exasperation and a hint of tension. The exasperation stemmed from the academy harboring such a free-loading figure, bringing shame to the institution. The tension arose from the fact that this lad was the sole heir of the Daozong Palace, yet had not accepted a single disciple thus far. According to the academy's rules, when it came to accepting disciples, the first disciple of a major faction held priority. This meant that if he wished, he could snatch the most talented individual in the square as his disciple, leaving no room for competition from others. With this thought, the elders gazed at Zheng Qinquan, hoping he would not foolishly choose to apprentice under Zhou Hai, lest he squander his potential. I'm here, of course, to accept disciples. Is it permissible for you all to have your numerous disciples while I remain solitary? Zhou Hai rolled his eyes, his gaze sweeping across the crowd. Those who had passed the assessment and caught his eye all retreated, as if avoiding a plague. When his gaze landed on Zheng Qinquan, the latter also took several steps back. Apologies, Elder Zhou, but I do not wish to join the Daozong Palace. Before Zhou Hai could speak, Zheng Qinquan interjected. At this declaration, a ripple of astonishment washed over the crowd, even causing the elders to chuckle. Not to mention the entire Great Zhou, even in Dinghai City, who did not know Zhou Hai. This lazy fish, placed in such a solemn institution as the Jixia Academy, was far too conspicuous. Zhou Hai was momentarily taken aback, rolling his eyes in disbelief at Zheng Qinquan. Was this child in his right mind? Had he ever said he wanted to take him on as a disciple? This was more ridiculous than a female boxer throwing punches. Merely looking at him seemed to be a crime. In the midst of his thoughts, Zhou Hai's eyes suddenly lit up as he fixated on a beggar crawling on the ground outside the crowd. To call him a beggar was already an overestimation. He resembled a maggot, emanating a foul odor. With his limbs crippled, he could not even crawl, only managing to inch forward. Everywhere he passed, people recoiled in disgust, keeping their distance. Stop right there, go beg elsewhere, and don't cause a commotion here. The disciples of the Jixiao Academy had also noticed him, quickly moving to shoo him away. However, at that moment, Zhou Hai's eyes began to reveal the information about the individual. Chunbei, known as the Overlord, born with an indestructible battle soul body, at the 9th level of the Death Realm. Born for battle, fervent for combat. His intent was to protect, slaying gods in his path and Buddha when obstructed. He was originally a prince of the Great Xian, but dissatisfied with the major sects exploiting his homeland, viewing the people of Great Xian as mere ants, he initiated a rebellion. Initially, no one took him seriously until he grew stronger, annihilating several small sects and even challenging major sects, ultimately igniting widespread fury. With the passing of the previous emperor, a power struggle erupted in the court. Just as he was about to ascend the throne and seize the fortune of the nation, the major sects intervened, along with the encirclement by other princes and betrayal by his fiancée, leading to the complete downfall of the overlord lineage. Under the onslaught of countless strong adversaries, he was reduced to ashes. Everyone believed him dead, yet they did not anticipate he would endure to this day and escape the Great Xian. As an indestructible battle soul body, even in such dire circumstances, he remained unyielding, fighting for survival. Upon learning this information, Zhou Hai couldn't help but exclaim, "This child is truly resilient even in such a state. He remains unyielding. Could he not learn from himself, resting where he fell? How comfortable that would be." Chapter 2 Waste. This is the true genius. Go away, go away. This is not a place for you. Do you hear? Take this money and get lost. The disciples of the academy impatiently shooed Chunbei away, tossing him a few coins in an attempt to drag him off. However, Chunbei struggled to lift his head, emitting a whimpering sound that was utterly unintelligible. In response, he quickly glanced at the inscriptions on the Ji Xiao monument and the fortune bell. His intent clear. He was signaling to everyone that he wished to participate in the selection of disciples. What the heck, what does this mean? This guy is also here to join the selection. What a joke. In this day and age, even the likes of stray cats and dogs can take part in the Academy's disciple assessments. The surrounding crowd fell silent, pointing fingers, leaving the Academy disciples feeling thoroughly embarrassed. If someone like him can participate in the Academy's assessments, what dignity is left for the institution? You leave, do you hear? Though displeased, the Academy disciples did not act excessively and approached Chunbei to escort him away. Just a moment, I want this disciple. Take him back to the Tao for me. At that moment, Zhou Hai's voice rang out, instantly causing a stir among the crowd. What? Accepting this person as a disciple? Good heavens, has the elder of Tao lost his mind? Countless eyes turned towards Zhou Hai simultaneously, all wearing expressions of disbelief. Even the other elders looked bewildered, but upon processing the situation, their hearts filled with joy. They had anticipated Zhou Hai would compete with them for disciples, but unexpectedly, he chose such an unconventional candidate. Does he feel too idle and wish to invite a grandmaster back to serve him? Junior brother, do not jest since you are here. Choose a disciple wisely. I believe Jing Qingquan is quite impressive. If you take him under your wing, he could inherit your legacy in the future. Just then, a commanding voice echoed, startling the elders and wiping the smiles off their faces. Why is the sect leader here? They had hoped Zhou Hai would take on a prominent disciple, leaving them free to continue their own pursuits. Yet, the sect leader Murong Xiao had forcefully intervened, clearly attempting to snatch the opportunity away. Cough, cough, sect leader, the selection of disciples relies on personal affinity. You cannot dictate your junior brother's choice. The elder from the Sword Palace was the first to react, speaking up hastily. Indeed, sect leader, each palace has its own authority. You cannot forcibly strip others of their rights. Sect leader, although the junior brother is young, as older brothers, we should offer him more guidance rather than impose our will. This is against the rules. Sect leader, I believe there must be a reason for my junior brother's choice. Perhaps this person possesses unique qualities. The other elders quickly chimed in, shamelessly vying for a promising disciple. No, sect leader, I am not suitable for Tao. Even Jing Qingquan hurriedly interjected. He certainly did not wish to be thrust into Zhou Hai's care, as he was notorious throughout the Great Zhou for being a lazy good-for-nothing. Silence, you all, who rarely show such kindness to the junior brother. Why are you suddenly so eloquent today? Who just claimed this person as merits? Come, step forward and list his virtues, so we may take him under our wing. Murong Zhao's reprimand rendered the crowd speechless. The cultivation world operates this way. While Ji Xiao Academy may not view all beings as mere ants like other sects, Not just anyone can associate with them. They can save the common folk, but they are not at the point of serving them as masters. Junior brother, will you not come and select again? Murong Xiao turned back, casting a helpless glare at Zhou Hai. Senior brother, I have truly made my choice. I believe what Dan Xinzi said holds merit. Everyone has their strengths, and my disciple is not necessarily inferior to the others. Zhou Hai replied with resignation. You rascal, do you not even heed my words? I understand your compassion for this pitiful soul, but matters of inheritance cannot be trifled with. How about this? You may first accept a disciple. And as for this individual, I will respect your decision. Murong Xiao glared, appearing both exasperated and helpless. Observing his biased demeanor, the other elders were left fuming that there no sense of shame left. No. Zheng Qinquan was now thoroughly panicked. Murong Xiao was determined to force him into accepting this good-for-nothing. He had resolved that if Zhou Hai truly chose him as a disciple, he would never consent, even if it meant leaving. Senior brother, the truth is I do not see any merit in the others. It is him. Zhou Hai shook his head, having noticed Zheng Qinquan's dissatisfaction, that if the other party looked down on him, he felt no desire for their approval either. What nonsense is this? How dare he look down on me? Is it because he cannot part with his mountain of divine artifacts and weapons, or that endless supply of divine elixirs and spiritual materials has nowhere to be stored? A worthless being like him would not even be worth my time. I ask you, do you wish to take me as your master? Without waiting for Murong Xiao to speak again, Zhou Hai directed his gaze at Chen Bei. Beneath Chen Bei's disheveled hair, his bloodshot eyes fixated intently on Murong Xiao. The dying words of his master had echoed in his mind, stating that if he were to survive, his only reliance would be on Murong Xiao. Only by becoming Murong Xiao's disciple could he hope for a resurgence. Yet in his current state, he could barely utter a word. How could anyone possibly regard him? Reflecting on his invincible past. Once unstoppable, but now reduced to a mere worm in the eyes of others, Chen Bei felt a wave of desolation wash over him. Looking at the so-called good-for-nothing before him, he realized this was his last glimmer of hope. Chen Bei shut his eyes, trembling as he took a deep breath, suddenly raising his head and striking the ground heavily 3 consecutive knocks, a gesture of bowing to accept a master that ha ha ha. At last, my Tao has a successor. Zhou Hai burst into hearty laughter. The elders were equally exhilarated that indeed, destiny has intertwined. This master-disciple bond is destined to become a legendary tale. Junior brother, congratulations. Ha ha ha, junior brother. You finally have a disciple. Your seniors are thrilled for you. A throng of elders rushed forward in excitement. This was splendid. This kid's opportunity to claim a first disciple was now gone, and they no longer had to worry about him snatching disciples. You rascal. You are beyond saving. Murong Xiao, exasperated, huffed and left in a huff. Without the first disciple opportunity, he could not be bothered to observe the upcoming disciple selection against the shameless old geezers. How could this kid compete? Ha ha ha. This is truly a perfect match, a comical pairing of master and disciple. It is said that great masters produce exceptional disciples. How true that is. A worthless master is destined to yield a worthless disciple. Finally at ease, he was relieved not to have been chosen. If it meant joining Tao, he would rather perish. A group of people murmured in low voices. Though their words were quiet, the sheer number made it sound quite raucous. A worthless disciple, you say? My worthless disciple can provoke attacks from major sects yet remain unscathed. Who among you possesses such qualifications? Just wait, and I shall show you what true genius looks like. Hearing the chatter of the crowd, Zhou Hai couldn't help but sneer inwardly, his heart filled with cold laughter. Meanwhile, on the ground, Chen Bei's already crimson eyes turned even redder that a tiger fallen in the plains is bullied by dogs. In this lifetime, when has he ever endured such humiliation? To insult him was one thing. To dare to humiliate his master was another. The only light in his despair. He had firmly resolved to recognize this master. He surveyed the faces of those discussing him, silently vowing that one day he would demonstrate to the world what it truly means for a great master to produce an exceptional disciple. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully accepting a disciple. The following rewards are now granted. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in Zhou Hai's consciousness, instantly brightening his eyes. The good fortune has finally arrived. Chapter 3, is he not a good-for-nothing? How can he be so strong? Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully obtaining the indestructible battle soul body. Ding. Tenfold return enhancement activated. Congratulations, host, on the indestructible battle soul body achieving perfection. Ding. Detecting that the disciple's cultivation level is at the 9th heaven of the death realm. Currently undergoing tenfold return. Congratulations, host, on breaking through to the 1st heaven of the divine power realm. Ding. System rewards the Emperor-level divine weapon, the Annihilation Battle Spear. Ding. System rewards the Emperor-level technique, Extinction. Ding. System rewards 1 Annihilation Pill. Ding. System rewards a Blood Pool of the Flood Dragon. Ding. System rewards an unparalleled hidden technique, the Art of Disappearance. The system's announcements continued, causing Zhou Hai's heart to race uncontrollably. For him, while the subsequent rewards were indeed valuable, his primary concern was that his physical structure had finally undergone a transformation, allowing him to cultivate. Before he could revel in his joy, Zhou Hai suddenly felt a wave of dizziness that he saw the universe transforming into a furnace. The great Tao intertwined, reconstituting him. The sensation of enlightenment washed over him. His spiritual realm became clear, and he distinctly perceived a monumental shift in his soul. Deep within his soul, it seemed to harbor the essence of cosmic battle. Simultaneously, a violent force was born from the Tao, surging wildly within him. His cultivation level began to ascend rapidly from 0 to Body Refinement 1st level, Body Refinement 9th level, Foundation Establishment 1st level, Foundation Establishment 9th level, Innate 9th level, Death Realm 9th level, Divine Power 1st level. In the brief span of just a few breaths, Zhou Hai's realm surged dramatically, reaching a height that countless ordinary cultivators could only aspire to throughout their lifetimes. Simultaneously, the method he practiced flowed seamlessly, instantly concealing his aura, rendering him indistinguishable from an ordinary mortal. Who could have imagined that within mere moments, his body had transitioned from the mundane to the extraordinary, harboring a power capable of annihilating the heavens and earth? The 1st level of divine ability. Indeed, it was the 1st level of divine ability. Zhou Hai's heart raced, and even his breathing quickened. Within the cultivation world, the ranks of cultivation are categorized as Body Refinement, Foundation Establishment, Innate, Life-Seizing, Divine Ability, Enlightenment, and Unity. Each realm is further divided into 9 levels. A staggering 99% of cultivators, throughout their entire lives, are unable to step into the Foundation Establishment's secret realm, let alone those beyond it. It can be said that every Foundation Establishment cultivator is a rare gem among 100 that once one enters the innate stage, they become a figure akin to a celestial being, capable of swallowing clouds and exhaling mist, traversing heaven and earth omnipotent. Looking at the Jixia Academy, even the highest-ranking disciples, including those personally mentored by the elders and even the chief disciple, have yet to reach the Foundation Establishment realm, most being in their 20s or nearing 30. Except for Chu Chun, there was not a single disciple within the academy whose cultivation had reached the life-seizing level. Yet here was Chun Bei, merely 16 years of age, already possessing the cultivation of life-seizing at the 9th level. A prodigy of the ages. Even Zhou Hai, having broken through to divine ability, stood on the same level as many elders. Good apprentice, fear not, I shall not treat you unjustly. Feeling the formidable power coursing within him, Zhou Hai grew increasingly satisfied with Chun Bei, crouching down to stroke his head. Master Uncle, I will escort you back to the Tao. Chu Chun shook his head, for if one were to speak of who was most concerned about Zhou Hai, aside from his master, it would undeniably be him that Dio not assist him. Let him carry himself back. At that moment, Murong Zhao's voice rang out, evidently genuinely angered. Tio punished Zhou Hai. He intended to make him carry someone for 100 miles. Witnessing this, those around once again cast their gazes this way, most wearing expressions of derision. Even the elders who had shown concern for Zhou Hai just moments prior now shook their heads in resignation, their faces reflecting a sentiment of helplessness at their master's decree. Master Uncle. Chu Chun likewise raised his hands in exasperation. He dared not defy his master's orders. Wu. Chun Bei remained sprawled on the ground, looking up at Zhou Hai, emitting a series of whimpering sounds, seemingly expressing his remorse. Ultimately, it was due to him that his master faced such indignity. Come on, if you won't help, then don't. How trivial is this? When my master departed, you promised to look after me. Do you honor that commitment with your current actions? I even introduced you to the most beautiful maidens back then. How noble of you. Zhou Hai's face darkened, and in an instant, everyone was left in astonishment. What did I just hear? The esteemed master of Jixiao Academy, a renowned sage of the great Zhou, actually frequented brothels? Pray, could you repeat that? I didn't quite catch it. Everyone gazed at Zhou Hai with expressions brimming with gossip, eager to pay for the unfolding story. Master Uncle. Only Chu Chen was taken aback, hastily intervening that he could not allow anyone to undermine his master's reputation. Meanwhile, Murong Xiao, who had initially intended to return and assist Zhou Hai, stumbled mid-air upon hearing this, and without a second thought, turned to leave entirely. You wretched fool, utterly hopeless, Murong Xiao cursed internally, for a fleeting moment. He truly wished to strike Zhou Hai and send this fool to meet his beloved master. Soon, Murong Xiao returned to the Wendiagong. Observing that none around offered assistance, Zhou Hai shrugged and squatted down, saying, "Disciple, do you see? We are but reliant on each other, with no one caring for us. Remember, if this shameless lot seeks your aid in the future, do not acquiesce. Let us return home." As his words fell, Zhou Hai lifted Chun Bei with a firm grasp, propelling himself forward with a powerful leap, unleashing the strength that surged through him. Boom! With a resounding roar, the ground trembled as the bluestone floor of the square was swept by a torrent of violent energy. Akin to crashing waves, the onlookers were taken aback, feeling an overwhelming pressure wash over them, and many were sent flying by the force. Even several disciples of the academy were immediately tossed about by the gale. Fortunately, the elders reacted swiftly, exerting their might to suppress the chaos. Otherwise, Zhou Hai's sudden explosion of power might have resulted in a tragic outcome for many at this moment. Zhou Hai, cradling Chun Bei, soared into the sky. But the spectacle was far from over. The elders looked up, their expressions frozen in shock. Who was this young man venting his fury upon? Was such a display of power merely a show of force? Under the gaze of all, dark clouds gathered, and streaks of lightning flickered ominously. The immense energy Zhou Hai unleashed was altering the very heavens, hinting at a cataclysmic event. The assembled elders, it appeared as nothing short of a temper tantrum. Only when Zhou Hai had fully departed did the celestial phenomena settle, and the crowd finally exhaled in relief. Just moments before, they had felt an unsettling premonition, as if Zhou Hai were preparing for a brawl. However, upon reflection, the elders' faces turned pale. Wait a moment. Who was that? Zhou Hai. Wasn't he a mere waste of space? When did he acquire such formidable cultivation? At that instant, the elders were struck dumb, unable to fathom the reality before them. Even Chu Chun was left in a daze. Was this still the Zhou Hai who needed assistance to descend the mountain? With such tremendous power, why did he feign weakness? How many secrets did his master conceal? The elders were bewildered. Chu Chun, the chief disciple, was bewildered. Even Zheng Qinkuan among the crowd was bewildered. What overwhelming power! It can effortlessly disrupt the natural order. This is a capability exclusive to the divine ability realm. This head of the Tao seemed to be barely over 20. How had he achieved such strength? And who had spread the rumor of his being a mere sloth? Zheng Qinkuan felt a shiver run through him. An inexplicable sense of foreboding washed over him. Perhaps missing Zhou Hai would be the gravest mistake of his life. Chapter 4. Enduring hardships, serving the great, apprentice, hold on. In contrast to the astonishment of the crowd, Zhou Hai was momentarily startled. For the first time, wielding such potent power and soaring through the skies, he had unwittingly used too much force, nearly launching himself 9,000 miles into the air. Meanwhile, Chun Bei, who was being hoisted, felt his pupils constrict in that instant, every hair on his body standing on end. He vowed that even when learning to fly for the first time, it had never been this perilous. Especially as Zhou Hai momentarily lost control of his strength, the rampant energy threatened to invoke the wrath of the heavens, nearly summoning a deluge of lightning in that moment. Chun Bei's breath caught in his throat. He felt as though death was imminent. Should control falter, the heavens would shift and a cascade of thunder and lightning would descend. While his master might escape unscathed, he, in his weakened state, would be obliterated in an instant. Fortunately, after the initial loss of control, Zhou Hai quickly regained his composure, redirecting his energy straight toward the Tao. With the wind howling around them, when everything settled, Chunbei opened his eyes once more, only to find himself in a quaint courtyard. Good lad, thank goodness you possess the indomitable battle soul physique, a born warrior. Yet, how could a mere flight leave you so petrified? Noticing Chunbei's tension, Zhou Hai felt somewhat embarrassed to ease the awkwardness. He playfully tossed Chunbei onto a lounge chair in the courtyard, attempting to jest. Chunbei's eyes widened in disbelief. What nonsense is this? What if I am a war god? When it comes to real combat, I must rely on my own strength. My fate rests in my hands. Even if I cannot win, choosing to confront danger is my decision. At least I would be prepared mentally. This is entirely different from entrusting my life to another. In an instant, Chunbei's feelings of gratitude toward his master began to wane. Wait, indomitable battle soul, defying the heavens and seizing life. How does he know so much about my circumstances? Suddenly, a thought struck Chunbei, and he looked again at Zhou Hai, feeling a surge of alarm that he realized that currently, his cultivation was completely shattered. He was vulnerable to anyone who might wish to harm him. In this state, he would appear to anyone as a cultivator devoid of power. Even Morong Xiao could not discern that he had once defied the heavens 9 times. How could Zhou Hai see through to his true nature? Could it be that this man had long known his identity and was merely waiting for him to fall into his trap? In an instant, countless thoughts raced through Chunbei's mind, and he felt an overwhelming sense of wariness. All right, I understand you are feeling pitiful. Do not gaze at me like that. Since I have taken you as my disciple, I shall never let you down. Here, eat. With his disheveled hair, Zhou Hai completely missed the wary look in Chunbei's eyes, mistakenly believing the boy was merely looking at him with a pitiful gaze, that he was a soft-hearted person. After all, often stopping to chat with beggars on the street, offering them a word of comfort, let alone his own disciple. In an instant, he forcefully pried open Chunbei's mouth and shoved the disintegration pill, which he had just received from the system, deep inside. Chunbei, utterly powerless to resist, merely let out a muffled groan as the disintegration pill melted upon entry, conjuring swirling strands of destructive laws that wreaked havoc within him. A scream escaped his lips, and despite being hailed as a war god, he could not withstand the agony that obliterated all vitality that in mere moments. His body was drenched in crimson that felt as though his organs, meridians, and bones were all being pulverized in that fleeting instant. Even his skin was tearing apart, a scene of utter misery. Fortunately, although the disintegration pill bore the name of destruction, it simultaneously contained a thread of the Tao of life, ensuring that a sliver of his existence remained intact amidst the annihilation. Gasping for breath, Chunbei fixated his gaze on Zhou Hai, now convinced that Zhou Hai had come to harm him. The intense suffering made him yearn for immediate obliteration, a swift escape from the pain. Yet, he was unwilling to concede. A fierce unwillingness constantly ignited his battle spirit, compelling him to endure the torment of disintegration. Ah, indeed, you are my excellent disciple, Zhou Hai exclaimed. As the saying goes, one must endure hardship to serve the great. You must hold on. The brighter days ahead depend on you. You must persevere, while the battle spirit endures. So shall your will and soul be strong. Observing his disciple's unwavering resilience amidst suffering, Zhou Hai hastened to encourage him. The system's provisions were complementary, and now was the moment for Chunbei to rise from the ashes. The disintegration pill could utterly dismantle his corporeal form while preserving his vitality, coupled with his indomitable battle spirit. As long as his heart persisted, his body could be remade, freeing him from his current grievous injuries and restoring his strength. Of course, this process was fraught with pain to elevate his own power. He had no choice but to impose this ordeal upon his beloved disciple. After 2 excruciating hours, Chunbei let out a roar. Feeling as though every cell in his body had been annihilated, his vision blurred, hearing dulled, senses dissipated. At that moment, he lay on the ground like a puddle of blood, utterly wretched. Yet he had endured. His indomitable battle spirit had proven formidable. Quickly, my dear disciple, I shall impart my techniques to you. You must recover swiftly. Upon witnessing Chunbei's dire state, Zhou Hai inhaled sharply, pointing at Chunbei's head. Instantly, all the information pertaining to the imperial level technique, annihilation, flooded into him. At that juncture, Bei felt as though his soul was on the brink of disintegration. Even the mighty battle spirit struggled to withstand such torment. But just then, a jolt coursed through his spirit as the technique entered him. Imbued with the laws of heaven and earth, awakening him in an instant that I end silence. There is rebirth. What a formidable technique. Is this truly an imperial-level technique? Bei's spirit trembled with awe. Without hesitation, he began to cultivate it. Alas, his body was too frail. While his spirit could practice this technique, it lacked the support of a robust physique, leaving something crucial wanting that I end the initial stages of cultivation. The focus was primarily on strengthening the body. My dear disciple, press on. I believe in you. Zhou Hai summoned the dragon's blood pool, raising his hand to immerse Bei's flesh and blood within Dai in an instant. While cultivating annihilation, Bei felt as though he had consumed a potent restorative elixir. His cultivation speed skyrocketing exponentially. He sensed an extraordinarily vast energy enveloping him, fervently repairing his body. Simultaneously, his foundational Tao was loosening, beginning to be reforged. Everything within him appeared to crumble in annihilation, only to be reborn, becoming tenfold, even 100-fold stronger and more resilient. The process of Bei's restoration commenced, and at that moment, Zhou Hai also felt a transformation within himself, as if a force was perpetually reshaping his body. This bond is exhilarating. Though I cannot bear my disciples' suffering, I relish the fortuitous benefits tenfold. What a delightful sensation! Realizing the change within, Zhou Hai was filled with joy. He understood that the benefits derived from this bond had begun anew. For every increment of strength gained by his disciple, he would receive it tenfold. This moment, Bei's evolution was undeniably intertwined with his own. The sensation was simply exquisite, watching his beloved disciple basking in the blood pool. Zhou Hai reclined on a lounge chair, soaking up the sunlight while reflecting on the insights and combat experiences Bei had garnered through the system feedback. After taking on a disciple, he could not only gain tenfold from his disciple's cultivation feedback, but also receive insights into various Tao practices, combat experiences, and willpower, all returned to him in a tenfold manner. However, this data required digestion. The earlier incident had been due to inadequate processing, resulting in an explosive surge that was akin to watching an adult film at an internet CAF, only to suddenly connect speakers and crank the volume to maximum. Now, he began to review. The information flowed into his soul and marrow like a continuous stream, as if these experiences had always been his own. After approximately 3 hours, a thunderous roar erupted, and the energies of heaven and earth surged forth, converging into tidal waves that flooded the blood pool. Zhou Hai turned sharply, only to witness a fully restored man standing within the pool, hair wild and flowing, resembling a celestial demon descended from the heavens. It was Bei, Chapter 5, the indomitable battle spirit, a natural-born worker. Zhou Hai exclaimed, "Oh my, has he fully recovered? Just look at that imposing physique, that explosive power. Who would dare believe my disciple is only 16 in bone age?" Disciple, how do you feel now? Zhou Hai regarded Bei as one would an exquisite piece of art, taking him in from head to toe before retrieving a set of clothes from the system space and tossing them to him with a smile. Bei remained silent, his gaze complex as he looked at Zhou Hai. There was a fleeting moment when he wished to rend this man into pieces, believing him to be an enemy. Yet after experiencing the subsequent events, he understood his folly. His master had not come to harm him, nor was he the idle figure others described. His cultivation depth was unfathomable. The annihilation technique, a grand imperial-level skill, had been imparted to him, a mere novice, and that pill, appearing as a harbinger of destruction, was in truth a means to reshape his very being. Its efficacy was unparalleled. Moreover, the dragon's blood pool was an unparalleled treasure, generously bestowed upon him for his immersion. One must consider that aside from the imperial-level technique and the supreme pill, merely the existence of the dragon's blood pool was a treasure beyond compare. Even a single drop would incite countless prodigies to vie for it. If this pool were to be exposed, the major sanctuaries of the northern wasteland would vie for it in a bloody conflict. His master had given him so much. Just from their first meeting, the gifts bestowed upon him far exceeded the resources of the great Qian dynasty by hundreds of times. With a thud, myriad thoughts flashed through Bei's mind as he donned the clothing. then suddenly knelt before Zhou Hai, bowing deeply 3 times. "Thank you, Master, for your life-giving grace. From this day forth, you shall be as my rebirth parents. And I vow to repay your kindness with utmost filial piety." Chun Bei's voice was resonant, imbued with an innate authority akin to the thunder of the heavens. Zhou Hai was taken aback, quickly assisting his esteemed disciple to rise, chuckling. All right, dear disciple, rise. I do not require your repayment. All I ask is that you cultivate diligently, gain the strength to protect yourself, and never again be subjected to the harm of others. Then I shall be content." While he spoke, Zhou Hai had already resolved in his heart. His esteemed disciple was truly remarkable. Such a resilient physique, a natural-born worker. To squander time in gratitude rather than further cultivation would be a waste indeed. In an instant, countless specialized training methods flashed through his mind. One must not waste the extraordinary innate talent of this disciple. "Thank you, Master, for your guidance. Rest assured, I shall never disappoint your high hopes," Chun Bei declared. Though he had never been one to rely on others at this moment, he was profoundly moved by his master's generosity. His master had given so much without expectation of return, only wishing for him to thrive. How could he let his master down? "Indeed, my disciple, your sincerity is commendable. Conveniently, I possess another technique for you to study. Please examine it closely, and I shall assist you in your cultivation afterward." Zhou Hai nodded in satisfaction, relishing his disciple's gratitude. Reflecting on this, he resolved to unearth Chun Bei's potential to its fullest. The indomitable battle spirit was paramount. The physique was secondary. This unique constitution endowed him with tremendous willpower. As long as his will endured, his battle spirit would not cease. The path of cultivation was fraught with challenges and tribulations, many of which were insurmountable for most. Yet, for the indomitable battle spirit, such obstacles were trivial. They could endure far greater suffering and stride toward a distant future. Such a formidable gift deserved to be paired with equally rigorous training. With that thought, Zhou Hai retrieved a technique known as the Emperor's Scripture of forging from the system space. Inscribed upon a jade slip, which he casually tossed to Chun Bei. "Disciple, ponder this well." Chun Bei furrowed his brow. His master had already imparted him a supreme imperial technique. What further technique could possibly rival it? To neglect the supreme imperial technique in favor of another would be to forsake the essence for the trivial. However, the moment his spiritual sense delved into the jade slip and absorbed the information, he trembled, utterly astounded. Another imperial scripture? What a terrifying cultivation method! This technique fused the laws of heaven and earth, harnessing the power of myriad weapons into one. After gaining a preliminary understanding of the cultivation outline of the Balian Emperor Scripture, Chun Bei's heart raced wildly, and his breath quickened that he had initially believed that Jimmy was the supreme technique tailored for him. Yet he found that the Balian Emperor Scripture was equally remarkable, to the point that he preferred the latter. Alas, the resources required for mastering the Balian Emperor Scripture were exorbitant, likely rendering it impossible to achieve great success without exhausting the world's resources, a stark contrast to Jimmy. As Chun Bei began to comprehend the Emperor Scripture, Zhou Hai grew impatient and decided not to linger any longer, that he hadn't eaten for an entire day, although his formidable cultivation had dulled his sense of hunger. Missing several meal times had left him somewhat unaccustomed. Just as he was about to head to the kitchen for something to eat, a sudden sound of something slicing through the air caught his attention. Startled, Zhou Hai saw a figure materialize, raising a hand to strike at him. In an instant, he observed the tumultuous space around the opponent's fingers, crackling with the power of thunder, as if an entire storm of lightning were converging into a single palm. Should that hand connect, it would not only obliterate a person, but could reduce a mountain to mere dust. "Who is it?" Zhou Hai shouted. Unleashing his fierce combat instincts, he retreated a step, swiftly creating a distance of several dozen feet. Then, with a powerful punch, he released a terrifying force, his fist transforming into an unfathomable black hole, drawing in even the floating clouds above. The surrounding spiritual energy of the mountains and rivers surged towards him, amplifying his punch with fervor. Boom! The furious thunder erupted from the opponent's palm, roaring like a thunder dragon, carrying the destructive force to annihilate the heavens and earth. Zhou Hai's fists surged against the wind, colliding with the thunder dragon in a moment of cataclysmic impact. The air was filled with explosive sounds, as shockwaves radiated outward from the point of collision, reducing the courtyard where Zhou Hai stood to nothing but rubble. Damn it! Zhou Hai fumed at the sudden destruction of his courtyard, that a powerful oppressive force swept through the area as the might of a divine realm expert was unleashed. Just moments ago, the sky had been painted with the hues of sunset, but now dark clouds loomed, and the thunder dragon roared in fury. Simultaneously, a wild wind howled, its sound akin to a tiger's roar in the mountains, instilling fear in the heart. The might of a divine realm expert, who could seize the essence of heaven and earth, was vividly displayed at this moment. "Junior brother, hold on." Just as the battle was about to erupt, the voice of Morong Xiao suddenly rang out. Zhou Hai was taken aback. He was about to unleash another punch when he noticed the person standing amidst the thunder, his expression incredibly complex. "Are you kidding me, senior brother? Have you nothing better to do than come here to tear down my house?" Zhou Hai scolded as he recognized Morong Xiao, retracting his hand as the celestial phenomena dissipated. Seeing a formidable foe approach, Chen Bei, who had been preparing to join the fray, couldn't help but frown. "All right, the house is gone. I will help you rebuild it. Junior brother, you truly surprise me." Morong Xiao waved his hand, interrupting Zhou Hai's tirade, his gaze fixed on him with complexity that he had thought his junior brother would remain mediocre throughout his life. Yet he had unexpectedly cultivated such strength and silence that in all these years, including himself, no one had noticed. Even when the divine realm might erupted that morning at the square, he had never connected it to Zhou Hai. When Chu Chen spoke of Zhou Hai's cultivation, he had found it utterly unbelievable. Had it not been for everyone asserting its truth, he would not have come to test Zhou Hai. The result of this test was indeed astonishing. How old could this kid be? In his early 20s and already at the divine realm level. This was no mere failure. Even the sons and daughters of the major sacred lands could hardly compare. "I don't care if you're surprised, debts must be repaid. Rebuild my house first." Zhou Hai's heart raced as he realized Morong Xiao was here to cause trouble. He had not thought of how to explain himself and immediately changed the subject. "You," Morong Xiao glared, bewildered that Zhou Hai had missed the point, that it's just a broken courtyard. "Does it really matter? Give me back my house." Zhou Hai extended his hand, adopting a debt collector's demeanor. "You brat, I will repay you." Upon seeing Zhou Hai's shameless expression, Morong Xiao felt a headache coming on. He raised his hand, and with a wave, uprooted countless towering ancient trees from the dense forest 10 miles away, sending them soaring into the sky. With another gesture, brilliant light flashed in the air as these trees were instantly reduced to timber. Then he stomped his foot, causing the ground to quake, and solid walls began to materialize. As the massive timber rained down, some transformed into beams, while others became pillars. Finally, with another wave of his hand, soil flew up and magically formed tiles, rapidly completing a newly constructed courtyard. "Did this sufficient?" Morong Xiao glared at Zhou Hai, exasperated. "Sufficient? You could at least help me with the decoration. Furthermore, all my belongings are ruined. Not only are my precious books gone, but now even getting a meal is a problem." "You owe me." Zhou Hai was astounded by the miraculous scene before him. Although he believed he could attempt it as well, he could never achieve such fluidity. Cultivators in this world were truly formidable. If he were to return to his homeland, he would not be surprised if he encountered not just real estate tycoons, but at least a contractor or two. Chapter 6. 1,000 Dao Weapons. Cultivating the Balian Emperor Scripture. "You brat." Morong Xiao was infuriated. He realized that Zhou Hai was deliberately dodging the topic and avoiding his questions. He wanted to say more, but his peripheral vision caught sight of Chen Bei nearby, causing his pupils to constrict in shock. Who is this? Though Morong Xiao did not recognize Chen Bei, he could see at a glance that Chen Bei possessed a cultivation level of the 9th layer of the Death Realm. The most crucial aspect was that this individual was not yet 16 years old. A 16-year-old cultivator at the 9th layer of the Death Realm. What did that signify? A true prodigy. Moreover, being at the 9th layer of the Death Realm carried even greater implications. It was well known that the path of cultivation was fraught with perils, with challenges at every level. Each realm was a trial, and to defy death was to swim against the current, with countless bones left in the wake. Those who defy death tread a dangerous path. Contending with fate itself, that to succeed means to ascend against the flow, to fail means death. What had this 16-year-old experienced? And what about Zhou Hai? Indeed, Zhou Hai provided him with far too many surprises today. A cultivator in his 20s at the Divine Realm, accompanied by a 16-year-old at the 9th layer of the Death Realm. These two geniuses, even compared to the sons and daughters of the major sacred lands, would surpass them. Yet such remarkable individuals had appeared in this branch of his academy. Could he have ever imagined this? What are you staring at? This is my disciple, Chun Bei. Senior brother, stop changing the subject. Let's discuss my courtyard. Zhou Hai interjected impatiently. What? Your disciple? Is he the same one from this morning? Murong Xiao was taken aback, struggling to believe. But in reality, Zhou Hai had only one disciple. How could this be? Just this morning, he had seen a crippled beggar. Now, in the blink of an eye, he had transformed into an unparalleled genius. Was this a dream? What kind of sleeping posture could produce such a dream? Disciple Chun Bei pays respects to the sect master. Chun Bei bowed respectfully, performing a traditional courtesy. Chun Bei. That name sounds familiar. Wait, are you the disciple of senior brother Zhiyu, the overlord of the Deqian dynasty? Murong Zhao's brow furrowed as he suddenly recalled something. His gaze intensely fixed on Chun Bei. In response to the sect master. It is indeed this disciple. Chun Bei scrutinized Murong Xiao, assessing his attitude. Would he be driven away, attacked directly, or kept around? He hoped his teacher would not misjudge. Teacher Zhiyu had once said that Murong Xiao was absolutely trustworthy. It truly is you. I thought you were dead. No, I only saw blood and dismembered limbs. Without a true corpse, how could I conclude you were dead? I was mistaken. You are indeed alive. Only you possess such talent. Only you could pose a threat to the major sacred lands, prompting them to eliminate you in advance. Murong Xiao shook his head, struggling to accept that Chun Bei was still alive, for he had indeed sought out Chun Bei. However, upon coming to his senses, he had no choice but to accept this reality. Just as they were conversing, a flurry of figures flew in from above. The commotion had alerted the elders of the academy. Upon seeing this, Murong Xiao waved his hand, unleashing a formidable force that instantly formed a barrier, sealing off the entire courtyard. Child, since you have come here, you may reside peacefully. It seems fate has guided you to become Zhou Hai's disciple. You shall cultivate diligently with him. Unless absolutely necessary, do not step outside this courtyard. Murong Xiao spoke earnestly to Chun Bei, then turned to Zhou Hai, saying, And you, brat, I do not care what you have concealed. As a teacher, you must behave like one. Do not be lazy. Furthermore, keep a close watch on your disciple. Do not let him venture out easily, or the consequences will be dire. With that, before Zhou Hai and Chun Bei could respond, Murong Xiao soared into the air, breaking through the barrier. Sect Master. What is the meaning of this? Sect Master. Sect Master. Outside the barrier, the heads of the Sword Palace, Academy, Martial Arts Palace, and Alchemy Palace had all arrived. Seeing Murong Xiao emerge, they wore expressions of confusion, unable to comprehend why Murong Xiao had set up a barrier. Nothing much. I was just testing my junior brother. From now on, this place shall be a sanctuary for my junior brother's quiet cultivation. Everyone is to proceed to the Dao Palace and must not set foot in this courtyard. Otherwise, there will be severe penalties. Murong Xiao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, speaking in a somber tone. However, sect leader, may we now have a glimpse of our junior brother? The crowd furrowed their brows, sensing that Murong Xiao was concealing something, prompting someone to inquire further. There is nothing worth seeing. Disperse, Murong Xiao frowned. While he could discuss matters concerning Zhou Hai, he was reluctant to expose Chun Bei. The Yuzhen from the Daqian Jixia Academy had failed to protect Chun Bei, and he was equally uncertain about the situation. Hence, caution was paramount. Upon hearing this, the elders wished to say more, but at that moment, Chu Chen soared in. Master, esteemed uncles and aunts, someone has come from the Daqian Academy, claiming they wish to discuss the matter of the four academies debate. However, it appears that individuals from the Daqian dynasty are among them, and their intentions seem nefarious. Chu Chen approached the assembly and clasped his hands in greeting. What? The arrival of the Daqian Academy is already concerning. What business does the Daqian court have here? The crowd looked on in confusion. Only Murong Xiao immediately grasped the implications. Let us depart. The decade-long competition among the four academies is upon us. And it is indeed time for discussions. With a wave of his hand, Murong Xiao led everyone away from that place. Zhou Hai and Chen Bei below heard every word distinctly, watching the departing figures. Chen Bei frowned, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. "Elder brother, have you grown so restless as to send people to hunt me down here?" Chen Bei clenched his fists, murmuring to himself. "Enough. Do not regard your master and uncle as stingy, for he acts out of concern for your well-being. However, as my disciple, and one with the innate spirit of a warrior, you must not cower in fear. Take this, wherever you wish to go, do as you please. There is no need to hide in this courtyard. If trouble arises, your master will shield you." Noticing the murderous intent in Chen Bei's eyes, Zhou Hai waved his hand, and a storage jade pendant flew towards Chen Bei. Stunned, Chen Bei grasped the pendant and examined it, his expression shifting dramatically. Inside the pendant were over 100 saint-level talismans and dozens of puppets, each exuding a suffocating aura. Yet, that was not the most terrifying aspect. The most fearsome item among these treasures was a Fong Tian Huaji, a halberd that radiated an aura of destruction. Seemingly in slumber, even in its dormant state, the weapon emanated an overwhelming sense of devastation, a presence that was not to be approached lightly. It exuded an unparalleled divine might that mere mortals could not bear to gaze upon. Imperial weaponry, saint-level talismans, saint-level puppets, master. Casting another glance at Zhou Hai, Chen Bei felt as though he might go mad. Did you rob an emperor's treasury? The accumulation of resources is simply too formidable. The key point was that he had bestowed it all upon him with a mere wave. Even a strong-willed person like him could not help but feel his eyes mist over. His master truly cared for him. With such resources, what did he have to fear in the future? All right, prepare for cultivation. Today, we shall defy the heavens, seize its fortune, and strive to enter the realm of divine abilities. How confident are you? Observing Chen Bei's touched expression, Zhou Hai gestured dismissively in response to my master. The power of the dragon's blood is immensely vast. I have absorbed less than 1/10, with even more power concealed within me. If I were to refine it all, I estimate I would at least reach the 3rd level of the divine ability realm. Moreover, after the transformation by the dragon's blood, my foundation is nearly perfect. Alas, lacking sufficient resources, otherwise, if I could cultivate the 100 refinements Emperor Scripture further, my foundation and body would be even more impeccable. And the benefits from the dragon's blood might be substantially greater. Chen Bei shook his head, a hint of disappointment in his voice, that he was eager to cultivate the 100 refinements Emperor Scripture. Who says there are no resources? Here, take these talismans and attempt to refine them into your body. Zhou Hai chuckled. While others might claim they lacked resources, how could he? After 7 years of system sign-ins, he possessed no fewer than 100 imperial weapons, and the number of these lower-tier divine weapons was countless. The so-called 100 refinements Emperor Scripture was a method of self-cultivation through weapon forging. Once cultivated, it could devour other weapons to enhance oneself, ultimately refining oneself into a weapon of unparalleled might, truly unrivaled across the realms. However, for Zhou Hai, these weapons were as trivial as grains of sand. Yet to others, they were invaluable treasures. Grasping the storage bag thrown by Zhou Hai, Chen Bei was taken aback upon seeing its contents, gasping in astonishment. Divine weapons? At least 1,000. He was stunned. Were divine weapons truly so undervalued now? These items should suffice for your cultivation for a time. Yes. Zhou Hai stood with his hands clasped behind his back, observing Chen Bei. Sufficient indeed, master. This is more than enough. Chen Bei felt a surge of excitement. Looking up at Zhou Hai that moment, he perceived his master as a towering figure, akin to the foremost person in the heavens and earth. His master provided not merely shock, but a profound sense of security. To be able to take his master as his mentor in this life was indeed a great fortune. He vowed that with such robust support from his master, he could never disappoint him. Enough, let us begin, Zhou Hai urged without further ado. Chen Bei responded affirmatively, immediately sitting cross-legged to contemplate the 100 refinements Emperor Scripture. As he did, countless imperial runes soared forth, continuously merging into Chen Bei's body. And he felt as though his form had transformed into an abyss in that instant. He became a vast furnace, capable of refining all that existed. Sensing the changes within him, Chen Bei hastily retrieved a divine weapon. As the runes flowed around him, a powerful refining force erupted, causing the divine weapon to melt away. Not only did the materials of the divine weapon integrate into Chun Bei's body, but the principles inscribed upon it were also refined. Absorbed like nourishment. Boom! In the moment of the divine weapon's melting, Chun Bei felt a thunderous roar in his mind, as if the world within him was shattering. His foundational realm collapsed, his cultivation instantly extinguished. In the blink of an eye, he transformed from a powerful death realm cultivator into an ordinary mortal. Beginning anew, with the 100 Refinements Emperor Scripture, he was reconstructing his path of cultivation. First level of body refinement. While others forged their flesh, he transformed into a furnace, integrating the powerful divine weapons into his body to refine himself. Divine weapons, the sacred arms of the enlightened realm, possessed the might to annihilate the world. They not only contained the insights of the enlightened realm's masters, but were also composed of exceptionally rare materials, making them virtually indestructible to this moment. Chun Bei was merging such materials and various insights into his being. Assisting his body refinement, the power he wielded was simply astonishing. Boom, boom, boom. A series of thunderous sounds echoed as Chun Bei's cultivation soared uncontrollably. Second level of body refinement. Third level of body refinement. Fourth level of body refinement. In an instant, his cultivation broke through to the 9th level of body refinement, showing no signs of stopping. Boom! Another surge within him erupted, and his foundational realm was reforged, officially stepping into the foundational realm. The moment the foundation formed, a powerful force exploded forth, and countless imperial runes descended, crashing onto the foundation with the might to annihilate worlds. The it was the extinction of the Emperor's Scripture, as the 100 Refinements Emperor's Scripture shone brilliantly. The extinction did not remain idle at this moment. The two great imperial texts clashed, one focused on refining, the other on assault, that I end their intertwining. Chun Bei's body transformed into a divine weapon, becoming an unparalleled grand formation. The two imperial texts served as the foundation of the formation. How powerful! Chun Bei felt a jolt of astonishment, accelerating his cultivation once more. However, soon, he completely absorbed a divine weapon, yet his cultivation barely reached the 3rd level of the foundational realm. Chun Bei was once again astounded. This was a divine weapon capable of obliterating everything beneath the enlightened realm, yet it could only assist him in reaching the 3rd level of the foundational realm. How many divine weapons would be needed to achieve mastery? And what level of strength would he possess by then? Without hesitation, Chun Bei retrieved another divine weapon for absorption. Meanwhile, as Chun Bei grew stronger, Zhou Hai underwent earth-shattering changes as well. His foundational realm continually mutated, growing increasingly powerful. His exterior shimmered as though coated in gold, producing a metallic sound with each movement. At this moment, he felt that even without any defense, a full-force strike from a cultivator beneath the divine ability realm could not harm him. Was this the true power of the 100 Refinements Emperor Scripture? The tenfold feedback felt exhilarating. Zhou Hai wore an expression of delight. Wait, since my body is undergoing such transformation, can I not cultivate as well? A thought struck him, and Zhou Hai promptly sat down, eager to experience the sensation of cultivation. However, he soon found himself dumbfounded. While he indeed possessed the qualities of an indestructible battle spirit and harbored immense power within, the traits of an earthling remained unchanged, and he still could not cultivate, in other words, regardless of how his body transformed. He could not cultivate attain cultivation. He had to depend on his disciples' cultivation feedback. Damn it, broken system. What is this situation? Zhou Hai was frustrated. He had expected his physique to be 10 times stronger than his disciples. Yet he found himself unable to shine. What a disappointment. However, the system offered no response, and seeing this, Zhou Hai could only helplessly depart, seeking ways to prepare a meal. Yet, from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a blood pool buried underground. It was the very pool that had once contained the dragon's blood. In the cataclysmic clash moments ago, the entire courtyard had been reduced to dust. Yet this dragon's blood pool remained unaffected, merely sinking into the earth. It appears to be a fine treasure after all. Collect. Zhou Hai raised his hand and dismissed the blood pool. After surveying the bare courtyard, he pondered for a moment before deciding to make further arrangements. Indeed, the yard was too rudimentary, lacking the charm of rockeries and flowing water. This must be rectified. Stroking his chin, Zhou Hai retrieved two sacred artifacts from the system space, the sacred mountain seal and the calming sea pearl. Previously devoid of any cultivation, these treasures were of no use to him. However, at this moment, with a mere thought, the sacred mountain seal transformed into a sprawling rockery, while the calming sea pearl morphed into a spring. Ethereal mist enveloped the scene as the enchanting rockery and flowing water swiftly took shape, exuding an aura of tranquility and elegance, a picturesque sight indeed. With another thought, vibrant flowers bloomed upon the rockery, and rainbows danced within the waters. What a marvel to behold! Splendid, splendid! Observing this scene, Zhou Hai nodded in satisfaction. Soon, more treasures emerged. The ice bed, enlightenment mat, devouring heaven cauldron, and soul-settling bell. Various coveted items, long desired by others, were repurposed as furnishings, revitalizing the little courtyard with a semblance of life. With so many treasures, surely even the master brother would struggle to break anything here, no matter how hard he tried. As he stroked his chin, Zhou Hai mused with delight. Alas, my silver bottle plum figurine book is gone, and I have yet to peruse many similar tomes. I must find time to visit Dinghai City soon. With another sigh, Zhou Hai extracted some dragon liver and phoenix marrow from the system space, commencing his culinary endeavors. Meanwhile, as Zhou Hai reveled in his newfound power and the joys of cooking, a heavy atmosphere enveloped the grand hall of the Wendaegong, where tension ran high. How dare you? Are you attempting to search my Jishao Academy? A sharp rebuke echoed as Murong Xiao slammed his palm onto the table before him, unleashing the oppressive aura of a peak Enlightenment realm expert. The pressure bore down like a collapsing sky, leaving most present gasping for breath, their expressions grim. Murong friend, why such anger? The third prince and the ninth prince share a deep brotherly bond and have come to seek him out. This is a good thing. Is not your academy the epitome of human connection? You ought to facilitate the third prince's yearning for his brother. A light-hearted chuckle resonated through the room as a figure in black robes stepped forward, effortlessly dissipating Murong Zhao's imposing presence, startling the members of the academy. This too was a peak Enlightenment realm master, his strength on par with Murong Xiao. In the hall, the elders from the Dakian Jishao Academy and the third prince of the Dakian dynasty exhaled in relief. Moments ago, they felt as if Murong Xiao had grasped their throats, teetering on the brink of life and death. Such terror was unbearable. Oh, are you implying that in order to honor their brotherly bond, my academy must obediently submit to your search? Murong Zhao's gaze turned frigid, fixing intently on the figure in black. Friend, you jest. Such a search is rather distasteful. The Jishao Academy is a revered place of cultivation, with a 1,000-year bond with my Qionyao sacred ground. How could we allow ourselves to be humiliated? The black-robed man smiled and shook his head, seemingly appealing to camaraderie, while subtly leveraging the influence of the Qionyao sacred ground to pressure them. Indeed, the Jishao Academy was a sacred site for cultivation, and if it were the main academy, it would have no fear of the Qionyao sacred ground. Yet, this was merely a branch, lacking the qualifications to contend with the Qionyao sacred ground. Precisely, friend Donghua is correct that MY Academy has maintained a mutual relationship with the Qionyao sacred ground for many years. It is only fitting that we afford each other some respect. Elder Liu, the representative of the Dakian Academy, nodded vigorously, smiling as he attempted to mediate. Impudent. Elder Liu, are you speaking on behalf of the Qionyao faction, or does your attitude reflect that of the main academy? Murong Zhao's gaze hardened, his voice rising once more. Elder Liu was taken aback. What qualifications did he have to represent the main academy? Yet to claim representation of the Qionyao sacred ground was utterly unacceptable. It would be tantamount to betraying the academy. Clearly, Murong Xiao dismissed his status entirely, intentionally placing him in a humiliating position. Murong friend. The black-robed man furrowed his brow. Speaking again. Silence. Murong Xiao retorted sharply. What business do I have with your Qionyao faction? If you wish to discuss camaraderie, take it to the main academy and let them speak with me. I wish to see whether the main academy would dare to issue an order for you to search. With a sweeping gesture, Murong Xiao showed them no courtesy whatsoever. You, Murong friend, our visit today represents not only the Qionyao sacred ground, but also the collective will of various major sects. Are you certain you will extend no courtesy whatsoever? The black-robed man's expression darkened, no longer concealing his threat. What do you mean by that? If I refuse to allow your search today, do you intend to attack my Dojo Academy? Come forth, I await your challenge. Murong Xiao burst into laughter, incensed. The moment these individuals stepped in, they began to subtly inquire about Chun Bei, and the Academy's stance was clear. There was no trace of Chun Bei here. Yet, these people remained undeterred, insisting on a visit and personal search. Murong Xiao's fiery temperament could hardly tolerate such affronts. Had he not recently honed his composure, he surely would have left some of them on the ground. Since you, Murong friend, are so resolute, I hope you don't come to regret it. Let us depart. The black-robed man's eyes gleamed malevolently as he turned to leave. Murong master, do not forget the 4 academies debate 3 months hence. I await your esteemed presence in Dakian. Elder Liu, his expression equally grave, cast a deep glance at Murong Xiao before departing with the Dakian third prince and others. How outrageous! This Qiangyao faction is exceedingly overbearing. Daring to pressure us, they truly disregard my academy, Murong Xiao seethed. And this Dakian academy has fallen so low, allowing various sects to manipulate them at will. Such disgrace to my academy. To search my academy. Such ignominy. Even the King of Heaven himself could not intervene, that if these people truly wish for war, let it come. Even if the main academy does not assist, what do we have to fear? Once the individuals departed, the elders who had remained silent thus far spoke up, their voices filled with righteous indignation. Enough. There is no need to deliberate further. Remember, my academy does not seek trouble, but neither do we fear it. We must not fall as low as the Dakian Academy. Return and prepare. The 4 academies debate in 3 months concerns the allocation of resources from the main academy. In recent years, the disciples of my Dojo Academy have shown poor roots. Ranking last for 3 consecutive sessions. If we place last again, the main academy will surely hold us accountable. Murong Xiao waved his hand, speaking with gravity. Yes, master. The crowd responded, their expressions shadowed with concern as they departed. Once everyone had left, fatigue finally crept onto Murong Xiao's face. Ah, Zhiyu brother, your passing has not only thrown the Dakian dynasty into disarray, but has also rendered the Dakian Academy impotent. In the depths of night, within an inn in Dinghai City, the black-robed man, Elder Liu of the Academy, and the Dakian third prince gathered in a dim room. The atmosphere palpably tense that it seems almost certain that if Chun Bei lives, he is hidden within the Dojo Academy. Otherwise, Murong Xiao would not be so adamant in denying us even the chance to tour the academy. He is clearly attempting to conceal something. Suddenly, the black-robed man spoke. Indeed, Murong Xiao's reaction today was exceedingly pronounced. Based on my understanding of him, he would dare to defy the world and shelter Chun Bei. Elder Liu nodded, feeling a deep discomfort at the thought of being scorned by Murong Xiao. Elder Liu, Dongwei Elder, Chun Bei must be eliminated at all costs. Otherwise, he is not merely a threat to my Dakian dynasty, but will endanger all of you as well. The Dakian third prince, Chun Xian, spoke urgently. Fear not, if direct methods fail, I will infiltrate the academy tonight to investigate. If Chun Bei truly resides there, I shall personally slay him. He is but an undeveloped genius. Killing him is as easy as slaughtering pigs and dogs. The black-robed man, Dongwu Quan, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, coldly asserting, Really? Then I shall trouble you, Elder Dongwu. Chun Qian exclaimed joyfully, hastily bowing in respect, with the Dakian dynasty newly stabilized and his siblings successfully ascending to the throne. He could not allow Chun Bei to survive. Chun Bei was too formidable. His talents rivaled those of the sacred sons and daughters of the major sections if allowed to mature. He could indeed overturn the entire Dakian dynasty. He must be extinguished while still in his infancy. Enough, you two should rest for now. I shall take action in an hour, Dongwu Quan commanded, glancing at the two with an authoritative demeanor. Yes, Mr. Dongwu. Elder Liu and Chun Qian bowed respectfully. Their demeanor difficult to fathom, considering one was a prince and the other an elder of a sacred academy. At this moment, Zhou Hai remained blissfully unaware that an operation targeting his beloved disciple had already commenced. Ah, to sing to the moon, how fleeting is life! What is true enjoyment? This is enjoyment. In the courtyard beneath the rockery, Zhou Hai raised his cup to invite the moon, savoring a millennium-old spirit while relishing the changes in his cultivation strength. What utter bliss! Suddenly, a tempest roared, and the once softly illuminated sky was swiftly engulfed by ominous clouds, accompanied by thunder and lightning. The majestic might of heaven bore down, as if intent on annihilating the world. A breakthrough is imminent. Zhou Hai felt a stirring within, sensing a shift in his own cultivation. Amidst Chun Bei's fervent training, his own power surged tenfold, and he successfully broke through to the third level of the Divine Passage realm. At this moment, Chun Bei faced yet another breakthrough, on the cusp of entering the fourth level of the Divine Passage realm. Within a single day, his realm had soared dramatically. Who could have imagined that he had begun the morning as a mere mortal devoid of cultivation? However, this time, Chun Bei's breakthrough seemed to generate an overwhelming commotion. Gazing at the tumultuous sky, filled with dark thunderclouds, it was clear that this extraordinary phenomenon would inevitably summon a thunder tribulation. And not a small one at that. The disturbance instantly captured the attention of the various academies. What a terrifying thunder tribulation! Was someone comprehending the great Tao and about to undergo tribulation? How could it be so ferocious? Could it be that the sect master had broken through again? This tribulation seemed excessively formidable. Wait, that isn't the sect master's enlightenment palace. It's in the direction of the Dao Zong Palace. All gazes turned in astonishment towards this scene, followed by figures swiftly darting towards the Dao Zong Palace. What on earth had caused such an uproar? Even Murong Xiao was startled, hesitating for a moment before he too soared towards the Dao Zong Palace. At this moment, within the courtyard of the Dao Zong Palace, Zhou Hai's eyes widened as Chun Bei abruptly opened his eyes, his robes billowing in the wind. He stared unflinchingly at the raging thunder tribulation. His gaze filled with indomitable spirit, exuding an aura of unyielding ambition, as if he were ready to take on the heavens. Come, I shall fight you, heaven! Casting a glance around, Chun Bei, unwilling to damage his master's courtyard, shot skyward, heading straight into the thunderclouds. Who is that? A madman. This fellow is undoubtedly insane. The thought struck him as he rushed into the thunderclouds to confront the tribulation, challenging the heavens themselves. Did he not think the thunder tribulation was fierce enough? The elders and disciples from various palaces, rushing to the scene, were all left astounded, their mouths agape. Goodness, disciple. Take care. Don't play with your life. I only have you as a disciple. Zhou Hai was momentarily dumbfounded, questioning whether his disciple had lost his senses, challenging the heavenly tribulation. Was that not a path to certain death? He had hoped for his eldest disciple to provide him with more returns. Do not worry, master. Until I repay your kindness, even the heavens shall not take my life. Chun Bei's heart swelled with gratitude. His master cared for him deeply and constantly thought of him. Chapter 9. The Indestructible. The annihilating divine thunder. Heaven and earth are not benevolent. They regard all beings as mere fodder. I rise from obscurity, forging my body and building my foundation, defying heaven and seizing life. Today, I shall claim your creation. O heavenly Tao, and cultivate my own divine abilities. Come forth. Let me witness your myriad mysteries. Chun Bei soared into the thunderclouds, his voice booming like a great bell, his momentum overwhelming, each word infused with boundless battle intent and unending vigor. In that moment, he resembled a supreme demon lord from the abyss, or an invincible war god from the heavens. Boom! The heavens roared in fury at his words, an endless torrent of thunder crashing down, engulfing him in a tempest of lightning as a response that my heavens, he's gone mad. This fellow is truly insane. Does he truly believe the heavenly Tao will not be enraged? Alas, he is doomed. These myriad bolts of thunder are something even ordinary tribulation bearers cannot evade. Each strike could claim half a life. Who could withstand such a deluge? What a ferocious thunder tribulation! I observe this person's cultivation is merely at the beginning of the divine passage realm. Yet this tribulation rivals that of the enlightenment realm's divine thunder. Not only does it rival the enlightenment realm's tribulation, but such a downpour could utterly annihilate even a powerful enlightenment realm cultivator. Countless horrified voices echoed. The disciples of the academy stood frozen, and even the elders were bewildered, their scalps tingling. Murong Xiao, too, wore an expression of shock that he had clearly seen that the one undergoing the tribulation was none other than Chun Bei. This lad had been told to lay low, yet here he was, making such a grand display. The Dacian pursuers were right in Dinghai City, and he carried on so ostentatiously. Moreover, not only was he being ostentatious, but he also seemed to disregard his pursuers as well as the heavens themselves. Was he truly seeking to defy the natural order? Hold on, disciple. Just don't perish on me. In the courtyard below, Zhou Hai's heart ached. After all this effort to find a capable disciple, how could he let the heavens ruin him? Heaven, please show mercy. My disciple is reckless and does not understand. Forgive his foolishness. Zhou Hai prayed earnestly, his demeanor one of utmost sincerity. I ask this how you keep an eye on him. Just then, Murong Zhao's voice cut through the air. Zhou Hai turned to see Murong Zhao glaring at him fiercely. When the heavens strike, it's not me who does the striking. How can I control that? Zhou Hai retorted, exasperated. At that moment, within the thunderclouds, the torrential lightning began to dissipate. Under the gaze of all, Chun Bei's figure emerged. Still formidable, like an invincible war god. Once more, he was bombarded by the thunder, a deluge of thunderous dragons roaring as they engulfed him anew. This time, the might of the thunder exceeded the previous by tenfold. By heavens, I shall no longer address you as grandfather, for you heed not my words at all, treating me like a mere child. Zhou Hai exclaimed, startled, his heart racing as he watched Chun Bei, cursing in disbelief. The onlookers, captivated by the thunder tribulation, turned to Zhou Hai, speechless. Others may call upon the heavens casually, yet this fellow seemed to genuinely wish for the heavens to acknowledge him as kin. Chun Bei? Is it truly he? Not far off, a shadow darted through the night, observing Chun Bei amidst the thunder tribulation, his pupils narrowing in shock. To think, at merely 16 years of age, he had seized the creation of heaven and earth, breaking through the divine passage secret realm. This thunder tribulation is truly terrifying. This child must not be allowed to live. The consequences of such a being are unimaginable. Dong Wuquan fixated on Chun Bei within the thunder tribulation, poised to strike at any moment. Meanwhile, Chun Bei remained blissfully unaware of the lurking danger. After another wave of thunderous baptism, he felt a surge of clarity throughout his being. Under the purifying wash of the Emperor's scripture, his body had long been cleansed of all impurities, having cultivated the 100 forged Emperor's scripture and refined 10 paths of Tao soldiers. His physique had become indomitable, impervious to all, akin to divine weaponry. Now, having undergone the heavenly thunder baptism, he sensed his entire being transforming, gradually approaching perfection. Delightful! Is this all the means the heavens possess? Come, let me witness your divine abilities. Chun Bei laughed heartily, continuing to provoke amidst the thunder. Boom, boom, boom. The heavenly Tao raged, the thunder shifting color. Countless claps of thunder erupted. The lightning was no longer silver but transformed into golden torrents, each as thick as a barrel, raining down massively. 1 bolt, as thick as an arm, detached from the thunderclouds, striking a mountaintop dozens of miles away. Instantly, that mountaintop crumbled into dust. The ferocity of the thunder's might was chilling. Yet Chun Bei remained unfazed, his hands weaving through the air, no longer constrained by the baptism of thunder, but instead continuously seeking the heavenly might within the thunder, forming his own ultimate technique, that he was embodying his own Tao. All present were left speechless. This fellow was nothing short of a prodigy. This thunder tribulation was something even Enlightenment realm cultivators might struggle against. Yet here he was, a mere divine passage realm practitioner, not only enduring it but daring to challenge the heavenly Tao, using the opportunity to cultivate his own divine abilities. Such a being is truly inconceivable. This person is remarkably strong. Could it be that one day, I too might attain such heights, beside the Sword Palace Elder? Zheng Xinquan stared in awe at the scene above, his eyes filled with longing. Do not dwell on it, brother Zheng. Though you possess exceptional talent, you still cannot compare to the geniuses of the sacred grounds. Such overwhelming might is unattainable even by those from the sacred grounds. This person is undoubtedly a timeless prodigy. A voice echoed. It was the Sword Palace Elder's eldest disciple. His words struck Zheng Xinquan's heart with a jolt of unshakable bitterness. He yearned to refute, yet found himself gripped by fear beneath the overwhelming heavenly might, that if he struggled to bear this heavenly might, how could he ever be compared to the one amidst the thunder? Who is this person? Should he survive this tribulation, he would be virtually unmatched among the younger generation of the northern wilderness. Indeed, even Master Brother Chu Chen would find it hard to match his prowess. Perhaps only the most elite of the Central Academy could contend with him. Master Brother, what do you think of this person? A group of disciples exchanged thoughts, one querying Chu Chen. Very strong. I am not his equal. Chu Chen replied gravely and candidly. Yet how has this person come to be at our Jixiao Academy, and why is he undergoing tribulation at the Daozong Palace? Who exactly is he? Pausing for a moment, Chu Chen's words prompted a wave of contemplation among all present. Indeed, who is this person? How did he end up at the Daozong Palace? As all eyes remained fixed on him. Time gradually passed. After enduring 9 rounds of heavenly tribulation, not only had Chen Bei not been annihilated, but he also radiated boundless dark light that in that instant. He truly resembled a demonic sovereign, leaving trails of demonic flames in his wake. As the thunder tribulation receded, dark clouds still loomed, seemingly bowing before Chen Bei. Indeed, he had manifested his own Tao amidst the thunder tribulation, creating his own divine abilities. Indestructible, the annihilating divine thunder. The divine thunder of the 9 heavens is but this. Master, I have succeeded. Thank you for your guidance, Master. Chen Bei laughed towards the sky, then swiftly descended to the courtyard, kneeling heavily before Zhou Hai and bowing deeply to in that moment. He no longer referred to him as Master, but instead as Father. For while Master signifies respect, Father embodies a lifetime of paternal care. Upon witnessing Chen Bei bowing to his master, apart from Murong Xiao, everyone else was left utterly dumbfounded. Master? Zhou Hai is his master. The elders gaped in disbelief, as though they had encountered a ghost. How could this be? He is a disciple of Master Zhou. The academy disciples were rendered speechless, their faces a portrait of incredulity, as if caught in a dream. Master, he addresses Zhou Hai as his master? He is a disciple of Zhou Hai, the beggar from this morning? Zheng Qinkun also took note of this scene, his heart trembling, momentarily unable to grasp the reality. A disciple of Zhou Hai, possessing such formidable strength? Meanwhile, Zhou Hai was acutely aware of the immense power surging within him. With Chen Bei's successful breakthrough, under a 10-fold return, his cultivation not only ascended to the 4th level of the divine ability realm, but also broke through 2 additional realms, reaching the 5th level of the divine ability realm. Furthermore, Chen Bei had just comprehended the heavenly Tao thunder tribulation, resulting in the manifestation of the divine ability, the annihilating divine thunder, which was now also being enhanced by the feedback. Under the 10-fold return, the power of the divine ability he acquired was 10 times stronger and more refined than that of Chen Bei, its creator. Zhou Hai couldn't help but marvel, truly worthy of being a prodigy feared by the major sacred grounds. Snuffed out in their infancy, to manifest such techniques upon entering the divine ability realm is indeed unparalleled. As he pondered, a voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host's great disciple for successfully breaking through the divine ability realm. The hostess' guidance has been exemplary, and the following rewards are now bestowed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a 9-turn resurrection pill. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a sage experience card. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a Thunder Punishment Divine Ability Scroll. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a Teleportation Array Fragment of the Great Emperor. Ding! Congratulations to the host for exemplary teaching. And the apprenticeship task has been triggered once more. Please proceed to Qinzhou promptly to accept disciples. Hearing the system's continuous notifications, Zhou Hai was momentarily taken aback. What? There are rewards for a disciple's cultivation improvement. My goodness, you are truly considerate. Zhou Hai nodded in satisfaction. Accepting disciples. Yet another laborer. Let me see who this fortunate laborer is. With a thought, Zhou Hai hastily checked the information of his new disciple. Just then, the surrounding heavens and earth shifted. Chen Bei remained kneeling on the ground, awaiting his master's words. Suddenly, a Tao principle surged forth from the void, instantly wrapping around him, in the next moment. Under the tug of the Tao principle, he vanished from his original spot. When he reappeared, he was already several dozen miles away. A beam of sword light flashed, aiming directly for Chen Bei's throat. Chapter 10, Dong Guoquan's Surprise Attack. Chen Bei receives the Tao soldier barehanded, boldly. Who dares to ambush my academy disciple? Murong Xiao was infuriated. immediately rushing towards that direction. Scoundrel, seeking death. The other Academy elders' eyes widened in fury, also hastening towards Chunbei's location. Though they were unclear about the circumstances, since Chunbei knelt before Zhou Hai and called him master, he was undeniably a disciple of the Academy. How could they allow anyone to harm him? Damn, I'm just a laborer now, and you think you can kill me? Zhou Hai also reacted, his face filled with anger as he charged forward. Unfortunately, the ambusher had already succeeded. Even with their speed, they would find it difficult to provide aid from several dozen miles away. The sword aimed at Chunbei was almost upon him, seeking death. Chunbei's reflexes were exceptionally swift. With a loud shout, demonic flames engulfed him, and with a surge of violent power, he forcibly shattered the bindings of the Tao principle the moment the sword light approached. He seized it with his hand. However, due to the tremendous impact of the sword, he was propelled several miles away. Yet his physique was so robust that the sword could not injure him in the slightest. What is happening? The ambusher, Dong Guoquan, was taken aback, his pupils constricting as he stared intently at Chunbei. This fellow can actually receive a Tao soldier with his bare hands. Is he even human? For a fleeting moment, he felt as though he was not attacking a person, but rather a humanoid divine weapon. Die. As Murong Xiao and the others were about to arrive, Dong Guoquan felt a surge of urgency. The Tao principle power of a comprehension realm expert was unleashed, instantly repelling Chunbei's hand. Then he swung his sword, unleashing a torrent of chaotic Tao principle energy that summoned a cataclysm of wind and thunder, causing the sun and moon to reverse. The onlookers looked up to see endless celestial phenomena coalescing within the sword, transforming into a Tao principle sword aimed at Chunbei. Not relent. Murong Xiao was horrified, unable to arrive in time to provide assistance. As that sword descended, even he would have to respond with full force that a disciple newly entering the divine ability realm faced only a path of death. The other Academy elders also gasped in alarm, but it was futile. Haha, this is splendid. However, to everyone's astonishment, in the face of this invincible sword, Chunbei burst into laughter, throwing a punch that in an instant. Dark clouds gathered, and an overwhelming aura surged forth. The might of the battle spirit permeated the air, and boundless wind and thunder erupted, transforming into an invulnerable punch that collided with the Tao principle sword. Boom! The aftermath of the battle surged forth, shaking the heavens and the earth to the incredulous gazes of all. Chunbei actually managed to withstand this strike. Though only momentarily, a crack resounded, and Chunbei's divine ability shattered instantly. Under the Tao principle's influence, the heavenly phenomena and divine abilities were difficult to resist. Subsequently, the slightly dimmed Tao principle sword descended. Yet Chunbei showed no signs of retreat. Instead, his fighting spirit soared, manifesting divine abilities between his palms, once more challenging that invincible sword with his flesh. Boom! The explosive sounds were incessant. The power of Chunbei's divine abilities erupted continuously. Following the final explosion, a mist of blood erupted from Chunbei, who was sent hurtling backward. Simultaneously, the brilliant Tao patterns in the air shattered, and that invincible sword disintegrated into the void. Disciple, Zhou Hai's voice rang out. Moving at a speed 10 times that of Chunbei, even faster than Murong Xiao, he rushed to catch Chunbei from behind. Chunbei's hands were bleeding profusely, yet he faced no life-threatening danger. Instead, his expression was one of exhilaration. Master, step back, I can still fight. Pushing Zhou Hai aside, Chunbei charged once more towards Dong Guoquan. Zhou Hai was exasperated. This rascal, does he not realize that the opponent's realm far surpasses his? He nearly met his end, yet still craved more combat. At this moment, Murong Xiao finally reached Dong Guoquan's rear. Dong Guo, you old rogue, dare to ambush my academy disciple. You seek death with a furious rebuke. Before Dong Guoquan could defend himself, Murong Xiao struck him squarely in the back. This strike was on an entirely different level than the earlier battle with Zhou Hai in his palm. Murong Xiao's Tao principle energy surged forth, embodying the might to move mountains and fill seas, crashing heavily against Dong Guoquan's back. Dong Guoquan spat out a mouthful of blood, propelled backward for several hundred zhong. This moment, he felt as though his internal organs had shattered, his entire being thrown into disarray. He could not even muster his cultivation. Dong Guoquan's face turned ashen. He could not comprehend how a strike from a comprehension realm expert, which he himself could not withstand with mere flesh, could be endured by Chun Bei. Unfortunately, no one was there to answer him. Only a massive fist awaited him. Chun Bei leaped forward, delivering a punch, bang, without any divine ability, even lacking cultivation power. It was merely an ordinary punch that instantly caved in Dong Guoquan's chest, shattering his bones in an instant. Bang, bang, bang. As the explosive sounds rang out, Dong Guoquan's body erupted, blood transforming into mist that enveloped him. No, I am an elder of a sacred ground. How dare you kill me? In the end, Dong Guoquan could only emit a final unwilling roar. Even his head exploded, reducing him to a pile of flesh. This overwhelmingly powerful punch left everyone in stunned silence. Even Murong Xiao gazed at Chun Bei, his face a mask of shock. Without any divine ability, merely relying on a fleshly fist, he obliterated a comprehension realm cultivator. Is this a joke? Even if Dong Guoquan was defeated, his body had been sanctified by the Tao principle. How could a divine ability realm cultivator annihilate him with a mere fleshly fist? Ha ha, how unsatisfying. Master, you should not have shattered his cultivation. Otherwise, I would have fought him for 300 rounds to see who is superior. Chun Bei laughed heartily, his overwhelming fighting spirit leaving everyone agape. This fellow is truly a battle fanatic. A novice in the divine ability realm dares to challenge a peak comprehension realm expert. A gap of over 10 realms. How could he even entertain such thoughts? Yet considering his inhuman combat prowess, all fell silent. This is a prodigy, one who cannot be measured by common standards. You are so formidable. Why not let him adjust his breath before attacking? Just then, Zheng Qinquan's voice rang out. His eyes held a hint of defiance, but more so, an envy that as today's most dazzling new disciple. Endowed with exceptional talent, he should have been the focus of everyone's attention. Yet now, Chun Bei had captivated all gazes that in comparison, he felt like a firefly competing with the brilliance of the moon. Utterly insignificant that he felt unwilling but powerless, relegated to looking down on Chun Bei in his own way. Fool. Combat is not merely about showing strength. It is about survival. Given our shared affiliation, let me offer you a word of advice. Combat is solely for killing. It's either you die or I live. To spare your enemy a chance to breathe is to court death. Chun Bei shot a sidelong glance at him, his words leaving Zheng Qinquan flushed with embarrassment. Well said, combat has never been about fairness. The way of a gentleman is only for dealing with gentlemen. The true battlefield has but two purposes. You die. I live. Murong Xiao gazed at Chun Bei with awe and admiration. Upon hearing this, Zheng Qinquan's expression grew increasingly grim. The protagonist, who should have been the center of attention, had now become the greatest fool of the gathering. Forced to watch as others shone brightly. Master, this is not the time for celebration. The one who perished was an elder from the Qiong Yao sacred land. We cannot afford to handle the aftermath. At that moment, an elder from the Dan Palace spoke solemnly. As these words echoed, the atmosphere fell into a heavy silence, with all present displaying solemn expressions. The Qiong Yao sect was a place protected by a sage. It was not something one could easily offend. To kill their elder was tantamount to declaring war, and this was a significant predicament. Whoever committed the act should bear the responsibility. It was not we who killed him. Must we really apologize? Zheng Qinquan exclaimed loudly. Hearing this, everyone turned their gazes toward him. Chapter 11. Who do you think you are to instruct me? Rest assured, each person must bear their own consequences. Since my whereabouts have been exposed, I shall take my leave. Regardless of the raging storms and the multitude of pursuers, I will not drag anyone down with me. Upon hearing Zheng Qinquan's words and observing the collective scrutiny from the crowd, Chun Bei let out a sorrowful smile, transforming into a fleeting light as he descended into the courtyard. Thank you, Master, for your protection. Should the opportunity arise, I shall repay this great kindness. As he looked up at the still hovering Murong Xiao, Chun Bei bowed respectfully. He then turned to Zhou Hai, kneeling on both knees. Master, although I have known you for but a day, once a day as a teacher, a lifetime as a father, most cultivators would wish to eradicate their disciples. To avoid implicating the academy, I willingly sever our master-disciple relationship. Of course, I shall never forget your kindness, and should I return, I will serve you for life. With that, Bei bowed 3 times in reverence to Zhou Hai. The atmosphere in the room instantly became somber, tinged with a sense of oppression. It was no wonder that Bei was so resolute. His tyrannical ideals had already harmed countless cultivators' interests. Any cultivator in the North Wilderness with a modicum of self-interest would wish to eliminate him completely. In such circumstances, no one would dare offend the entire North Wilderness, nor would anyone easily confront him, including the Academy's overarching institution. Everyone was acutely aware of this. However, for Murong Xiao and the Assembly of Elders, to expel their own disciple was something they ultimately could not bring themselves to do, especially a disciple like Bei. How dare you, knowing the road ahead is fraught with difficulties, waste time here indulging in sentimentality? Are you a mere pedant from the Academy? Zhou Hai could not accept this, leaping forward to kick Bei in the rear. The crowd was momentarily stunned, their gazes bewildered as they looked at Zhou Hai. This fellow was ruining such a touching moment, especially the Academy elders and disciples, all glaring in anger. Who did he call a pedant? Bei was also taken aback, turning to look at Zhou Hai. However, he quickly understood. His master was simply concerned for him. In just a day of their master-disciple bond, Zhou Hai's care for him was as vast as the heavens and as deep as the seas. Akin to that of a biological father, such kindness and affection were destined to be repaid for a lifetime. Master, should the opportunity arise, I am willing to follow you through all reincarnations. Even if I am but a servant, I would gladly accept. Moved, Bei bowed once more to Zhou Hai. That I can't believe it. After just one day as your disciple, you wish to fly solo. How will I rely on you in the future? Hurry and cultivate. If you dare mention severing our master-disciple relationship again, I swear I'll give you a taste of my wrath. Zhou Hai was furious, grabbing Bei by the ear and delivering several kicks to his backside. He was exasperated. As a mortal who had rolled in the cultivation world for 7 years, who could fathom the difficulties he faced during those years, after finally finding a disciple to help him improve, was he to lose him after just one day? Hey, master, what are you doing? Bei was bewildered. Even a tyrant did not permit ear-pulling, who could withstand such treatment. Yet, the one pulling his ear was his dearest master, leaving him utterly helpless. Had it been anyone else, he would have slapped them dead. What? Why are you asking me? Hurry up and cultivate. Zhou Hai barked with a dark expression. Zhou Elder, are you forcibly keeping him in the Academy? Have you considered that by retaining him here, we will not only face repercussions from the Qiong Yao sacred land, but also the hostility of many cultivators? Can the Academy withstand that? Zheng Xinquan frowned as he looked over. He had never thought much of Zhou Hai, and now his irritation intensified. And no matter what, he did not wish to be overshadowed by Bei for a lifetime. He must expel this fellow. Who do you think you are to instruct me? If you wish to drive away my disciple, you might as well expel me as well. Zhou Hai was no fool. He could see through Zheng Xinquan's intentions. Letting it slide once or twice was acceptable, but this fellow had become addicted to it. It was truly outrageous. Zhou Elder. Zheng Xinquan's face darkened as he pointed at Zhou Hai. Wanted to say something. Enough. You keep calling Zhou Elder. Is it your Zheng family that failed to educate you? Or do you not understand the Academy's rules? No respect, not even calling your senior uncle? At that moment, a cold voice rang out. Zheng Xinquan turned around to see the Academy elderly Chongqing glaring at him with fury. Li uncle. Zheng Xinquan was momentarily stunned. Didn't everyone agree to expel Bei? How could he be blamed? Silence, ungrateful disciple. Apologies, Li Junior brother. It is my failure in teaching my disciple. I will certainly instill proper etiquette in him. The elder from the Sword Palace reprimanded sharply, then with a grim expression. He cupped his hands to the Academy elder. Indeed, it is time to teach him. Disrespecting seniors and sacrificing fellow disciples in times of crisis. Such selfishness must be corrected, or it will surely lead to disaster in the future. Murong Xiao flew forward, speaking coldly. Zheng Xinquan's face changed multiple times. He could not comprehend what he had done wrong to suddenly become the target of everyone's ire. Bei, listen well. Our Academy never abandons its disciples. If your conduct is improper, our Academy will naturally rectify it. But should anyone dare to harm our Academy's disciples, even if our Academy is destroyed, we will never relent. Turning back, Murong Xiao fixed his gaze on Bei. Speaking with undeniable authority, That's right, my nephew. Since you have come, you must remain. It is acceptable to feel melancholic at times, but one must never evade responsibilities in the face of adversity. Li Chongqing looked at Qin Bei with satisfaction, speaking earnestly. Indeed, when soldiers come, we must meet them. When rivers and waters come, we must block them. The crisis has not yet arrived, and you already think of fleeing. Is this the conduct of our kind? Should trouble arise, I will protect you with my sword. The elder from the Sword Palace, Qin Shuang, said with a smile. Haha, and I from the Martial Arts Palace, and I from the Dan Palace, Qin Bei. You still have us, your seniors. As they spoke, laughter filled the air. Having finally escaped Zhou Hai's grasp, Qin Bei rubbed his ear while gazing at the group in the sky as if he remembered correctly. These people had been mocking his master earlier that morning. How had they suddenly turned so supportive of their master-disciple bond? Realizing something, he felt a warmth in his heart. Indeed, as teacher Zhu Yu had said, the Great Zhou Academy was a place to be aspired to. Though these seniors bickered amongst themselves, they never lost their camaraderie. All right, junior brother, let your nephew take a rest. You come with us for a while. Murong Xiao spoke again. Did you hear that? Hurry up and cultivate. Zhou Hai glared at Qin Bei, and only then did they all leave the scene together. Master. Watching the departing figures, Qin Bei felt deeply moved. He did not cultivate. Instead, after they left, he transformed into a streak of light, heading straight for Dinghai City. He clearly remembered that previously, Chu Chen had mentioned that both the Great Qian Academy and the Great Qian Court had sent people. Since these individuals had already pursued him here, there was no longer any need to return alive. Soaring above Dinghai City, Qin Bei quickly fixed his gaze upon an inn. The inn was guarded by over 100 protectors from the Great Qian dynasty, each a cultivator at the foundation establishment stage, and some of the leaders even possessed innate strength, clearly a formidable force. Once he confirmed their identities, Qin Bei descended directly. Meanwhile, within the inn's upper room, Qin Qian was seated opposite Elder Lu. Both were of high status, one an elder from the Great Qian Jixiao Academy, and the other a prince soon to be proclaimed a king. Yet at this moment, both felt a sense of unease. Elder Lu, do you think Elder Dongwu will be all right? Qin Bei is a ruthless character. There is no one he would hesitate to kill. If Elder Dongwu is exposed and the assassination fails, the consequences would be dire. At last, Qin Qian could no longer remain seated, frowning as he spoke. Enough, third prince. You have asked this question many times already. I told you, Elder Dongwu is from the Qiong Yao sacred land. The Great Zhou Academy would not dare to act against him. After all, not everyone is like a tyrant who acts recklessly without regard for the consequences. Trust me, Elder Dongwu will return. Elder Lu, beset by turmoil, waved his hand in exasperation. Although he was anxious, he steadfastly believed that the Academy would not dare to act recklessly in the presence of the Qiong Yao sacred land. However, scarcely had he spoken when a cacophony of anguished screams erupted from outside. Elder Lu's expression shifted dramatically, and Qin Qian sprang to his feet, both men feeling a tightening in their chests. At that moment, a fierce wind swept through, flinging the doors and windows of the room wide open. They both looked up simultaneously to see that the sky outside had darkened ominously, thick clouds swirling. Accompanied by flickers of lightning, amidst the tumultuous clouds, a figure stood coldly observing them. Chapter 12. Qin Bei seeks justice, slaying the 3 imperial brothers. Qin Bei. Qin Qian was taken aback, retreating several steps in fear. Elder Lu was equally startled, his pupils involuntarily contracting. Qin Bei, have you broken through to the divine passage realm? No wonder you dare to appear before me. Once he confirmed that Qin Bei was alone, Elder Lu managed to calm his mind and spoke coldly. Humph. Lu Baidao, the establishment of the Academy aims to disseminate teachings across the world and safeguard the peace of the common people. Yet what have you and your ilk done? Individuals like you, disregarding the Academy's principles, have brought calamity upon the populace. With the death of Master Zhu Yu, you have conspired with other sects, colluding with the court to wreak havoc, incessantly conjuring disasters and tragedies. Are you not afraid of the repercussions from the main academy? Qin Bei's gaze was sharp as he coldly retorted. Repercussions? In this bustling world, where interests intertwine, who still clings to the so-called principles of benevolence? You dare to seek justice from me alone, truly ignorant of the danger you court. Do you truly believe that having broken through to the divine passage realm makes you invincible? Lu Baitao sneered dismissively. Lu Baitao, I stand alone, yet I can still slay you, as the king of the Qian. Today I shall seek justice for the people. Chen Bei bellowed, pointing a finger at the two within. Tio challenged me alone in such a brazen manner as to court death. Elder Lu, kill him, Chen Qian commanded with a fierce glint in his eyes. However, before he could finish, Lu Baidao had already charged out of the inn. Foolish child, since you seek death, I shall grant it. With a thunderous roar, Lu Baitao lunged at Chen Bei. With a push of his hands, the surrounding spiritual energy surged, his palms instantly swelling to an enormous size, akin to two grinding wheels, as they smashed towards Chen Bei. Foolish child, perish, Lu Baitao cackled. In the past, had Chen Bei been surrounded by numerous protectors, he would have certainly retreated in fear. But now, Chen Bei's forces had been eradicated, and even though he had broken through to the divine passage realm. What of it? A novice in the realm was hardly worthy of his concern. Yet just as he believed that this strike would surely crush Chen Bei, he witnessed Chen Bei's fists flying forth. Devoid of any divine technique or spiritual energy fluctuation, merely with his bare fists, they collided forcefully with Lu Baitao's palms. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosive sounds erupted, and Lu Baitao let out a muffled groan as the power of the divine technique in his arms was instantly shattered. Simultaneously, a colossal force surged in a high otherwise. Do not blame me for disregarding the suffering of the common people and launching an assault on the Zhou dynasty, the new emperor of the Qian. Chen Xian also received the news of the shattered command plate of the third prince and issued a direct order. Undoubtedly, Chen Bei's actions tonight have thoroughly stirred up a hornet's nest, prompting various factions to commence their maneuvers. It is evident that Chen Bei anticipated this, yet he remains unfazed. Even if he refrains from taking lives, these individuals would not spare him. All he can do is eliminate one after another, forging a bloody path towards tranquility. Meanwhile, Zhou Hai remains oblivious to the multitude of troubles about to descend upon him. Seated among the elders in the Wendiagong, faced with the skeptical gazes of numerous elders, he adopts an expression that conveys, "Do not look at me. I know nothing that as their scrutiny intensifies." He simply closes his eyes and pretends to snore. He is besieged with inquiries about when he began his cultivation and his current level of attainment. With no excuse prepared, Zhou Hai can only respond with silence. After wasting 2 full hours without uttering a single useful word, the crowd can't help but shake their heads. Very well, if you choose not to discuss your cultivation. So be it. Let us speak of Chen Bei, that we all witnessed his condition this morning. How did you manage to restore him? Furthermore, his cultivation has evidently surpassed its previous limits. Mu Rongxiao, looking pained, attempts to redirect the conversation. Senior brother, allow me to speak candidly. There are many matters I truly did not have time to concoct a story about, so please refrain from questioning me. Zhou Hai opens his eyes, uttering a statement that leaves everyone with a look of exasperation. Concoct? Is it so difficult for you to speak the truth? Mu Rongxiao erupts in anger, genuinely vexed by this young man's antics. I fail to comprehend why it is so challenging to utter a simple truth that I say, Master brother, enough is enough. What is the purpose of your visits to the pleasure houses? Is it not merely to hear flattery and spin tales? As someone you dragged out of a brothel, what else do you expect me to say? Zhou Hai smirks, the mention of pleasure house instantly capturing the attention of the elders. This young man was brought out of a brothel by the master and his disciple. The thought ignites a peculiar gaze among the elders directed at Mu Rongxiao. It appears the master has a penchant for visiting such establishments. Mu Rongxiao's face darkens, feeling as though his secrets have been laid bare. What are you all staring at? Do not heed his nonsensical ramblings. Does this brat ever speak a single truth? As the elders fix their scrutinizing gazes upon him, Mu Rongxiao grows frantic and calls out. Yet, what greets him is a myriad of doubtful looks and curious expressions. Zhou Hai and Mu Rongxiao are both in disarray, with Mu Rongxiao gritting his teeth as he casts a furious glare at Zhou Hai, wishing to slap the boy into silence. His lifelong reputation is now thoroughly tarnished. I report to Master. News has arrived from Uncle Du Hai in the court, stating that an epidemic has erupted in Lu City, Qinzhou, with venomous creatures rampant. The Zhou Emperor suspects foul play and has dispatched 3 imperial envoys and 5 groups of personnel to investigate, all of whom have perished. Uncle Du Hai will be heading there tomorrow as an envoy and seeks to know if Master wishes to accompany him. Just as Mu Rongxiao feels utterly cornered and unsure of how to salvage his reputation, Chu Qin strides in swiftly, cupping his hands in greeting. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the gathered elders darken. What? Have they specified a meeting place? Mu Rongxiao quickly shifts the topic to escape his predicament. Tio report to Master. They mentioned that if Master chooses to go, a meeting will be arranged in the city of Qinzhou tomorrow. Chu Qin replies candidly. Zhou Hai listens in, aware that Mu Rongxiao will soon have a busy schedule ahead of him. Such is the nature of the academy, in the realm of cultivation. Other sects either seclude themselves for training or seize resources from the world, exploiting the common people at will. Some even descend into demonic paths, employing bloody methods to attain enlightenment. However, the academy is different. The founder of the academy emerged from the mortal realm as a scholar and warrior, aspiring to enlighten the world and establish a path of benevolence and scholarly cultivation. Hence, the academy has never shunned the world nor exploited any mortals. On the contrary, the strong within the academy resemble celestial beings, appearing where needed, summoning winds and rains, slaying demons, and protecting the populace. With such events unfolding, as the Master, Mu Rongxiao cannot simply turn a blind eye. Understood. You all may withdraw for now. I shall personally attend to this matter. As Zhou Hai anticipated, Mu Rongxiao's voice resounds, decisively settling the issue. Junior brother, you shall accompany me on this journey tomorrow. Pausing, Mu Rongxiao glances at Zhou Hai, who is rising to leave. Why are you not bringing more people? What gives you the right to summon me? Zhou Hai is taken aback, wondering if this fellow is seeking personal revenge. What can I not bring you? Previously, I assumed you were ignorant of cultivation, so I let it slide. Now that your cultivation has reached this level, as an elder of our academy, you ought to contribute to the welfare of the common people. Return and prepare briefly. We depart at dawn. Mu Rongxiao states with a firm glare, leaving no room for dissent. But senior brother, you know I just came from the Qinzhou brothel. Asking me to return is akin to reopening old wounds. Zhou Hai protests with a forlorn expression. Spare me the theatrics. Even if we were to open a brothel, you must accompany me. Mu Rongxiao is further incensed, incredulous that this young man dares to threaten him. You can go, and I shall go as well. Right? Coincidentally, I intended to visit Qinzhou too. Seeing that his threat has no effect, Zhou Hai can only resign himself to comply. Upon returning to the Daozong Palace, he happens upon Chun Bei deeply engrossed in his cultivation, causing Zhou Hai to pause. Reflecting on the capitalists who work a mere 9 to 6, he realizes he has been demanding his disciples to toil day and night in their training. Isn't that a bit excessive? Disciple, remember that cultivation requires a balance of work and rest. You must take time to rest. Do not exhaust yourself. After all, maintaining good health is essential for better cultivation. A sudden pang of conscience compels him to approach. Master, you're here. Do not worry, Master. I am fine. Please, you rest first. Chunbei opens his eyes, a radiant smile illuminating his face. He knows well that his master cares for him the most. Even though it is well understood that cultivators do not require rest and can sit in seclusion for years without fatigue, his master cannot help but express concern for his well-being. Very well, then continue. Do not pretend to exert yourself. The results will not indulge your charade. Zhou Hai pats Chunbei on the shoulder. Feeling a surge of admiration for the diligent worker, he resolves to extend more care in the future. Understood. Mastered, I will strive diligently in my cultivation and enhance my abilities swiftly. That way, you need not worry about your disciple. Chunbei feels deeply moved. Indeed, aside from his deceased father, it is only his master who genuinely cares for his safety. Chapter 14. Second Disciple, the Rebirth of the Empress Dao Fruit. Qin Xiao, the Rebirth of the Empress Dao Fruit. Upon returning to his quarters, Zhou Hai sits cross-legged on a sacred grade mat, accessing the system to review all information concerning his new disciple, his expression morphing into one of astonishment. He initially believed that the undying battle soul body was formidable enough. Yet he discovers that this second disciple surpasses even that. The Empress has been reincarnated, and moreover, it is the reincarnation of her Dao fruit. This is indeed remarkable. One must understand that reincarnation is akin to a blade, cutting down countless souls. Among those who enter reincarnation, under the laws of the great Tao, it is rare for 1 in a million to retain memories of their past life. let alone retain their Tao fruit from a previous life. The Tao fruit symbolizes the essence of a person's cultivation, a summary of their great Tao. Without it, reincarnated beings are generally unable to recover their previous levels of cultivation, often relegated to mere mortals or even lesser beings like livestock or plants. However, reincarnation of the Tao fruit is different. Aside from losing memories of their past life, it signifies a rebirth of the Tao itself. According to the system, due to potential conflicts with the laws of heaven and earth, she may be suppressed by the great Tao and face the tribulations of fate, enduring 3 disasters and 9 calamities throughout her life. Yet, once she breaks through these shackles, returning to the peak of her previous life becomes quite feasible, and she may gradually recover her past memories, living once more. It can be said that amidst the 3 disasters and 9 calamities, as long as Zhou Hai can successfully protect his second disciple, she is destined to ascend to the throne. Goodness gracious! In this age, it is rare to encounter a sage in a millennium, let alone an emperor. The last legendary emperor seems to have existed 300,000 years ago. To take an emperor as a disciple, I am poised to traverse the myriad realms. Zhou Hai smacks his lips, a look of eager anticipation on his face, but he then checks through the various rewards bestowed by the system following Chun Bei's cultivation enhancement. The 9 turns resurrection pill possesses the ability to restore life. Even if the soul is damaged or the Tao fruit is lost, a single pill can revive them. A scroll of divine punishment, capable of unleashing corresponding heavenly tribulations based on the opponent's realm. Once the scroll is activated, regardless of whether the opponent is 1 or 1,000, they will be enveloped by divine retribution, facing certain death or severe injury. A teleportation array of the Great Emperor, allowing one to traverse any location within 1,000,000 miles if one can gather the complete teleportation array. They may traverse the myriad realms and the vast universe at will. Upon seeing these rewards, Zhou Hai's eyes widen in excitement, especially that Sage Experience card, which grants 12 hours of Sage-level cultivation upon activation. This is truly an unbeatable asset. Over the years of attendance, he has acquired numerous valuable items. Yet, lamentably, these are either divine weapons or various elixirs for enhancing one's cultivation and comprehending the Tao. In short, for someone like him, who cannot cultivate, these trinkets hold no utility whatsoever. That it was only at this moment that the system finally bestowed upon him something truly useful, a Sage Experience card. Had he received it sooner, he would already be renowned across the land. Others would bow and worship him as the sage ancestor. Who would dare to call him a mere salted fish? How audacious! What is so remarkable about the sacred land? It merely boasts an ancestor who was a sage and is protected by sage relics. The major sacred lands are oblivious to whether any sages still exist. I could become a sage at any moment. Who would dare to provoke me? The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became. After a considerable time, Zhou Hai realized that in the past he would be overwhelmingly tired at this hour. Yet today he felt no drowsiness whatsoever. Upon reflection, he understood that times had changed. He was no longer an ordinary mortal. However, he was still unable to cultivate, and staying awake at this late hour felt somewhat unnatural. So he simply lay down. Strangely enough, practitioners who do not require sleep can quickly fall into slumber once they resolve to do so. Within mere breaths, he successfully drifted into a dream. As dawn broke, just as the first light began to illuminate the sky, the voice of Murong Xiao echoed from the horizon. "Junior brother!" The thunderous call startled Zhou Hai, causing him to leap up, hastily donning his trousers and rushing outside. "What on earth are you doing? It's still dark. Are you trying to summon my death?" Upon seeing Murong Xiao, who stood high in the morning mist, Zhou Hai grumbled. Junior brother Du Hai sent a sound transmission talisman. "Something has happened, and we must hurry." Murong Xiao's expression was grim. "What? You even used a sound transmission talisman? It must be extremely dangerous. Are you sure you want to take me along?" Zhou Hai was somewhat bewildered. It is known that in the realm of cultivation, sound transmission talismans, while not excessively rare, are incredibly costly, often unaffordable for ordinary practitioners. Even elders of some sects would refrain from using them unless absolutely necessary. Otherwise, Du Hai would not have sent someone to convey the message. Yet now, he had used a sound transmission talisman for help, clearly indicating a dire situation. It is worth noting that Du Hai is a half-step Taoist capable being. If he is in trouble, how perilous could the situation be for me? Enough talk. Let us go, Murong Xiao commanded decisively. Zhou Hai barely managed to put on his outer robe when Murong Xiao waved his hand. And a path of laws entwined around Zhou Hai, lifting him into the air. Soon after, a spirit vessel appeared, and as the two of them boarded, they departed at an astonishing speed. They soared through wind and mist. And within 2 hours, Zhou Hai and Murong Xiao had arrived on the vast lands of Qinzhou, hundreds of thousands of miles away. The capital city of Qinzhou was bustling and prosperous, within the territory governed by this capital, which is part of the greater Qinzhou area, housing billions of inhabitants. Over 100 million resided. Early in the morning, wisps of smoke rose from the vast city, depicting a scene of thriving activity. However, upon closer inspection, one would discern that amidst the curling smoke, the entire massive city lacked a tranquil and peaceful atmosphere. Instead, it was filled with the sounds of gongs and drums, firecrackers resonating throughout. The lively scene was tinged with an undercurrent of tension. "Wow, senior brother, what a commotion!" Zhou Hai exclaimed that I left from here 7 years ago, and I recall there was hardly any faith back then. Now, with all this noise, whom were they worshipping? He peered down, unable to suppress a chuckle. Evil spirits, demons, and monsters. Murong Xiao's brow furrowed, his expression exceedingly grim. Senior brother, what are you saying? Faith is subjective. You believe what you believe. And I will believe in my own that I may not understand, but I must respect it. How can you speak so disparagingly of others? Zhou Hai scoffed, exasperated. You, my dear fellow, spend your days reading nothing but nonsensical texts. Across the world, aside from those in the Buddhist sect, who truly needs faith? The so-called faith is merely a tool used by most practitioners to enslave the masses. He gestured towards the palanquin below, where hundreds of young boys and girls were visible. Then he pointed to a carriage filled with beautiful maidens, all donned in bridal attire. And you still can't see the meaning behind this? Murong Xiao's anger flared, his brows knitting together. Zhou Hai focused his gaze and was instantly taken aback, his brow furrowing as a cold glimmer flickered in his eyes. Are they offering humans as sacrifices? Sending them off in marriage? Zhou Hai spoke with an icy tone. Let us go. We must investigate. Murong Xiao led Zhou Hai down into the city, merging into the bustling streets. Great Lord of the Ink Sea. Please save your pitiful subjects, compassionate and benevolent Lord of the Ink Sea. Please bless your people. Countless voices filled the air with prayers, beseeching the so-called Lord of the Ink Sea for protection. Excuse me, my good sir, we have just arrived from afar. May I inquire who this Lord of the Ink Sea is? Murong Xiao grasped the arm of a tall, lean man, smiling as he inquired. Ah, you're asking about the Lord of the Ink Sea. He is incredibly powerful, born to save the world and assist all beings. You see, just a few days ago, a plague spread from Lucheng, and the entire Qinzhou has been afflicted, including this capital. The court has dispatched several teams, even 4 imperial envoys, yet none have returned unscathed, all succumbing to the plague. Faced with this apocalyptic plague, the city lord's office was powerless, as was the inspector's office, and even the court was helpless. However, last night, the compassionate and omnipotent Lord of the Ink Sea descended and, with a mere wave of his hand, contained the plague. Moreover, he has apprehended the culprit behind this calamity, who will be executed publicly today. The man spoke with fervor, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Indeed, I have heard that this culprit is someone from the court, the last imperial envoy, named Do Something. Suddenly, another person interjected, equally animated to Du Hai. I've heard that Du Hai disrespected the deities and angered the heavens, resulting in the plague as punishment for our Dezhou. Yet another voice chimed in. What, Du Hai? Murong Xiao's expression shifted dramatically. Are you saying that if they execute this Du Hai, the plague will cease? The group shook their heads, chuckling. One of them replied, How could that be? The heaven's punishment is not so easily dispelled. Only the Lord of the Ink Sea can uphold righteousness and dispel evil, safeguarding the people. Thus, today's sacrifices involve offering hundreds of young boys and girls to the heavens, along with marrying off 100 brides to the Lord to establish a bond of fate. Only in this manner can the Lord break free from the shackles of the celestial realm and remain among us, protecting all beings. After this man concluded, another added, However, with the Lord residing in our realm, He will lose some celestial power, which will weaken his abilities. Therefore, starting tomorrow, Qinzhou will ensure that over 100 million people mine daily, extracting spiritual essence or to replenish the Lord's powers. We have already signed up. Contributing to the Lord is a joy we willingly embrace. Zhou Hai looked at these people with an expression of utter disbelief. Come now, do such clumsy methods of spreading a cult actually convince anyone? If this were Earth, they would be reported in an instant. Even the elderly would not tolerate it. Yet, Murong Xiao felt a swell of sympathy. These ignorant individuals have been excessively sheltered by the academy and the court, making them blissfully unaware of the manipulation they were under. Simultaneously, Murong Xiao couldn't help but worry that if Du Hai had fallen into the hands of the Lord of the Yangtze, what could be his fate? To have captured Du Hai, this Lord of the Yangtze was certainly no ordinary practitioner. This journey to Qinzhou would undoubtedly be fraught with peril. Junior brother, we are in grave trouble this time. Such critical intelligence, and the court has yet to relay anything to us. If I'm not mistaken, the entire Qinzhou has long been under someone's control. With the news being sealed, the court's reach cannot extend here. Without the court's assistance, it would be difficult for just the two of us to face the impending troubles. After parting ways with the crowd, Murong Xiao led Zhou Hai into a narrow alley. Frowning, should we head back then? Zhou Hai shrugged and replied with a smile. Why is it that you always think of fleeing at the slightest hint of difficulty? Du Hai is your senior brother, and you would abandon him. Don't forget, Du Hai has looked after you while in the court, sending people to the academy regularly with provisions. Did I ask this how you repay him? Murong Xiao was infuriated. This fellow could never speak a sensible word. Oh, come on. Can't I just make a joke? Zhou Hai chuckled. How about we wait for the Lord of the Yangtze to emerge? Whoever this monstrous being is, daring to poison the populace under the academy's watchful, I shall be dealt with. Zhou Hai grinned that he had to admit that Murong Xiao treated him well. But Du Hai treated him even better. After all, Du Hai shared the same master, and he had genuinely brought him many good things. Without the capability to help, how could he allow his senior brother to face such a fate alone? Alas, it sounds simple, but we are bound to be at a disadvantage. Murong Xiao shook his head, his expression grim. Let us take it one step at a time. We should head to the inspector's office first. Quickly, the two soared through the skies towards the inspector's residence. Without waiting for the servants to announce their presence, Murong Xiao marched in with Zhou Hai, exuding an air of righteous indignation. Halt! Who are you? And what do you intend to do? A group of guards surrounded them, barking commands. Begone! Murong Xiao's eyes glinted with fury as he bellowed. Where's Lin Shixiao? Come forth and plead for forgiveness before me. It was evident that the situation in Qinzhou had indeed provoked Murong Xiao's wrath. He had arrived with the intent to seek retribution. Zhou Hai followed closely behind, his gaze scanning the surroundings. According to the system's instructions, Qin Xiao was within the governor's residence, the offspring of the Lin family servants, a slave to the Lin family since birth. He had initially intended to deal with the plague before seeking out his disciple. But now that he had arrived, he was naturally inclined to catch a glimpse of his little apprentice. Just then, the system's voice chimed in, ding, alerting the host, your second disciple Qin Xiao is in mortal danger. A protective mission has been issued. The host must ensure Qin Xiao's safety. The system will grant a protective gift package. Upon hearing this, Zhou Hai's expression shifted dramatically. After confirming Qin Xiao's location through the system, Zhou Hai soared into the air, departing from the scene. Shitty, where are you going? Murong Xiao called out urgently. Just a small matter, I'll be back shortly. Zhou Hai replied, be careful, this place is fraught with danger. Do not be careless. Murong Xiao attempted to pursue, but upon seeing a group approaching, he could only call out loudly, Dada, is that not the esteemed Murong sect leader? Why are you not residing peacefully within the academy? And instead have come here? The group that emerged from the depths of the residence was led by Lin Shixiao, who approached Murong Xiao with a warm smile. Years ago, the holy ancestor of the great Zhou invited me to oversee the academy, collaborating with the Zhou royal family to govern the realm. Now, does my academy require your permission to venture wherever we please within the great Zhou? Murong Xiao retorted, his countenance darkening. The territory of the great Zhou spans countless miles. The esteemed Murong sect leader may traverse it freely without seeking my counsel. However, some places are inherently perilous. One cannot traverse them recklessly. Lin Shixiang laughed heartily, his words laced with veiled threats. Presumptuous. It seems my suspicions were correct. Your Lin family is colluding with others to sow discord in the court, Murong Xiao admonished angrily. Lin Shixiang, are you not afraid of retribution from the Zhou royal family? The northern wilderness is not solely comprised of the four great dynasties. If one were to tally them, there are countless nations. Yet only the four great dynasties are renowned. The founders of these four dynasties are saints, and the four royal families possess formidable legacies, comparable to sacred lands, thus being termed the holy dynasties. The numerous sacred lands across the northern wilderness dominate over 1,000 nations, exerting control over their populace, yet they struggle to infiltrate the territories of the four holy dynasties, showcasing their might. As a government official of the Great Zhou, betraying the dynasty would lead to inevitable retribution from the Zhou royal family. Retribution? Murong sect leader, you may never witness that day, Lin Shixiang sneered coldly. Seeking death, Murong Zhao's eyes narrowed dangerously as he lunged towards Lin Shixiang, poised to strike. However, at that moment, a streak of dark light shot down from the heavens, aimed directly at Murong Zhao's face. A potent sense of crisis surged forth, compelling Murong Xiao to evade the attack. The dark light struck the ground without causing any cataclysmic upheaval, producing only an imperceptible sound as a dark spike embedded itself into the earth. The spike, reflecting the dark light, faintly shimmered blue. Upon impact, the soil around it turned ashen, and the vegetation within a 10-zhong radius withered and perished instantly. Moreover, this decay continued to spread outward at an alarming rate. Clearly, the toxicity of this dark spike surpassed the imagination of ordinary individuals. Wanda sect, Wu Wanli, are you still alive? Upon seeing the dark spike, Murong Zhao's expression changed drastically. 7 years prior, its master had made an appearance. In that battle, Zhou Hai's master, Zhang Er, had been ambushed and succumbed to a deadly poison, passing away within a few years. Yet Murong Xiao distinctly remembered that the master of this dark spike had been struck by Zhang Er's palm, and, logically, should not have survived. That it was worth noting that Zhang Er had been a formidable figure at the harmonization realm, while Wu Wanli had merely attained the enlightenment realm. Murong Xiao, after all these years, you remain stagnant at the enlightenment realm. It appears your worth is indeed lacking. Let us depart. We shall meet at the old place to converse. In the air, a man clad in a dark cloak emerged. His features obscured, a cruel smile gracing his lips. Upon hearing this, Murong Zhao's expression darkened, clearly recalling the old place to which he referred. This individual had previously invited them to a brothel, and even now, Zhou Hai continued to mock him. Regrettably, the other party did not grant him the opportunity to speak, retracting the dark spike and vanishing into a streak of darkness. Murong Xiao, do not think of escaping. No one may enter or exit Qinzhou without my permission. Wu Wanli's voice echoed from the heavens. Such arrogance! I shall see what tricks you possess. Murong Zhao's gaze turned icy as he immediately took flight in pursuit. Meanwhile, Zhou Hai was still oblivious to the unfolding events. Speeding along, he soon arrived at the outskirts of the capital city, 800 li away. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, a series of explosive sounds erupted from the grassland. A young girl was relentlessly wielding a long whip, striking a girl curled up on the ground. The girl was covered in wounds, her flesh mangled, with nary a patch of unscathed skin to be found. Yet the assailant showed no mercy, intent on delivering a fatal beating. See? I told you she is immortal, impervious to death. Now do you believe me? The young girl exclaimed excitedly as she continued to strike, drawing the attention of the avian beast in her arms, its eyes gleaming with excitement. Nearby, several carriages drawn by demon tigers, thunderous apes, and three-headed wolves were present. These demon beasts were all at the Foundation establishment level, and being able to subdue them for pulling carriages clearly indicated their impressive backgrounds. Atop the carriage, a few young men and women were also eagerly observing the spectacle. Miss Lin, what are you attempting to achieve? If you possess the skill, strike at her vital points. If she survives, we shall believe you. One of the young men suddenly remarked with a grin. You doubt me, do you? Very well, I shall provide you with something thrilling today. Miss Lin coldly chuckled, discarding the whip, and stepped forward to seize the girl's hair, yanking her up forcefully. The girl's gaze was vacant, completely unaware of how to struggle, resembling a fool. Only the fear reflected in her eyes attested to her humanity. Albeit meagerly, Watch closely. I shall kill her now and dismember her. Within 3 hours, she will be reborn." Miss Lin brandished a dagger, smiling at the young men, and aimed for the girl's eye, ready to inflict brutal harm. Chapter 16. 9 Revolutions Rebirth Pill. The girl's eyes widened in terror, yet she did not comprehend the need to evade, letting out a fearful scream at the last moment, resigned to her fate. Just then, a figure appeared before her, that a large hand reached out, firmly grasping the dagger. At that moment, the dagger was less than 2 centimeters from the girl's pupil, and upon seeing the dagger frozen in place, the girl finally collapsed in horror. Miss Lin was taken aback, gazing at Zhou Hai, who had suddenly materialized, a flash of malice flickering in her eyes. The nearby young men and women looked equally astonished, questioning who dared to interfere in their affairs, seeking death. Miss Lin exploded with rage, yanking the dagger forcefully, intending to kill Zhou Hai first. However, despite her efforts, the dagger remained unmoved, seeking death. With another declaration, Miss Lin channeled her true essence, revealing her foundation establishment cultivation. As a prodigy of the Lin family, she took pride in her early attainment of this level. This young man, appearing no older than 20, was insignificant in her eyes. Yet, despite her full strength, she found the dagger resolutely immobile, as though it had been frozen in time. How is this possible? Miss Lin was left dumbfounded, staring in disbelief at the unfolding scene. At such a young age, to be so ruthless. Is this how your elders have instructed you? Zhou Hai regarded Miss Lin with a frosty gaze before suddenly releasing his grip, delivering a resounding slap to her face. Slap. The crisp sound echoed as Miss Lin was sent spinning 3 times before crashing to the ground. Feeling the fiery sting on her face, Miss Lin's eyes immediately reddened. Throughout her life, who had dared to lay a finger on her? This person had the audacity to strike her. Presumptuous! Who are you to lay hands on me? An indignant voice rang out as a young man rushed forward. Let me inform you, Wanner is the cherished jewel of Lin Darren. The governor of Qingzhou. To strike her is to slap Lin Darren's face. You are courting death. Another young man quickly stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Lin Wanner, glaring fiercely at Zhou Hai. Miss Wanner, are you all right? Are you hurt? The last young woman hurriedly supported Lin Wanner, her expression filled with concern. Lin Shixiang, the Lin family dares to treat my disciple in such a manner. What does it matter if I strike Lin Manner's face? If I do not receive an explanation today, the Lin family shall have no reason to exist. Zhou Hai let out a cold snort, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. 7 years ago, he was raised under the Crimson Banner. After inexplicably arriving in this world, he was sold by human traffickers to a brothel as a child prostitute. Though he endured torment for a time due to his vow of defiance, he ultimately evaded being violated. Later, he encountered Murong Xiao and Zhang Er, who brought him into an academy, allowing him to enjoy 7 years of a peaceful life. In that harmonious environment, although he was aware of the world's cruelty, he had never truly experienced it firsthand. Little did he expect that upon stepping out today, he would witness so much darkness. It was truly infuriating. How dare you strike me? Kill him. You lot kill him. I want him torn to pieces. Lin Wanner, who had been helped to her feet, was driven mad, pointing at Zhou Hai, her eyes bulging with rage. Upon hearing this, the 2 youths exchanged glances, raised their hands to point at Zhou Hai, and shouted, "Kill!" A deafening roar of a tiger echoed, imbued with a soul-chilling power that instilled fear in the hearts of those present. Meanwhile, the Thunder Tiger, which had been restrained at the front of a carriage, broke free and charged forward like a streak of lightning towards Zhou Hai. Boom! Boom boom! At the front of another carriage, the demon ape also freed itself from its bindings, pounding its chest and leaping into the air, engulfed in flames of demonic fury, descending upon Zhou Hai with the intent to crush him into a pulp, to kill at a whim. They truly know no remorse. Zhou Hai's gaze sharpened as he faced the Thunder Tiger, which had transformed into a bolt of lightning that he threw a punch, unleashing the power of Black Thunder. In an instant, a fierce wind whipped around, the tremendous force crashing down upon the Thunder Tiger with the might of a landslide. The electric form of the Thunder Tiger, in the face of Zhou Hai's black lightning, appeared as feeble as a firefly competing against the brilliance of the full moon. Utterly incapable of withstanding a blow, there was not even the sound of an explosion. In the moment of collision, the Thunder Tiger was vaporized, and the tempestuous power it had summoned was instantly devoured by Zhou Hai's punch. The few youths and maidens nearby were taken aback, their pupils dilating in shock. This fellow exhibited no signs of cultivation, appearing as an ordinary person, yet upon striking, he displayed a power capable of annihilating the heavens and earth. Clearly, this was a force possessed only by a master of divine abilities. How old could he possibly be? How could he be so formidable? However, at that moment, Zhou Hai wasted no time, raising his hand to command the thunder. Directly opposing the descending demon ape. Towering over 3 meters, the demon ape was engulfed in flames of chaos, exuding boundless ferocity. Yet, the minuscule flame surrounding it seemed utterly laughable compared to the magic lightning in Zhou Hai's grasp. Silence, Zhou Hai commanded, the magic lightning in his palm surging with a heart-stopping force of destruction. Crack, the currents surged, and the demon ape's feet began to vaporize, its entire form disintegrating into nothingness in an instant. No! How could this be? Zhou Hai's display of power left everyone in the vicinity utterly stunned. What manner of divine ability is this? How terrifying it is! Quickly, we must flee! Recovering from their shock, the two youths hoisted Lin Wanner on either side and, along with another maiden, dashed towards the last carriage. The vehicle was drawn by a 3-headed demon wolf, which upon witnessing the unfolding events, dared not hesitate and bolted away. Shao Qing, Lin Wanner shouted, her avian beast swiftly descending to join them as they fled towards the governor's residence in Qinzhou. Can they escape? Observing the departing figures, Zhou Hai felt no urgency to pursue, but turned instead to the girl lying on the ground. These individuals must die, yet his precious disciple had suffered, and thus he would allow her to exact her own revenge. How are you? Zhou Hai inquired, frowning at the girl on the ground. She trembled all over, her face a deep shade of purple, her gaze increasingly vacant. She did not respond to his question, seemingly unable to hear him. Only the constant pain coursing through her body triggered her muscle spasms, having lost 2 souls and 4 spirits at merely 15 years of age. She had already experienced death 6 times. How cruel-hearted the Lin family is. In swift contemplation, Zhou Hai reached a grim conclusion, unable to suppress his astonishment. The reincarnation of a Tao fruit, under the oppression of the great Tao, faced a tumultuous fate. Beyond the 3 calamities and 9 tribulations, human misfortunes were relentless. The Tao fruit can indeed be lethal, for each death costs a soul or spirit to revive. The key issue is that while others may lose their souls and perish on the spot, or at the very least live as mere vegetables, the reincarnation of a Tao fruit does not lead to such outcomes. It merely affects one's intellectual faculties, resulting in an incomplete Tao fruit. Until complete death occurs, the Tao fruit dissipates. The girl, having lost 2 souls and 4 spirits, was equivalent to having died 6 times. Yet her condition of mere sluggishness and stupor was already remarkable. Come, take this. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Zhou Hai quickly produced a 9-turn revival pill, perfectly suited for this moment. But as soon as the pill touched the girl's lips, it transformed into a stream of light and flowed into her. In the next instant, the heavens shifted in color, dark clouds rolled, and the heavenly Tao trembled in anger. It seemed as though someone dared to challenge the will of the heavens, and the heavens intended to deliver punishment. Yet at that moment, a tremendous power erupted from within the girl's body. Chapter 17. In this day and age, even the heavens must undergo organ transplants. Boom! The violent force erupted from the girl, sending Zhou Hai flying hundreds of feet away. Then, that power morphed into a tornado, as if a funnel devouring the energies of the world, consuming the dark clouds above and the will of the heavens around them, ultimately converting it into energy to nourish the girl. Wow, the 9-turn revival pill, is this incredible? Zhou Hai was astounded, and no wonder it could restore a person's soul, even the Tao fruit. This was utterly a matter of depriving the will of heaven and the essence of the great Tao as materials. Zhou Hai was left speechless. How outrageous! The heavens and the great Tao would never have imagined that one day they would be subject to organ transplants. Soon, the celestial phenomenon dissipated, and Zhou Hai flew to the girl's side. She still lay on the ground, but her wounds had completely vanished, and the vacant expression in her eyes gradually transformed, as if recalling the memories of her many life-and-death tribulations. that I'm not dead? I am not dead? I'm not dead? The girl repeated the phrase 6 times, clearly indicating that for her, having died 6 times meant that this rebirth equated to 6 resurrections. Finally, she gazed at Zhou Hai. It was you who saved me. Thank you. She seemed to wish to express something more, yet all her sentiments ultimately coalesced into those 2 words of gratitude. Get up. Would you like to take me as your master? Zhou Hai smiled faintly, standing with a pose of feigned celestial demeanor. However, he was too young, lacking any semblance of the ethereal air of a sage. Yet he was undeniably handsome, radiating an aura akin to a jade-like gentleman. Unmatched in the world. Take you as my master. The girl stared blankly at Zhou Hai, somewhat bewildered. Yes, take me as your master, and I shall impart the ways of traversing heaven and earth, bestowing upon you the divine abilities to reshape destiny. From this day forth, no one shall ever harm you again. Do you agree? Zhou Hai smiled and nodded, in an instant. Memories flooded the girl's mind, her various life experiences flashing before her. Her name was Qin Xiao. Her father was a scholar who, for reasons unknown, had become a servant in the Lin household. From the moment she was born, her father had bestowed upon her a lovely name, hoping that one day she could regain her freedom and live as a carefree girl. Yet fate had dealt her a cruel hand. The viciousness of the young mistress led to the slaughter of her parents, and she endured repeated torment. She could not comprehend why, despite dying so many times, she could still be revived. But her life had been filled with suffering. Ever since her parents' passing, her world had been shrouded in darkness. Now, gazing at the young man before her, he observed her with a warm smile. His eyes sparkled brightly, and his smile was gentle, akin to a ray of warm sunlight. Qin Xiao felt her heart melt in an instant. Tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably, and she hastily knelt before Zhou Hai. Bowing her head, Xiao is willing to take you as my master. Upon hearing this, Zhou Hai nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. Rise, my disciple. I shall lead you to exact vengeance and reclaim your honor. He assisted Qin Xiao to her feet and soared into the sky. Pursuing Lin Wan'er and the others, Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully taking on a disciple. The following rewards are now granted. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the buried heaven demon body. Ding. Tenfold feedback enhancement activated. Congratulations to the host for upgrading the buried heaven demon body to perfection. Ding. No cultivation level detected in the disciple. No feedback will be granted. Ding. System rewards the host with an imperial-grade divine weapon. The soul-devouring demon palace. Ding. System rewards the host with an imperial-grade technique, the buried heaven emperor scripture. Ding. System rewards the host with a celestial restoration pill. Ding. System rewards the host with a millennium of cultivation. The voice of the system echoed just as Zhou Hai was processing the events, and his cultivation began to surge uncontrollably. Divine Ability Realm Level 6. Divine Ability Realm Level 7. Divine Ability Realm Level 8. Divine Ability Realm Level 9. Enlightenment. Since his breakthrough during the tribulation last night, with the tenfold feedback, Zhou Hai's cultivation had already surpassed Divine Ability Realm Level 5. Now, with the acquisition of a millennium of cultivation, his realm surged rapidly, reaching Divine Ability Realm Level 9 before finally stabilizing. However, this did not signify the end of his ascension. The path to enlightenment requires a process, even when bestowed by the system. It remains an immense reservoir of data for Zhou Hai's. The insights of the Tao surged into Zhou Hai's soul. He felt, in that fleeting moment, that the heavens and the earth had transformed. He seemed to perceive chains interwoven throughout the cosmos, manifestations of the Tao, embodying the order of the universe and the principles of the Great Way. In that instant, Zhou Hai could not naturally grasp these rules and orders. His perception was a fleeting epiphany. When that moment of clarity faded, so too did those principles and orders. Yet a singular Tao intertwined with Zhou Hai's soul, becoming one with him. Filled with joy, Zhou Hai sought to mobilize his Tao principles, only to find them utterly unresponsive, akin to a stagnant pool. What was happening? Zhou Hai was taken aback, and before he could ponder further, his cultivation began to break through. Enlightenment Stage 1, Enlightenment Stage 2, Enlightenment Stage 3. As his realm ascended, the power within Zhou Hai surged exponentially, like a vast ocean converging, ever more magnificent. It was not until he reached Enlightenment Stage 8 that his ascension finally came to a halt. At that moment, he felt as though he could annihilate the very heavens with a mere gesture. The sensation was exhilarating. Oh, how delightful it felt. Zhou Hai mused inwardly, yet a sense of unease crept in. Dao system. Are you withholding my rewards? My Qinbei is merely 16, yet his cultivation allowed me to successfully breach the 5th stage of divine powers. With your millennium of cultivation, how is it that I have only surpassed a mere dozen realms? Is that not rather insipid? The system's speechless voice responded. To answer the host, each minor realm's advancement requires the cumulative power from all preceding realms. A leap to a major realm necessitates tenfold that sum. The host has consecutively broken through 12 minor realms and 1 major realm. Do you still find that insufficient? Moreover, the system grants the standard cultivation of ordinary practitioners over a millennium, not that of unparalleled geniuses. Surely the host does not expect the millennium cultivation of an indestructible battle spirit, desiring a tenfold return. Shall the system simply promote the host to emperor instead? Perceiving the system's disdain, Zhou Hai's face turned crimson. In truth, he realized he had been somewhat greedy. After all, the power required for cultivation advancement is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Its exponential growth is indeed terrifying. Not to mention the additional insights of the Tao. Some individuals, even given a millennium, might never grasp their own Tao principles. A system, if you are considering promoting me to emperor, I might just entertain that notion. Zhou Hai grinned, awkwardly chuckling. The system fell silent, seemingly disinclined to engage with him. Observing this, Zhou Hai rolled his eyes. He couldn't fathom why this system was so proud, always acting indifferent. The wind howled by, and a long rainbow sliced through the sky, following his surge in cultivation. Zhou Hai's flying speed drastically increased, and in the blink of an eye, he caught up with the soaring carriage ahead. This is bad. He's caught up. On the carriage, upon seeing Zhou Hai approach, Lin Wanner and the others turned pale. Chapter 18. What was thought to be a saintly figure turned out to be a harbinger of death. Under the terrified gazes of Lin Wanner and the others, Zhou Hai, with Qin Shi Yao at his side, swiftly blocked their path. With a mere gesture, Zhou Hai sent a dark ray of light piercing into the 3-headed demon wolf, pulling the carriage. Oh! The 3-headed demon wolf's eyes were filled with dread as it howled to the heavens. Resembling more of a lament that I end the next moment, its body began to disintegrate, akin to burning paper, gradually turning to ash and dissipating into the air. Duh! The cries of terror echoed as, bereft of the beast that had been pulling the carriage. Even though the carriage was protected by formations, it could not take flight and plummeted to the ground. Inside, Lin Wanner and the others screamed in fear, attempting to leap from the carriage to escape into the sky. However, at that moment, Zhou Hai stepped forward, unleashing a formidable force of cultivation that instantly formed a powerful aura of oppression that in an instant, the very fabric of this realm seemed to warp within this distorted space. Lin Wanner and the others found their bodies utterly unresponsive, unable to harness even the power within them, and they plummeted alongside the carriage towards the ground. Meanwhile, Lin Wanner's avian spirit companion, the Kuei Mu Jiao, barely managed to unfurl its wings in a futile attempt to flee. Humph. Yet, with a cold snort from Zhou Hai, he took another step forward. Boom. In that moment, the very heavens seemed to collapse. The overwhelming pressure akin to mountains being overturned. The Kuei Mu Jiao emitted a mournful cry, its body exploding in an instant, meeting its end on the spot, leaving behind a rain of blood and flesh. Little Qing. Lin Wanner's pupils dilated, and she let out a heart-wrenching scream. Boom! As the carriage crashed to the ground, the others, unable to summon their protective cultivation, fell heavily. Each of the 4 spat out copious amounts of blood, feeling as though their insides were being shredded and their bones were pulverized. Had they not been cultivators with physiques far surpassing ordinary mortals, a fall from such heights would have reduced them to a mere smear of flesh. Disciple, take action, kill them, resolve the enmity and karma, lest we accumulate heart demons. Zhou Hai descended with Qin Shi Yao, directly entrusting the power of life and death over Lin Wanner and her companions to his treasured disciple. At this moment, Lin Wanner and the others were gravely injured, unable to summon their cultivation. Even a mere mortal could easily slay them. No, you cannot kill me. Who exactly are you, and why do you oppose the Lin family? Hearing this, Lin Wana was struck with terror. Always high and mighty, wielding the power of life and death over others, she now truly felt fear. Zhou Hai was the first to dare lay a hand on her. The first to make her sense the threat of death. Enough of this. Yet, in response to her terror, Zhou Hai merely raised his hand and struck her again, causing her to spew blood and fly backward. For such a deceitful and venomous individual, Zhou Hai could hardly be bothered to engage in conversation. However, at that moment, Qin Shi Yao interjected, "Master, I do not wish to kill her." "Why?" Zhou Hai was taken aback, his brow furrowing. Could it be that his disciple was a saintly figure? After being persecuted to this extent, she still held forgiveness. "Master, may I ask if you are the adversary of the Lin family?" Qin Shi Yao furrowed her brows slightly, tilting her head in contemplation before countering with a question. "What is the Lin family but a trifling matter? I could extinguish them with a mere flick." Zhou Hai stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding confidence. It is undeniable that a family like the Lin family, in certain small nations, could easily ascend to royal status. Even in a dynasty like the Zhou, they are a prominent clan governing vast territories, true lords of the land. Alas, power holds no sway over genuine strength. Only might can establish all. Truly, if that is the case, I cannot kill her. Qin Shi Yao's eyes lit up. But her next words caused Zhou Hai to frown. What is this girl saying? Does she truly believe that oppressing the weak is wrong, harboring genuine compassion? If so, such a saintly mindset is rather excessive. What right does she have to be his disciple? "Master, would you help me cripple her? I want her to live as a useless being for the rest of her life. And then, could you take her to the Lin estate and, before her very eyes, help me annihilate the Lin family? I want her to witness her parents perish before her, reduced to ashes. I aim to strip her of everything, leaving her in unbearable agony. If possible, could you imprison the souls of her parents and relatives, torturing them day and night, rendering her life worse than death? If that cannot be done, let them perish, denying them even a chance at reincarnation. They are unworthy." Qin Shi Yao's brow furrowed, and after a long contemplation, she spoke coldly. Upon hearing this, Zhou Hai, who had just been furrowing his brow, suddenly widened his eyes, his mouth agape in astonishment as he stared at Qin Shi Yao. Having just received a slap, Lin Wanner was barely recovering when she trembled all over, as if struck by lightning, her face turning ashen. The three other youths looked at Qin Shi Yao as if they had seen a ghost. Utterly shattered. Moments ago, when Qin Shi Yao expressed her reluctance to kill Lin Wanner, they had assumed she was a saint. Yet, now she seemed more like a reaper that even the king of hell would bow to. The contrast was too stark. Gulp. Zhou Hai swallowed hard, unable to suppress a violent cough as he realized, to his surprise, that his disciple was not the saintly figure. He was the one who was. Suddenly, a thought struck him, causing him to shudder, and no wonder after accepting this disciple. He had encountered the so-called burial heaven demon body and the so-called soul-devouring demon palace. It seemed all of this had long been foreseen. What was this? A saintly figure. Clearly, it was the reincarnation of a demon emperor. "No, it cannot be like this, my lady, do not listen to her. The Lin family may not be your match, but we have a sage backing us. If you harm the Lin family, that sage will surely intervene. My lady, why not forge an alliance with the Lin family? From now on, we shall serve the sage together." Suddenly, Lin Wanner's voice broke through, filled with urgency. A sage? Zhou Hai raised an eyebrow, abruptly turning to Lin Wanner. Just what manner of being is a sage? In the northern wilderness, sages belong to the realm of legends. The emergence of any sage would command the subservience of the entire northern wilderness. Not to mention sages, even the forces they establish are revered as holy lands for millennia, with no one daring to provoke them. What merit does the Lin family possess to have a sage as their supporter? Yes, a sage. Lin Wanner nodded vigorously. Fearing Zhou Hai might doubt her, she added, "My lord, you are aware of the plague in Qinzhou during this time, are you not? In truth, what is being referred to as a plague is nothing more than the machinations of a sage. My Lin family has already pledged allegiance to the sage, and now we await the miraculous signs to descend, which will utterly enslave all beings in Qinzhou, liberating it from the control of the Zhou dynasty. At that time, The sage will lead us from Qinju as our starting point, sweeping across the entire Zhou dynasty to establish a new sacred dynasty. If you serve the sage, esteemed sir, you will become a founding elder, your status rivaling that of the supreme elder of the sacred land. Upon finishing her words, Lin Wana looked at Zhou Hai with eager anticipation, convinced that such a grand temptation would be irresistible to him. Indeed, Zhou Hai's brows furrowed tightly, lost in contemplation. Seeing this, Lin Wana rejoiced, knowing there was hope. Chapter 19. Assault on the Lin family. A forceful entrance. So, in pursuit of this sage's ambition, you intend not only to enslave billions of beings, but also to ruthlessly poison millions. All merely to lay the groundwork for your schemes. Is that correct? Taking a deep breath, Zhou Hai gazed deeply at Lin Wana. Of course, in the presence of the sage, what do thousands or even billions of beings matter? To die for the sage is their honor. Lin Wana failed to perceive the coldness in Zhou Hai's eyes, eagerly nodding in agreement. For those of their kind, while they are all part of humanity, ordinary people are utterly beneath them, easily slaughtered like pigs or dogs. Ha ha ha, splendid indeed. Unfortunately, you likely have no idea where I hail from. Forgive me, I am an elder of the Jishao Academy. Suddenly, Zhou Hai smiled. The mere mention of being an elder of the Jishao Academy left Lin Wana ashen-faced. She understood all too well what the Jishao Academy represented. It was a group of madmen, self-righteous lunatics, especially the Zhou Academy. To speak of slaughtering beings in their presence was akin to digging one's own grave. Why bother? I was contemplating whether to grant you a swift death, yet you insist on courting disaster. Since you deem ordinary people as lowly and subject to your whims, from this day forth, I shall show you what true lowliness entails. Zhou Hai shook his head, the intent to kill coalescing in his eyes. What do you intend to do? Lin Wana cried out in terror. Yet Zhou Hai merely flicked his fingers that in an instant, waves of obliterating power surged into the bodies of the four individuals. A chilling scream erupted as their meridians shattered. Their cultivation instantly dispersed. Their foundations crumbled, leaving them incapable of further cultivation. Disciple, I find your proposal quite reasonable. Come, today I shall grant your wish. Zhou Hai glanced back at Qin Xiao, raised a hand and took her, along with the now crippled Lin Wana and others, soaring towards the Qinju prefectural governor's residence. Meanwhile, in the largest brothel of Qinju, Murong Zhao's complexion turned pale, despair filling his eyes. He knew this trip to Qinju was perilous, yet he had still underestimated the danger. Surrounding him were 10 stunning beauties, each possessing the cultivation of the Enlightenment realm. Among them was one at the pinnacle of the Enlightenment realm, just a step away from the Unity realm. And this was not the worst of it. The most disheartening was Wu Wanli. He had never anticipated that the strike from Zhang Air 7 years ago not only spared his life, but that today, 7 years later, he had successfully broken through to the Unity realm. Facing 10 Enlightenment realm powerhouses, along with a Unity realm superpower, Murong Xiao found himself utterly powerless. Sect Master Murong, will you truly not reconsider? One of them asked with a smile that if we join forces, when the Zhou dynasty undergoes a change of rule, the Jishao Academy will maintain its exalted status. Otherwise, this Zhou Academy will meet its end at your hands. Do you wish to be remembered as the eternal sinner of the Academy? As Murong Xiao sat across from Wu Wanli, the latter's demeanor was one of feigned joviality, yet his powerful Unity realm energy constantly suppressed Murong Xiao. Coupled with the combined might of the 10 beauties' energies, though he appeared calm, Murong Xiao was effectively bound hand and foot, unable to exert even a fraction of his power. His life was entirely in their grasp. Wicked and heretical. You dare to covet the fortunes of the great Zhou's humanity. To suggest that my academy cooperate with you is pure folly. Murong Xiao's gaze was icy, even at this juncture. He showed no sign of compromise. With differing paths, he had his own principles to uphold. How could he bow to these toxic cultivators? Alas, why must it be so, since Sect Master Murong refuses to recognize the gravity of the situation? I can only invite him to the sacrificial altar to make a small contribution to the sage. Wu Wanli shook his head in disappointment, raising his hand to strike down on Murong Zhao's head. Murong Zhao's spiritual energy surged violently, his path trembling that he attempted repeatedly to break free. Yet against the combined suppression of these individuals, it was in vain that in fact, he could hardly move, forced to watch helplessly as the strike descended. Shattering his cultivation and dispersing his path, with a muffled groan, Murong Xiao spat blood, completely losing his capacity to resist. "Take him away, for sacrifice," Wu Wanli commanded, retracting his hand, and the group swept Murong Xiao away from the scene. At this moment, Zhou Hai remained oblivious to these developments. With Qin Xiao and the others in tow, he directly stormed the Lin family estate. Bang, 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 as Lin Wanner and the others were carelessly tossed before the Lin family gate. The guards were taken aback. "Miss, who are you, and what have you done to Our Lady?" One guard, recovering his wits, pointed at Zhou Hai and shouted, "Boom!" In response, Zhou Hai delivered a slap that in an instant, the guard was sent flying, crashing heavily against the governor's gate. His body, along with the gate, shattered into pieces. Another guard's pupils widened in shock, involuntarily exclaiming. Yet, Zhou Hai responded with another slap from afar, boom. Another explosive sound echoed as that guard too was flung backwards, colliding with the entrance hall behind the door. The stone-crafted entrance exploded on impact, and the guard's body was instantly reduced to mush, splattering across the shards of the entrance. "This is bad. A formidable enemy approaches." The commotion immediately drew the attention of the entire governor's residence. In a heartbeat, countless powerful auras erupted. Thousands of foundation-building cultivators, hundreds of innate cultivators, and dozens of deathly realm cultivators rushed from all directions. Their overwhelming presence pressed down like a tidal wave, making it hard to breathe even before they arrived. Unfortunately, none of this had any effect on Zhou Hai. He didn't even glance at these individuals, instead directing his gaze deeper into the governor's residence. There an even more formidable aura surged forth, rapidly approaching. It must be a cultivator of the divine ability realm. Though Zhou Hai had never seen Lin Shixiao, he knew this could only be him, De Wanner. Indeed, the moment the figure burst forth from the governor's residence, he noticed Lin Wanner and could not help but feel his eyelids twitch. "Who dares to harm my daughter?" He then abruptly looked up at Zhou Hai. "Lin Shixiao, how is it you still live?" Zhou Hai regarded Lin Shixiao with a cold expression, based on his understanding of Murong Xiao. That fellow, though fond of frequenting brothels, was undoubtedly a man who eradicated evil without mercy. For someone like Lin Shixiao to still be alive could only mean he had been deceived or that he was in danger. "Who are you?" Lin Shixiao did not answer, but instead coldly questioned. He refrained from attacking immediately, for he could not see through Zhou Hai. This person bore no fluctuations of cultivation, appearing akin to an ordinary individual. Yet how could an ordinary person kill the guards of the estate? Chapter 20. Palm extinguishes heaven and earth, annihilating the Lin family. Father, quickly summoned the celestial venerable. He is an elder of the Jixiao Academy. Without waiting for Zhou Hai to speak, Lin Wanner interjected. Having witnessed Zhou Hai's power, she knew he surpassed her father's capabilities. The To avoid the annihilation of their family. She urgently called for Wu Wanli. "What? An elder of the Jixiao Academy?" Lin Shixiang's expression shifted, regarding Zhou Hai with heightened vigilance. Hailing from the Jixiao Academy and appearing completely inscrutable in terms of cultivation, could he be an ancient monster from the Zhou Academy that had long since retreated from the world? Or perhaps someone dispatched from the main academy? Regardless of the outcome, this posed a tremendous threat to Lin Shixiao. The strength of the individual before him clearly exceeded that of Murong Xiao. "May I ask which elder of the academy you are?" Lin Shixiao discreetly crushed a communication talisman, forcing a smile as he cupped his hands toward Zhou Hai. "From the Great Zhou Academy. I am Zhou Hai, elder of the Dao Palace." Zhou Hai stood with his hands clasped behind his back. After years of feeling stifled in the cultivation world, he felt it was time to make his name known. "What, Zhou Hai?" Yet, as his words fell, Lin Shixiao froze. "You are Zhou Hai, elder of the Dao Palace of the Great Zhou Academy." Behind Lin Shixiao, a middle-aged man exclaimed in disbelief. Zhou Hai was taken aback. Was he really that impressive? Just a name was enough to leave people stammering in shock. Observing their astonished expressions, he racked his brain, but could not recall any earth-shattering deeds he had accomplished over the years. "Ha ha, how remarkable. I see now it is the unrivaled waste of a millennium from the Jixiao Academy." Zhou Hai. At that moment, Lin Shixiao, filled with rage, laughed derisively at Zhou Hai. Those behind him brazenly stepped forward to assist Lin Wanner and the others. Showing no fear of provoking Zhou Hai, Zhou Hai's expression darkened. unable to suppress the throbbing veins on his forehead that a millennium's worth of unrivaled waste. Is this how one speaks of another? Zhou Hai never anticipated that he had already gained a notorious reputation, albeit somewhat unflattering. Zhou Hai, you are late, if I am not mistaken. Your senior brother Morong Xiao should be dead by now. However, fear not, for I shall escort you to meet him. Lin Shixiang's countenance darkened. The mere thought of having almost been deceived by Zhou Hai filled him with a seething rage, wishing to tear Zhou Hai apart. That it was no wonder that this individual, lacking in cultivation, could annihilate 2 guards and even leave his precious daughter and several disciples of the Sacred Valley in such a state. For Lin Shixiang, everything made sense the moment Zhou Hai revealed his identity. Even if Zhou Hai were but a mortal, he was still an elder of the academy. Surely, he must possess some means of self-defense when traversing the world. Given the academy's profound influence, it would hardly be surprising if he were capable of injuring a Death Realm cultivator, let alone 2 mere body-refining guards, or his own daughter, a Foundation establishment cultivator. Yet this did not grant Zhou Hai the liberty to act with impunity, if he dared to kill Morong Xiao. What was Zhou Hai? A mere waste worth? What did you say? Where is my senior brother? Upon hearing of Morong Xiao's misfortune, Zhou Hai's heart tightened. Although Morong Xiao often pointed fingers at him and rambling on, he had nevertheless cared for him for 7 years, but he had not anticipated that Morong Xiao would encounter trouble so soon after his departure, that I said I would send you to meet him. Lin Shixiang's gaze turned frigid as he waved his hand, summoning 10 formidable Death Realm experts who immediately charged forth, launching an assault on Zhou Hai. After all, he was an elder from the academy. Even as a mortal, to avoid any unexpected powerful trump cards, these Death Realm experts dared not be careless, unleashing lethal strikes from the outset. Beside Zhou Hai, Qin Xiao tensed, feeling an icy force approach, as if it sought to freeze her into a lifeless husk. This was an attack from a female Death Realm cultivator, the frigid aura palpable even from a dozen paces away. Yet, in the next moment, she felt as if engulfed in magma, the searing heat causing her flesh to ache unbearably. Her long hair twisted rapidly, her garments becoming brittle, almost as if her very being would be reduced to ash in an instant. Following that, a wave of piercing cold assailed her, akin to 1,000 swords piercing her heart. Then came an overwhelming gravitational force, pressing down as if a mountain had descended, threatening to crush the heavens and earth. In the briefest moment, she experienced a myriad of terrifying residual forces, all born from the attacks of the 10 Death Realm experts. The Death Realm, defying the heavens, possessed an inherent power that could reverse the very fabric of existence. In the face of such forces, Qin Xiao felt as diminutive as an ant, realizing that these experts could extinguish her life with but a breath. Yet just as she could no longer withstand the residual waves of 10 attacks, and felt her body on the verge of exploding, Zhou Hai trembled, dissipating the myriad forces into nothingness. Simultaneously, Lin Wanner's voice rang out at no, be cautious of this person. Lin Wanner understood that Zhou Hai was not someone these individuals could contend with. Not even her father. Regrettably, her warning came too late. Ignorant fool. Zhou Hai's eyes narrowed dangerously, his hand raised as he struck downwards. Boom. A torrent of ferocious power surged from Zhou Hai, forming an enormous, dark handprint that obliterated the Death Realm cultivators midair. As blood mist erupted forth, those who dared to challenge the heavens met their untimely demise. Bang. Witnessing this scene, Lin Shixiang's pupils dilated in shock, then contracted to the utmost extent in an instant. His eyelids twitched violently, his mind bombarded as if by 1,000 tons of explosives, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. 10 Death Realm cultivators, whom he would need to expend considerable effort to defeat, had been effortlessly slain by a single strike. Moreover, he had seen with his own eyes that Zhou Hai had not employed any external means, that it was a power that emanated purely from Zhou Hai himself. A strength so formidable it evoked despair. How could this be? Wasn't this individual supposed to be a once-in-a-millennium oddity, a waste of 1,000 years, an elder of the great Zhou Academy living off the fruits of others' labor? This waste? Lin Shixiang was left bewildered, while the other cultivators around him trembled in fear, their faces ashen, as if they had seen a ghost. 10 Death Realm experts had been so casually dispatched. Lin Shixiang, daring to lay a hand on my senior brother. You deserve death. Zhou Hai's expression turned cold as he reached out directly towards Lin Shixiang. No. Lin Shixiang's body was electrified with fear. And he turned to flee till he realized that this individual was no mere waste. His power was beyond anything he could contend with. Yet as he turned, he felt the very fabric of space around him freeze. A colossal dark hand forming beside him, seizing him and lifting him high into the air. The threat of death enveloped him entirely. His heart raced fiercely, an overwhelming terror nearly shattering his resolve. No! Lin Shixiang screamed in terror. Without a doubt, in this moment, Zhou Hai needed only to exert the slightest force to end his life on the spot. Chapter 21. The Promised Salvation of the Masses. Yet he secretly indulges in debauchery. Speak. Where is my senior brother? Zhou Hai's icy voice rang out, akin to a demon from the depths of the abyss demanding answers. Qinghua Tower. Elder Zhou, your senior brother is not dead. I was merely speaking nonsense that I implore Elder Zhou to spare my life. In that moment, Lin Shixiang had lost all semblance of the previous bravado. In Zhou Hai's grasp, he could not even muster the strength to resist. Only able to divulge the truth. Qinghua Tower? How ironic, claiming to save the world while secretly indulging in vice. Zhou Hai was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. How foolish of him to worry for this senior brother. What a waste of sentiment. Indeed, Elder Zhou's senior brother is at Qinghua Tower. Murong Zhongmen is alive. I beseech Elder Zhou to spare my life. Lin Shixiang pleaded once more. Spare your life? As a subject of the great Zhou. Your Lin family colludes with evil forces, seeking to usurp power and commit blood sacrifices against the populace. Do you dare to seek mercy? Zhou Hai scoffed, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. No, Elder Zhou. That is not the case. I am a man of the Crown Prince, a loyal subject. How could I betray the Crown Prince? Lin Shixiang was drenched in cold sweat, hastily explaining. However, before he could finish his words, darkness enveloped his vision, and a heart-wrenching agony surged through him. His body was instantly crushed by Zhou Hai, reduced to a pool of blood. Even at this juncture, you still seek to argue. It seems that in the face of death, you and the masses are no different. Zhou Hai clapped his hands, and as he spoke, he summoned the soul-devouring demon palace from his system space to the palm-sized entity materialized. Its arcane power radiated outward. A cacophony of screams erupted. The deceased Lin Shixiang, along with the 10 Death Realm cultivators, appeared suspended in the air. Their forms were translucent, faces etched with terror, as if enduring unimaginable torment. This is the soul body. Zhou Hai observed the soul bodies with curiosity, watching as they were drawn into the soul-devouring demon palace. The next moment, the palace glimmered with a dark light, and countless blades emerged, piercing through these soul bodies in an instant. The wails grew more agonizing. Even in their soul form, they felt the pain of 1,000 blades piercing their hearts. Moreover, the suffering inflicted upon soul bodies was 1,000,000 times more excruciating than physical harm. And it did not end there. As the blades passed, infernal flames ignited, scorching the soul bodies, amplifying their cries 1,000-fold. Following this, chilling winds from the abyss, swarms of biting insects, and various torturous punishments emerged. The tiny palace now resembled a hellish purgatory, instilling dread in all who beheld it. Crucially, the palace possessed the ability to restore soul bodies, no matter how they were tormented, even if their souls were scattered. They could instantly reassemble and continue to endure suffering. This horrifying spectacle sent the surrounding innate and foundation establishment cultivators of the Lin family into a state of utter terror. Some attempted to flee, yet found themselves paralyzed with fear, unable to move a muscle. They were gripped by sheer terror. In that moment, they resembled mere mortals, their calves cramping, unable to muster the courage to avenge Lin Shixiao, let alone escape, only hoping that Zhou Hai would overlook them. Father. Watching her father suffer unimaginable torment within the palace, Lin Wanner cried out in anguish. She yearned to rise, but her entire body felt shattered. Not only could she not stand, but the effort exacerbated her injuries, causing her to cough up blood. Father. Concurrently, the 3 young men who had just burst forth from the estate beheld this scene, unable to contain their furious roars. Zhou Hai turned to look, seeing the entire family of the inspectorate gathered at the entrance, their eyes wide with rage directed at him. Ah, so even your inspectorate family possesses emotions. So your family is capable of feeling pain. How fortuitous. A family should be complete. Zhou Hai's gaze was as frigid as ice, a cruel smile curving the corners of his lips with a mere wave of his hand. The massive palm imprint re-emerged, even larger than before, measuring an impressive 100 zhong, crashing down with tremendous force. The Lin family members displayed expressions of sheer terror. Some attempted to flee, but found the space around them had solidified, rendering them utterly immobile, forced to watch helplessly as the imprint descended. With a thunderous roar, the courtyard before the Lin residence shattered in an instant. The ground collapsed several zhong, and all the Lin family members were transformed into a gruesome mixture of blood and mud. Meeting untimely ends at that moment. Only Lin Wanner remained alive among her entire family. Witnessing this horrific scene, her eyes widened in anguish, the pain in her body forgotten as her cries echoed like the mournful lament of a cuckoo. Heart-wrenching and despairing. She had never imagined that one day she would witness the annihilation of her entire family. Now, gazing at Zhou Hai, she felt as though she were confronting a demon. She had never perceived murder as something wrong. In a world governed by the law of the jungle, the weak were akin to livestock, and their slaughter was simply a part of existence. That it was only in this moment that she truly grasped the suffering of the powerless. Yet, until now, she had not contemplated the anguish of those harmed by the Lin family. Her focus was solely on her own pain. She felt hatred. Why was this demon before her so ruthlessly heartless? Devoid of humanity, she loathed the very existence of such a fiend. Why did heaven not punish him? Lin Wanner, do you suffer? Years ago, when you cruelly punished my father, allowing the Ka Mu sculpture to gnaw at his flesh. Did you foresee this day? When you stripped my mother bare before the public, ensnaring her and slicing her flesh to feed the Ka Mu sculpture. Did you think of today? Ha, you deem my parents lowly. Claiming their demise as mere food for your spirit pets was their honor. You proclaimed yourself a strong one, asserting that their deaths brought you joy as a blessing for their virtue. Now, my master surpasses you in strength. He will annihilate your entire family. Why do you not express gratitude to him? Now, the souls of your parents and relatives serve for my amusement. Why do you not shower me with thanks? Beside Zhou Hai, Qin Xiao coldly observed this scene before finally speaking. Lin Wanner, you are not human. Do you not fear retribution? Coughing blood, Lin Wanner shouted loudly. Ha. When you first tortured me, I uttered similar words. You once said, what retribution could come from killing an ant? Who would have thought that one day you would utter such a phrase yourself? Qin Xiao laughed heartily, yet tears could not help but fall from her eyes. Zhou Hai felt a pang in his heart, understanding the girl's suffering. Yet he had not anticipated the darkness that enveloped her life. That it was no wonder she harbored such cruelty towards the Lin family. Anyone who had endured such experiences would surely find it difficult to retain kindness. That moment, the demon palace emanated its formidable power once more, imprisoning the souls of all the Lin family members, subjecting them to the same fate as Lin Shixiang and others. That a cacophony of wretched screams erupted incessantly, the entrance to the magistrate's residence transforming into a nightmarish realm, akin to the netherworld, sending shivers down the spines of all who beheld it. Who dares to cause trouble here? A chilling voice rang out just then. Master Ruyan, save us. Hearing this cry, the already petrified cultivators, too terrified to flee, felt an overwhelming joy. The pressure surrounding them lessened, and they turned, kneeling before the approaching stunning woman. Chapter 22. A single punch to shatter the Enlightenment Realm female cultivator. Zhou Hai turned to look, and he saw that this woman, possessing unparalleled beauty, appeared to be merely in her teens or early 20s. However, he knew that in the realm of cultivation, one could not ascertain a person's age merely by their appearance. Since the onset of defiance against fate, every act of rebellion could yield a century of life stolen from the heavens. Cultivators at the divine power realm possessed a lifespan of 1,000 years. And with her Enlightenment Realm cultivation, who could say how long this woman had lived? Master Ruyan, my Lin family is the most loyal servant of the Holy Lord. You must seek vengeance for us. Lin Wanner exclaimed upon seeing the woman. Master, save us. The young men and women beside Lin Wanner cried out desperately. This woman, known as Ruyan, had evidently become the hope of all. Humph. So the Lin family has indeed sought allegiance with the so-called saint. You are one of the saint's subordinates, are you not? Zhou Hai sneered, his eyes radiating murderous intent. Who are you, to know the relationship between the Lin family and my holy valley, yet dare to act recklessly? The woman scrutinized Zhou Hai, puzzled, for he appeared to possess no cultivation. How could he have annihilated the Lin family? Upon seeing the soul-devouring demon palace before Zhou Hai, her pupils constricted. What a profound palace! Utterly inscrutable. Could it be the legendary sacred artifact? Sacred artifacts, treasures crafted by the saints, appear as mundane objects in stillness, but once unleashed, none can rival their might. Their destructive power is such that beneath the saints, touching them means certain death. The reason the major sacred lands remain unyielding is precisely due to the existence of sacred artifacts, an unmatched foundation. With this thought, a flicker of fear crossed the woman's eyes, and she instinctively considered fleeing. Before a sacred artifact, her meager Enlightenment realm power was utterly insignificant. Master Ruyan, he is Elder Zhou Hai of the Academy, an enemy of the Holy Valley. Lin Wanner's voice reached her ears once more, causing the woman to frown. The Academy? Zhou Hai. Aha, so it is the legendary first oddity of the cultivation world, the useless elder. Today is truly a fortuitous day. Not only does the Academy's headmaster come to seek death, but even a good-for-nothing with no cultivation cannot resist the urge to join. Upon hearing this, the woman burst into laughter, her previous fear instantly transforming into excitement. Simultaneously, her gaze greedily lingered on the demon palace. Sacred artifacts are indeed powerful. If in the hands of a cultivator, even one with only foundational cultivation would command her respect and compel her to flee. Yet here it was, in the hands of a mere mortal, lacking the infusion of spiritual energy from a cultivator. How much of the artifact's power could truly be unleashed? This was a grand opportunity for murder and treasure. Could you not contain your drool? Do I appear to be a plump sheep? Zhou Hai remarked, unable to bear the woman's avarice any longer. Simultaneously, he began to worry. Could it be that his senior brother had been led into a trap by a seductress? Ah, you wish to see your senior brother? Rest assured, I shall grant you your wish. The woman sneered coldly, vanishing and reappearing before Zhou Hai in an instant, her hand reaching for his neck. Zhou Hai was taken aback, momentarily stunned. Did this woman lose her mind? How dare she attack him? Before she could grasp his neck, Zhou Hai unleashed a sudden punch. There was no surge of formidable spiritual energy. It was simply a spontaneous strike. Yet at the moment of impact, an inky golden light flickered across his fist, and a semblance of principles emerged. Bang! With a resounding crack, his fist collided with the woman's chest, and with a deafening explosion. She could not even let out a scream before blood erupted from her mouth as she was sent flying backward. Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosive sounds followed, and the overwhelming force continued to erupt within the woman's body. In an instant, her entire form was riddled with blood holes, her garments soaked in crimson. Ah, you, as she landed, the world around her dimmed, nearly choking her breath. She gazed at Zhou Hai in disbelief, unable to fathom how his punch could possess such overwhelming strength. Even with her full defense, she might not have been able to withstand it. This was a transformation from a fierce wolf to a lamb awaiting slaughter. How could this happen? Wasn't his reliance the sacred artifact? Zhou Hai looked at the woman, speechless. His offensive capabilities were not limited to the technique of the Annihilation Emperor. He also wielded the methods of the 100 Refinements Emperor. After absorbing the powers of numerous divine soldiers in Xinbei and undergoing countless trials, his body had become comparable to a divine weapon. Zhou Hai was 10 times stronger than Xinbei. Engaging him in close combat was tantamount to inviting defeat. Even a unified realm expert would collapse on the spot. This woman was simply courting death. Speak, what have you done to my senior brother? Zhou Hai inquired, shaking his head as he advanced towards the woman, his aura steadily intensifying. Boom! An overwhelming pressure descended, causing the woman to pale in shock. Enlightenment Realm 8th Layer. You are actually an 8th layer expert in the Enlightenment Realm. The woman was taken aback. Had it not been said that this individual possessed no cultivation? How could he be so powerful? Moreover, he was only 20 years old. A 20-year-old in the Enlightenment Realm. How extraordinary! Shoo, do not make a sound. Keep a low profile. Zhou Hai raised a finger to his lips. He realized that his reputation as a good-for-nothing was deeply entrenched. No one regarded him seriously. While it was frustrating, it had to be acknowledged that using the guise of a useless person to launch surprise attacks was quite advantageous. The previous punch had been exhilarating, akin to detonating a landmine. Observe, the woman who had appeared so full of life moments ago was now entirely deflated. That sensation. Who could understand it? The woman's eyelids twitched violently as she finally grasped that she had been deceived. This man had merely been pretending to be weak. Enough talk. What exactly happened to my senior brother? Zhou Hai pressed, still concerned for Morong Xiao. Elder Zhou, let us speak properly. Your senior brother is fine. My master not only invited him to Qinghua Tower as a guest, but also to observe the star-gazing tower for tea. He is currently at the star-gazing tower, sensing Zhou Hai's murderous intent. The woman felt a tightening in her heart and hastily cried out at tea this moment. She was the fish on the butcher's block, and he showed no hesitation in pleading for mercy. Do you expect me to believe you? What good could possibly come from your hands? Why don't you mention how he was caught for not paying after visiting the brothel? Zhou Hai shot her a disdainful glare, utterly unconvinced by her words. Really? The woman attempted to argue further, but Zhou Hai offered her no opportunity. He raised his hand to summon the soul-devouring magic palace, bringing it crashing down upon her head. You seem quite fond of this thing just now. Today, I'll use it to send you on your way, which should satisfy you. Zhou Hai granted her a rather special farewell, and under the might of the magic palace, the woman was instantly reduced to ashes. This was not merely a sacred artifact. It was a genuine imperial treasure. Such treasures could not be sullied. Even a mere touch could lead to immediate annihilation. Chapter 23. Brother, you truly indulge in extravagance. You are indeed fortunate to perish beneath an imperial artifact. This will give you plenty to boast about. Zhou Hai shook his head. Undoubtedly, the woman's soul had been captured by the soul-devouring magic palace. Zhou Hai harbored not a shred of sympathy for these so-called cultivators who regarded lives as mere ants. Hearing the woman's anguished cries, he slowly rose and cast his gaze upon the surrounding practitioners. Those who had previously been filled with inexplicable joy now stood in stunned silence, and no one had anticipated that the arrival of the esteemed Master Ru Yin would be so exhilarating, only for her to meet such an inexplicable demise. Others had not even needed to employ divine powers to effortlessly take her life. It's your turn. A smile curled at the corners of Zhou Hai's lips, appearing to those present as a devil's grin. No. Countless terrified screams erupted as over 1,000 individuals had no time to flee, turning into pools of blood and mud with a mere wave of Zhou Hai's hand. Countless souls were drawn into the magic palace, intensifying the wails of despair, a true cacophony of anguished spirits. Disciple, do you still find this magic palace to your liking? Zhou Hai turned to Qin Xiao and inquired with a smile. Yes, master. I absolutely adore it. Qin Xiao nodded eagerly, her affection for the palace emanating from her very soul. It was immensely powerful. A transcendent beauty of the Enlightenment realm suddenly appeared behind Zhou Hai, raising her hand to deliver a fierce slap to the crown of his head. Although she could not see through Zhou Hai's cultivation level, upon careful observation, she noted that he appeared to be merely in his 20s. Even if he were an extraordinary genius, he could only be at the level of divine powers. For her, a being of the Enlightenment realm, eliminating him would be exceedingly simple. However, just as she believed that this strike would be sufficient to obliterate Zhou Hai, he abruptly turned around and, with astonishing speed, unleashed a punch. Much like how he had dealt with Ru Yin before, there was no overwhelming force. It was simply a punch, yet it instantly maximized the body-forging power of the 100 Refinements Emperor Sutra. Boom! His fist struck heavily against the chest of the Enlightenment beauty, who did not even have time to scream in agony before being obliterated into a mist of blood amidst the explosion. This scene instantly widened the eyes of the onlookers, leaving them momentarily stunned. Zhou Hai, having unleashed his attack, showed no signs of stopping. In an instant, he appeared before several women in succession, delivering ruthless punches. One to each. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of explosions echoed continuously. How incredibly swift was Zhou Hai. In less than the blink of an eye, he had thrown 5 punches, striking 5 women. These 5 women were all CU individuals from esteemed academies. Even their disciples generally exhibit a level of maturity and composure not to mention those venerable elders who have transcended millennia. Few can match the audacity and recklessness of our junior brother. Such characteristics are virtually non-existent in the outside world, let alone within the hallowed halls of the Academy. Furthermore, even if the Academy's sages were to pass on, they would never resort to such vile acts as soul-snatching. This is undeniably the true form of our junior brother. How astute of you to resort to slander when you cannot prevail. Alas, such tactics are futile against me. You shall meet your demise. Zhou Hai scoffed, his figure shifting as he lunged toward Wu Wanli. Observing this, Wu Wanli's expression hardened, and he summoned his path, instantly manifesting a domain that enveloped Zhou Hai within its confines. Simultaneously, the overwhelming force of his cultivation surged forth as he prepared to unleash a full-powered strike. Zhou Hai felt a momentary pause, as if he had been transported to another realm, each step becoming a Herculean task, an unmistakable sensation of being severely constrained. This was the suppression of realms. Wu Wanli, as a formidable practitioner of the harmonization realm, exerted a pronounced dominance over those in the enlightenment realm. While the path of the enlightenment realm can bind individuals, it cannot create a self-contained space. In contrast, those of the harmonization realm possess the ability to do so. It is their domain. Within this realm, any adversary is at their mercy. Unfortunately, this domain proved ineffective against Zhou Hai from within Zhou Hai's system space. A sacred artifact-level jade pendant soared forth. The moment Zhou Hai grasped the pendant, an invisible order of the saints enveloped him, rendering Wu Wanli's domain ineffective. In an instant, he had closed the distance to Wu Wanli, his fist launching forth without hesitation. You are indeed concealing your true cultivation. Wu Wanli gasped in shock. Zhou Hai had not exhibited a stronger aura, yet he was able to effortlessly break free from his domain's confines. Shattering Wu Wanli's confidence, with a mighty shout, Wu Wanli, unable to evade, struck with all his might toward Zhou Hai's fist. The moment their fists collided, Wu Wanli felt as though he had struck an invincible weapon of the Tao. No matter how fierce his harmonization realm power was, it could not inflict even the slightest injury upon his opponent. The immense force of their collision propelled Wu Wanli backward. His gaze remained wide with horror as he regarded Zhou Hai. This individual was far too powerful. Merely through his physical form, he could withstand Wu Wanli's full-force strike that if a true battle ensued, Wu Wanli recognized he had no hope of victory. Realizing this, Wu Wanli wasted no time. He shattered a breach-breaking talisman, and in an instant, a spatial rift opened behind him. With a flicker of his form, he vanished along with the rift, leaving no time for anyone to intervene. Junior brother, eradicate all evil. Do not let him escape. Murong Zhao's voice rang out urgently. Junior brother, pursue him swiftly. Du Hai echoed in alarm. They had not anticipated Zhou Hai's overwhelming strength, but now was not the time for astonishment. The eradication of evil was paramount. Zhou Hai furrowed his brows, swiftly using the jade pendant in his hand to lock onto the aura of his foe, preparing to pursue through the Emperor's teleportation array. Yet at that moment, from all directions, over 100 practitioners from the divine ability realm surged forth. Quickly safeguard the teleportation array and request support from the Holy Valley. We must prevent him from disrupting the sacrifice until the Lord arrives. They shouted loudly, dashing toward the stargazing tower, intent on activating the teleportation array to summon greater forces. Looking for death. Zhou Hai's gaze sharpened, disregarding the pursuit of Wu Wanli. After all, Murong Zhao and Du Hai were currently incapacitated. Defenseless against these individuals, surrendering them would only lead to their demise. Moreover, who could say what kind of person this teleportation array might summon? These individuals had meticulously orchestrated their plans. He must first dismantle the teleportation array and eliminate all threats. With this thought, Zhou Hai soared upward, a torrent of annihilating power cascading around him. A hand, larger than before, materialized from thin air, wielding cataclysmic might, as if to obliterate the very world, descending upon the multitude of divine ability realm practitioners. Chapter 26. Our junior brother is the great sage, hidden in accomplishments and fame. Beware, countless shouts echoed. Over 100 practitioners from the divine ability realm had initially intended to band together against Zhou Hai. But upon facing that colossal descending palm, they realized the absurdity of their plan. The violent force of destruction brought an overwhelming sense of mortal peril, causing them to tremble, wishing only to flee. Yet, at that moment, they found themselves unable to move even an inch, their bodies paralyzed by fear. Faced with the impending palm strike, they could not even summon their inner manifestations of divine abilities. Instead, succumbing to the encroaching darkness, plunging into eternal annihilation to know, a heart-wrenching cry erupted from someone. But it was in vain. As the palm finally descended, blood mists erupted, dissipating into nothingness. The power of annihilation obliterated all traces of existence. Witnessing this apocalyptic strike, Murong Xiao and Du Hai were utterly flabbergasted. Such a formidable offensive technique, truly unmatched. Is this the true strength of our junior brother? In an instant, he had eradicated all practitioners of the divine ability realm. And Zhou Hai's palm of annihilation loomed once more down on the sacrificial altar. The teleportation array burst forth with blinding radiance, attempting to resist the force of the palm. However, as a wave of dark light flashed, the protective barrier of the teleportation array began to shatter, the array's inscriptions fracturing into oblivion. When the palm finally withdrew, the world returned to normal, yet the array on the sacrificial altar, along with the artifacts used for its formation, had been reduced to mere fragments. Observing this, Zhou Hai redirected his gaze downward. There, at the banks of the great river, tens of thousands of individuals lay paralyzed in fear. Among them, at least several hundred, if not more, were practitioners in the Foundation establishment and innate realms. These individuals were evidently disciples of the so-called Holy Valley. Eradicate them to the root. Zhou Hai had no intention of sparing them. Yet, just as he prepared to act, the system's voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Ding! The second disciple has fallen into Wu Wanli's grasp. There is danger. The protective mission has commenced. Please proceed immediately to safeguard, and you shall receive abundant rewards. What? The last protective reward hasn't even been given yet, and now I must safeguard again. I have already placed that girl far away. How could she still encounter Wu Wanli? Zhou Hai was taken aback, unable to restrain his exclamation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the protective mission gift pack. The system did not respond, but directly presented the rewards from the previous protective mission. Initiate the protective gift pack. Zhou Hai's brows knitted together. Although displeased, he opened the protective gift pack. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully opening the protective gift pack. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully acquiring 300 recovery pills. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully acquiring a substitute puppet. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully acquiring 3 explosive essence pills. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully acquiring 300 years of cultivation. As the system's voice concluded, a torrent of immense cultivation power surged into Zhou Hai's body, allowing him to instantly break through to the 9th level of the Enlightenment realm. Zhou Hai's eyes sparkled with delight. Uncertain of how this occurred, having successively obtained the indomitable battle soul body and the burial sky demon body, he had still been unable to cultivate, nor could he draw upon the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. Hence, the spiritual energy expended in the previous battle had not been replenished. Yet this breakthrough revitalized him, filling him with boundless vigor, as if he possessed an inexhaustible reservoir of strength. The sensation was exhilarating. Recovery pills, what a splendid treasure! Simultaneously, he noted the rewards the system had provided, particularly the recovery pills, which arrived at a most opportune moment. Brothers, please divide these 20 recovery pills amongst yourselves. They are sufficient for your recovery. Eradicate all evil, and leave the cleanup of these minor nuisances to you. I shall pursue and eliminate Wu Wanli. He tossed the 20 recovery pills to Murong Xiao and Du Hai, given the peril facing Qin Xiao. Zhou Hai raised his hand, tearing through space, and vanished from the spot. This ability to shatter the void, such power is typically reserved for saints. Du Hai's eyes widened in astonishment, his expression one of disbelief. It seems we have greatly underestimated our junior brother. He is right. Over these years, he has remained too low profile that we all believed he was merely an idle fish. Who would have imagined he has attained the status of a saint? We even labeled him as an unprecedented waste of talent, when in truth, it was merely beyond the reach of ordinary practitioners. Perhaps his innate constitution is far stronger than we can comprehend. Murong Xiao, equally astonished, recalled the first meeting he had with Zhou Haiat that time. He and Zhou Hai's master, Zhang Er, had also been brought to Qinghua Tower by Wu Wanli. Zhang Er, known for his encyclopedic knowledge of the cultivation world, had noticed Zhou Hai's uniqueness at their very first encounter. This lad, he seems to resist the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. One must understand the significance of this essence to cultivators, akin to the sustenance of grain to mortals. Just as mortals cannot survive without food, cultivators cannot thrive without absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. Since ancient times, everyone has had the potential to cultivate. It merely varies in aptitude that a constitution like Zhou Hai's, one that repels the very essence of heaven and earth, is extraordinarily rare. Zhang Er, intrigued, took him as a disciple, intending to study him further. Over the years, Murong Xiao had not entertained the thought of Zhou Hai cultivating. He merely wished for him to take a disciple and carry on Zhang Er's legacy. Who could have anticipated that this young man, silent all this time, would emerge as such a world-shattering powerhouse? Reflecting upon this, Murong Xiao felt as though he were living in a dream. Indeed, only now does he realize how low-key our once boisterous junior brother truly was. Were it not for his desire to rescue us, he might have never revealed his cultivation. Du Hai nodded slightly, sighing from the depths of his heart. Alas, as I teach the sages to pass down ancestral teachings, those on the righteous path must forsake fame and fortune, taking it upon themselves to safeguard the lives of the common people. For many years, I believed I was doing remarkably well, basking in my own pride. Yet upon observing my junior disciple, I realized the limitations of my own understanding. It is those like my junior disciple, who humbly conceal their merits and fame while willingly protecting others, that truly embody the essence of great sages. Murong Xiao felt a sense of melancholy, unable to suppress his shame, that in his view, had he not prevented Chu Chun from guiding Zhou Hai yesterday, and had Zhou Hai not risked himself today to save both him and Du Hai, as well as the people of Qinzhou, Zhou Hai might have never revealed his true capabilities. Such a low-profile, yet righteous manner of conduct was beyond his reach. In an instant, he had elevated Zhou Hai to a position of reverence in his heart, his admiration flowing uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Zhou Hai was oblivious to these thoughts, preoccupied with using the Emperor's teleportation array that he skillfully performed before his two senior brothers, hoping to cleanse the tarnished reputation of being a mere slacker. The Emperor's teleportation array allowed for instantaneous travel within 1,000,000 miles in the blink of an eye. He found himself in a location 1,000 miles away, where he intended to place Qin Xiao. Considering she was heading into battle and possessed no cultivation, Zhou Hai could not possibly keep her by his side. Thus, after determining the location, he set her down midway. However, he never anticipated that she would encounter the fleeing Wu Wanli. The key was that Wu Wanli was targeting an ordinary person at that moment. Zhou Hai's murderous intent surged. These practitioners of the dark arts truly had a penchant for killing, eager to strike down any ordinary person they chanced upon. Yet, upon arriving at the scene, Zhou Hai realized he was mistaken. As soon as he appeared, he employed an unparalleled concealment technique, hiding himself within the void. Approaching the scene, he beheld Wu Wanli in a state of utter disarray. Chapter 27. This path is truly invincible. Wu Wanli had nearly half of his body vanished. The limbs that had previously been intact were now reduced to but one hand and one foot. Hand over that item to me, and I shall spare your life. Wu Wanli's face was twisted in rage, the remaining hand gripping Qin Xiao's delicate neck, lifting her high, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Zhou Hai was taken aback. Upon seeing the soul-devouring demon palace hovering in the air, he instantly understood that Wu Wanli was not simply killing indiscriminately. He was clearly here to murder for treasure. Surely the half of his body that had disappeared was closely linked to the soul-devouring demon palace. You shall not have it. This was gifted to me by my master, and I would rather die than hand it over to anyone else. Qin Xiao clung desperately to Wu Wanli's arm, struggling to breathe. Seeking death, such a treasure, how could a mere mortal like you deserve to possess it? If you refuse to yield, I shall see if it will resist once its master is killed. Wu Wanli bellowed in fury that moment. He was filled with anger, but even more so with frustration. The plan of the Holy Master had been progressing smoothly until Zhou Hai appeared, forcing him to flee in panic. He had intended to escape 100 miles away using a wall-breaking talisman, but the talisman proved insufficient, and he had only managed to flee a mere 1,000 miles before being expelled from the spatial passage. Rising to continue his escape, he caught sight of a girl playing with a small palace. The palace instantly captivated his attention, its profound aura and the chilling screams emanating from within signifying its extraordinary nature. Particularly, upon seeing the ethereal souls within, he was utterly astonished. He attempted to extend a wisp of his consciousness, but just as he was about to make contact with the palace, his spirit nearly shattered. He realized the immense power of this treasure. It was undoubtedly a sacred artifact, perhaps even a transcendent one. The mere thought of such an item falling into the hands of a mortal caused his heart to ache. What a waste of heavenly treasures! And then he considered Zhou Hai. If this item were to be obtained, how could Zhou Hai, no matter how powerful, stand a chance? He was sure he could return to claim the other's life. After much deliberation, he took action. However, the moment his right hand touched the demon palace, an all-consuming corrosive force assaulted him, threatening to dissolve him entirely. Had he not severed his own hand and foot at a critical moment, he would have been reduced to ashes. Realizing that the treasure had already recognized its master and could not be forcibly taken, a furious Wu Wanli was left with no choice but to compel Qin Xiao to surrender it willingly. Yet, as she refused to cooperate, he was left with no option but to attempt to kill her, rendering the treasure unclaimed before trying to acquire it. However, just as he was about to crush Qin Xiao, an icy shiver coursed through him. The powerful sensation from the harmonization realm made him feel as though death was looming. Without a second thought, he released Qin Xiao and unleashed his full strength. Instinctively striking to his left, boom, his palms seemed to collide with something, and the tremendous force sent him hurtling backward. That moment, Zhou Hai's figure finally materialized at ITSU, Wu Wanli exclaimed, panic etched across his face. He had lacked confidence in engaging Zhou Hai in battle previously, and now, injured as he was, he possessed no hope of victory. Master, you've come. Qin Xiao, having escaped Wu Wanli's grasp, spotted Zhou Hai and was filled with joy. Surviving the ordeal, she felt a mix of relief and happiness, emotions overwhelming her to the point where she wished to rush forward and embrace Zhou Hai. Get up and secure the demon palace. Keep this item hidden in the future. Do not reveal it carelessly. Remember, wealth should not be flaunted. Zhou Hai admonished Qin Xiao to Wu Wanli. You had the chance to flee, yet you dare to lay hands on my disciple. You are truly seeking death. Without waiting for Qin Xiao to respond, Zhou Hai turned his gaze back to Wu Wanli, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. If you wish to fight, then let it be so. Do you truly think I fear you? Without the wall-breaking talisman, Wu Wanli had abandoned thoughts of escape. After all, this man was indeed more powerful than he, leaving him no hope of fleeing. That it was better to fight desperately. Perhaps there would still be a chance. With that thought, Wu Wanli leaped into the air, his spiritual energy surging. Boom, boom, boom. A vast sea of poison emerged on the horizon, and his harmonization domain erupted in full force. At that moment, he seemed to transform into the god of plague, wielding the power of life and death over others. Today let me see how well a harmonization realm cultivator can withstand punishment. Zhou Hai felt a stirring in his heart. He was genuinely curious if he could defeat a harmonization realm cultivator solely with his own strength, without relying on external forces. Yet, just as he was about to make a move, he suddenly recalled something and hastily halted. He began to observe the principles he had grasped since breaking through to the Enlightenment realm. These principles seemed to have fused with his very soul, intertwining with every inch of his flesh and blood. As his strength continued to grow, these principles also expanded, becoming ever more profound, as if on the verge of breaking free from constraints to create a new world. However, until now, he had never utilized this principle that inherently belonged to him, leaving him uncertain of its power. During his initial attempt, he had been unable to mobilize it, but at this moment, an idea struck him, and he channeled all his strength into the principle. Yet the principle absorbed his power like a black hole. No matter how much he infused, it remained unresponsive. Only the principle radiated a dark light. And simultaneously, a mysterious force began to circulate within Zhou Hai's body. Zhou Hai could not help but look around, eager to see what kind of extraordinary phenomenon his principle had triggered in the world. only to find everything around him utterly still. Just as he frowned in dissatisfaction, his eyes suddenly widened in shock, as if he had seen a ghost that he beheld the order of the universe. The principles of the great path manifesting across heaven and earth. This realization struck Zhou Hai with astonishment. His principle was not meant for combat, but for comprehending the way. If he could reference the cosmic order and universal laws at any time, would understanding the way not become effortless? However, in the next moment, he was left flabbergasted that he observed the order of the universe crumbling, the principles of the great path shifting constantly. More accurately, it was his vision that was dismantling the order of heaven and earth. The principles of the great path that it seemed he sought to find flaws within these orders, directly shattering the heavens that, oh my, is there no heavenly principle? Zhou Hai swallowed hard, finally realizing he had made another mistake. This was not a principle meant for comprehension. It was simply invincible in battle. Given his current level, it was naturally impossible for him to genuinely dismantle the order of heaven and earth or the flaws of the great path. Yet, could he not easily identify the flaws in the principles and divine abilities of other cultivators? He quickly shifted his gaze to Wu Wanli, who was now standing high in the sky. Enveloped by a towering sea of poison, resembling a god of calamity, exuding an overwhelming presence. However, as Zhou Hai's gaze fell upon him, he pierced through the poison sea, focusing directly on the principles of harmonization. The so-called celestial phenomena, that imposing toxic domain, was merely the manifestation of the great power summoned by his supreme spiritual energy. With the capacity to annihilate the heavens and earth, it also held the power to govern life and death. Chapter 28. A single punch to shatter a harmonization realm expert. In the face of such a formidable adversary as Wu Wanli, only those with a higher realm could dismantle his principles and disperse his power. Yet, under Zhou Hai's scrutinizing gaze, the principles emanating from Wu Wanli grew increasingly coarse, countless flaws appearing like stars in the night sky. Wherever Zhou Hai looked, he saw vulnerabilities that he felt a sensation, a conviction that if he could seize just one flaw, he could easily crush Wu Wanli with a single strike. This realization quickened Zhou Hai's breath, his heartbeat racing, that if this were true, would battling above his level not become a triviality. He would not only dare to challenge one major realm, but even two. With that thought in mind, Zhou Hai wasted no time, stepping into the void die. In my name, I offer a sacrifice to the path, to connect with the heavens. At that moment, the voice of Wu Wanli resounded, his expression solemn, as if swearing an oath to the celestial realms. This was a form of a binding sacrificial incantation, exchanging offerings for power. Many sects possess similar prohibitive spells. When cultivators find themselves at a disadvantage in battle, they often resort to such sacrificial methods, consecrating their path to the heavens in hopes of receiving divine might, instantly amplifying their offensive capabilities 100-fold. Though this may result in a fall from their realm, it can preserve their life and even vanquish formidable foes. In this instance, Wu Wanli, a powerful being of the unification realm, invoked this spell, rendering the advancing Zhou Hai immobile, as if encased in ice. Simultaneously, a torrent of poison surged into Zhou Hai's body, igniting a searing sensation within his internal organs. His garments rapidly decayed, exposing his robust physique, while his skin turned crimson and then increasingly dark, as if on the verge of decay. Were it not for his formidable cultivation protecting him, he might have been reduced to mere bones in that fleeting moment. What is this? Is he joking? With such overwhelming strength, does he really resort to sacrificial rites against someone of the Enlightenment realm? Zhou Hai was momentarily taken aback, astonished at Wu Wanli's ruthlessness. Lifting his gaze, he saw that under the scrutiny of his unraveling path, the poisonous sea was inexplicably linked to the heavens and earth. It was as if a droplet of water surged towards the ocean. Once merged, its might would undergo a cataclysmic transformation. At this moment, the grand principles of heaven and earth had begun to seize control of this toxic domain. Should the two entities fully merge, attempting to shatter this poisonous sea would be akin to waging war against the heavens. In mere moments, Zhou Hai noticed the flaws in the path within the toxic sea continuously vanishing, mended by the heavens themselves. The realm of heavenly principles was far beyond what a unification realm cultivator could contend with. Once the flaws of the unification realm's path were absorbed into the heavens, they would no longer bear any imperfections. Break it. Zhou Hai's eyes sparkled with intensity, a hint of the path materializing within his gaze. Summoning all his strength, he unleashed a punch, the violent force of annihilation crashing against a flaw in the path that the heavens had yet to mend. The scattered imperfections instantaneously absorbed all his power. Boom! 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 In the next moment, a tempestuous force radiated outward, culminating in an explosive sound that reverberated across the skies. Haha, die for me. In the air, Wu Wanli stood atop the poisonous sea, laughing maniacally. Did I end that moment? The heavens and earth seemed to revolve around him, as if he were the sole true deity amidst them. His demeanor was filled with an overwhelming sense of triumph after slaying Zhou Hai. Yet, just as his laughter faded, his pupils suddenly constricted. He beheld a formidable force surging from the depths of the poisonous sea, carrying an earth-shattering momentum, instantaneously obliterating the toxic expanse. Simultaneously, the path that belonged to him within the poisonous sea crumbled in an instant, dissipating into nothingness. The path was emblematic of those above the enlightenment realm, a foundation for their essence. With the collapse of the path and the shattering of his foundation, Wu Wanli's body erupted with countless gaping wounds. An unprecedented sense of weakness enveloped him, and he could not endure even for a moment before plummeting from the sky. Wu Wanli coughed up a mouthful of blood, mingling with the blood mist that enveloped him, creating a scene of utter devastation. Qin Xiao stood on the ground, gazing up at the sky with a face full of admiration. From the very beginning, she had never harbored concerns for Zhou Hai. After all, the treasures bestowed by her master had nearly cost Wu Wanli his life with just a mere touch. With her master personally intervening, was it not a trivial matter to demand half of his life again? The reality unfolded just as she had anticipated. Her master triumphed without a doubt. The arrogance Wu Wanli exhibited moments ago was now met with his tragic downfall. Bang! Wu Wanli's body plummeted from a height of 1,000 feet, creating a massive crater upon impact, from which blood mist continuously billowed. Yet in that moment, Qin Xiao had no interest in casting a glance at him, her gaze fixated on the heavens above. There, the poisonous sea continued to disintegrate. Sunlight streaming in to reveal a towering and majestic figure standing amidst the radiance. Reminiscent of a deity descending to the mortal realm, that as the toxic expanse vanished, the figure descended rapidly. Upon witnessing Zhou Hai touchdown, Qin Xiao's eyes welled with tears. Master. In a moment of vulnerability, she dashed toward Zhou Hai and embraced him tightly. She had never worried for Zhou Hai, for she believed him to be invincible. Yet prior to his arrival, she had been gripped by fear. Having just encountered her master and experienced the warmth of the human world, was she truly to perish like this, never to see her master again? In that moment, she longed to see her master just once more. Even in death, if she could gaze upon him again, she would feel utterly fulfilled. At that instant, a torrent of repressed emotions erupted within her, and she thought of nothing else. She yearned to greedily bask in the warmth her master provided, alongside the sense of reassurance it brought. "What are you doing? Get away. Turn around." Zhou Hai's exasperated voice broke through, causing Qin Xiao to momentarily freeze. Just as she wished to express her myriad grievances to her master following the battle's conclusion, she sensed an air of unwelcomeness from him. "Did you not hear? I said to get away." Zhou Hai's face flushed crimson. Did this woman not understand the boundaries between master and disciple, disrupting the order of hierarchy, testing a leader with her body? What leader could withstand such a trial? Feeling wronged, Qin Xiao reluctantly released Zhou Hai and lowered her head, only to suddenly catch sight of something that caused her face to flush beet red. She let out a shriek, hastily covering her face and turning away, her ears burning with embarrassment, her heart racing uncontrollably. What had she seen? Her master was actually unclothed. How utterly embarrassing. How could she possibly embrace her master at such a time? Yet, truth be told, her master's physique was truly impressive. His shoulders remarkably strong. The more she thought about it, the more shy she felt, as if she could no longer face the world. Remember, this matter is known to heaven and earth. You and me, should you dare to speak of it. Be wary of my purging your presence. Only when Zhou Hai's voice rang in her ears did Qin Xiao cautiously turn her head, discovering Zhou Hai had already donned a fresh set of clothing. Chapter 29. Master, you care for me so much. I understand, Master. I will never speak of this. Qin Shiyao's cheeks flushed as her mind involuntarily recalled the scene she had just witnessed, causing her ears to heat up once more. Such a little secret, she would never dare to divulge. Her master's physique was not something to share with others at that moment. Zhou Hai remained oblivious to Qin Shiyao's thoughts that he was contemplating that he held no opposition to teacher-student romances. However, should Murong Sanzang find out, he would surely lecture him to death that he was resolute in preventing such an occurrence. Moreover, these precious disciples were the epitome of perfect laborers. Why waste time on romance when they should be diligently cultivating? Would that not be a complete waste of time? Come over here. Just then, Zhou Hai's voice resonated once more. As Qin Shiyao was about to respond, she noticed Zhou Hai beckoning to the demon palace. The demon palace obediently floated towards Zhou Hai, seemingly awaiting instructions. However, Zhou Hai seized the demon palace and slammed it to the ground. Damn it! What the hell is wrong with you? A dignified imperial artifact. Do you lack a spirit or something? If I hadn't arrived in time, were you planning to watch as my disciple was killed? I'll be damned if I don't take you down. Zhou Hai cursed vehemently, unleashing a flurry of blows upon the demon palace. His anger was justified, after expending considerable effort to recruit another laborer. If that laborer were to be killed, wouldn't he be at a loss? Meanwhile, Qin Shiyao watched this scene in bewilderment, utterly perplexed. What was her master doing, appearing as if he had lost his mind? Yet upon hearing Zhou Hai's words, warmth flooded her heart, bringing her to the brink of tears. Indeed, her master cared for her the most. She vowed to repay her master wholeheartedly. Damn it, I'm exhausted. Truly, this imperial artifact is resilient. After pummeling it for so long, it remains silent. Spirit, I'll give you 3 counts to show yourself. Or don't blame me for using you as a toilet. After a bout of violent outbursts, Zhou Hai felt his fists and feet aching, panting as he scolded the soul-eating demon palace. Remarkably, the demon palace, which did not retaliate or respond, felt a surge of urgency. Stop. I was wrong, all right. It's not that I'm unwilling to act. You just arrived in time. From now on, I will definitely protect the young master, ensuring she suffers not a single harm. The demon palace's urgency stemmed from its genuine ability to deliver on promises. During the years it was sealed by the system, it witnessed Zhou Hai, devoid of cultivation, unable to wield treasures, resorting to using the patching stone to file his feet, the pillar of heaven as a fire poker, and the golden bricks of the great path as bed risers. Even in winter, he had used the emperor's burial cloth for warmth, donning it as a cloak. That it must be noted that each of those treasures, if placed within the myriad realms, would be objects of fierce contention among countless races. Yet he could utilize the treasure basin to wash his feet and the heavenly path to scrub himself. As a magical artifact, who could comprehend the emotions it felt witnessing this? That will not do. My disciple must also undergo trials. You cannot deprive her of the opportunity. Zhou Hai glared, rendering the demon palace speechless. Thus, in the future, you may intervene only in dire circumstances. Otherwise, do not meddle excessively. Zhou Hai's eyes shifted thoughtfully as he spoke with a grave demeanor. He genuinely did not wish for his disciples to suffer harm. However, in light of the rewards associated with protecting the path, he felt that subjecting his apprentice to some trials was not entirely unjustifiable. As long as they survived until his arrival, enduring a bit of hardship was acceptable. That it would be a pity if the mission to safeguard the path were to be annulled due to the interference of the demon palace, resulting in a loss greater than the gain. Thank you for your concern, Master. In the future, I shall diligently cultivate and strive to become a formidable warrior, ensuring that you need not worry about me and spend your days in distress. Beside him, Qin Shiyao was deeply moved by Zhou Hai's words, and unable to contain her emotions, she knelt before him. Get up, my dear. Your words bring me great comfort. You must commit to your training. Only by becoming powerful can you possess the autonomy you desire. Zhou Hai gently lifted Qin Shiyao, his expression softening with kindness. That I understand, Master. Qin Shiyao nodded vigorously. The demon palace could not help but sigh. While it dared not commend Zhou Hai's character, it had to admit that he was genuinely caring towards his disciple, showing an excessive degree of concern. Very well, let us depart. After imparting lessons to the demon palace and invigorating his precious disciple's path of cultivation, Zhou Hai waved his hand and removed the head of Wu Wen. As it flew into the center of Qin Shiyao's forehead, he led her away from the scene. Upon their arrival at the star-watching tower, they found that the multitude of people lining both banks of the river had already dispersed. Clearly, Murong Xiao and Du Hai had completed the necessary cleanup on this side. Junior apprentice, you have returned? Murong Xiao and Du Hai, still by the riverside, approached Zhou Hai in unison. Indeed, I have eradicated the evil and brought back the head of Wu Wanli. Zhou Hai tossed the severed head towards them, causing their pupils to constrict in shock. They had not anticipated that Zhou Hai would swiftly deal with Wu Wanli, who possessed the ability to break barriers. Truly, a sage, an invincible figure. Wonderful, junior apprentice. You have eliminated a great calamity for the common folk. Murong Xiao exclaimed, but by the way, who is this young lady? Why does she seem to share a resistance to the celestial essence of the world like you? Upon hearing this, Zhou Hai, who was about to introduce Qin Xiao, paused. What did you say? She shares my resistance to the celestial essence. Realizing the implication, Zhou Hai grew displeased. Did this mean his precious disciple was also unable to cultivate like himself? Junior apprentice, have you not observed? The celestial essence cannot even enter her body, Du Hai interjected. Zhou Hai furrowed his brow and focused on Qin Xiao, but he indeed saw the celestial essence swirling around her, yet it did not approach her at all. Glancing back at himself, he realized that this was the first time he had scrutinized himself after attaining cultivation, that he discovered that the celestial essence was even further from him, as if repelled by an invisible force. System, are you toying with me? What is going on? Is this what you refer to as a worker? Confirming that Qin Xiao shared a similar situation, Zhou Hai grew anxious. Could you please refrain from being so lazy? Host, have you not even glanced at the introduction regarding the reincarnation of the Tao fruit? The reincarnation of the Tao fruit signifies being incompatible with the heavens that Tao cultivate. There are only 3 paths available. First, the 9 deaths without demise, reconstructing the soul, thus becoming a celestial solitary star with boundless potential. Second, sacrificing to the heavenly path, thus becoming the incarnation of the heavenly way, invincible across the universe. However, the upper limit is destined to be the emperor, unable to ascend to immortality. Third, due to the reincarnation of the Tao fruit, the soul is incomplete, inherently deficient that if one wishes to cultivate, they must first restore their innate completeness. Did I not provide you with the heaven-replenishing pill? Just have her consume it, and that will suffice. The system's voice expressed exasperation, having reached its limit with Zhou Hai. This fellow only focused on the good news, knowing that Qin Xiao would become a prodigy, while completely ignoring the conditions involved. Ah, I see now. You should have mentioned this earlier. Zhou Hai rolled his eyes, suddenly struck by a thought. Wait, if my disciple's situation is similar to mine, does that not imply that I am also the reincarnation of a great emperor's Tao fruit? Does that mean I could cultivate simply by consuming a heaven-replenishing pill? As he spoke, Zhou Hai could not help but feel a surge of excitement. Host, could you please observe more carefully? This young lady's Tao fruit reincarnation is being repelled by the heavens. By consuming the heaven-replenishing pill, she could gain the acceptance of the heavens and begin her cultivation. Now look at your situation. It is your body that rejects this realm. Why not consider giving this realm a heaven-replenishing pill to plead for its acceptance? The system was thoroughly exasperated. This fellow's perspective was perpetually limited. What? I am the one rejecting this realm. Zhou Hai was taken aback, observing meticulously once more, and was instantly dumbfounded. Indeed, he had not noticed before. But now he could see that the celestial essence was entirely repelled by Qin Xiao. Looking at himself, he realized that the repulsion originated from him, as if an invisible force was constantly driving away the celestial essence. What on earth is happening? Zhou Hai was bewildered. And no wonder he possessed an extraordinary constitution, yet could not cultivate. It turned out that there was an issue with his body. Do not inquire further. Once the host reaches the pinnacle, all will be revealed. The system spoke a bit more than usual today. There was no choice. If Zhou Hai did not take things seriously, it too would have to exert itself. Are you still keeping secrets? Very well. Once I become an emperor, I shall see what the situation is. Zhou Hai mused, pondering whether this realm had wronged him in a previous life, leading to its current disdain for him. A rather dramatic thought. Zhou Hai found himself somewhat speechless, yet his mind could not help but conjure a tale of grievances. Junior apprentice. What are you daydreaming about? Just as Zhou Hai imagined a celestial goddess, the incarnation of the heavenly path. Lamenting her past transgressions against him, Murong Zhao's voice jolted him back to reality. Oh, nothing much. Allow me to introduce my apprentice, senior brother. The situation here has been resolved. I must take my apprentice back to cultivate. Would you care to join us? Zhou Hai smiled as he introduced Qin Xiao Dada, yet another apprentice. Murong Xiao was taken aback that in the past, he would have never allowed Zhou Hai to take Qin Xiao, someone seemingly incapable of cultivation, as an apprentice. After all, one slacker from the academy was quite enough. Another would surely invite ridicule. Yet, Zhou Hai's demeanor left him at a loss for words. Perhaps this was yet another Zhou Hai, a future sage, junior apprentice, with the great evil subdued and the teleportation array destroyed. The people of the Wandu Valley will find it hard to stir up trouble in the short term. You should return now, for the people of Qinzhou are in turmoil, suffering greatly from the toxins of the Wandu Valley. My senior brother Du Hai and I have decided to remain here, waiting to eradicate the toxins afflicting Qinzhou with our righteous might before we return. After a moment of contemplation, Murong Xiao spoke earnestly. Indeed, junior apprentice, this toxic sea poses little threat to us cultivators. But it is a dire calamity for the common folk that if we do not intervene, countless lives will be lost. Du Hai nodded solemnly. Very well. I appreciate your efforts, senior brothers, that I do not cultivate righteous energy. So I cannot be of much assistance. I will not trouble you further. Zhou Hai nodded, tearing apart the barriers of space to vanish alongside Qin Xiao. Upon witnessing this, Murong Xiao and Du Hai exchanged glances. They gathered their righteous energy, transforming it into two radiant pillars of light that soared into different directions. Under the influence of their righteous energy, all malevolent toxins in the realm would dissipate into nothingness. The two began to traverse every inch of Qinzhou's land, purifying all plagues and toxins afflicting the land. Meanwhile, Zhou Hai took a step and arrived at the small courtyard of the Daozong Palace within the Jixia Academy. As soon as he emerged, he was taken aback. After arranging various sacred artifacts in the courtyard, it gradually became isolated from the world, transforming into a realm of its own. This moment, numerous Dao laws surged within the courtyard, exuding a formidable refining power that seemed poised to completely refine the entire realm. Amidst these laws, Chunbei sat cross-legged upon a sacred artifact cushion, simultaneously comprehending dozens of Dao laws that if this scene were to spread, it would surely terrify many. For Dao laws could only be comprehended by those in the insightful Dao realm, and typically, most cultivators could only grasp a single innate Dao law. Yet Chunbei, with his divine power realm cultivation, was forcefully comprehending multiple Dao laws, and not just one or two, but dozens, an astonishing feat. However, upon closer observation, Zhou Hai quickly realized that these Dao laws were not actually comprehended by Chunbei. He was currently refining these laws. This was the cultivation method of the 100 Refinements Emperor Sutra. The 100 Refinements Emperor Sutra transforms oneself into a vessel, growing stronger through the consumption of other divine weapons and artifacts. By cultivating in this manner, one could not only forge an indestructible body, but also accommodate myriad treasures and Dao laws within, achieving unprecedented strength. This also explained why Chunbei had not yet comprehended any Dao laws, but could still manipulate them. Seemingly sensing Zhou Hai's arrival, Chunbei accelerated his refining process. Soon, those Dao laws fused into his body, endowing him with an inherent Dao rhythm in every gesture. Simultaneously, Zhou Hai felt a shift in his own cultivation. Under the tenfold feedback, he distinctly sensed various Dao laws integrating into himself. With a mere thought, these laws could unleash formidable offensive power in an instant. This sensation was utterly exhilarating, experiencing a profound transformation from within. Zhou Hai couldn't help but exclaim how delightful it was to have a fellow worker aiding in his cultivation. Master, you have returned so swiftly. Chunbei opened his eyes and promptly rose from the mat, bowing respectfully to Zhou Hai. Matters over there are nearly resolved, so I returned ahead. The master continued, Disciple, allow me to introduce Qin Xiao, who shall henceforth be your junior sister. The Dio take care of her. Zhou Hai nodded, a smile gracing his lips. Junior sister? My apologies, junior sister, that I am Chunbei, unaware that the master has taken on another disciple. I have not prepared any gifts. Chen Bei gazed at Qin Xiao in surprise, scratching his head sheepishly. What need is there for gifts? I have bestowed upon you so many treasures. Simply share a portion with her. Zhou Hai interjected from the side, feeling somewhat helpless. Over the years, he had accumulated countless treasures through diligent sign-ins, including no fewer than 10 imperial artifacts that AS for other elixirs and sacred weapons. He had an abundance. Regrettably, the talismans and puppets that could assist in battles were limited, and he had given them all to Chen Bei. It was unavoidable. As the eldest disciple, Chen Bei had many enemies with various sacred lands, including the sacred dynasty of Qian, pursuing him relentlessly. The future would undoubtedly bring life and death tribulations. Having grown weary of intervening, he had naturally entrusted all these items to Chen Bei. In hindsight, he found himself regretting this decision, pondering how many fewer guardian tasks he would have had to undertake. However, once given, these items could not be reclaimed. He could only ask Chen Bei to share a bit with Qin Xiao. All right, junior sister, take this. If it is insufficient, do let your senior brother know, Chen Bei exclaimed, slapping his forehead as he hastily gathered a portion of treasures into a storage bag and handed it to Qin Xiao. Simultaneously, he felt a swell of emotion. Apparently, the master had given all the good things to him. This was unmistakable favoritism. He resolved that if the master were to accept more disciples in the future, he must take good care of his junior brothers and sisters, ensuring they faced no grievances. Chapter 31. Qin Xiao's Cultivation, Boundless Ascension. All right, my disciple, continue your cultivation. Do not think ill of your master for being strict. There are many outside who wish to take your life. A lesser cultivation level means greater danger. Zhou Hai observed Chen Bei with satisfaction, patting his shoulder earnestly. I understand, master. I will strive diligently in my cultivation and ensure you have no worries. Chen Bei replied, warmth flooding his heart as he promptly clasped his hands in respect. Junior sister, if you ever need anything, feel free to seek out your senior brother. I shall return to my cultivation now. With a final wave to Qin Xiao, Chen Bei turned and departed. Thank you, senior brother. Qin Xiao nodded eagerly, watching his retreating figure, overwhelmed with emotion. This what a master's teachings feel like. So heartwarming. The master is kind, and this senior brother is so benevolent. Xiao, take this at that moment. Zhou Hai produced a pill and offered it to Qin Xiao. The pill, a milky white hue, emitted no energy fluctuations. Yet, just a single inhalation of its fragrance instilled a sensation of ascending and merging with the heavenly path. Yes, master. Qin Xiao accepted the pill and swallowed it in an instant. She radiated a mysterious resonance of the Tao, as if returning to her original state, completely immersing herself in the world around her. This was the pill of heaven restoration, which completely altered her previous disconnection from this realm. Qin Xiao's eyes sparkled. In a daze, she felt as if the world before her had transformed, and she was plunged into enlightenment. This enlightenment already. Zhou Hai cautioned, do not rush, my disciple. This is the Sutra of the Heavenly Burial Emperor. You must grasp it thoroughly. Zhou Hai was momentarily taken aback. As Qin Xiao entered a state of enlightenment, he experienced a tenfold feedback, sensing that he too was merging with the surrounding world. Without needing to invoke his true name's Tao principles, he could perceive the Tao and principles, order and rules of the universe. It seemed that with just a thought, he could grasp the great paths of heaven. Without hesitation, he transmitted the Sutra of the Heavenly Burial Emperor's cultivation methods to Qin Xiao. The moment the scripture imprinted in her mind, she, seizing the opportunity of enlightenment, began her cultivation. Instantly, a profound power surged through her entire being, the celestial spiritual essence flooding in. The intensity was so overwhelming that the spiritual essence transformed into a tidal wave, enveloping Qin Xiao completely in a mist. The celestial spiritual essence was forging her body, refining her flesh and blood. This marked the first step in cultivation, body refinement. This is what true genius looks like. Zhou Hai marveled, realizing that it typically took ordinary individuals a year and a half to sense and utilize the celestial spiritual essence for cultivation. Even those with decent talent often required several months. Yet, here she was, beginning directly at the first stage of body refinement. Zhou Hai was left astounded, recognizing his previous oversight, that if he didn't prepare promptly, he would undoubtedly hinder his precious disciple's cultivation. With that thought, he quickly rummaged through the system space. Relying solely on celestial spiritual essence for cultivation was ultimately too slow. He needed something to expedite his beloved disciple's progress. At that moment, Zhou Hai noticed a magic pool stirring within the system space, seemingly resonating with Qin Xiao. What? The demon refining pool? Zhou Hai was taken aback. If he possessed anything truly sinister, it was this pool. It was said to have been forged from the blood of myriad demons by a demon sovereign. The pool itself was a supreme artifact, and the blood contained within brimmed with endless malice and slaughter. Over the years, Zhou Hai had toyed with various formidable treasures, but he had never dared to touch this demon refining pool. He had assumed it would remain hidden in the system space. Yet here it was, responding to Qin Xiao. This is the heavenly burial demon body and the soul-devouring demon palace. Now, a demon refining pool joins the fray. What kind of monstrous entity have I taken in? Zhou Hai felt a pang of anxiety. He truly did not wish to subject Qin Xiao to this. Yet, it was evident that this was the most suitable option for her. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to retrieve the demon refining pool and place Qin Xiao within it. Splash! As soon as Qin Xiao entered the demon refining pool, it erupted in tumultuous waves. The pool, seemingly the size of a water tank, concealed an entire world within. Once inside, it felt akin to plunging into a vast ocean. Surrounding her was a black sea, rife with overwhelming demonic barriers and endless slaughter. The waters brimmed with unprecedented demonic essence. At that moment, while Qin Xiao was engrossed in her cultivation, she immediately absorbed the demonic essence into her body, transforming it into a torrent of violent power coursing throughout her. The celestial spiritual essence proved too gentle for her. While it aided her in body refinement, its effects were ordinary. However, the demonic essence was a different story, far more volatile and fierce. Under the baptism of the demonic essence, Qin Xiao no longer felt comfort, but rather as if she were traversing a mountain of blades and an ocean of fire. In her daze, it felt as though this ferocious power sought to refine her entirely. Qin Xiao cried out in pain, but made no attempt to resist. Her master must have his reasons for this. Since he wished for her to endure it all, she would not let him down. With determination, Qin Xiao seized the opportunity of enlightenment, continuing to comprehend the emperor's scripture and refine herself. Amidst the violent cultivation, her realm began to soar. Body refinement second stage, body refinement third stage, body refinement ninth stage. In less than half an hour, Qin Xiao's cultivation had broken through to the peak of body refinement ninth stage. At this moment, Zhou Hai also sensed a change within himself. That as Qin Xiao's body underwent constant refinement, his physique experienced subtle alterations. Yet, the realm Qin Xiao broke through was too low, even with a tenfold feedback. Its enhancement to him was limited, merely accumulating some strength for his own breakthroughs. Goodness, is she starting to establish her foundation already? Zhou Hai swallowed hard as he observed Qin Xiao's cultivation halting its ascent. Entering the stage of foundation establishment, but he couldn't help but feel envious. Truly a prodigy. Such individuals were destined to be the focus of countless gazes. That as night fell, seeing that Qin Xiao's cultivation was on the right path, Zhou Hai turned his attention to his own true name's Tao principles. These principles were too profound, not belonging to any offensive doctrine, yet if wielded effectively, they could annihilate all. As he delved into the Tao principles, Zhou Hai, though unable to see the great paths of heaven, could discern flaws in a mountain or a building with just a glance. In such cases, he needed merely 1,000th or even 1/10,000th of his strength to demolish a mountain or flatten a structure. This was the power of annihilation, the supreme principles derived from imperial-grade techniques. What an extraordinary Tao! If only I could return to Earth, I could start a demolition company and make a fortune in no time. Zhou Hai mused, coming to terms with his true name's Tao principles. By the way, I haven't signed in today, have I? Recalling this, Zhou Hai promptly navigated to the system interface to sign in. Chapter 32. My disciple. Shed your mortal coil, but there is no need to shed your garments. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in. The sign-in gift pack has been credited. Please check it yourself. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully protecting the Tao. The protection gift pack has been credited. Please check it yourself. The system's voice resonated, announcing not only the arrival of the sign-in gift pack, but also that of the second protection gift pack. Zhou Hai first opened the sign-in gift pack, and once again, the system's voice echoed. Congratulations to the host for successfully opening the sign-in gift pack and obtaining an imperial-grade technique, the true explanation of Talisman Dao. Zhou Hai's eyes sparkled with surprise. Over the years, he had acquired numerous treasures, yet those pertaining to the art of talismans were scarce, that in the realm of cultivation, practitioners of talismanic arts were exceedingly few. It was not that others were unwilling to pursue this path, but rather that the conditions were exceedingly stringent. Firstly, a capable guide was incredibly difficult to find. Moreover, the path of talismans had already declined millions of years ago, leaving behind only a handful of teachings, making the attainment of greatness a formidable challenge. Nevertheless, even amidst such adversity, those who practiced talismanic arts could be deemed paragons of their generation. Once they achieved any degree of success, they were nearly invincible among their peers. Zhou Hai briefly perused the true explanations of talismanic arts and clearly recognized that he lacked the requisite talent for this discipline, rendering him incapable of cultivation. What a pity! This was a grand path, and he wondered to whom it should be passed down. Perhaps he would look again later. Zhou Hai harbored a desire to perpetuate the legacy of talismanic arts. Yet it was evident that the current moment offered no opportunity. Next, Zhou Hai opened the Grand Gift of Protection. Congratulations, host, on successfully activating the Grand Gift of Protection. Congratulations, host, on acquiring 300 pounds of spirit liquid. Congratulations, host, on acquiring 300 pounds of primal liquid. Congratulations, host, on acquiring 300 pounds of dragon liver. Congratulations, host, on obtaining a bone-grinding relic. The system's voice rang out once more, causing Zhou Hai's spirits to soar. Spirit liquid, primal liquid, these were indeed valuable treasures. The ethereal spirit and primal energies were traditionally regarded as a singular entity, yet they represented two distinct forces: the spirit energy of heaven and earth and the essence of heaven and earth. By inhaling the spirit energy, cultivators could connect with the cosmos, manifesting extraordinary powers and immense magical capabilities. That as for the essence of heaven and earth, its absorption fortified one's physique. Generally, the higher a cultivator's realm, the more robust their body became, a result of the nurturing effects of the essence. What splendid treasures! Zhou Hai eagerly prepared to sample them. His eyes gleamed as he produced 2 basins. One basin was a deep green, filled with rich water transformed from the spirit energy, while the other was a shimmering golden, representing the essence of heaven and earth. Zhou Hai had long struggled with the inability to absorb the energies of heaven and earth, hindering his cultivation. Now, seeing such an abundance of primal and spirit liquids, he could hardly contain his excitement and took a hearty drink from each. That wasn't he incapable of absorbing the essence. He was determined to prove otherwise. To his astonishment, as he downed a generous portion of spirit liquid and primal liquid, a transformation indeed occurred within him. His vitality surged. Indeed, that was all. The spirit and primal liquids, aside from restoring some of his expended spiritual and physical energy, had no effect on his cultivation. How disappointing! He resolved to try again. With a scowl, Zhou Hai consumed another 2 portions, only to find the outcome unchanged. Instead, due to his heightened vitality, the liquids could not be retained within him, dissipating as vapor through his pores. That in an instant, the entire courtyard was enveloped in thick mist. The potent energies of heaven and earth were magnified 1,000-fold, transforming the space into an unparalleled site for cultivation. Observing his own leaky physique, Zhou Hai felt utterly numb. Fortunately, this energy did not go to waste. After spreading out, it was swiftly absorbed by Qin Xiao and Chun Bei, who were cultivating in the courtyard. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, the baptism from the demonic refining pool combined with the dense energies of heaven and earth accelerated Qin Xiao's foundation establishment. That a resonant roar echoed forth, and Zhou Hai focused intently, witnessing a cocoon of energy enveloping Qin Xiao's form. This was a clear sign of successful foundation establishment. That as the saying goes, breaking the cocoon to become a butterfly. The moment this cocoon shattered would mark her transcendence from the mundane and the establishment of her path. Alas, some individuals were destined to be envious. Reflecting on his own flawed constitution that expelled the primal liquid, Zhou Hai felt a pang of envy as he beheld his disciples. Thankfully, he too benefited from their cultivation. Otherwise, he might have succumbed to despair. That as time ticked away, a quarter of an hour later, The pure foundational energy radiated outward. Within the demonic refining pool, the cocoon around Qin Xiao shed, and her realm thoroughly broke through to foundation establishment. Zhou Hai hastily focused his gaze, only to be left dumbfounded as the moment all the cocoons burst forth, her attire was entirely removed. What on earth? She breaks through and loses her clothes? At that moment, Qin Xiao opened her eyes, feeling the changes within her, and leaped up in exhilaration. Master, I have shed my mortal coil. I can fly. Qin Xiao exclaimed joyfully, instinctively rushing towards Zhou Hai. The moment their bodies made contact, Zhou Hai trembled, feeling a wave of warmth envelop him. Good heavens, this was a test of endurance. It was utterly overwhelming. Zhou Hai silently lamented that I in that instant, bathed in the energies of heaven and earth. Qin Xiao appeared pure and unblemished, her exposed skin as white as jade. Coupled with her slender figure, flowing black hair, and breathtaking beauty, she was utterly captivating. Disciple, you must maintain your decorum. Zhou Hai's eyes darted. Feeling as though he were on the verge of committing a transgression, that he swiftly suppressed his impulses, closing his eyes to offer a reminder that Qin Xiao was momentarily taken aback, not immediately comprehending. Disciple, shedding your mortal coil is permissible, but we must not shed our garments. This is my robe. Please wear it. Zhou Hai hastily produced a robe, squinting to ensure he was not mistaken, before wrapping it around Qin Xiao. She looked exquisite. Who would believe that this was the development of a mere 16-year-old girl? If she were to grow any further, it would be simply unbearable. Unable to contain himself, Zhou Hai pushed Qin Xiao away and fled as if escaping. He feared that lingering too long might lead him to act in ways that would invite Murong Sanzang's reprimands. Qin Xiao was left bewildered, only realizing the situation as she glanced down. Exclaiming in shock and hastily tightening the robe Zhou Hai had given her, her face flushed with embarrassment, feeling as though she were ablaze. What have I done? She cried inwardly, wishing desperately to find a hole to hide in. In a daze, she caught sight of her retreating master and was momentarily stunned. For some inexplicable reason, a flutter of joy blossomed within her heart. Master is so adorable. He truly is a paragon of virtue. Qin Xiao mused, feeling less shy upon witnessing her master's flustered demeanor. As she tightened her grip on her master's robe, Qin Xiao was still lost in contemplation of her own transformation. Just then, waves of energy surged throughout the heavens and earth. Chapter 33. Extreme Contrast. I am a person of simple desires. Qin Xiao's expression shifted as she felt her heart racing, an inexplicable sense of pressure enveloping her. Zhou Hai, who had just returned to his room, was also stirred by the commotion. Hastily exiting to gaze at the sky, he beheld clouds descending from the night sky, as if the heavens were collapsing. Simultaneously, a surge of pure primal energy erupted from deep within the earth. What is happening? Is that boy about to break through again? Zhou Hai turned his gaze towards Chunbei's room, and he could sense that all the energy was converging in that direction. Under the pull of this force, the clouds above churned, transforming into pure spiritual energy. The earth's essence morphed into dragon chi, all flowing into the room. Boom, boom, boom. As the energy continued to accumulate, the disturbances in the heavens and earth intensified, transforming into surging waves of spiritual energy. The entire academy was awakened by the commotion, and everyone turned their attention to the source. Could it be that Chunbei was achieving another breakthrough? The elders of the various halls murmured, envy gnawing at their hearts. During the earlier recruitment of disciples, none had taken the half-dead Chunbei seriously. Who could have imagined that this lad would prove to be such a prodigy? As a teacher of the academy, having a disciple of such caliber would be a worthy end to their lives. At such moments, they could not help but recall Zhou Hai. How could such an accomplished disciple be under the tutelage of a slacker? A master who seemed utterly indifferent. Master, should we go take a look? A young girl approached Li Chongqing within the academy. Why go? What's there to see? The headmaster has already decreed that unless the boy requires assistance, no one may disturb his cultivation, Li Chongqing retorted, growing increasingly irritable. Besides, what would I be looking for? To witness such a gifted individual squandered under the guidance of a lazy master. He stroked his beard, his frustration mounting. Master, your perspective may be flawed. Perhaps his apprenticeship with your esteemed uncle is the will of heaven, a predetermined fate. Furthermore, your uncle is not as incompetent as you suggest, despite his youth. His cultivation surpasses yours, which is hardly the mark of a slacker. The young girl chuckled, observing Li Chongqing's irritation. What nonsense is that? Just because he possesses a higher cultivation does not mean he is not a slacker. This boy appears to be utterly devoid of promise. Why is everything so contrary? He sighed, his confusion palpable. Forget it. I shall retreat into seclusion. You should also practice your writing diligently. Do not let your achievements lead you to look down upon others. The discussion among the 4 academies is imminent. You must bring honor to your master. Li Chongqing grew increasingly frustrated with each passing word and ultimately chose to retreat into silence. The young girl, pouting her lips in exasperation, could only return to her study to continue her writing. Meanwhile, similar events unfolded in various palaces. Eventually, the elders of each palace entered seclusion, compelling their direct disciples to engage in frantic cultivation. Only within the Wendaegong, after a day of hard work, did Chu Qin notice the situation unfolding and swiftly arrive. Upon reaching the Daozong Palace, he was greeted by a dazzling beam of light erupting from the small courtyard behind, stirring the very heavens and earth as if seeking to seize control of the realm. Chu Chun hurriedly descended into the courtyard, witnessing the light vanish as Chun Bei emerged from the room. His aura now subdued yet captivating. Master, I have finally refined all the power within me and successfully achieved a breakthrough, Chun Bei declared, approaching Zhou Hai and cupping his hands in respect. This scene left Chu Chun, who had just arrived, feeling a pang of bitterness that he had come to congratulate his junior brother and share in the joy, but the speed of his junior brother's breakthrough was somewhat disheartening, making him feel rather inadequate in comparison. Well, a breakthrough is good. However, one must not pursue advancement blindly. One must solidify their foundation, or it will inevitably lead to disaster, Zhou Hai remarked, sensing the shift in his own cultivation level. Following Chun Bei's breakthrough, he too had reached the pinnacle of the enlightenment realm, with a breakthrough imminent. Master, I understand. Therefore, I intend to venture out and hone my skills. May I ask, are there any tasks within the academy? I wish to contribute. Chun Bei replied earnestly. Indeed, there must be. Chu Qin interjected, eager to assist. Junior brother, come find me later, and you may select any task you desire. Thank you, senior brother, Chun Bei bowed in gratitude. You wouldn't come here without a purpose. Speak, what brings you here? Zhou Hai raised an eyebrow, looking at Chu Qin. Master uncle, you flatter me. I am not that sort of person. However, I have come to bring you fame. Chu Chun enthused. Master has entrusted me with the preparations for the 4 academies discussion. After much contemplation, I believe if junior brother participates, he will undoubtedly sweep through the elite of the 4 academies. Then who would dare to look down upon Master Uncle's Daozong Palace? Thus, I have determined to secure a spot for the Daozong Palace in this discussion. Chu Qin grinned, feigning a look of concern for Zhou Hai. Zhou Hai raised an eyebrow, but was interrupted by Chun Bei's response. I apologize, senior brother, but I cannot participate in this discussion. If I were to join, it would surely bring calamity upon the academy. Furthermore, I have a premonition that my time within the academy may be limited for the discussion. Please choose another capable candidate. The blunt refusal left Chu Qin momentarily stunned. Zhou Hai frowned as he sensed his disciple's inner solitude, sensing an impending crisis that he intended to face alone. Yet he refrained from saying anything. While he wished to protect his disciple, he understood that some challenges must be faced in order to grow. Junior brother, won't you reconsider? This is a splendid opportunity to bring honor to Master Uncle. Chu Qin persisted, recognizing that Chun Bei was unparalleled among the younger generation, that if he took action, the Great Zhou Academy would undoubtedly secure the top position in the discussion. Do not impose moral obligations. If my junior brother is unwilling to participate, then let him be. To claim it is for my glory. Do I truly place such importance on fame? As cultivators, we must seek alignment with the heavens and our own hearts, striving for immortality. If we are driven solely by fame and profit, what remains of our cultivation? Zhou Hai declared, his eyes narrowing as he stood with his hands clasped behind his back to this proclamation. Both Chu Chun and Chun Bei gazed at him in awe. Master possesses such a lofty perspective. If all practitioners in this world shared such enlightenment, how could chaos reign and harm the populace? Chun Bei mused inwardly, feeling a profound admiration for his master. who had previously been known for his collection of risque literature. Chu Chun, however, was taken aback, wearing an expression of disbelief. Although he could not fully comprehend, he felt the profundity of his master's words. Not far away, Qin Xiao gazed at Zhou Hai with shining eyes, perceiving him as a celestial being, untouched by worldly affairs. Who is this? Upon confirming that Chun Bei would not participate in the discussion, Chu Chen felt a sense of disappointment, but his spirits lifted upon seeing Qin Xiao. What a beautiful girl, possessing an ethereal quality. Zhou Hai, glancing at Qin Xiao, suddenly had an idea. His eldest disciple was preoccupied with numerous troubles and could not participate in the discussion. But his young disciple could, if there was no opportunity for fame, how could he let it slip away? With 3 months remaining, training his young disciple to become a stellar talent should be achievable. Ah, this is my newly accepted disciple, Qin Xiao. Xiao, do greet your senior brother Chu Chen. Zhou Hai introduced with a stern demeanor. Greetings, senior brother. Qin Xiao hurriedly stepped forward, performing a deep bow. So you are my little junior sister. Chu Chun promptly returned the gesture, then presented a sword, smiling. Junior sister, it is a pleasure to meet you. I have no remarkable treasures to offer. This sword, named Qing Feng, is a divine weapon. Consider it a gift for our first meeting. I hope you do not find it lacking. Hearing this, Qin Xiao's eyes lit up at a divine weapon. Such a rarity. Only those of the divine realm can cultivate such treasures. The previous governor of Qinzhou possessed no more than a few. Seeing Qin Xiao's delight, Chu Chun felt a surge of pride. This was one of the few treasures he possessed. Offering it as a gift certainly held weight. Put it away. Who are you trying to impress? To present a divine realm artifact as a gift. How bold of you! Just as Qin Xiao was about to accept the gift, Zhou Hai's voice interrupted, causing Chu Chen to freeze. Master, a divine weapon? Is that truly appropriate? Qin Xiao was also taken aback. While she understood the significance of a divine weapon, her knowledge was limited. Had she been aware, she would realize that in comparison to the treasures in her demonic palace, this divine weapon was virtually insignificant. Even the items previously given to Qin Bei were exponentially more formidable. Indeed, Master Uncle, a divine weapon? Is that truly fitting? Chu Chen echoed in confusion. That is he trying to extort something better from me? If you genuinely wish to give a gift, do not present it to your little junior sister. Your master has destroyed my entire library to go down the mountain and procure some new books for me. Zhou Hai scoffed, clearly unimpressed. Beside him, Qin Bei looked on in admiration. Master is indeed master. This is the true essence of all else is inferior. Only books hold true value. Even Qin Xiao gazed at Zhou Hai with admiration, perceiving him as a paragon of scholarly elegance. Unlike the two's admiration, Chu Chen wore a countenance of dismay. In Master Uncle's eyes, this divine weapon pales in comparison to his collection of risque literature. What kind of standards must he instill in his disciples? Enough, quickly put it away. Remember to buy me some books. In consideration of the years you have served me, since your junior brother cannot take action, I shall allow your junior sister to participate in the discussion. Zhou Hai declared, observing Chu Chen's incredulous expression. What? Little junior sister participating in the discussion? Chu Chen was utterly baffled. Master Uncle, you cannot be serious. My junior sister has only just reached the foundation establishment stage. How can she participate in the discussion? Hearing this, Qin Bei quickly scrutinized his little junior sister and discovered she had indeed attained the foundation establishment realm. Just an hour ago, she had been a mere mortal. To advance from a commoner to the foundation establishment in such a short time, what extraordinary talent! Even Qin Bei was astounded. Who is joking? What of the foundation establishment? Perhaps tomorrow she will reach the innate stage and the day after that, the mortal stage. Zhou Hai retorted, glaring at Chu Chun. Xiao, seize this opportunity and flatten the elites of the 4 academies. I do not covet fame, but I cannot allow my disciples to be looked down upon. Yes, master. Qin Xiao promptly responded. Upon hearing the mention of the 4 academies' elites, she felt a twinge of apprehension, as they were figures she had once aspired to reach. Yet if her master believed in her, she was determined to succeed. Master Uncle, discussing the Tao is no trivial matter. Chu Chen lamented, feeling a headache coming on. Granting a discussion spot to a foundation establishment junior sister seemed like a recipe for disaster, and he feared the elders of the palaces would swiftly dismiss him. Senior brother, my master never jokes. Grant the spot to my junior sister. Should she prove unworthy in 3 months, I shall take her place. Without waiting for Zhou Hai to speak, Chen Bei took the initiative to say, "Really?" upon hearing this. Chu Chun, who had just been wearing a helpless expression, was instantly filled with uncontainable joy. Chen Bei silently nodded. "All right, I also believe in my junior sister. This spot shall be given to her." Chu Chun decisively settled the matter without hesitation. For him, as long as it meant Chen Bei would take action, everything else was negotiable. Meanwhile, Zhou Hai's face darkened. This brat, his words hold no weight. As soon as Chen Bei opens his mouth, it's settled. It seems that as the master, I am less respected than my disciple. Having made the decision, shouldn't you be leaving? I initially wanted to invite you for a meal, but it appears that is no longer necessary. Zhou Hai rolled his eyes, grumbling. Master uncle, I shall take my leave now. Chu Chun, indifferent, left with a smile. As for dining, he had no such intention. Having already entered a fasting state, wouldn't it be better to keep his body pure and unsullied? Eating such things would only require the effort of digestion, which he was unwilling to undertake. Master, haven't you entered a fasting state yet? Chen Bei looked at Zhou Hai in some confusion. Questioning. Fasting? What nonsense is that? Human beings are born with emotions and desires, and the desire for food is the most important. What meaning is there in life if one even deprives themselves of eating? Seeing that both of you are idling about, how about this? Go prepare a meal for me. Tonight, we shall barbecue dragon meat. With that, Zhou Hai rolled his eyes and pulled out a large piece of dragon meat, leaving Chen Bei and Qin Shiyao utterly astonished. The dragon meat shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, and the rich essence of spiritual energy could be felt from afar. Master is right. Eating is a significant matter in life that cannot be neglected. Master, guide me. I shall prepare it. Chen Bei, initially at a loss for words, suddenly became earnest upon seeing the dragon meat, having already absorbed the spiritual essence of the dragon's blood. If he could also absorb the essence from this dragon meat, how powerful would his physique become? At that moment, Chen Bei fully understood a principle. Never argue with the master. The master is always right. Brother, let me do it. I can cook. Qin Shiyao, still unaccustomed to fasting, brightened at the thought of being able to cook for her master. The master had been so kind to her. She was already contemplating how to repay such kindness. From now on, she would take charge of the master's meals. Soon, the small courtyard was bustling with activity, filled with laughter and joy. On the other side, in the royal capital of the Great Zhou, the Eastern Palace Hall was tense to the extreme. What did you say? Lin Shixiang is dead. The experts from the 10,000 Poisons Valley have also been exterminated. Who did this? A cold and furious voice echoed as Prince Ji Feng shouted. Reporting to your highness, according to the news from Qinzhou, it was the Academy's doing. A middle-aged man below spoke cautiously. The Academy? Could it be that those old fellows have emerged? Otherwise, who could have killed Wu Wanli? Ji Feng frowned, his gaze growing even colder. Just then, another figure approached from outside. Not good, your highness. News has come that the Qian dynasty is making aggressive moves, and His Majesty has summoned you for an audience to discuss strategies. Upon hearing this, Ji Feng sprang to his feet. What? How dare the Qian dynasty? Chapter 35. The targeting of Prince Ji Feng. At midnight, the majestic royal city was filled with a sense of impending doom. Ji Feng dismounted before the Meridian Gate and hurried into the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Inside, all the princes had gathered. Many ministers had also arrived, each wearing a grave expression. Your son pays his respects to father. Ji Feng scanned the surroundings before bowing to the middle-aged man on the dragon throne. Since everyone is present, let us discuss the matter at hand. The man on the throne, Ji Wujia, spoke with a blank expression. Reporting to your majesty, the Military Affairs Office has reported that the 9th prince of the Qian dynasty attempted to usurp the throne and fled to our Great Zhou, where he was rescued by the Academy. The Qian dynasty sent people to demand him back, but they were killed by the Academy. Among the dead was the 3rd prince of the Qian dynasty. The Minister of Military Affairs reported truthfully. Upon hearing this, Ji Feng's eyes narrowed dangerously. The Academy had disrupted his grand plans. He was just contemplating how to teach them a lesson when an opportunity presented itself. Continue, Ji Wujia coldly commanded. Your Majesty, according to reliable sources, the Qian dynasty is coming with great momentum. and many sects and holy lands have sent people to participate, that if war breaks out, the consequences for our great Zhou would be dire. After all, for thousands of years, our great Zhou has adhered to ancestral teachings, never allowing any sect or holy land to interfere in our territory except for the Academy. This practice has long drawn the ire of various sects and holy lands. If war begins, we will be surrounded by formidable enemies. The Minister of Military Affairs continued today. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the room became tense. Everyone could imagine the dire situation Great Zhou would face if various holy lands and nations joined forces. Minister Kai, what are your thoughts on this matter? At this moment, Ji Wujie turned his gaze to another person. This individual also hailed from the Academy and was an elder from the Academy, named Kai Zhe, currently serving as the Minister of Rights in Great Zhou. Upon hearing the report from the Minister of Military Affairs, he had already knitted his brows tightly. Now, upon being questioned by the Emperor, he felt an enormous weight of pressure. Reporting to your Majesty, although I am from the Academy has a tradition of only serving the people and never participating in the struggles of various factions. Now that I have entered the court as an official, I have no further ties to the Academy, and my following words carry no bias. As your Majesty knows, the Academy would never actively seek out trouble. I believe there must be some misunderstanding here. One cannot rule out the possibility that the Qian dynasty is deliberately looking for trouble. After all, various factions have long had their eyes on our great Zhou, eager to carve up our territory. Kaizei analyzed word by word after a moment of contemplation. How ridiculous! Does Minister Kai truly believe that in the eyes of the Academy, our great Zhou is merely a soft persimmon to be squeezed at will? Without a great grievance or conflict, they dare to attack us based on flimsy excuses. Just then, among the princes, the seventh Prince Ji Kuei sneered. As far as I know, the Academy's so-called traditions hold no binding power. Over the years, which of the other three great dynasties' academies has not participated in court struggles? They claim to refrain from political affairs, yet they are eager to control the changes in imperial power. Let us not forget that the tyrant was also a disciple of the Academy, and the Qian Academy was his strongest backing in seizing power. Murong Xiao and the tyrant's mentor, Zhu Yu, were even sworn friends. After Zhu Yu's death, Murong Xiao sought the tyrant far and wide. Now, hiding him within the Great Zhou Academy, it is not impossible that they aim to manipulate the power struggle in the Qian dynasty. In my opinion, some matters are not without foundation. The Academy's headquarters is also a major holy land that if others covet our Great Zhou, why would they not have their own ambitions? Upon hearing this, Kai Zei's expression changed. The seventh prince seemed intent on pushing the Academy into an irretrievable position. Seventh prince, be cautious with your words. Who does not know that the Academy's Master Murong is benevolent and has never harmed Great Zhou? Over the years, he has tirelessly worked for our Great Zhou's citizens. Has he ever had a shred of selfishness? Kai Zei spoke sternly. Your words are misguided, Minister Kai. You claim there is no bias in your heart towards the Academy. Yet every word you speak is in their defense. Does this not reflect your selfishness? Furthermore, according to news from the Qian dynasty, their demands are quite simple. Hand over the murderer of the third prince and the tyrant of the Qian dynasty, and the conflict can be resolved. If the Academy truly wishes for peace in the world, this request should not be difficult to fulfill, should it? The Deputy Minister of Military Affairs spoke again, his tone carrying a hint of hostility towards the Academy. Compromise? We have yet to ascertain the truth of the situation. How can we compromise? Kai Zei questioned. Enough. What is your perspective, Prince? As the crowd began to quarrel, Ji Wujie interrupted them, directing his question towards Ji Feng. That Ji Feng's eyes flickered. He had already formulated a plan in his heart. Reporting to Father, I believe that the Minister of Military Affairs, Liu, speaks wisely. If it is indeed the Academy at fault, they should apologize and make amends. As for the tyrant Qianbei, he should be handed over to the Qian dynasty, Ji Feng declared, raising his voice. Our great Zhou never allows anyone to meddle in our affairs, nor do we interfere in the politics of other nations. That if the Jixiao Academy truly wishes to act for the public good, they should compromise. Otherwise, if they harbor ulterior motives, it would be better for our great Zhou to take the initiative to clear our doors. After much contemplation, Ji Feng suggested, to clarify this matter, perhaps we could send seventh brother with a group. Ji Feng made a subtle, Yet cunning moved, he knew better than anyone that the seventh prince's maternal grandfather had died at the hands of the Academy's elder, and he harbored a deep-seated hatred for them. Sending him to deal with the Academy would undoubtedly be the best choice. Reporting to father, I am willing to share your burden and personally take this trip. Ji Kuei could no longer remain seated and quickly stepped forward. Very well, this matter must be thoroughly investigated. If the Academy is indeed at fault, considering their contributions to Great Zhou over the years, they should make amends, and Great Zhou will ensure the Academy's safety. If the Qian dynasty is truly fabricating accusations to start a war, what do we have to fear? Ji Wujin nodded slightly and spoke in a deep voice. Yes, father. Ji Kuei was filled with joy. After all these years, the opportunity for revenge had finally arrived. That a cold smirk flickered in Ji Feng's eyes as well. He was eager to see what other affairs the Academy could meddle in. Meanwhile, the Academy remained blissfully unaware that trouble was already at their doorstep. That In Zhou Hai's courtyard, the firewood made from the sacred Fusang tree blazed brightly, roasting the dragon meat to perfection, its savory aroma wafting through the air. Master, your disciple has served the Lin family for many years and has gained considerable culinary insight. This sauce has been personally crafted by me. Please give it a taste. At this moment, Qin Xiao had donned a complete set of male attire. After a flurry of activity, she sliced the dragon meat and arranged it elegantly on a plate, drizzling it with sauce before presenting it to Zhou Hai. Delicious. Zhou Hai's eyes lit up with just one bite. He was utterly captivated by his disciple's culinary skills. After all, he had always been accustomed to having everything served to him at home. He had never learned to cook and, unexpectedly, found himself in this world right after starting middle school. Over the years, the people around him had not dined properly. After enduring years of dark culinary disasters, his own cooking had only just become barely edible, a far cry from Qin Xiao's prowess. As he swallowed a piece of dragon meat, the powerful essence within, combined with the divine fire of the Fusang wood, filled Zhou Hai with an overwhelming sense of strength and vitality. Beside him, Chen Bei, undisturbed by others, helped himself to a piece of dragon meat. The moment it touched his palate, he felt a surge of ferocious energy coursing through him. At the same time, it felt as though a raging divine flame ignited within his very organs. Attempting to refine him from the inside out, without hesitation, Chen Bei quickly sat cross-legged, activating the 100 Forging Emperor scripture to assimilate the divine flame along with the potent essence of the dragon meat. Chapter 36. Qin Xiao. So, Master is a contemporary emperor. Boom, boom, boom. After refining numerous weapon materials, Chen Bei's body was already as solid as a massive iron block. Now, with the essence of the dragon coursing through him, it felt as though new refining materials had been added. Under the melting influence of the Fusang divine flame, combined with the techniques of the 100 Forging Emperor scripture, his body underwent another round of tempering. As a rush of energy erupted forth, after digesting the dragon essence and the Fusang divine flame, Chen Bei felt his own essence growing significantly stronger, with even his mastery of the 100 Forging Emperor scripture seeing improvement. What a profound sensation! Chen Bei rejoiced. He had never imagined that one day he could cultivate through eating. For the next while, he almost alternated between feasting and refining. With each bite, subtle transformations occurred within his body. Beside him, Zhou Hai, initially savoring the meal, couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. This was utterly unreasonable. While consuming the same food, others grew stronger, yet he felt no benefit at all. His senior brother was far too formidable. Just eating could enhance his cultivation. Qin Xiao stared at Chen Bei in disbelief. Of course. Historically, those who become dragons typically possess at least saint-level cultivation, while the malevolent aura within the dragon meat has been eliminated. A significant portion of the saint-level essence remains. One drop of blood from a saint-level powerhouse could move mountains, so one can imagine the vast essence contained within. Naturally, after refining, your senior brother will see an increase in his cultivation. Seeing the adoring gaze of his little disciple, Zhou Hai suppressed his envy and replied with a knowing smile, Is it really that impressive? But master, why do I feel like I gained nothing from eating? Qin Xiao exclaimed, causing Zhou Hai's face to darken. Why did that sound so peculiar? Was his little disciple implying he had eaten in vain? He suddenly understood. His cultivation had already reached celestial heights. Thus, while the dragon essence appeared powerful to others, to him, it was but a grain of sand in the vast ocean, unable to stir even the slightest ripple. Master, your cultivation must far exceed that of a saint. No wonder you have always presented yourself as lowly, while effortlessly dispatching those of higher realms. Before Zhou Hai could continue pondering, Qin Xiao's words left him utterly astounded. Your cultivation exceeds that of a saint. How did this disciple perceive that? Sister disciple, you are mistaken. A saint cannot be compared to our master. In my view, master must be the emperor of this era, or even an existence beyond emperors. How else could he so casually provide the emperor's scripture and wield imperial artifacts with a mere gesture? By the way, sister disciple, what emperor techniques and artifacts has master imparted to you? At that moment, Qinbei spoke up, further solidifying Zhou Hai's astonishment. Then am I really that impressive? How come I didn't know? Zhou Hai's face flushed, his heart racing with excitement. This sounded far more flattering than being called a salted fish. Senior brother, master has taught me the burial sky emperor scripture. Oh, and this magical palace as well. Qin Xiao replied truthfully, producing the magical palace. As soon as the palace appeared, Qinbei felt the annihilation war spear deep within his consciousness stirring with anticipation. A thread of imperial majesty rushing toward Qin Xiao. Under the overwhelming imperial aura, Qin Xiao trembled, her face paling instantly. Did I end that moment? It felt as if the entire cosmic firmament was on the brink of collapse, rendering her as insignificant as a speck of dust, easily crushed. Fortunately, this imperial might was not directed at her. Otherwise, she would have been obliterated in an instant. Just then, the magical palace before Qin Xiao trembled, releasing a thread of imperial might that surged toward the annihilation war spear within Qinbei. Sensing this imperial aura, Qinbei's face turned pale with shock, nearly spitting blood. Fortunately, this imperial power was not intentionally aimed at him. Otherwise, it could have led to his utter ruin. The two legendary weapons, typically calm, were now restless, causing Zhou Hai's courtyard to tremble. There was no choice. Even the hidden sacred artifacts were terrified. When these two imperial artifacts unleashed their might, the sacred artifacts would be instantly obliterated. Enough. The house just got rebuilt. Do you two wish to demolish it again? Keep it up, and one of you will become a toilet while the other stirs the muck. Do you believe it? Zhou Hai's reprimand brought instant calm to the two imperial artifacts. Upon witnessing this, both Qinbei and Qin Xiao sighed in relief, realizing they were drenched in sweat. Sister disciple, did you see that? This is master, but he can casually produce two imperial artifacts, and with a mere word, he can suppress anything. Since time immemorial, who besides a true emperor could accomplish such feats? Master merely enjoys tranquility and plays with life. Otherwise, given his status, how could he remain in this small academy as an elder? It is indeed an immense fortune for us to be disciples under master. Qinbei looked at Zhou Hai. His usual reluctance to submit to others now transformed into an overwhelming admiration, like an unstoppable river. And, oh wonder, master regards divine weapons with disdain. If that is the case, I too shall become a disciple of an emperor. Qin Xiao, breathing rapidly, felt as if she were on the verge of floating away. Only Zhou Hai remained utterly bewildered. He had encountered many forms of brainwashing, but never had he been subjected to such a thorough self-convincing. Was his performance truly so grand? Or did he merely appear to be an emperor? All right, focus on your cultivation. I seek neither fame nor fortune. I only hope you both achieve greatness, and that will suffice for me. As he observed the two becoming increasingly animated, Zhou Hai felt a twinge of embarrassment and quickly intervened. Hearing this, both disciples gazed at him with even greater reverence. Master, your disciples will certainly strive to cultivate diligently and never disappoint you. Qin Xiao replied earnestly, then proceeded to cut another piece of meat and place it in her mouth. However, upon biting down, she nearly shattered a tooth. Ouch! Why is it so tough? Qin Xiao's delicate face contorted in confusion. The dragon meat felt soft to the touch and was easy to slice, yet it became so hard upon consumption. Little junior sister, this delicacy is not meant to be chewed. Your cultivation is still shallow, and lacking in the indestructible physique, it is difficult for you to break it down. Instead, try to refine it. Qinbei chuckled, offering a reminder from the side. Even his teeth, comparable to divine weapons, had to be ground down slowly. This dragon meat was not something an ordinary person could relish. It may seem easy to slice, but who could fathom the caliber of treasure Master used to prepare it? Only someone as invincible as Master could effortlessly enjoy such a feast. Now I see. I shall give it a try. Qin Shiyao's mind sparked with inspiration, and she quickly activated the burial sky emperor scripture. Before long, she felt the dragon meat in her mouth transforming into streams of essence, merging with her being and continuously fortifying her body. With a muffled groan, she realized that just a single bite of dragon meat had altered her foundational cultivation. This immense energy was even reshaping her very path of cultivation. Master, what incredible effects! I feel my foundation reaching perfection, and my realm has been exceptionally solidified. Opening her eyes, Qin Shiyao exclaimed in delight. Indeed, if it brings benefits, consume more. It seems after this meal, you both may continue to break through. Zhou Hai gazed at his two disciples with envy. Though he felt a pang of sadness, experiencing their powerful cultivation feedback filled him with elation. Chapter 37. Continuous Breakthroughs, Zhou Hai's Domain of Consciousness. Understood, Master. Qin Xiao nodded, and she and Chun Bei entered a frenzy of eating. For an entire evening, the two gluttons continued unabated. As dawn broke, Qin Xiao could no longer contain the immense essence within her and was the first to rush off for seclusion. Xiao, drink this before you go. Zhou Hai attentively watched his two disciples. Noticing that Qin Xiao's cultivation had stabilized and her foundation was complete, he called out to her, producing a ladle of spiritual liquid and offering it to her. Thank you, Master. Qin Xiao accepted the spiritual liquid and took a sip, instantly feeling the pure spiritual power flooding her body, merging with the vast essence within her, nearly overwhelming her that I can't take it anymore. Master, I'm about to burst. Qin Xiao's expression shifted dramatically as she realized the formidable power of the spirit liquid. Hastily setting the liquid aside, she seated herself upon the ground and immediately began to cultivate the Burial Heaven Emperor Sutra. Striving to ascend to a higher realm, that a wave of energy erupted from her being, and Qin Xiao's aura surged with unprecedented intensity that in an instant, her cultivation successfully broke through to the second level of foundation establishment. Yet she showed no signs of halting. Under the refinement of the dragon essence, her realm solidified to its utmost limit, her Tao foundation reaching perfection, and coupled with the immense energy, she was entirely free from any shackles of realm. Boom, boom, boom. Soon Qin Xiao's realm continued to ascend in rapid succession. Foundation establishment 3rd level. Foundation establishment 4th level. Foundation establishment 5th level. Foundation establishment 6th level. Foundation establishment 7th level. The astonishing speed of her breakthroughs only paused when she finally reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment 7th level. Zhou Hai stood there, dumbfounded in a vague sense. He felt as if Qin Xiao had transformed into a colossal heavenly coffin, akin to a grand tomb, poised to devour all the energy of the cosmos and entomb it within. Simultaneously, as her realm climbed higher, a breath of life and death energy began to emanate from the depths of Qin Xiao's Tao foundation, infused with an inexplicable profundity of burial. Is this the wondrous essence of the Burial Heaven Emperor Sutra? Zhou Hai mused silently, suddenly feeling a violent upheaval within himself, as his cultivation directly leapt into the unified realm. What? I just broke through. Zhou Hai was taken aback and quickly examined himself, only to discover that his innate Tao principles had completely vanished. Even the Tao principles that Chun Bei had assimilated from the devoured soldiers were nowhere to be found within him. These principles had transformed into flesh, blood, and consciousness, completely becoming a part of him. This is the unified realm. The Tao principles no longer remained imprinted upon him as before. Instead, they had entirely fused into unity. With a thought, Zhou Hai summoned the Tao principles, and his consciousness instantly expanded outward. In an instant, a radius of 300 miles lay beneath his control. Within this span, not only could he monitor everything, but he could also activate his own realm of Tao principles. Is this the consciousness of the unified realm? Indeed, it is profound, far surpassing the soul power of other realms. Zhou Hai exclaimed in astonishment. Although soul power also possesses monitoring capabilities, it could in no way manipulate an entire domain. Moreover, Zhou Hai had heard that typically, When one first breaks through to the unified realm, their consciousness could only extend 30 miles at most. Yet he had achieved 300 miles. This meant that in battle, the entire 300 miles would be his domain. Compared to Wu Wanli's poisonous sea, which only extended a few dozen miles, this was akin to a chasm between heaven and earth. What bliss! My little disciple has propelled me into the unified realm. Chunbei, you better not lag behind. Feeling the powerful changes within himself, Zhou Hai looked expectantly at Chunbei at this moment. Chunbei had also reached his limit, with the final piece of dragon meat consumed. His gaze suddenly turned toward the extinguished Fusang divine wood. Grabbing hold of it, he began to stuff large chunks into his mouth. What on earth are you doing, disciple? Even if I am poor, I haven't sunk to the level of feeding you firewood. Stop, stop, stop. How can you not even spare the ashes of the plants? Zhou Hai's words were barely out when he witnessed Chunbei not only devour the Fusang divine wood, but also the burnt ashes. In the instant these items were consumed, the 100 Refinement Emperor Sutra within Chunbei began to operate, igniting his body in a roaring flame. Master, I am entering seclusion, Chunbei exclaimed as he hurriedly dashed toward his room. Zhou Hai clearly saw that the moment Chunbei entered, his clothes were already reduced to ashes. The Fusang divine flame engulfed Chunbei entirely, distorting the very heavens and earth. Damn it. Truly an indomitable battle spirit. A born madman, Zhou Hai muttered to himself. Then he felt as if his blood and bones were being refined, metamorphosing towards another direction. This was the transformation of Chunbei during his seclusion and under the tenfold feedback. Zhou Hai's body began to undergo a metamorphosis as well. Soon, Zhou Hai's physique became as translucent as jade. The powerful essence energy coursed through him, rendering his body akin to a perfect Dao soldier. To be precise, his physical strength had reached the level of a unified Dao soldier. Simultaneously, a torrent of violent power surged within him, causing his recently elevated cultivation to rise yet again. Boom, boom, boom. Just as this feeling emerged, Zhou Hai saw that Chunbei's essence energy tidal waves were sweeping through, initiating a series of breakthroughs in his cultivation. 3rd level of Divine Power Realm. 4th level of Divine Power Realm. 5th level of Divine Power Realm. 6th level of Divine Power Realm. In just a few breaths, Chunbei's cultivation forcefully broke through to the 6th level of Divine Power Realm. Under the tenfold feedback, Zhou Hai's realm also advanced, directly arriving at the 2nd level of Unified Realm. What the hell? Incredible! Zhou Hai rejoiced, once more extending his consciousness domain, only to find that within 600 miles, everything lay under his command. At this moment, he truly resembled a divine being of the cosmos. What is this tremendous commotion? Could it be that prodigy has broken through again? Is there no sense of fairness left? What is happening over there? This must be the 2nd breakthrough within 12 hours. Suddenly, Zhou Hai's consciousness detected something that he noticed that the elders of various palaces were utterly bewildered, and many disciples had awakened from their dreams. Gazing toward the Tao. A bunch of mortals. What 2nd breakthrough? Do you dare imagine my disciples' ascension from the deathly realm to the 6th level of Divine Power Realm within 2 days? Observing their astonishment, Zhou Hai couldn't help but feel a swell of pride. By the way, system, why is it that their breakthroughs cause such a commotion while mine stirs barely a ripple? Not even the heavenly tribulation acknowledges my presence? Reflecting on this, Zhou Hai withdrew his consciousness and inquired the system. Please, host, your cultivation is not granted by this realm. Even the essence energy cannot approach you. What kind of commotion do you expect? Do you think the heavenly tribulation can reach you? The system's voice came forth, exasperated. That makes sense. Stealing from one family, being beaten by another. It is not I who usurp the fortunes of heaven and earth. Why should this heavenly path strike me? Zhou Hai's eyes brightened, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Chapter 38. A powerful enemy approaches, the Academy elders severely injured. In the following 3 days, both Chunbei and Qin Xiao spent their time in seclusion. Although their Dao foundations were solidified, the rapid ascension of their realms rendered them somewhat unstable. Thus, throughout these 3 days, Chunbei diligently consolidated his cultivation, the AS for Qin Xiao, although she consumed far less dragon meat than Chunbei. The energy was overwhelming, and her relatively shallow cultivation meant she had yet to fully digest her consecutive breakthroughs. She continued attempting to push toward even higher realms under the diligent efforts of the two disciples. Zhou Hai's own realm gradually stabilized. Simultaneously, he sensed within himself not only the formidable power of the 100 refinements, but also the force of annihilation, along with the circulation of life and death energies. Although this life and death energy was still not sufficiently powerful, given time, controlling the lives and deaths of others, even determining the rise and fall of all things, would not pose a challenge. This is the might of the Emperor's Sutra. Originally, Zhou Hai had anticipated that the seclusion of his two disciples would last quite some time. However, that tranquil morning was abruptly shattered. Chu Chun, what kind of joke are you playing? Allowing a Foundation establishment disciple to participate in the discourse? Are you trying to make a fool of us in front of the other academies? This is outrageous. Chu Chun, I thought you were a sensible child. How could you commit such an act? Do you have any idea how the disciples below are discussing you? This won't do. I was already against allowing that child Qin Bei to participate in the discourse. And now you want to force a Foundation establishment disciple to take action. Do you know this could endanger your junior brother Qin Bei? On this day, within the Grand Hall of the Tao Inquiry Palace. Unable to endure the dissatisfaction of the disciples, the elders of various palaces converged, all pressing Chu Chun regarding his decision to have Qin Xiao participate in the discourse. There was no way around it. The repercussions of this matter were too significant. Within the academy, there were numerous innate disciples, and several at the deathly realm. Which of them did not possess greater qualifications than Qin Xiao to partake in the discourse? As for the reasons provided by Chu Chun, the elders were even less inclined to accept them. It is known that many now wish for Qin Bei's demise. This discourse among the four academies was being held in the Qian dynasty. Sending Qin Bei to the Qian dynasty for discourse was akin to sending him to his death. Although the elders envied Zhou Hai, they would never jeopardize his disciples. Sigh, esteemed uncles, could you please stop? How about we wait for the master to return and make a decision? Chu Chen's expression was one of exasperation. He had anticipated that arranging for Qin Xiao to partake in the discourse would bring trouble. And these individuals showed him no leniency. Chu Chun, allow me to speak a word of fairness. This discourse not only concerns the prestige of our academy, but also relates to the rewards bestowed by the main institute. No matter what, we must send our strongest disciples to participate. Thus, if you wish to have that new junior sister participate in the discourse, it is not impossible. Why don't we hold a preliminary discourse among the palaces? As long as she can make it into the top 10, I believe the brothers would willingly grant her this opportunity. At this moment, Zheng Qianquan, among the crowd, spoke up. The moment these words were uttered, they received instant approval from a multitude of disciples. Yes, Chu Chun, as long as she can make it into the top 10, we will acknowledge her. Chu Chun, I believe Zheng Shidi's words are accurate. Why don't we hold a preliminary discourse among the palaces? Seeing the agitated disciples, a glint of malice flashed in Zheng Qianquan's eyes. Originally, Zhou Hai had taken in a Qin Bei, which had already suppressed him to the point of being unable to lift his head. Now, with another disciple and having seized his opportunity to participate in the discourse, it was truly outrageous. While he could not deal with Qin Bei, did he truly believe he could not handle a mere Foundation establishment first-level disciple? As long as this discourse competition commenced, he would ensure that all would witness what it meant to be a prodigy, that it is imperative to convey to everyone that Zhou Hai merely enjoyed a stroke of luck in acquiring Qin Bei. This does not imply that all of his disciples are prodigies. Chu Qin wore an expression of deep conflict. He discerned that if he did not acquiesce to the matter today, it would be difficult to provide an explanation. Very well, I consent to let my fellow junior brothers and sisters engage in a contest. With a sigh, Chu Qin reluctantly relented. However, at that moment, powerful auras surged towards the Wendigo. The crowd swiftly turned to gaze, only to witness over 100 figures materializing from the horizon. Among them, the weakest possessed the strength of the fatal realm, with no fewer than 20 in the divine power realm, and 3 formidable beings in the enlightenment realm. What is happening? What do these individuals intend to accomplish? The crowd furrowed their brows, and under the leadership of several elders, ascended into the skies to confront this uninvited cohort. The Academy is acting under the decree of His Majesty, alleging that the Academy harbors wanted criminals from the Qian dynasty, suspected of murdering a prince of the Qian dynasty. An investigation is being launched by the court, and you are not to impede it. Upon reaching the skies, the crowd beheld a youth clad in a python robe, issuing cold orders amidst the throng that as words fell. Those behind him prepared to fly towards various palaces to conduct searches. Impudent! Who dares to create chaos within my academy? An authoritative voice rang out as elderly Chongqing stepped forth from the crowd, his demeanor frigid that I wondered who it could be. It is none other than His Highness the Seventh Prince. Even if your father were to arrive today, he would not dare act recklessly within my academy. Your brazen display seeks to undermine our agreement, does it not? As he spoke, the elders and disciples of the academy glared furiously at these intruders. From the academy's inception, an agreement had been established with the Great Zhou, designating Dinghai City and its surrounding areas as the academy's domain, beyond the jurisdiction of the court. Yet now, the court not only sought to intervene, but also demanded a search of 300 miles within the academy. Truly outrageous. Subdue them. However, in the face of Li Chongqing's inquiry, Ji Kuei displayed no inclination to respond. With a mere command, a powerful being from the Enlightenment realm stepped forward that in an instant, the laws of the Tao surged forth, freezing the very space around Li Chongqing, rendering him immobile. Scoundrel! Li Chongqing roared in fury, his righteous energy erupting forth, a multitude of talismans bursting from his form in an attempt to shatter the constraints of the Tao. Yet, the Enlightenment realm expert moved like the wind, appearing before him in the blink of an eye, and raising a hand as if to summon the very heavens to collapse that Li Chongqing, merely at the pinnacle of the divine power realm, found his own mighty force and surrounding talismans obliterated in an instant. With a cough, blood sprayed forth as Li Chongqing felt as if every bone in his body had been shattered. Hurtling backward with great speed to this juncture, the Enlightenment realm expert showed no signs of relinquishing his pursuit. With several rapid strides, he closed the distance once more, reaching out to seize Li Chongqing by the throat. The disciples of the academy erupted in rage upon witnessing this scene. The brazen actions of these individuals were not merely aimed at Li Chongqing. They were a slap in the face to everyone within the academy. Just as Li Chongqing appeared on the brink of falling into the hands of his adversary, a piercing cry of a sword echoed through the air. The elder of the Sword Palace transformed into a beam of sword light, instantly placing himself between Li Chongqing and the Enlightenment realm expert. Clang! The clash of sword and palm resonated with a clear, ringing sound. You dare to come to my academy and act with such impudence? Chun Chuang bellowed in anger, separating Li Chongqing from the Enlightenment realm expert with a single sword strike. Following this, an overwhelming surge of sword energy erupted forth, hurtling towards the Enlightenment realm expert. I did not expect that aside from Morong Xiao, there exists another Enlightenment realm expert within the academy. The Enlightenment realm cultivator was taken aback that he clearly observed that as the sword energy surged forth, the area within several hundred zhang was entirely under Chun Chuang's dominion. The sword energy coursed like a mighty river, its momentum awe-inspiring. Alas, you have merely broken through to the first level of the Enlightenment realm. Should you advance another 2 or 3 levels, I might consider retreating. But as you stand now, you are insufficient. The Enlightenment realm expert, at the 5th level, regarded Chun Chuang's sword energy assault with a flicker of disdain. In the next moment, the laws of the Tao erupted around him, a torrent of formidable power crashing down like a landslide, obliterating Chun Chuang's sword energy inch by inch. Chapter 39. Chunbei strikes. A single fist shatters the Enlightenment realm expert. Ugh! Chun Chuang let out a muffled groan, the furious force of his adversary rendering him as if he could hardly muster his true essence. Yet he did not cease. The sword path is one of relentless assault. It must forge ahead. Though his Tao was fractured, Chun Chuang strained to channel his true essence, causing the sword in his hand to radiate with resplendent brilliance as it surged towards the Enlightenment realm expert. Are you truly resorting to desperate resistance? The Enlightenment realm expert scoffed coldly, manifesting a pair of massive hammers to effortlessly deflect all of Chun Chuang's attacks. Observing this, Chun Chuang executed an agile sword maneuver, his weapon dancing with a flurry of strikes. Countless sword energies erupted once more, enveloping the entire form of the Enlightenment realm expert. Yet before those iron hammers, no matter how many sword energies were unleashed, they proved utterly ineffective. Even Chun Chuang's Taoist weapon attacks were easily thwarted. The two engaged in combat, exchanging blows for several hundred rounds. The opponent seemed to relish in taunting Chen Chuang, refraining from offense and allowing Chen Chuang to witness the futility of his own efforts. He reveled in the dismay etched upon Chen Chuang's face. He relished the sensation of shattering another's resolve. Is not the sword path one of indomitable forward motion, impervious to all? Yet now it resembles a mere child's play, capable of dismantling the sword heart of any individual. Meanwhile, as Chen Chuang clashed with the Enlightenment realm expert, Zhou Hai's gaze remained fixed upon the scene from within the Daozong Palace. Several dozen miles away, harboring wanted criminals from the Qian dynasty? Targeting my disciple is one matter, but to flaunt their authority in such a manner is to court death. Zhou Hai's expression hardened as he witnessed these individuals mocking Chen Chuang, preparing to intervene personally. Just then, the sound of a door creaking open reached his ears, and Chen Bei emerged, donned in a blood-red robe, his tall and imposing figure emanating an invisible aura of dominance. Master, please refrain from intervening. Allow your disciple to handle this. Noticing Zhou Hai's intent to take action, Chen Bei spoke earnestly that he had been cognizant of the impending turmoil and had long since prepared himself mentally for this day. Disciple, focus on your cultivation. In this domain of mine, it is not these petty individuals who can run rampant. Zhou Hai regarded Chen Bei with a hint of reluctance. Although he had long recognized that Chen Bei had his own path to tread, he still felt a pang of reluctance to allow him to face danger alone. After today, Chen Bei might well step beyond his protection. Master, you are invincible throughout the universe, should you truly wish to shield someone. Across the 9 heavens and 10 earths, who would dare act recklessly? However, Master, each individual must traverse their own path. The Tao is not solely about cultivation. It is the journey each person chooses to undertake. Your disciple's path must be walked by the disciple themselves. There is no need for Master to pave it for me. Otherwise, how could I pursue the great Tao? Thank you, Master, for your care and guidance over these days. Your disciple shall forever remember your immense kindness. Chen Bei shook his head that as he spoke, he approached Zhou Hai, kneeling on both knees, and bowed thrice in reverence. Rest assured, Master, your disciple shall be unharmed. Just watch as I sweep through an entire era, bringing glory to you. Rising to his feet, Chen Bei let out a youthful, carefree laugh in that moment. He was no longer the tyrant who had bloodied the battlefield, nor the unrivaled prodigy among his peers. He was simply a child relishing in the kindness of his master. Very well, go forth, sweep the world, and fear nothing. Zhou Hai's eyes glistened with moisture, though he had always regarded this young man as a worker. A fondness had blossomed in his heart. Now, gazing upon Chen Bei's radiant smile, Zhou Hai was reminded of his own youth, filled with fervor, and questioned why he should live in the shadows of others. Disciple is correct. Each person possesses their own Dao. It is time for him to venture forth. His own Tao should be to quietly safeguard the growth of these disciples, to be their most steadfast pillar of support. Thank you, Master. I shall take my leave. Chen Bei cast a deep glance at Zhou Hai in that fleeting moment. Zhou Hai caught a glimpse of moisture at the corners of his eyes as Chen Bei turned away. Go on then. I shall prepare your belongings. Zhou Hai shook his head with a smile, a blend of reluctance and a hint of forced cheerfulness that moment. He realized unknowingly he had assumed the responsibilities of a mentor. Faced with his departing disciple, he resembled a parent unable to settle, wishing to ensure that their child's departure was met with every necessity catered for. He began to sort through his possessions, arranging useful and unnecessary items alike, preparing many things for Chen Bei. Master, are these individuals here to harm my senior brother? At that moment, Qin Shiyao's voice rang out. Unbeknownst to Wen, she too had exited her seclusion, her face etched with worry as she gazed at the unfolding scene. That it is no concern of yours. Focus on your cultivation and do not be distracted. Zhou Hai raised his head to admonish her. But Master, will my senior brother be in danger? Qin Shiyao asked anxiously. With me here, what danger could possibly arise? Focus on your training. Zhou Hai frowned, aware that some matters were beyond Qin Shiyao's current capabilities to engage with. Indeed, with Master present, none can harm my senior brother. Then I shall continue my cultivation. Recognizing the truth in her master's words, Qin Shiyao promptly resumed her seclusion. Meanwhile, high above the Wendaegong, The seventh Prince GK grew increasingly impatient as he observed the ongoing struggle between the two. Do not waste time. Those who obstruct must die. Eliminate him. With a sharp rebuke, the formidable figure of the Enlightenment realm ceased any further discourse that I in his grasp, a massive hammer swung with ferocious might, unleashing a torrent of violent Tao principles that swept across the heavens and earth, harnessing the very forces of nature to deliver a cataclysmic strike. The moment the hammer collided with Chen Chuang's sword, the Tao principles enveloping the blade shattered instantaneously, and the sword itself, unable to withstand the overwhelming force, broke apart on the spot. That moment, the Enlightenment realm powerhouse struck again with another hammer blow. Chen Chuang barely had time to react before he was struck heavily in the chest. Even as he gathered all his Tao principles and spiritual energy to shield himself, he could not withstand the impact of this blow. His Tao principles crumbled, his chest caved in, and a mouthful of blood erupted from him as he was sent flying backward. But if the palace commands your death at the third watch, do not expect to survive until the fifth. The Enlightenment realm master sneered coldly, shadowing Chen Chuang with the intent to kill. Yet at that moment the sky darkened suddenly, as if a celestial dog were devouring the sun, an ominous phenomenon casting a pall over the world. A colossal handprint, vast as the sky, descended upon the Enlightenment realm powerhouse. Who is it? A gasp of astonishment rippled through the crowd, as they sensed no Tao principles present, merely the power of a mundane divine technique. However, as the handprint came crashing down, it evoked a sensation akin to the very heavens collapsing. The Enlightenment realm master felt his hair stand on end, sensing an ominous premonition. If this handprint were to strike him, death would surely follow. Despite the absence of Tao principles, this strike was terrifyingly potent. Seeking death, he bellowed in rage, his body radiating light as he swung his Tao weapon hammer with all his might, unleashing a torrent of violent Tao principles. That a massive hammer, forged from the convergence of Tao principles and spiritual energy, materialized, towering dozens of feet high, and smashed toward the descending handprint. Boom, 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 as the handprint and the hammer collided. The heavens trembled, and a shockwave erupted forth. Many disciples from the academies were thrown into the air, some spitting blood from the force of the blast. All were left in stunned silence that a divine technique devoid of any Tao principles had. Amidst the cacophony of explosive sounds, met the Tao principle-laden hammer in a stalemate, both forces extinguished. Yet before anyone could fully comprehend what had transpired, an even more shocking event unfolded. That a figure surged through the turmoil, racing to stand before the Enlightenment realm master, and with a swift motion, delivered a punch that in an instant, a deluge of Tao principles surged forth. The Enlightenment realm master was taken aback, caught completely off guard. As his chest was struck with a heavy blow, with a thunderous impact, his chest caved in, ribs splintering under the force. Boundless Tao principles surged into his body, overwhelming him with lethal energy. That in an instant, the Enlightenment realm powerhouse's body erupted with countless wounds. The master's complexion shifted dramatically as he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his gaze fixed incredulously upon the young man in the red robe before him. This individual, clearly of the divine technique realm, emanated a power that was undeniably on par with his OWNAS. If there were not enough, the opponent's punch unleashed a maelstrom of Tao principles, a convergence of dozens of different types. Overwhelmed, he felt as if half his life force had been extinguished. In response to his shock, Chen Bei remained indifferent, raising his hand to deliver another strike aimed at the master's crown. The Enlightenment realm master reacted with lightning speed, channeling his full strength to block. Yet in that moment of collision, he realized he was not contending with a mere hand, but rather a formidable Tao weapon. A searing pain coursed through him as the spiritual energy he had gathered shattered on contact, and the bones in his hand were instantly crushed. That moment, his opponent unleashed another punch, targeting his abdomen. The Enlightenment realm master attempted to defend himself, but it was far too late. Boom! The violent force crashed down upon him, causing his internal organs to rupture in an instant, snuffing out all remnants of vitality. Another mouthful of blood erupted from him, and his eyes locked on Chen Bei, his body plummeting earthward, a testament to his demise. Instantly, the crowd erupted in disbelief, all eyes fixed on the spectacle before them. The battle had concluded with astonishing swiftness. From Chun Bei's initiation to the conclusion, less than a breath had passed, and a once mighty figure of the Enlightenment realm had fallen. Most astonishingly, this individual had only attained the divine technique realm. How had he managed to slay an Enlightenment master with such ease? Chun Bei is indeed Chun Bei's disciple. How powerful! Is this truly the disciple of Chun Bei? Wait, look! When did Chun Bei's disciple break through to the sixth layer of the divine technique realm? Suddenly, cheers erupted from the academy's side. All gazed in awe at Chun Bei's visage, their expressions filled with disbelief. Only Zheng Qingquan's countenance darkened, his face clouded with unease. Upon witnessing Chun Bei's emergence, his eyelids twitched, and he felt an unprecedented sense of helplessness. This individual was far too powerful, evidently younger than himself. Yet he felt an instinctual urge to avert his gaze, that eye in Chun Bei's presence. He felt as insignificant as a firefly beneath the blazing sun. A pitiful mockery of humility. The Academy's dignity demands the death of provocateurs. Under the scrutiny of all, Chun Bei stood resolutely in the void, his back to the Academy disciples, his gaze fixed unwaveringly upon the court officials before him. Good! The disciples of the Academy erupted in fervent cheers, many with tears of joy in their eyes. They had never imagined that the prestigious Academy would one day endure such a profound humiliation. Allowing others to invade their sanctum. Two elders lay grievously wounded, utterly powerless to resist in that moment. Chun Bei's intervention was a rallying cry for hope. Brother Chen, are you all right? Junior Brother Chen, Junior Brother Li. At that moment, the elders from various palaces gathered around Chun Shuang and Li Chongqing, their faces etched with concern as they beheld the two on the brink of collapse. This is a revitalization pill. Administer it to your two masters. Chun Bei glanced back and tossed two pills into the air. The elder from the pill palace hurriedly caught them, his expression shifting as he beheld the 9 Tao patterns inscribed on the revitalization pills. Infused with a potent life force. These are celestial-grade pills. The pill palace elder, Dan Chenzi, exclaimed in astonishment. What? Celestial-grade pills? The elders from the martial arts palace and the array palace were equally taken aback. Their faces pale with shocked, celestial-grade pills. Such treasures were coveted even by the Sacred Land's main academy. How could they possibly have come into possession of two? Were they truly to be consumed? The pill palace elder cast a wary glance at Chun Bei, recognizing the immense value of the pills. Too valuable for anyone to dare use lightly, that my masters were injured because of me. How could I delay any longer? Chun Bei frowned, displeased by the elder's hesitance. That is, it's so difficult to be generous like master. Why hoard good things instead of using them? Should we wait for others to seize them? What the junior nephew says is quite reasonable. Your two masters owe you a life debt. The elder from the martial arts palace, Wu Yang, fully endorsed Chun Bei's statement, snatching the two pills to administer them to Li Chongqing and Qin Shuang. Kill them, seize the pills. Yet at that moment, a thunderous voice rang out. The Ji Kuei, a prince of the realm, had never before encountered celestial-grade pills and could not allow two insignificant lives to squander them. With a single command, the last two Enlightenment realm powerhouses beside him vanished in an instant, reappearing before the assembled elders. Seeking death, Chun Bei roared in fury, rushing forward to obstruct their advance. Kill him, Ji Kuei commanded again, sending numerous life-threatening and divine technique realm experts charging towards Chun Bei. Yet Chun Bei paid them no mind. His focus was solely on the two Enlightenment realm masters reappearing, their formidable Tao principles solidifying the very space around them. Intent on seizing the pills, that he shot forward, delivering a punch that shattered their Tao principles blockade as if they were mere Tao weapons. Seeking death, the two Enlightenment realm cultivators had already prepared a coordinated strike, each aiming a palm at Chun Bei's chest. Chun Bei made no attempt to resist. In the moment he breached their Tao principles confinement, he thrust both pills directly into Qin Shuang and Li Chongqing's mouths, where they transformed into two beams of azure light, merging with their forms. Simultaneously, the attacks from the two Enlightenment realm powerhouses struck him squarely in the chest. Bang, bang! The sounds of collision echoed, as their strikes impacted him as though they had struck a Tao weapon. Chun Bei coughed up a mouthful of blood, sent hurtling backward. Yet that was the extent of it. Although he was injured, it was not severe. After cultivating the 100 refinements Emperor Scripture, his physique had become exceptionally resilient. Had he been facing opponents of the same realm, standing still, they would have lacked the capacity to harm him. These two opponents were evidently at a higher level than the previous Enlightenment Realm Master, yet they too found it challenging to inflict damage upon him. Witnessing the two pills being consumed, all action ceased. Although the two Enlightenment Realm Masters had repelled Qinbei, their expressions were grim, akin to having swallowed a bitter pill. They had been forced to watch as others consumed celestial-grade pills. And despite joining forces, they could not even defeat a single divine technique realm cultivator. Such a disgrace was unfathomable. Qinbei, how dare you act so brazenly in my great Zhou territory? Ji Kuei seethed with rage. His heart pained as he watched the two precious pills being consumed. They were rightfully his possessions. Ji Kuei, as a fellow prince, I was conferred a title at 10, vanquished all rivals of the same rank at 13. And at 16, I dared to sweep away all contemporaneous prodigies, earning the title of Overlord. At the age of 26, you have achieved nothing. What right do you have to engage in conversation with me? Qinbei wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, casting a disdainful glance at Ji Kuei, entirely dismissing him. But Ji Kuei's expression shifted. Feeling an unprecedented sense of humiliation, he was unwilling to concede. Yet he had to acknowledge that he truly did not have the standing to compare himself with Qinbei. The academy is the sanctuary of my master, where he seeks tranquility. I do not wish to be disturbed by anyone. I grant you 3 breaths' time to leave with your companions. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to ensure you remain here forever. Qinbei spoke again, exuding an air of superiority akin to that of an emperor. Looking down upon all, Qinbei, you are but a stray dog now. What entitlement do you possess to speak boldly before me? Do you truly believe I cannot subdue you? Ji Kuei had never endured such humiliation in his life, and it ignited a desire within him to shred Qinbei into pieces. You may attempt it. Qinbei's tone was frigid, showing no interest in engaging in a dispute with him. Kill him. I command you to kill him. Ji Kuei's eyes reddened as he roared in fury that at his command. The numerous powerful individuals he brought forth wasted no time, simultaneously charging at Qinbei. Chapter 41. Divine Powers and Anomalies. Moving mountains to reshape the universe. The heavens and earth trembled violently as the energies of the many powerful beings stirred the firmament into chaos. The sky dimmed, and a phenomenon resembling 7 stars cloaking the moon emerged. Blood energy surged into the sky, embodying the image of mountains collapsing the cosmos. This was the manifestation of the 2 Tao Insight Realm Experts' divine powers. 7 stars cloaking the moon and moving mountains to reshape the universe. In an instant, the 7 stars enveloped Qinbei entirely, the aura of slaughter permeating the air, as if it sought to rend him apart. Simultaneously, a colossal mountain descended with inexorable force, intent on completely crushing Qinbei. Other divine realm practitioners unleashed their various powers above Qinbei, wielding attributes of wind, rain, thunder, lightning, earth, fire, metal, wood, and more. Qinbei found himself besieged by gusts of wind like blades and flames licking at his body. While thunder roared in fury, in a heartbeat, Qinbei's figure was engulfed by a multitude of anomalies. However, behind Qinbei, the academy disciples who had been invigorated just moments ago now wore expressions of dread. Who could withstand such an overwhelming onslaught? Not even a peak Tao Insight Realm expert could, let alone Qinbei, who was merely in the divine realm. This is sheer tyranny, with a roar of indignation. Wu Yang could no longer contain himself, and a talisman was instantaneously forced out of his body. The blood energy surged skyward, exploding the talisman into fragments in that moment. His momentum skyrocketed, ascending from the 7th layer of the divine realm directly to the 4th layer of the Tao Insight realm. You vile creatures, begone! With a thunderous roar, Wu Yang raised his hand towards the heavens, as his powerful warrior's blood energy coalesced behind him into a towering martial shadow as he struck down with his palm. The martial shadow followed suit, the immense palm imprint seemingly capable of shattering the universe as it struck towards the mountain that oppressed Qinbei. The battle had barely commenced, yet the tempestuous waves of energy erupted violently throughout the heavens and earth. Even though the battlefield was airborne, the academy structures struggled to endure, teetering on the brink of collapse. Master, will Brother Qinbei be all right? Within the Daozong Palace, Qin Shiyao, who had just entered a state of seclusion, was jolted awake by the commotion. Upon witnessing the scene, her eyes brimmed with concern. Zhou Hai furrowed his brows, suppressing the urge to intervene. As his consciousness spread forth, an unseen power instantly stabilizing the Academy's structures within a 300-mile radius. Regardless of how fierce the battle's aftermath raged in the skies, it could not shake the Academy in the slightest. Noticing Zhou Hai's silence, Qin Shiyao could only anxiously gaze at the aerial conflict. The distance was too great, rendering her unable to discern Chen Bei's figure, even with her cultivated vision. Gazing at the anomalies triggered by Wu Yang's actions, she could only hope that the martial shadow would extinguish all the divine powers. Rescuing Chen Bei, Wu Yang did not disappoint her, but as the colossal shadow struck down, the mountain anomaly above Chen Bei trembled violently, forcibly sent flying over 100 zhang. Yet, that was all. After dispersing the mountain anomaly, the martial shadow's power was nearly exhausted. Seeking death, under the weight of the numerous divine powers, the mountain anomaly bore down upon Chen Bei, rendering him immobile, awaiting the others to slay him, to their surprise. Another Dao Insight Realm expert emerged from the Academy, one even stronger than the previous Qin Shuang. The mountain-moving expert's countenance was icy as he raised 1,000 zhang mountain with one hand. Hurling it towards Wu Yang, that Wu Yang, unwilling to back down, swung the martial shadow's massive fist, colliding with the mountain in an instant. The explosive energy surged outward, causing the space within a 10-mile radius to shatter continuously. Yet, the mountains, structures, and even the smallest blades of grass below remained untouched. However, at that moment, no one noticed these details. Under the gaze of all, amidst the sound of explosions, Wu Yang's body was sent flying by the weight of the mountain's gravitational pull. The martial shadow behind him began to retreat, showing signs of collapse. Die. Before Wu Yang could stabilize himself, the mountain-moving expert roared again. Pursuing him with the mount, held high that Wu Yang was merely at the 4th layer of the Dao Insight Realm, while the mountain-moving expert was a formidable 8th layer. Under the crushing weight of their realms, Wu Yang was no match. Facing the descending mountain anomaly, Wu Yang raised his hands in defense, and the martial shadow behind him also lifted its hands to meet the mountain's descent. Boom! Another deafening roar echoed, as the towering martial shadow, struck by the overwhelming force, was obliterated instantly. Wu Yang felt a backlash, as if his internal organs had shattered, prompting him to spew blood as he was hurled back over 100 zhang, crashing into the ground and leaving a deep crater. Master, Elder Wu, the Academy's disciples' eyes turned crimson, each letting out heart-wrenching roars of fury, desperate. As the mountain loomed again, ready to annihilate Wu Yang completely, Elder Dan Chenzi from the Dan Palace and Elder Su Jinyang from the Formation Palace both let out furious cries. Positioning themselves before the mountain, the instant the mountain pressed down, Elder Dan summoned a massive cauldron, hurling it at the mountain. Elder Su waved his hands, conjuring countless formation runes that coalesced into an enormous formation disk. Desperately supporting the weight of the Million June mountain. You overestimate yourselves, the mountain-moving expert snorted coldly, pressing down with his hand, amplifying the mountain's gravitational force tenfold to a staggering 10 million June. In an instant, the massive cauldron plummeted rapidly, and the formation disk began to show signs of collapsing, being forcefully pressed down. Up. Now. Both elders Dan Chenzi and Su Jinyang bellowed, their faces flushed, as they exerted all their strength to lift the mountain once more. Is this all the strength you possess? The mountain-moving expert scoffed again, applying further pressure. In that moment, the mountain's gravity surged tenfold once more. With the force of 1 billion June, both elders spewed blood, their bodies riddled with countless wounds, blood gushing forth. Brothers and sisters, if we do not act now, when will we? Chu Chen's eyes turned red as he witnessed the scene. With a furious shout, he performed a seal and was the first to charge forward. At this moment, Su Jinyang's formation disk was cracking inch by inch, leaving only Elder Dan's cauldron still struggling to hold on. Chu Chen's seal infused into the cauldron, the power of the death realm surging wildly. Unfortunately, before the overwhelming force of the Billion June mountain, it was as feeble as an ant shaking a tree. Brothers and sisters kill. A young girl, her eyes ablaze, let out a furious shout and surged forward. She was Bai Shu, the personal disciple of Li Chongqing, the Academy's foremost talisman genius. Countless talismans erupted from her, crashing into the mountain anomaly, producing a series of explosive sounds. Simultaneously, she drew talismans with her hands, inscribing the heavens and the earth, consolidating all her strength into her life talisman, injecting it into the cauldron to support the mountain. Kill. The other disciples, witnessing this, also charged forth in a timely manner, channeling their various powers into the cauldron, collectively propping up the mountain that threatened to collapse. Only one individual displayed fear as he observed the scene, several times contemplating joining the fray, yet ultimately retreating. You are courting death. Zheng Qinquan looked upon the unfolding chaos, his face pale, feeling an instinctive urge to flee. Chapter 42, Law of Heaven and Earth, Palm of Obliteration, an ant shaking a tree, utterly deluded. Observing the academy disciples joining the fray, desperately resisting his divine powers, the mountain-moving expert's gaze turned frigid. Suppress! With a thunderous roar, he flicked a drop of his vital blood towards the mountain anomaly. In an instant, the mountain's gravitational force surged once more. Boom! Under the relentless weight, all individuals coughed up blood. Even with the combined might of the entire academy, they were but a swarm of ants facing a titanic peak descending from the heavens. What awaited them was only merciless annihilation. Master, within the Daozong Palace, Qin Shiyao clutched Zhou Hai's arm tightly, her anxiety palpable. How could I stand idly by while so many risk their lives for my disciple? Zhou Hai's eyes were already filled with a murderous intent, and at that moment, he could no longer restrain himself. Get back! At that moment, a furious roar pierced through the heavens that I in the very center of the battlefield. A tempestuous force swept across the land and sky. Countless beams of energy surged upwards. With a series of dull thuds, over 100 individuals spewed forth blood, and amidst the wails of despair, many cultivators of the fatal realm disintegrated on the spot. Numerous cultivators of the divine passage realm were riddled with gaping wounds, propelled backwards for 100 feet, barely clinging to life as they fell. Even another formidable figure of the Enlightenment realm found themselves caught off guard, their 7 stars extinguished, blood gushing forth as they stared in disbelief. Yet, what was even more shocking lay ahead. Countless paths coalesced. A vast expanse of spiritual essence surged forth, transforming into a Tinzhong battle attire that enveloped the scene. Covered in blood, Qin Bei sent everyone flying, his body radiating brilliance as he instantaneously transformed into a Tinzhong giant clad in battle armor. Indeed, he was a giant, not merely a shadow of martial prowess. As the mountain threatened to crush all those from the academies into oblivion, Qin Bei took a decisive step forward, rushing beneath the mountain. Raising his hands high to withstand its weight, in an instant, the pressure on the academy's crowd dissipated, and they could no longer suppress their exhaustion, collapsing to the ground. How formidable! Before this being of the Enlightenment realm, they felt as insignificant as ants, utterly powerless to resist as a wave of despondency washed over them. Yet upon gazing at the giant Qin Bei, they could not help but feel a mix of awe and terror. He had single-handedly withstood the weight of this colossal mountain. What immense power was this? How could it manifest within a cultivator of the divine passage realm? Not far away, Ji Kuei's expression shifted dramatically. As a prince of the Holy Dynasty, he could hardly believe that Qin Bei had grown so powerful, engaging in battles beyond his realm, sweeping aside all opposition. Surely, even the ancient saints in their youth could not have rivaled this. Observing Qin Bei, his heart trembled, his confidence severely shaken, in comparison to Qin Bei, he felt utterly insignificant. The mountain-moving expert's pupils constricted, unable to contain his own shocked that moment. He felt as if a colossal pillar stood beneath the mountain, capable of withstanding the very collapse of the heavens, let alone a mere mountain. This sensation filled him with dread, compelling him to eliminate Qin Bei at any cost. Die. He bit his tongue, unleashing a torrent of his essence blood upon the mountain. Causing its gravitational force to surge exponentially, it was evident he was desperate, willing to sacrifice everything, even his life essence, to crush Qin Bei. The universe is my furnace, the stars as my ingredients. I shall forge myriad paths into the firmament. Qin Bei's expression remained cold, bracing himself against the mountain's colossal weight. Upon his massive form, a furnace-like shadow emerged. Flames erupted from the mountain in an instant. The paths enveloping the mountain disintegrated inch by inch. The mountain-moving expert's face paled, and within moments, he witnessed his mountain's manifestation collapse, crumbling before Chun Bei, as if it were nothing. "What are you waiting for? Attack together. Kill him," the mountain-moving expert shouted in terror. His voice hoarse. Meanwhile, the Enlightenment Realm cultivator, recently injured by Chun Bei, soared towards the fray, intent on joining forces against him. "The heavens are desolate. I shall extinguish the universe." Yet as Chun Bei had just refined the mountain, he struck with a palm, as if the stars and sun were collapsing within it, that a layer of ash-gray annihilation energy coalesced within his hand, descending upon the two opponents. Both were taken aback, simultaneously unleashing their full power to resist. Yet they felt as though that colossal palm was an invincible weapon, instantly shattering their forms. Concurrently, the annihilation energy within the palm tore through everything. "No, what kind of divine ability is this? Save me!" The two Enlightenment Realm cultivators screamed, struggling desperately, seeking to escape. Alas, all resistance proved futile. Everyone around them stood in stunned silence, unable to save them. Even Ji Kui trembled uncontrollably, as if he had seen a ghost. How is this possible? How could Chun Bei, by his own strength, annihilate so many powerful beings? Is he even human? Among the younger generation, is there anyone who can rival him? Under the gaze of all, the two Enlightenment Realm cultivators were utterly obliterated, leaving not a trace of flesh behind, not even a remnant of their souls. At the same time, Chun Bei expelled a mouthful of blood, his giant form rapidly shrinking. In that final moment, he barely managed to don a garment, collapsing to the ground, utterly exhausted. This was the last dignity of a tyrant, impervious to provocation, impervious to the gaze of any. Yet, this was all he could achieve. Under the relentless assault of numerous powerful adversaries, he had exhausted all his spiritual energy, even depleting his life essence. Were he an ordinary person, he would have perished on the spot. Nevertheless, he endured through sheer, indomitable will. A miracle in itself. Senior brother, Qin Xiao's heart tightened, unable to restrain herself as she dashed towards the Wendiagong. "These 10 recovery pills, give them to him." Zhou Hai sighed, his heart a tumult of emotions. Unable to discern whether it was sorrow or joy that he tossed 10 recovery pills to Qin Xiao, urging her to deliver them to Chun Bei. She caught them and hastened her pace. Zhou Hai's brow furrowed. He knew every powerful being had their own path to tread, a journey unique to each individual. Even as a master, he could not interfere too much, lest he disrupt his disciples' cultivation, which would be detrimental. Yet now, Chun Bei had encountered such formidable foes even before stepping out of the mountain gate. What dangers awaited him in the future? The indomitable battle spirit. Must it truly exist solely for combat? Fighting throughout one's life? Chun Bei, you shall die. At this moment, over at the Martial Dao Palace, Ji Kui observed Chun Bei, who had completely lost his fighting capability, and his heart swelled with joy. Seizing the opportunity, he summoned a spear of divine weaponry, intent on directly eliminating Chun Bei. Presently, the entire academy was grievously wounded, incapable of resistance. It was the perfect moment to rid himself of Chun Bei. "You dare!" At that moment, under the potent effects of the recovery pills, Chun Chuang and Li Changqing's injuries rapidly healed. Simultaneously, they sensed signs of a breakthrough in their cultivation. Yet, they could not focus on this, their eyes wide with rage as they prepared to intervene. Just then, an irritable voice echoed through the AIRDIS, this never-ending. "Time and again, you seek to kill my disciple before my very eyes. Do you truly think I am invisible?" As the words fell, all eyes widened in shock, witnessing the spear freeze midair. Simultaneously, Ji Kui stood frozen, the space around him seemingly solidified, rendering him immobile. Even breathing became a luxury. What is happening? Who is this? Ji Kui's heart raced, overwhelmed with terror that a cultivator of the Enlightenment realm could only seal a small segment of space with their path, affecting one's movement. But this was true spatial stasis. Complete control over the very fabric of space. Even a harmonized realm strongman could not achieve this. Could it be that a formidable being of the Path Palace was concealed within the academy? Impossible! Typically, Path Palace cultivators would reside in the main academy. How could they be here? Countless thoughts raced through Ji Kui's mind that if he knew that such a powerful entity lurked within the academy, he would never have dared to come flaunting his power. How foolish he had been. You audacious fool. You dare to come to my academy and act so brazenly. Since you have come, you shall remain here forever. I shall see who from the Zhou dynasty dares to rescue you. Zhou Hai's cold voice reverberated, and a false mountain flew forth from the small courtyard, instantly pinning GKA to the plaza before the Wendigo. Only then did the spear, which had been suspended in midair, finally drop, embedding itself beside the false mountain. Oh, not release me. I am a prince of the great Zhou. Does your academy wish to go to war with us? GKA, released from the spatial stasis, struggled to break free from the false mountain. However, the mountain, forged from sacred artifacts, appeared small yet contained an immeasurable power, 1,000,000 times stronger than the mountain manifestation of the previous expert. Had it not suppressed most of its power, it could have crushed GKA into ashes in an instant, allowing no chance of escape. Silence. Seal. Zhou Hai snorted coldly, releasing another wave of sealing power from the false mountain. Instantly rendering GKA breathless, in mere moments, he felt utterly drained, collapsing beneath the weight of the false mountain. All present watched in stunned silence, their expressions slackened. They recalled that everyone had just engaged in battle. Yet the lazy elder from the Dao Palace had vanished without a trace. Accustomed to his lethargy, no one had thought of him during the tumult. It was only with this sudden intervention that they recognized his terrifying might. To solidify the void, could this elder's cultivation have reached the Path Palace realm, or even higher? How could this be? He was merely 20 years old. Meanwhile, everyone was left speechless. Truly, the lazy elder had witnessed his own disciples suffer such a fate. Yet he remained silent, merely observing. Some even speculated that he had been asleep, only now awakening to the situation. Only Chenbei, lying on the ground, felt deeply moved that he understood that his master had been watching over him the entire time. He was grateful that his master had refrained from intervening while still expressing concern for him. This battle had been exhilarating. The instability of his realm would be solidified through this conflict. Moreover, he gained fresh insights into combat, the 100 Refinements Emperor Sutra and the Annihilation Emperor Sutra. His life was destined to be filled with battles. He did not wish to hide behind his master's protection forever. Only through continuous combat could his will as a strong man grow ever stronger, until he stood invincible in the world. Brother, are you all right? This is the revitalizing pill that master asked me to bring you. Please take it first. Just then, Qin Xiao flew in, instantly capturing the attention of everyone present. What a stunning girl! Clad in male attire, she nonetheless exuded an air of aloofness and grace. Could this be the new junior sister of the lazy uncle? Under the gaze of all, Qin Xiao helped Chenbei up and swiftly placed a revitalizing pill in his mouth. The pill dissolved instantly upon entry, transforming into a vast surge of energy that rushed into Chenbei's body like a spark igniting a flame. In the next moment, without any need for Chenbei to recuperate, the surrounding spiritual energy surged like tides, enveloping him completely. Just moments ago, Chenbei had been on the verge of collapse, yet his complexion instantly brightened, rejuvenating him with vigor and vitality, his combat power soaring. My goodness, it truly is a revitalizing pill. Everyone was left agape, feeling a sense of numbness wash over them. Just how many treasures do these master and disciples possess? 2 heavenly grade pills handed out like mere gifts. And now this revitalizing pill is treated like a snack, readily produced at a moment's notice. This is truly outrageous. It is well known that while the revitalizing pill may not be as precious as the heavenly grade pills, it is nonetheless a top-tier resource. Even a powerful practitioner at the Dao Palace realm would cherish a single one, saving it for a critical moment to turn the tide. Who would dare consume it so casually? The most astonished among them was undoubtedly Chu Chen. What did he just witness? The junior sister, who had only recently reached the first level of foundation establishment, had astonishingly broken through to the 7th level. They had only been apart for a few days. Even if one were to advance a level each day, such rapid progress would be unimaginable. Not to mention, even the most gifted prodigies could not hope to ascend a level within a month after establishing their foundation. How did she achieve this? Suddenly, Chu Chen recalled what Zhou Hai had said that day. What if one establishes their foundation? Who knows, tomorrow they might be innate, and the day after, they could be at death's door. Although reality was far less exaggerated than Zhou Hai's words, it was still enough to leave one in shock. At this rate, Chinbei mused. In 3 months, the junior sister could very well reach the realm of divine abilities. It is a level that many prodigies take nearly a century to attain. Simultaneously, Chu Chun came to realize that the strength and accumulation of this lazy uncle were beyond their wildest imaginations. Uncle, as your junior, you cannot be so biased. Not to mention, I have treated you like a father over these years. Although I may not have washed your feet, you cannot say I have made you wash clothes either. Right. In the end, all your affection seems to have gone to the younger disciples, leaving me to feel like a stepchild. Chu Chun pouted, looking up at the sky with a face full of grievance. Upon hearing this, everyone wore expressions of disbelief, especially those disciples, who glared angrily at Chu Chun. How could this guy take credit without including them? Come on, you never made the lazy uncle wash a single piece of clothing. And we have never seen you do so either. When has it not been you forcing your fellow brothers to serve the lazy uncle? Such an outsourced filial duty. How dare you complain? Do you think I am old? Besides, you have always sneaked into my Tao library to read the texts. Wasn't I just turning a blind eye that time? How can you claim that you have been the one contributing? Just then, Zhou Hai's voice rang out, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Those disciples gritted their teeth in anger. So this elder brother's seemingly endless devotion was not genuine filial piety. It was merely a gray transaction with the lazy uncle? Damn it, we have washed clothes, organized the Tao library, and even gone down the mountain to purchase spring-themed illustrations and yellow books for the lazy uncle. In the end, we gained nothing, while you roamed freely in the Tao library. How utterly unreasonable. It is known that the Pill Palace has pills, the Academy has talismans, the Sword Palace has discussion platforms, the Martial Arts Palace has combat secret realms, and the Tao library has various cultivation treasures. Acquiring these resources requires contributing points. Yet someone is sneaking through the back door. This is simply outrageous. Uncle, please do not speak carelessly. That is not true. Chu Chun panicked. How could such matters be revealed? Uncle, do not look at me. And all you junior brothers and sisters, this is all a fabrication. He is slandering me. You should consider it. If I truly did such a thing, would I announce it so openly? He is also an accomplice. Sensing the unfriendly gazes around him, Chu Chun quickly shouted, "What does being an accomplice matter? If you wish to punish me, you must first defeat me." Clearly, they were not yet capable of that. But I believe taking you down for bribery should be quite feasible. Zhou Hai's voice echoed, nearly causing Chu Chun to leap in frustration. Shameless. How could this lazy uncle engage in such activities? Others were equally speechless. Yet even the elders from various palaces had to agree with his words. They only pick on the soft targets, since Zhou Hai and his group could not be dealt with. They could only pin their hopes on this heir of the sect. Chapter 44. Regret after missing Zhou Hai. Zheng Qinkin. Uncle, I was wrong. Please show mercy. Chu Chun was on the verge of tears, wishing he could slap himself twice. Knowing fully well that the lazy uncle was shameless, why did he have to provoke him? Now he found himself with nothing to gain and a heap of trouble instead. On account of your support for my disciple, I shall bestow upon you an opportunity. Zhou Hai snorted, and with a wave of his hand, spiritual liquid and elemental liquid transformed into 2 water dragons that surged forth, instantly melding into celestial spiritual energy, pushing toward the Hall of Inquiry. Did I end the square before the Hall of Inquiry? The crowd had yet to comprehend what Zhou Hai's so-called opportunity entailed when they witnessed the earth and heavens convulsing. Endless spiritual energy transforming into dense fog, sweeping over like a tidal wave. The richness of the spiritual energy triggered a disturbance in the elements, whipping up fierce winds. What on earth is happening? Has the lazy uncle summoned the spiritual energy from 100,000 miles around? Everyone stood agape at this spectacle. Just moments ago, many had felt weak, yet with a single breath, they felt the spiritual energy surge into their nostrils like a dragon, rapidly rejuvenating their exhausted bodies. The sensation of encountering a long-awaited rain after a drought made everyone instinctively breathe deeply, wishing they could feast on the celestial spiritual energy. Not far away, those who had been sent flying by Chinbei, particularly the life and death realm practitioners, had already perished, with only a handful of divine ability realm practitioners clinging to their last breaths. Sensing the rich celestial spiritual energy, they greedily inhaled it. But at that moment, an invisible force interrupted their absorption of the spiritual energy. You dare to bully my disciple and still wish to absorb my spiritual energy? You must be dreaming. And are you all foolish? With such immense spiritual energy, do not just lie there waiting for me to nourish you. Zhou Hai's voice rang out, prompting the crowd to finally react, quickly sitting down to meditate, with the vast spiritual energy supporting them. Everyone felt their cultivation techniques operating smoothly, dozens of times more effective than before. Some sensed the opportunity for a breakthrough and entered a meditative state on the spot. Boom! Within moments, someone erupted with the signs of a breakthrough. It was by Xu Shu, the prized disciple of Li Chongqing, that in merely a quarter of an hour. Not only had she fully restored her spiritual energy, but she also broke through from the 7th level of innate to the 8th level. Boom! 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 As if triggering a chain reaction, many disciples followed suit, breaking through one after another in an instant. The air was filled with turbulent waves, forming whirlwinds as endless spiritual energy surged toward them. Even Zheng Qinquan successfully advanced from the 8th level of innate to the 9th level. Witnessing this, the elders from various palaces hastened to absorb the celestial spiritual energy that Li Chongqing and Qin Chuang's injuries gradually healed. However, the immense medicinal power within them had not yet been exhausted and was swiftly converted into spiritual energy. Rich with vitality, nurturing both their bodies and accelerating their breakthroughs. Boom! Li Chongqing was the first to break through that a white light burst forth from him, and righteousness instantly spread around him. He attempted to comprehend the life energy within the medicinal power, constructing his own righteous principles with the righteous energy. At the moment the principles coalesced, the heavens and earth shifted, and rolling thunder swept across the sky. Li Chongqing's principles expanded. Everyone felt a surge of vitality. Righteous energy inherently embodies the power of hope. Now, as it merged with the life energy to form principles, Li Chongqing's principles brimmed with vigor. That moment, he resembled a deity of longevity, as if a single righteous principle could grant others longevity. Everyone, continue your cultivation. I am off to face the heavenly tribulation. As the thunderous tribulation approached, Li Chongqing uttered a final instruction and soared away from the scene. Not long after he departed, Qin Chuang also achieved a breakthrough. Everyone could sense that previously, Qin Chuang's sword principles were solely about slaughter. Yet during this breakthrough, a trace of life energy had joined them. His swordsmanship seemed to have acquired a life of its own. Because this was not a breakthrough of a major realm, Qin Chuang did not trigger a heavenly tribulation like Li Chongqing. Seeing his successful breakthrough, Qin Chuang intended to consolidate his realm. But at that moment, an overwhelming aura of death began to permeate the area. It was Xiao Ting, Qin Chuang's chief disciple, breaking through to the 2nd level of the life and death realm. The life and death realm contends with fate. Each breakthrough is a struggle against the heavens. Enduring the onslaught of death energy allows for advancement and 100 years of longevity. Failing to withstand it could mean losing all cultivation and becoming an ordinary person. If the situation worsens, it could lead to death or the erosion of one's very soul. Witnessing his most esteemed disciple begin to face the perilous tribulation, Qin Chuang could not afford to focus on himself. His expression grave as he fixated on the unfolding events that moment. Another wave of deathly aura enveloped the area, this time emanating from Lu Danyang, the foremost disciple of Danshenzi, who had just broken through from the pinnacle of the innate realm to the 1st level of the deadly tribulation. Observing this, Qin Chuang could not help but furrow his brow. One disciple undergoing the deadly tribulation was already a cause for concern. With two breaking through simultaneously, how could he manage? But before he could further succumb to his anxiety, a 3rd, 4th, and even a 5th wave of deathly aura surged forth. It was none other than Murong Zhao's eldest disciple, Chu Chun, his 2nd disciple, Ling Luoxue, and Wu Yang's chief disciple, Yuan Bupo, who all achieved breakthroughs in rapid succession. The presence of 5 deathly auras left Qin Chuang feeling utterly overwhelmed. Even Wu Yang and Danshenzi, at that moment, could not continue their own training, their gazes fixated on the spectacle. Let them train. It's merely a deadly tribulation, nothing of great consequence. Just then, Zhou Hai's voice rang out. Shortly after, a rejuvenation pill soared through the air, which Zhou Hai promptly refined on the spot, unleashing a cascade of vitality. In an instant, Qin Chuang, Wu Yang, Danshenzi, and the others were left dumbfounded. The other disciples also opened their eyes wide, their expressions a mix of disbelief. Did Tio use a heavenly grade pill to assist in facing the deadly tribulation? Was this some kind of jest? For those disciples currently unable to break through to the realm of deadly tribulations, envy was the only sentiment that remained. The rejuvenation pill was not only a supreme healing elixir, but also possessed the power to restore youth and extend one's lifespan by a millennium. Yet, it was being utilized to aid those in the deadly realm, merely to secure an additional 100 years of life. Such extravagance could only be attributed to the likes of the lazy fish master uncle. Who else could dare to be so generous? At that moment, everyone understood that the lazy fish master uncle was not only the strongest hidden master within the academy, but also a veritable treasure trove. His depth of resources was likely greater than that of several sacred grounds combined. Otherwise, how could he afford to be so magnanimous? Junior brother, I am grateful, Chen Chuang remarked bitterly, cupping his hands in the direction of the Dao Zong Palace. Before returning to fortify his own cultivation, Dan Chenzi and Wu Yang exchanged bitter smiles, and upon witnessing the crisis faced by their disciples alleviate, they too clasped their hands in respect and resumed their training. Only Zheng Qinkuan, who had just made his breakthrough, found himself unable to concentrate. His gaze, vacant, was fixed on the direction of the Dao Zong Palace, recalling the scene from a few days prior when Zhou Hai had accepted him as a disciple. At that time, Murong Xiao had gone to great lengths to place him under Zhou Hai's tutelage. Yet he had stubbornly resisted that in hindsight. He felt a wave of regret so intense that it made him want to vomit blood. While others' disciples faced the deadly tribulation, Zhou Hai could produce heavenly-grade pills, rare even in sacred grounds, to assist them. What resources would he have received as Zhou Hai's disciple? The thought was unbearable for Zheng Qiankuan. He lamented how these should have been his opportunities. The more he pondered, the more his heart ached, and before he knew it, his eyes turned red with emotion. Chapter 45. A Unity Realm Expert. Suppressing the scene, as time gradually passed, 3 hours later, the spiritual essence in the area was depleted, prompting everyone to reluctantly exit their meditative states. Even Li Chongqing successfully returned from his tribulation, having broken through to the realm of enlightenment. Exuding an aura reminiscent of the Tao, disciples returned. Zhou Hai's voice called to Chun Bei and Qin Xiao. Wait, take this rebellious disciple away. At that moment, Chen Chuang spoke up. Immediately, Zheng Qinkuan felt a sharp pain coursing through his body. A fierce sword energy surged into him, instantly scattering his cultivation. Master! Zheng Qinkuan exclaimed in shock, staring incredulously at Chen Chuang. Did you not call me master? I have no disciple like you, Chen Chuang rebuked. You could remain indifferent while your fellow disciples face peril. What would happen when the common folk are in danger? Would you merely observe? Today, you disregard your junior brother Chen Bei and go to plead your case to Zhou Hai. Chen Chuang's voice thundered. For he had not ignored Zheng Qinkuan's past actions, despite his previous silence. Reflecting on the earlier events, a chill crept into Chen Chuang's heart. Take him away, without allowing Zheng Qinkuan to retort. Chen Chuang waved his hand, and a gust of force hurled him before Chen Bei. Indeed, take him away. This child harbors impure intentions. Regardless of how you as master punish him, we shall not intervene. Chen Chongqing's voice rang out. Coldly regarding Zheng Qinkuan, addressing Chen Bei. No, master, uncle, you cannot treat a disciple this way. I have my reasons. Zheng Qinkuan's face paled, desperately pleading. Who has faced difficulties on the path of cultivation? If everyone were to retreat as you do when challenges arise. Disregarding the lives of fellow disciples, how could one strive for the greater good? Dan Chenzi interjected, his expression one of disdain. Alas, child, your talent is indeed commendable, that I end the entire academy. None can match you except for Chen Bei. And even your senior brother Chu Chun pales in comparison. Yet your character is flawed. If left unchecked, one fears you may bring chaos to the world. Go, seek out your uncle Zhou Hai to plead for forgiveness. Even Su Jinyang could not help but shake his head with a sigh. Offering counsel that Zheng Qinkuan saw none of the elders advocating for him. His countenance darkened with despair. He could not comprehend how. Once the coveted disciple, he had swiftly become a pariah, reviled by all. Even those who had previously shown him kindness now looked at him with cold indifference, their eyes filled with strong disdain. Enough, it's not such a grave matter. Why escalate it? The child is still young, lacking understanding. There is no need for such severity, observing the shameless old men speaking with righteous indignation before the Daozong Palace. Zhou Hai rolled his eyes, fully aware of their ulterior motives. As the saying goes, a jade must be carved to become a gem. These old geezers were attempting to use him to discipline their disciples. He was not so idle as to concern himself with such trivialities. Although he did hold a grudge against Zheng Qinquan, he had no obligation to involve himself. Let Chen Chuang handle it. Why should it concern him? Moreover, recalling the scene where several old fellows competed for disciples, he couldn't help but feel a sense of schadenfreude. The academy valued benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and trust. With such a rebellious disciple under Chen Chuang, he would surely be in for a challenge. That in contrast, the disciple he had once been ridiculed for had now become the envy of these old geezers. The more he thought about it, the more pleased he became. Zhou Hai felt no inclination to address the old men's attempts to shift blame, and even considered playing the role of a good Samaritan. Child, as the saying goes, brothers can be as close as kin, and sons can fight together in battle. Among fellow disciples, if you cannot rely on your brothers, whom can you trust in the future? Let this matter rest. Later, go and sincerely apologize to your master and reflect on why you pursue the Tao. Your uncle does not blame you. I only hope you remember this. My disciples do not require your assistance, but one day, you will inevitably need the support of others to that moment, when all stand by and watch. That will be your time of despair. Suppressing a smile, Zhou Hai transmitted his thoughts, feigning a serious tone of admonition. The disciples were taken aback by these words. When had the lazy fish master uncle's perspective become so grand? His words could be likened to the teachings of sages. Everyone felt moved by his sentiment. Only a few elders could not help but inwardly curse. This brat is shameless. It seems all the villains have been made to be us. While he alone is the virtuous one, that the problem was, Zhou Hai's words left them unable to retort. Master, I was wrong. Zheng Qinquan's eyes brimmed with tears as he spoke, overwhelmed by emotion. He could never have imagined that. While all condemned him, only Zhou Hai would speak on his behalf. A wave of intense regret washed over him. He pondered how wonderful it would have been had he joined Zhou Hai's side from the beginning. In the entire academy, who would dare to utter a word against him? Considering your feelings of regret and the fact that your uncle speaks for you, let this matter slide for now. However, you will be punished with a month of confinement in the Daozong Palace to contemplate your heart and understand why you pursue cultivation. Seeing the regret in Zheng Qinquan's eyes, Chen Chuang assumed he had genuinely recognized his mistakes and coldly declared, Yes, master. Zheng Qinquan heavily bowed his head to the ground, his eyes filled with reluctance. Enough, let us clean up the aftermath. Leave one to convey a message to the Zhou royal family, demanding an explanation for our academy. As for the others, their cultivation is ruined. Cast them out of our academy's territory. Li Chongqing's voice resonated as he directed his gaze towards those injured in the battle. Understood. In response, the disciples surged forward, and soon the scene erupted with anguished cries. Those invading cultivators, already severely wounded, could muster no strength. Under the assault of the academy's disciples, they not only had their cultivation severed but also suffered broken bones. The academy had always been merciful, but that did not equate to being soft-hearted. There had never been a notion of leniency towards enemies that as the tumult subsided, Chen Bei and Qin Xiao exchanged glances, preparing to return to the Daozong Palace. Just then, the atmosphere shifted dramatically as a cold voice echoed. What audacity from the great Zhou Academy! Do you wish to rebel? As the words fell, an overwhelming pressure descended, causing all the disciples to change color, each spitting blood. Who? The elders' expressions darkened as they looked up toward the sky. The powerful presence of Wu Yang, Chen Chuang, and Li Chongqing surged forth to shield the disciples from much of the oppressive force. Yet even they could not help but feel a weight settle in their hearts. Under such formidable pressure, Chen Chuang and Li Chongqing could hardly withstand it, while only Wu Yang, forging ahead, was unable to rise beyond a height of 100 meters. Seeing this, Chen Bei and Qin Xiao halted once more, their brows knitted in concern. What the hell? Are these people out of their minds? Do they truly believe our academy is easy to bully? In the small courtyard behind the Taoist hall, Zhou Hai furrowed his brow slightly. his gaze instantly locking onto a figure suspended amidst the clouds in the vast sky above. That it was an elderly man clad in azure robes, whose age could be surmised to be no less than a millennium or 18 centuries. His cultivation level was an undeniable sixth stage of the Unity realm, far surpassing that of the previous Wu Wanli. Chapter 46. You dare to come to my academy and flaunt yourself. I shall crush you. May I inquire your esteemed identity and intentions? In front of the Taoist hall, Wu Yang wore a grave expression, as his cultivation was unable to pinpoint the visitor, compelling him to call out loudly. Not far away, Ji Kuei, pinned beneath the artificial hill, shook his head. He was in immense discomfort, feeling as if his body might burst under the pressure. Amidst the throbbing in his head, he became somewhat lucid upon sensing the overwhelming force. And joy flooded him at the prospect of a formidable master seeking trouble. The strength of this newcomer was unimaginable. If he were to target the academy, could it withstand such might? It seemed heaven was indeed aiding him in his quest for vengeance. It appears your great Zhou Academy has truly become a den of murderers with enemies everywhere, that even he could not recall who he had offended. If that is the case, allow me to impart some lessons on your academy's rules. A chilling voice echoed as a blue cloud descended from above. Standing atop the cloud was the elder in azure robes, stroking his long beard, emanating an aura of celestial grace. That it is you. Elder Qingzhu, Wu Yang, and the others instantly recognized his identity as the supreme elder of the Deqian Academy, Mr. Qingzhu. Once, he was also an elder of the academy, retiring to pursue seclusion after breaking through to the Unity realm. 6 centuries had passed, and no one could have anticipated that he would suddenly seek trouble with the great Zhou Academy. It is indeed I. Do you know your crimes? Mr. Qingzhu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, coldly stating, Elder Qingzhu, we juniors are unaware of any offense committed. We humbly request you elucidate our transgressions. Wu Yang clasped his hands, addressing Mr. Qingzhu with utmost respect, even as they regarded themselves as juniors in his presence. Truly unrepentant. However, before Wu Yang could finish speaking, Mr. Qingzhu's expression darkened. That in an instant, an overwhelming pressure enveloped the heavens and the earth. That Wu Yang, Chen Chuang, and Li Changqing, already bearing immense pressure, felt as though 100 million tons of weight had descended upon them. They could no longer suppress their groans, plummeting to the ground and spitting blood. The disciples of the academy cried out in anguish, unable to withstand such pressure, all collapsing to the ground. Some of the weaker disciples even bled from their 7 orifices. The scene was harrowing. A mere spiritual realm cultivator and an ant-like foundation establishment practitioner. How is it possible for you two to withstand my pressure? Mr. Qingzhu reveled in this feeling of superiority. Observing the fallen crowd, he felt a surge of self-satisfaction, yet his brow furrowed upon noticing Chun Bei and Qin Xiao standing amidst the throng. Elder Qingzhu, when has my great Zhou Academy ever provoked you? What is the meaning of this? Chun Bei's eyes were icy as he reprimanded in a low voice that he had a foreboding sense that this man was also targeting him. A mere junior dares to question me? Is this the upbringing of your great Zhou Academy? I see that your academy is becoming increasingly outrageous. Submit to me. Mr. Qingzhu snorted coldly, issuing another command as an overwhelming wave of pressure surged toward the 2 seniors. However, both Chun Bei and Qin Xiao possessed imperial artifacts. Let alone Mr. Qingzhu's meager pressure, even the might of a sage would have no effect on them. What is happening? Realizing that his pressure seemed ineffective, Mr. Qingzhu's brow furrowed deeply, his heart filled with fury. I command you to submit. With a furious rebuke, Mr. Qingzhu unleashed a palm strike. That in an instant, the earth resonated, and a gigantic azure palm imprint surged toward Chun Bei and Qin Xiao. This was clearly an attack meant to take lives. Not to mention cultivators of the Foundation establishment and spiritual realm, even an ordinary Enlightenment realm expert would be crushed by such a blow. Upon witnessing this scene, GKA was nearly beside himself with excitement, even forgetting his own suffering. This person was indeed targeting the academy. With such might, even his father, a 5th-stage Unity realm cultivator, would be somewhat inferior. Eliminating an academy would surely be a matter of mere moments. He was eager to see who among the hidden masters of the academy could rival Mr. Qingzhu. Just then, Zhou Hai's furious voice rang out. In the next moment, the space froze, and the enormous azure palm imprint exploded like fireworks. Following that, An even larger palm imprint blanketed the sky, enveloping an area of 10 miles, shrouding the entire Taoist hall within its grasp. The palm imprint appeared grayish-black, with destructive power swirling within, embodying the principles of eternal annihilation as it struck toward Mr. Qingzhu. The previously arrogant Mr. Qingzhu, who had seemed invincible, now wore a countenance of horror. The threat of death sent chills through him. Faced with the enormous palm imprint, he sought to flee, only to discover that the surrounding space had solidified. Even his own cultivation could not allow him to move an inch. Feeling as though he had sunk into a quagmire. "Who are you?" Mr. Qingzhu bellowed in panic, yet received no response that he hastily activated his techniques, conjuring a celestial phenomenon behind him. That I end this phenomenon. Vast bamboo groves appeared, forming a sea of bamboo, swaying in the wind. That a bright moon rose above the bamboo sea, carrying an unstoppable force as it crashed toward the palm imprint. Concurrently, the bamboo swelled, exuding an aura that seemed capable of piercing the heavens. However, when the bright moon and bamboo collided with the palm imprint, without exception, they began to disintegrate and explode. Simultaneously, his bamboo domain began to crumble, the endless sea of bamboo dissipating into nothingness. With a thud, the domain shattered, and the intense backlash immediately caused Mr. Qingzhu to spurt blood, as if his internal organs had been ruptured. "Submit to me." At that moment, Zhou Hai's voice resounded once more. The palm imprint crashed heavily onto Mr. Qingzhu. He coughed up a mouthful of blood frothing from his eyes, ears, and nose, his entire body plummeting vertically to the ground. When the sky-darkening palm imprint finally receded, all present beheld the sight. The previously formidable Mr. Qingzhu now lay on the ground like a broken doll, convulsing uncontrollably. This strike had evidently shattered his meridians, fractured his bones, and rendered his cultivation utterly useless. This, a powerful Unity Realm cultivator, had been so effortlessly incapacitated. Everyone was left in a state of shock. They knew Zhou Hai was formidable, but to such an extent, was there no justice left? This was a Unity Realm expert. Moreover, it was rumored that he had reached the second stage of Unity Realm 600 years ago. The current situation was beyond imagination. Yet Zhou Hai, from dozens of miles away, had simply raised his hand and rendered a man incapacitated. Dare you be any more arrogant? Damn it, it's one thing to flaunt your age. You come to my academy to show off, and I can accept that. But to flaunt and then become enraged when things don't go your way. Truly a fool who does not know his own limits. Zhou Hai's discontented voice resounded. Unable to refrain from mocking, Jikue, pinned beneath the artificial hill, wore a stiff expression, incredulous at the scene before him. He could hardly believe that such a powerful figure had been so swiftly subdued. Did this not imply that even his father would meet the same fate? A wave of intense fear washed over Jikue, and without a second thought, he shut his eyes, continuing to feign death. It was too terrifying. You dare to cripple me. I am a Unity Realm expert. Do you not fear the repercussions from the Central Academy? Mr. Qingzhu spat blood, enduring the heart-wrenching pain as he lamented loudly. Chapter 47. Epiphany. Unveiling the martial eye. You, an elder relying on age, what harm is it to strike you? You think the Central Academy can intimidate me? There are great scholars who will advocate for me. Li, my brother, step forward and unleash your fury upon him. Zhou Hai's single utterance caused Li Chongqing, who had just risen, to darken in countenance. What does this kid mean? Does he think I am but a street brawler? However, he too was furious, unleashing a torrent of scorn upon Mr. Qingzhu. Old fool Qingzhu, you are said to be aloof and indifferent to fame and fortune. Yet, unexpectedly, you are a man who uses your reputation to bully others. We juniors hold you in respect, but you use your power to oppress us. I in a century at the academy. Even a dog can reason. How can you be so devoid of understanding? As Li Chongqing's words fell, the disciples of the academy joined in, vocally denouncing Mr. Qingzhu. Indeed, old fool Qingzhu, as juniors, we have shown you nothing but respect. Yet you, in your old age, have no sense of propriety, that if you do not provide an explanation today, this matter shall not conclude. Old thief Qingzhu, from the inception of our academy, we have placed great emphasis on propriety. May I inquire when the sages taught you to bully others with power? As the crowd spoke, each disciple chimed in, berating Mr. Qingzhu until his face turned ashen. Yet, Powerless to contend against the collective force of their words, and having been thoroughly beaten, he could only endure the humiliation in silence. Not far away, Qin Xiao stared wide-eyed at the unfolding scene, feeling a stirring in her heart. So this is what it means to have great scholars advocate for me. I have learned something profound from my master. Other disciples of the academy looked on with excitement, relishing in the spectacle of Mr. Qingzhu rendered speechless. Only Chun Bei remained in contemplation amidst the crowd. Suddenly, Chun Bei's clothing fluttered without wind, an ethereal resonance of Tao spreading throughout. The crowd, still denouncing Mr. Qingzhu, fell silent, their expressions filled with astonishment as they gazed in his direction. What is happening? Is this an epiphany? Under the watchful gaze of all, Chun Bei entered a state of enlightenment. Radiating an aura that was almost ethereal, his mind was consumed by the image of the palm strike previously delivered by Zhou Hai in the instant that strike fell. Everyone felt its earth-shattering might. Yet only Chun Bei, who cultivated the Silence Emperor Sutra, sensed the unique technique of wielding power over the universe. In that moment of mastery, it seemed as though the heavens and earth were grasped by his master's hand at their soft underbelly. He could manipulate the entire realm at will. To confine the void, or even shatter it, was merely a thought away. Perhaps, given his master's cultivation, shattering the void was trivial. Yet this subtle control was profoundly worthy of exploration. But what sort of mastery was this, that even the universe could be so effortlessly commanded? In a state of enlightenment, Chun Bei was engulfed in a sense of urgency that it was as if he had grasped something elusive. Yet it remained frustratingly unclear. Unbeknownst to him, his silence's true essence surged forth, enveloping the space within 3 feet around him. That area became somewhat illusory, gradually distorting, as if it were about to be torn apart by this formidable essence. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, their expressions twisted in disbelief. What kind of technique was this that allowed a cultivator of the divine communication realm to influence the very fabric of space? It was no wonder they were shocked. A cultivator of the divine communication realm could affect the weather, summon winds and rains, akin to deities in the eyes of mortals. Yet to influence the operation of space itself was utterly inconceivable. Even a harmonization realm expert could only isolate a space through the domain of their principles. However, Chun Bei's silence's true essence contained the power to tear through space, defying all logic. Even the prostrate Mr. Qingzhu felt a chill run down his spine. Chun Bei evoked a sense of standing before the Holy Sun of the main academy to know he had seen the Holy Sun before. Yet, even that Holy Sun, aside from his superior cultivation, could not match Chun Bei's imposing aura. What kind of prodigy was this, who seemed to possess an inclination to surpass the Holy Sun? One must understand, that individual was groomed to be a saint. How peculiar, how strange, that he could suddenly attain enlightenment. Within the courtyard of the Tao, Zhou Hai's consciousness enveloped the void, and upon witnessing Chun Bei's enlightenment, he was momentarily taken aback. As Chun Bei's true essence surged, seemingly attempting to manipulate the surrounding void, Zhou Hai grasped the significance of it all, to be why the heavens. This little one of the divine communication realm dares to attempt to seize the weaknesses of the universe and shatter the void. Zhou Hai's expression darkened, yet an inexplicable sense of anticipation welled within him, that if Chun Bei could indeed uncover the weaknesses of the universe with his cultivation, his combat prowess would increase exponentially. Alas, could Chun Bei truly achieve this without comprehending the principles of silence? Under Zhou Hai's expectant gaze, Chun Bei, in his moment of enlightenment, suddenly had a revelation. Why was it that, though both were Emperor scriptures, the Silence Emperor Sutra and the 100 Forgings Emperor Sutra emphasized entirely different aspects, one focusing on offense, the other on body refinement? The offensive scripture, like the Silence Emperor Sutra, appeared grand and destructive. Yet this was misleading. The true power to break through myriad techniques was never the Silence Emperor Sutra, but rather the 100 Forgings Emperor Sutra. Humans are inherently flawed, thus the 100 Forgings Emperor Sutra refines the myriad laws of the heavens to strengthen oneself. Compensating for every deficiency, it strikes with boldness and determination. In contrast, the Silence Emperor Sutra, while seemingly focused solely on offense, with its supreme might obliterating all, fundamentally centers on identifying the flaws of the opponent. Humans possess flaws, as do all things in the world, even the heavens and earth. That palm strike from his master pinpointed various weaknesses, thus requiring minimal force to unleash a blow capable of annihilating the universe. With this realization, Chunbei abruptly opened his eyes. The Silence Emperor's Sutra began to circulate, and imperial patterns emerged within him. His gaze sharpened as the power of silence surged within him, attempting to discern the flaws in the universe. The indomitable battle spirit inherently possessed an extraordinary obsession, and as this obsession manifested, even the Emperor's Sutra responded. Patterns fluctuated, finally coalescing at his brow. As a wave of tearing pain surged, blood flowed from his brow. Yet, he bore no expression of pain. Rather, he felt a peculiar excitement. He sensed that something was on the verge of being unlocked, a feeling akin to a sudden revelation. Boom! Suddenly, a blood-red heavenly eye opened at his brow. The eye shifted from crimson to pitch black, resembling a black hole. What is this? The heavenly eye, the martial Tao heavenly eye. A prodigy, this was undoubtedly a prodigy, that T.O. awakened the martial Tao heavenly eye with mere cultivation in the divine communication realm. Surrounding individuals gasped in astonishment, including the elders, all rendered numb, left in unprecedented shock. The martial Tao heavenly eye. How could this be possible? Even the Holy Sun, after breaking through to the enlightenment realm, had not been able to awaken it. How had he accomplished such a feat? Mr. Qingzhu, lying on the ground, remained acutely aware of the situation, feeling a sense of dread more intense than encountering a ghost. One must understand, the martial Tao heavenly eye had been regarded as a symbol of sainthood since ancient times. Legend had it that a saint might not necessarily awaken the martial Tao heavenly eye in their youth. But for one to awaken the martial Tao heavenly eye, becoming a saint was merely a matter of time. Did this not imply that this young man was destined to be a future saint? Who was he? How could such an unrivaled genius emerge from a mere branch of the Dezhou Academy? Wait, what were they calling him just now? Chunbei, the junior disciple of Chunbei. He is Chunbei. Chapter 48. The might of a single fist shocks the entire venue. Countless thoughts flashed through Mr. Qingzhu's mind, nearly driving him to madness. This was, after all, the target he intended to eliminate. Not only did he possess the potential of a saint, but he also had an extraordinarily powerful master. What was he thinking? How could he dare to act against such a person? At this thought, Mr. Qingzhu regretted his lack of cultivation. Otherwise, he would have returned to the Deqian Academy and struck down Fu Shuerong with a single blow. If not for him, how could he have come here to kill a being destined to become a saint? Moreover, he had a sense that Chunbei's future would not only see him become a saint, but potentially even stronger. Generally, those who awaken the heavenly eye do so at the enlightenment realm or higher. For one at the divine communication realm, to awaken the heavenly eye was unprecedented. While all were in shock, Chunbei discovered that the world before him had shifted. He beheld various truths of the universe, manifestations of the Tao and order. Yes, this was the sensation. Chunbei rejoiced, for with his current cultivation, he was not yet qualified to seek out the flaws of the universe. Even merely gazing upon the order and Tao of the heavens brought an overwhelming sense of piercing pain to his heavenly eye. Yet when he turned his gaze upon the others present, he found them riddled with flaws that it felt as if a mere finger could point and obliterate them on the spot. This sensation stirred excitement within Chunbei. He turned his attention to the divine communication realm cultivators brought by GKU in an instant. These individuals felt a chill run through their bodies, instinctively sensing suffocation. They clearly saw the excitement in Chunbei's eyes. Yet this excitement bore a resemblance to facing death itself. Shaking his head, as if deeming these individuals unworthy of being his practice dummies, Chunbei's gaze shifted once more to Mr. Qingzhu. What do you intend to do? Mr. Qingzhu was taken aback, feeling an icy chill envelop him. My apologies, Mr. Qingzhu, that as a senior of the academy, I should not harm you, considering the academy and teacher Zhu. However, I cannot act against the academy's people, and others do not qualify as my practice targets. Thus I must trouble you. Chunbei smiled, raising his hand to point at Mr. Qingzhu, intending to use minimal force to obliterate his body, refined through the principles of harmonization. Practice on me. Mr. Qingzhu's face turned ashen, mentally cursing Chunbei's entire family. This scoundrel sought to kill him while maintaining such politeness. Was his master a smiling tiger from the academy? Where was Morong Xiao? Shouldn't he bring the Academy's people to restrain themselves and plead for mercy? Just as Mr. Qingzhu despaired, a voice rang out from the horizon. .5 figure soared in. Standing proudly before the Academy's gate, exuding an aura of superiority. Who the hell are these scoundrels? Do they truly think my academy is easy to bully, one wave after another trying to trample us? Within the Dao courtyard, Zhou Hai's expression darkened instantly. The moment Chen Bei perceived the heavenly eye, a tenfold feedback surged, altering the principles within him. Just as he anticipated a significant outcome, these oblivious fools arrived. Without needing to think, he knew these individuals were most likely targeting his precious disciple. This thought. He raised his hand, ready to strike them all down in one fell swoop. Master, wait. Leave this to your disciple. Just then, Chen Bei's excited voice rang out. He was just lamenting over finding someone to practice against. And here they were, the perfect experimental subjects. Arrogant, who dares to speak so boldly at my academy? Chen Bei leapt forward to the Academy's gate. The others quickly followed suit. The 5 peak Enlightenment realm powerhouses were momentarily taken aback. They had come to exert pressure, never expecting that within this small branch of the Dezhou Academy, someone would dare to act so audaciously. It's him, the 9th prince of the Qian dynasty, the overlord Chen Bei. Suddenly, one of them noticed something and quickly produced a scroll, comparing it to Chen Bei's portrait. Chen Bei? Ah, what a stroke of luck! Today, we shall capture Chen Bei here, and let us see what the Zhou dynasty has to say. The Qian dynasty had taken Chen Bei under their wing. Yet they dared to indulge him in slaying our Qiong Yao sacred land elder. Our sacred land shall join forces with the Qian dynasty to strike down the Dezhou, a justified cause. Confirming Chen Bei's identity, the 5 individuals wore expressions of elation. However, their words caused the faces of all within the academy to darken. Chen Bei's murderous intent surged. These individuals, despite their audacity in confronting him, dared to invoke his name in an attempt to overthrow the entire Zhou dynasty. These so-called sacred grounds allow for not even a single patch of pure land to exist in this world. Seeking death, with a furious roar, Chen Bei charged directly at one of the formidable adversaries that how foolishly unaware of your own mortality. Who would have thought you to be even stronger than the legends suggest? Possessing the cultivation of the 6th realm of divine power at such a tender age. Alas, this is not the foundation for your arrogance, but merely the confidence that will lead you to your demise. The man, an elder with a goatee, regarded the approaching Chen Bei with a disdainful smile. The others hastily retreated, equally dismissive of Chen Bei's prowess. As Chen Bei closed in, the goateed elder's expression turned severe. With a wave of his hand, a web of laws surged forth, ensnaring Chen Bei and seeking to subdue him. Arrogant old fool, meet your end! Chen Bei bellowed, his inner essence of annihilation surging violently. With his celestial eye unveiled, chains of law materialized before him, each bearing discernible flaws, that he unleashed a fist, shattering the multitude of chains that bound him. The goateed elder froze, his countenance instantly frozen in shock. Yet in that fleeting moment, Chen Bei's gaze bore into him, an overwhelming sense of impending death flooding his mind. Instinctively, he attempted to retreat, only to find Chen Bei already upon him, a fist crashing into his chest. In an instant, a tempest of brutal force spread throughout his being. Amidst a cacophony of cracking sounds, he endeavored to channel his essence for protection, but it was already too late. His form began to disintegrate, his bones shattering to dust. Dust erupted from his skin, and his blood transformed into vapor, dissipating into the air that a moment later, he could only emit a wretched cry before vanishing into the swirling crimson mist. Boom! This scene detonated like a ton of explosives in the minds of all present, leaving them dizzy and bewildered. Good heavens, what have I just witnessed? A cultivator of the 6th realm of divine power, obliterating a peak enlightenment expert with a single punch. Did you all see that? Chen Bei didn't even use his full strength with that blow. At the academy, the disciples were in a frenzy, and the elders stood utterly stupefied. They were aware of Chen Bei's formidable capabilities, able to contend with Enlightenment realm experts, but this spectacle was simply too surreal. That on the other side, Mr. Qingzhu and Ji Kuei of the Enlightenment Palace simultaneously swallowed hard, nearly choking on their disbelief. Meanwhile, the 4 elders of the Qiong Yao sacred ground gaped in astonishment, momentarily forgetting their fury. You four old codgers, come at me together. Do not blame me for not giving you a chance. Chunbei raised a hand, pointing at the four, eager to test his celestial eye and see if he could simultaneously defeat the combined might of four peak Enlightenment realm experts. Chapter 49. A Forceful Annihilation. You seek death. The four, regaining their composure, reacted swiftly. One among them, his hair bristling with rage, summoned a colossal ancient tree, its silhouette towering 1,000 feet behind him as a treasure tree of laws merged into it. The ancient tree materialized, expanding to 10,000 feet, its leaves sharp as blades. Annihilate, the expert roared, and countless leaves transformed into a river of swords, tearing toward Chunbei. Chunbei activated his celestial eye. Observing the treasure tree expert's essence compensating for the flaws in his laws, which were now diminishing rapidly. After integrating the treasure soldier, his laws appeared nearly flawless as the sword river surged forth. Rapidly approaching, Chunbei raised a hand, summoning dark clouds as a black lightning dragon collided with the sword river. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions reverberated thunderously. The black lightning dragon disintegrated, leaving only half of its form intact. In contrast, the sword river, evolving under the influence of laws and treasure soldiers, surged with increasing ferocity. Watch out, disciple. Brother, retreat quickly. The crowd at the academy turned pale at this sight. This treasure tree expert was far more powerful than the previous mountain-moving expert. And with the assistance of the treasure soldier, he appeared virtually invincible. Chunbei's expression grew grave as he recognized the widening chasm between their strengths. If he could launch a surprise attack, he might gain the upper hand. But facing the opponent's full might, the pressure upon him intensified. Break it. Realizing that his manifestation of power was on the verge of being shattered, Chunbei unleashed a punch, merging the power of annihilation with the lightning laws, causing the very void to explode. The explosive force shook the heavens and earth, colliding with the sword river at the moment the lightning dragon fragmented. Rumble, rumble. The earth trembled, and waves of energy surged outward. Simultaneously, the sword river shattered, countless sword lights scattering in all directions. At the academy, many disciples were sent flying by the shockwave, spitting blood to be careful, as a deluge of sword lights surged forth. Even cultivators of divine power faced imminent dismemberment. Wu Yang, Chen Chuang, and Li Changqing rushed forth, employing their laws to block the onslaught. However, under the relentless assault of thousands of blades, all four were also sent tumbling. Li Changqing, after intercepting countless razor-sharp lights, found his essence shattered, nearly torn to shreds by the sword energy. The expressions of the onlookers turned ghastly. The sheer destructive force of the aftermath was unimaginable. It was difficult to fathom just how much pressure Chunbei was enduring on the battlefield. Die. Witnessing his sword river shatter, the treasure tree expert was consumed by rage, weaving countless branches into a cage that ensnared Chunbei. Within the cage, a sword pool emerged, its intent suffusing the air, intent on strangling Chunbei. It seems there are indeed flaws, merely concealed beneath a facade. Chunbei stood resolute, unafraid, having shattered the sword river with a single fist. He instantly grasped the essence of the situation, that he activated his celestial eye to its utmost, enveloped in an endless black light, finally perceiving a few flaws in the treasure tree expert's laws amid the overwhelming power. Although he could not discern everything, it was sufficient. Annihilate the heavens and grasp the universe, Chunbei roared, channeling all the power of annihilation into his right index finger. With a pointed gesture, he pierced through the opponent's formidable essence, unleashing a torrent of force into the hidden flaws beneath the essence. Boom, boom, boom. From a single point, the power of annihilation spread through the opponent's flaws, obliterating all of their law-based power in an instant. Even the towering ancient tree erupted, leaving only a fist-sized treasure tree suspended in the air. How is this possible? The treasure tree expert's expression shifted dramatically, his laws shattered, the backlash causing him to cough up blood uncontrollably. He hastily summoned his powers and laws, attempting to reconstruct the ancient tree's manifestation. But Chunbei would not grant him that opportunity, swiftly appearing before him and delivering a punch to his forehead. No, the treasure tree expert screamed in terror. Chunbei's combat awareness was exceptionally acute, seizing every opportunity presented in the fray. As this punch was thrown, the sensation of death enveloped him, leaving no time for resistance. Presumptuous with a furious roar, the other three experts could no longer remain passive. One of them hurled a treasure wheel, soaring like the sun, aimed directly at Qinbei. Yet Qinbei acted as though he were blind to it, his fist crashing heavily into the treasure tree expert's forehead. Crack, crack, boom. The treasure tree expert began to fracture from his forehead, cracks spreading across his entire form before exploding into ASH.AT that moment. The treasure wheel collided violently with Qinbei's shoulder. Pooh! Qinbei spat a mouthful of blood, sent reeling backward. The scorching power surged within him, threatening to incinerate his very being to cinders. This was the power of solar true fire. Although it paled in comparison to the true fire of the sun, it was still capable of melting countless formidable opponents. You little brat, after slaying 2 of our sacred ground's elders within a single day. Your death is well-deserved. The wielder of the treasure wheel seethed with fury, his laws morphing into a sea of flames, merging with the treasure wheel to transform into a colossal sun, casting its shadow across the void. Annihilate! With the roar echoing, the sun's rays engulfed Qinbei entirely, igniting him into a blazing fireball. All of you, come at me together and kill him. Another individual surged forth, their laws coalescing into a blue bird, which, after merging with a treasure bone, manifested into reality, showering Qinbei with a tempest of lightning. You little brat, you shall perish. Another talisman shot forth, suffused with the aura of death. The power of the talisman conjured an army of specters, each possessing the strength of innate realm, charging toward Qinbei in an instant. Disciples, no. Uncle Zhou, will you not intervene? The scene left the Academy's crowd on the verge of madness, with 3 mighty experts attacking simultaneously. No one believed Qinbei had any chance of survival. Even Zhou, who had been closely monitoring the situation, could not resist the urge to intervene. Yet amidst the solar true fire and the tempest of lightning, Qinbei activated the 100 Refinements Emperor's scripture, forcibly utilizing the flames and lightning to refine himself. Zhou was left speechless. Indeed, an indomitable battle spirit, completely disregarding reason. However, he also realized that Qinbei had been continuously activating his celestial eye. His inner essence of annihilation had already been drained, and he was now relying solely on the power of the 100 refinements to hold on. There was no other option. This lad had yet to cultivate his own annihilation laws. The celestial eye was entirely dependent on the imperial glyphs, and each activation drained considerable energy. Prolonged use would inevitably lead to defeat. Disciple. The celestial eye is ultimately an external tool. Wisdom arises from the heart. With a discerning eye, one can see through the world and dispel the clouds of confusion. You might as well act on instinct and give it a try. After a moment's contemplation, Zhou transmitted to Qinbei. A tremor ran through Qinbei's heart. As though he had grasped something profound, he fought against the searing flames, enduring the immense pain wrought by the lightning's refining power, while mending his injuries. He contemplated the meaning behind Zhou's words. The army of specters surged toward him. Qinbei's eyes flew open, the power of the 100 refinements surging forth, causing his form to swell instantly. Laws of heaven and earth. With a thunderous roar, Qinbei's body expanded tenfold in an instant. The essence of heaven and earth coalesced into a battle armor enveloping him, casting him in the guise of a war god. Chapter 50. Zhou's words manifest. Qinbei's real-world trials. With a resounding roar, Qinbei unleashed the formidable power of the Tao, akin to a divine weapon. His fist struck with such force that numerous Tao principles materialized, instantly scattering countless legions of the undead. He keenly contemplated the sensations born from this clash. Indeed, as his master had proclaimed, with a discerning eye one could perceive the world, parting the mists to reveal the azure sky. The Tao principles wielded by these individuals were not devoid of flaws. Rather, their immense cultivation and the might of their weapons obscured all, making it difficult for one to perceive them clearly. Yet, with his heavenly eye now opened and imperial symbols pulsating within him, he could still discern scattered vulnerabilities. For instance, in this very moment, Qinbei's gaze fixated ahead. The dissipating undead began to revive once more. As under the overwhelming force of Tao principles, the undead were extinguished and reborn in an endless cycle. However, Qinbei showed no mercy, delivering a punch that erupted with ferocious energy, shattering the profound essence that enveloped the Tao principles and surging into the breach of the undead's power. Boom! 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 The earth-shattering sounds of explosions reverberated as the Tao principles of the undead were obliterated in an instant, their talismans fracturing into numerous fissures. How could this be? The undead warrior's countenance changed drastically, and in shock he spat a mouthful of blood. Suffering a severe backlash, seizing the opportunity, Chunbei soared into the sky, his formidable strength breaking through the blinding rays of the sun, and with a single punch struck the talisman before him. Boom! The already fractured talisman erupted violently, leaving behind only a piece of undead jade pendant, the weapon of that undead warrior. You little brat! The undead warrior spat another mouthful of blood, feeling his insides shatter, desperately attempting to summon back his weapon. Yet, darkness enveloped him as Chunbei had already appeared before him, landing a punch squarely on his heart. The undead warrior let out a wretched scream as his body burst apart. You shall die, brat! The powerful wheel warrior's eyes turned crimson, witnessing the sunlight unable to suppress Chunbei. With a wave of his hand, the sun descended, crashing towards Chunbei. The temperature soared dangerously, threatening to incinerate everything. Were it not for Zhou Hai's mental protection, the surrounding area would have instantly transformed into a sea of flames. The bluebird warrior's eyes bulged with rage, merging with the essence of the bluebird. Enveloped in the might of thunder, his claws tearing towards Chunbei with the force to rend everything. Come on! Chunbei, invigorated, attentively sensed the flaws within the sun's Tao principles that the very moment the sun was about to descend. He caught it with both hands. The overwhelming gravity bore down upon him, instantly pinning him to the ground. That was incredibly heavy. This sun's power surpassed that of the mountain-like warrior by over tenfold, making it difficult for even Chunbei's immense strength to withstand. Seizing this chance to crush Chunbei, the bluebird warrior approached, intent on delivering a fatal blow. However, Chunbei interlocked his fingers, unleashing his ferocious power to shatter the sun's essence within his palms. Grasping tightly at the flaws in the sun's Tao principles that in an instant, the pressure diminished drastically, the sun becoming 100 times lighter. With both hands, Chunbei swung the sun as if wielding a fly swatter, directing it towards the bluebird warrior. Boom! The bluebird warrior had not anticipated Chunbei's escape from his bindings, sent flying by the sun. Engulfed in raging flames in that moment, his essence and Tao principles shattered. Yet, Chunbei showed no intention of relenting. Raising the sun behind him, he struck down with tremendous force once more that moment. The power of Chunbei merged with that of the wheel warrior, rendering the bluebird warrior utterly incapable of resistance. Boom! An explosive sound echoed as the bluebird warrior's body was instantaneously torn asunder. The Tao principles of the blazing sun dissipated in an instant, the colossal sun vanishing, leaving only a Tao weapon still held by Zhou Hai. The wheel warrior suffered a backlash, immediately spitting blood, his complexion paling drastically. Chunbei, I shall never share the heavens with you. The world shall rise against Zhou. Your days are numbered. The wheel warrior's eyes bulged with rage, recalling that of the 5 who had come. For lay dead, and he himself was gravely injured, devoid of any fighting spirit. After uttering his threats, he turned to flee. Can you escape? Chunbei's gaze turned frigid, unleashing the power of thunder, instantly closing the distance to the wheel warrior. Raising his hand to strike him down. Disciple, spare his life and leave him to your masters. Zhou Hai's voice resonated. Yes, master. Chunbei's expression remained icy, sensing an impending storm as the potential for a war that could engulf all of the northern wilderness loomed due to his very existence. He struck a palm forward, sending the wheel warrior flying. Subsequently, he stripped him of his cultivation and discarded him at the gates of the Jixia Academy. Masters, I leave him in your hands. Chunbei retracted his divine powers, donned a garment, and soared towards the gathered onlookers. The crowd gazed at him in astonishment. Within this single day, the shocks he had delivered were monumental. They could hardly fathom what would transpire should he ever face the progeny of the great sanctuaries. Junior, you should rest now. We shall handle the remaining matters. Li Chongqing stepped forward, his demeanor grave. Yes, master. Chunbei refrained from further conversation, swiftly departing, soon arriving at the small courtyard of the Daozong Palace. Upon seeing his returning eldest disciple, Zhou Hai expressed profound satisfaction. This young man had never disappointed him. After awakening his heavenly eye, the feedback had magnified his Tao principles tenfold, integrating them with imperial symbols. Not only augmenting his power, but also granting him the ability to manifest his will. It is worth noting that such power belongs solely to sages. Yet, due to the influence of the imperial symbols, he had achieved this at the level of unification. Presently, anyone whose cultivation was inferior to his would fall before him with but a word: disciple. Zhou Hai smiled slightly, about to say something when he saw Chun Bei kneel before him. Master, I must take my leave. I am forever grateful for your nurturing. I will never forget it. Chun Bei's words froze Zhou Hai's smile in place. Disciple Zhou Hai opened his mouth, wishing to say more. But Chun Bei interrupted him. Master, every individual has their own path, that I do not wish to live my life under your protection. For the sake of the beings of the northern wilderness, I believe that with your capabilities, a single word from you could quell the chaos. However, I wish to stop this impending war by my own means. After I depart, I will publicly declare that I have severed ties with the Academy. I shall bear the blame for the killing. Once the reasons are gone, the war will naturally cease. A tremor coursed through Zhou Hai's heart. Disciple, you have considered everyone but yourself. You do not wish to burden your master. Have you thought about how you will survive when the world hunts you down? With a soft sigh, Zhou Hai endeavored to dissuade Chun Bei. He did not want his young disciple to shoulder such a heavy responsibility at such a tender age. Master, do you truly look down upon me so, as your disciple? Cannot I sweep across the realm? Wait. One day, I shall return as a king, and I will not tarnish your esteemed name. Chun Bei chuckled lightly, leaving Zhou Hai speechless. The path one takes is a personal choice, and he ultimately could not interfere. Very well, I shall await your sweeping of an era. Remember, I am behind you, that go forth without restraint. Everything shall be shielded by me. Zhou Hai patted Chun Bei's shoulder, handing him a storage bag. Go. Thank you, master. Chun Bei stood, casting a reluctant glance back at the courtyard before stepping onto the divine rainbow and departing without looking back. Chapter 51. Zhou Hai, the Selfless Sage. Half an hour later, Qin Xiao returned, accompanied by Chu Chun. Uncle Master, we have uncovered the truth. According to the information provided by that person, a total of 6 individuals from the Qiangyao Sacred Land have arrived. Besides the 5 of us, there is one cultivator at the unification level, named Qian Santong. Due to discovering that the Qian dynasty intends to attack the Great Zhou, Qian Santong has already represented Qiangyao to ally with the Qian dynasty. With their army advancing eastward shortly, Chu Chen approached Zhou Hai, cupping his hands in greeting. Understood. What use is it to tell me this? Return and inform them that from today onward, Chun Bei has severed all ties with our academy. I have expelled him from my tutelage. Zhou Hai reclined in his chair, waving his hand dismissively. What? You expelled junior brother Chun Bei? Chu Chen's expression shifted dramatically. Otherwise, these individuals use his name, disregarding the suffering of the innocent. Must we still incite a war for his sake? Now that he has departed, they should have no reason to wage war, correct? Zhou Hai stated casually, yet Chu Chun felt a pang of sorrow. He had not expected his usually carefree uncle master to bear such heavy concerns for the world. For the sake of the common people, he had even overlooked his beloved disciple. How heart-wrenching it must be. He could not help but wonder how long his junior disciple could survive after this departure. Uncle Master, the elders have decided that in 2 months, the Academy will hold a debate. Only the top 10 disciples will qualify to represent the Academy in battle. What about junior sister? Pausing, Chu Chen shifted the topic. Understood. Let it be as it may. What is the big deal about a debate? Just sort it out among yourselves. Zhou Hai waved his hand. Seeing this, Chu Chun assumed Zhou Hai was troubled by Chun Bei's matter and took his leave. Damn it, should I not eliminate 1 or 2 sacred lands to strike fear into them? If I do not showcase some strength, my precious disciple will easily be treated like a soft persimmon. As soon as Chu Chen departed, Zhou Hai could no longer contain his murmurs that he was indeed troubled. Torn between the desire to intervene and the fear of disrupting Chun Bei's path of cultivation, that if he refrained from acting, however, an unsettling feeling enveloped him. After all, with so many people clamoring for his disciple's demise, who could endure such a burden? Master, I knew you would never abandon Big Brother. Qin Xiao exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she gazed at Zhou Hai. With your protection, even if Big Brother leaves this place, no one can harm him in the slightest. Zhou Hai shot her a glare. Haven't you heard that we are to debate in 2 months? Shouldn't you be cultivating instead? Qin Xiao stuck out her tongue and promptly returned to her training. In the days that followed, no one dared to trouble the academy any further. About a week later, Murong Xiao also returned to the academy that he had learned of De Qian's impending war while in Qinzhou. And upon his return to the academy, his demeanor was unusually grave. What? To prevent war, the academy has expelled Chun Bei from the sect. This is utterly absurd. How can you stand by and allow such a travesty to occur? Upon hearing of Chun Bei's expulsion, Murong Xiao was consumed with fury, leaving even the elders speechless and the disciples shivering in silence. Big Brother, who would dare to intervene in the matter of our junior brother now? Besides, by the time we learned of it, that child had already departed. What could we do? Wu Yang lamented after a prolonged silence. You all, Murong Xiao trembled with rage, yet he had to concede that with Zhou Hai's strength, they were utterly powerless to intervene. After all, he was a sage. Simultaneously, Murong Xiao couldn't help but feel a pang of melancholy. For the sake of the common folk, even young junior brother had made such a sacrifice. How much torment must weigh on his heart? Ultimately, it was the Academy's incompetence that failed to provide adequate protection for their master-disciple bond. Enough, enough. Though the young junior brother possesses extraordinary abilities, the ambitions of the major holy lands and dynasties are insatiable. And who knows how many hidden sages and ancient ancestors lurk within. Alone, my junior brother's strength will ultimately struggle against the overwhelming tide. Chenair, how has your uncle been of late? Murong Xiao sighed softly. Master, it has been reported that recently, uncle has been rather morose, seldom stationed at the Dao Palace, often remaining within the courtyard. When he does appear, he frequently curses, muttering about miserable scraps and the wretched offspring of thieves, while at times he erupts into inexplicable laughter, appearing quite unhinged. Chu Chen expressed his concern. Alas, your uncle bears a heavy heart. You younger generations truly lack the sense to care for him, Murong Xiao exclaimed. From today forth, you shall take the lead in looking after your uncle and find ways to bring him joy. Additionally, the discussions among the palaces shall continue, but Xiao need not participate. Grant her a direct quota to alleviate some pressure on your uncle. With a heavy sigh, Murong Xiao realized that his seemingly carefree junior brother was, in truth, a figure deserving both empathy and admiration. Truly, he was a sage who silently contributed without seeking fame or fortune. Understood, master. Your disciple has the same intention. Chu Chen replied, promptly making his way to the Dao Palace. Big brother, we shall accompany you, came the voice of Ling Luoxue, Murong Zhao's second disciple, who was followed closely by Shu Shu, Lu Danyang, Yuan Bupuo, Xiao Ting, and Su Jinyang, the personal disciple of the elder from the Array Palace. At that moment, Zhou Hai was seated before the entrance of the Dao Palace's scripture repository when he received a notification from the system. Ding. The host's eldest disciple has encountered an assassination attempt by the Sword Sect and successfully escaped after slaying 2 Enlightenment elders and 16 disciples. Upon hearing this, Zhou Hai's spirits soared. Well done. Those wretched offspring should meet their end. Zhou Hai laughed heartily, feeling a surge of exhilaration. Chun Bei did not disappoint him. In order to attract the attention of various factions, he intentionally revealed his identity after leaving the academy, becoming a target for relentless pursuit by major sections over these days. He had engaged in a continuous flight, slaying over 30 individuals daily. Initially, he faced deadly realm cultivators. But gradually, even they dwindled, with the weakest now being at the divine ability realm. Truly, he was set to sweep through an era with his own strength. Just as Chu Chun and the others arrived, they happened upon Zhou Hai's laughter, and Ling Luoxue and the other disciples felt a pang of sympathy. Look at how worried he is for our uncle. At this rate, the lazy uncle is becoming a madman. Uncle, what brings you such joy? Chu Chen ventured forth with a booming laugh. What brings you here? Zhou Hai turned to face them. Uncle, we are here to attend to your needs, Ling Luoxue chimed in. By the way, uncle, do you have any laundry that needs washing? These male disciples are so careless. Would you allow me to help you? Ling Luoxue, usually aloof in demeanor, now smiled warmly at Zhou Hai. "Uncle, I shall assist as well," Bai Shushu quickly offered. "You all are not cultivating and have come here with idle flattery. Do you harbor ulterior motives?" Zhou Hai regarded them warily. "Uncle, what do you mean?" "Look what I brought you," Yuan Bupuo exclaimed, swiftly producing hundreds of candied hawthorns. "Uncle, and here are my snacks, take a look." As they spoke, the group presented Zhou Hai with an array of his favorite treats, making him even more suspicious. Clearly, these offerings were insufficient to win over Zhou Hai's heart. "Little uncle, take a good look at my storage bag. There are wonderful surprises within," Lu Danyang said mysteriously. "Indeed, uncle, I too have delights in my storage bag." "Take a look," they insisted, each disciple eagerly revealing their offerings. That as Zhou Hai's mind briefly scanned them, his eyes widened in disbelief. This motley crew had gifted him an overwhelming assortment of risque illustrations and secular romance novels. "How well you understand me," he thought, exasperated. "Do you think I am that kind of person? I declare that today, the Dao Palace shall be unguarded. Keep an eye on your belongings." Zhou Hai shot them a glare before turning on his heel, leaving the back door to the Dao Palace open for all. And Xiao Bai, remember to earn points when entering the Dao Palace. Realizing something, Zhou Hai paused to address Ling Luoxue and Bai Shushu. The group was taken aback, as they had come to cheer up their uncle, only to find themselves at a loss for words. Only Chun Bei, with his keen insight, understood that uncle was up to something again. Chapter 52. The disciples of Little Uncle are all exceptional. "Uncle, we are merely here to see if you require anything. We harbor no ulterior motives. Shall we go out for a breath of fresh air?" Chu Chen suggested with a smile. "Scram, I have no time for you." Zhou Hai shot him a sidelong glance, clutching a pile of storage bags as he departed. "Finally, I can peruse the Tao." As he walked away, the disciples rushed into the scripture repository, eager to peruse the volumes they had long coveted, leaving only Chu Chun and Bai Shushu, who exchanged glances. "What are you doing?" "Stealing a glance at the Dao Palace's collection will earn you a penalty," Bai Shushu quickly called out, coming to her senses. Ling Luoxue rushed forward to intervene. "But uncle said there is no one on guard. Who would penalize us? Don't disturb the junior brother's cultivation," Chu Chun interjected, blocking the two girls that he had no intention of entering, having already read most of the text inside. "What, big brother, are you saying little uncle has opened a back door again? How wonderful, senior sister. Let us go inside," Bai Shushu exclaimed, her mouth agape. Realizing the nature of Zhou Hai and Chu Chen's clandestine arrangement, she excitedly tugged Ling Luoxue, attempting to rush inside, only to be stopped again by Chun Bei. Uncle said, "You too must earn points." Upon hearing this, the two girls were instantly infuriated. "Why should we?" Ling Luoxue protested. "To go ask uncle." "How would I know?" Chu Chen chuckled, his eyes glinting with amusement, inciting the two girls to seek out Zhou Hai for an explanation. At that moment, Zhou Hai lay on the grass behind the Dao Palace, munching on snacks while flipping through newly released secular classics, including the Silver Bottle Plum and others. Surrounding him were hundreds of books, covering everything from the Holy Maiden Sutra to the Moist Sutra and the Three White Hands of Moisture. Having not indulged in such a sea of literature for quite some time, Zhou Hai resolved to immerse himself wholeheartedly, vowing not to eat until he had finished these books. However, he became so engrossed that he failed to notice Bai Shushu and Ling Luoxue's arrival. Upon seeing the multitude of classics scattered about, the two girls' faces flushed with embarrassment. This is the key to the back door, they thought. Yet, as young women, how could they possibly present such items? "What are you doing? Entering without so much as a greeting? How rude!" Eventually, Zhou Hai noticed the two girls as he turned a page, hastily gathering the books around him while disguising the one in his hand as the Sutra of Righteousness. This scene infuriated Bai Shushu. The Sutra of Righteousness was a revered classic created by the sages of the Academy. How could it be associated with such works? Just as she was about to voice her discontent, a wave of deathly energy suddenly wafted from a nearby residence. "What is happening?" The two girls' attention was immediately drawn, wondering if someone was facing the death tribulation. Zhou Hai turned to look as well, feeling a surge of deathly energy within him, as a death talisman unexpectedly appeared silently in his consciousness. What is going on? The deathly aura within him clearly originated from Qin Xiao, who cultivated the Imperial Sutra of the Burial Sky. making her possession of both life and death energies quite normal. However, she had not trained in talisman arts. Closing the book in her hands, Zhou swiftly returned to the small courtyard, with Ling Luoxue and Bai Shushu hurriedly following suit. Upon entering, they beheld Qin Xiao seated on a mat, her hands deftly drawing talismans, a death talisman astonishingly suspended above her head, as if to summon the gates of hell. Was this not the talisman of the elder from the sacred ground? Despite the absence of any doctrines or jade tokens in the appendix, Ling Luoxue and Bai Shushu recognized the talisman at a glance, especially Bai Shushu, a prodigy in the art of talismans, who was utterly stunned upon sighting it. She could guarantee that the academy possessed no methods for cultivating this particular talisman. The elder of the Qianjiao sect had only used it once. Yet Qin Xiao had managed to replicate it. Was she still human? Just as this talisman stabilized, Qin Xiao began forming seals with one hand while sketching another talisman with the other, astonishingly reversing the death talisman. Soon, a breath of life permeated the air, and another talisman of the undead emerged, transforming into a life talisman. Ling Luoxue and Bai Shushu felt as though 1,000 tons of explosives had detonated in their minds, leaving them utterly numb. Everyone knew that Qin was a genius. Who could have anticipated that his junior disciple was even more extraordinary? At the moment both talismans fully materialized, Qin Xiao's cultivation finally reached a breakthrough, successfully stepping into the 8th level of the foundation establishment stage. This scene reminded the two women of the cultivation level recorded by Chu Chun, which indicated that Qin Xiao had only reached the 1st level of foundation establishment. In other words, when Qin decided to let Qin Xiao participate in the 4 academies debate, she had merely been at the 1st level. Now, in less than half a month, she had advanced to the 8th level. This thought nearly drove the two women to madness. Could there not be a single normal disciple among the junior uncle's students? However, even more astonishing was yet to come. After her breakthrough, Qin Xiao attempted to merge the life and death talismans into one, nearly leaving the two women agape. Clearly, given Qin Xiao's cultivation, successfully completing 2 talismans was already her limit. It was utterly impossible to fuse the powers of life and death. Just as the 2 talismans drew near, the conflicting energies of life and death rebounded, causing Qin Xiao to spurt a mouthful of blood. The chaotic energies within her body threatened to extinguish her entirely if this continued. Helpless, she hastily dispelled the 2 talismans, and the piercing pain throughout her body finally subsided. Master! Upon opening her eyes and seeing Zhou standing before her, Qin Xiao quickly rose to pay her respects. Very good, very good. I did not expect you to possess talent in the art of talismans. It seems my teaching shall have a worthy successor. Zhou eyes gleamed with excitement, his hands continuously striking against his palms, brimming with enthusiasm. Having recently acquired an imperial-level technique, the true explanation of talismans, he had been pondering whom to pass it on to. And this surprise had just arrived. Disciple, this true explanation of talismans is my modest understanding of the art. If you study it earnestly, you shall undoubtedly reap great benefits, with a wave of his hand. The teachings of the true explanation of talismans instantaneously entered Qin Xiao's mind. Qin Xiao felt as though a tremendous explosion had occurred in her head, a myriad of information coalescing into a single talisman in an instant. Though it was merely one talisman, upon careful observation, it revealed countless transformations, embodying various truths of talismans. Should she comprehend it, she would surely unify all methods and conquer all talismans. Master, this true explanation of talismans is truly remarkable. Opening her eyes, Qin Xiao's gaze was filled with admiration. It's no big deal. Let us keep a low profile. By the way, our Tao may not have much, but we possess an abundance of cultivation texts. All the talisman techniques from every academy are housed within the Tao. You may take a look. Zhou waved his hand, adopting a demeanor of indifference towards fame and fortune. But master, I lack contribution points. Qin Xiao replied helplessly that, oh my child, the Tao is our family's establishment. Even if you go to organize the texts, what need is there for contribution points? Moreover, considering your diligent efforts in organizing the Tao, I shall report to the Inquiry Palace and request they add some points for you. Zhou words left the two women beside him utterly bewildered. My goodness, does the junior uncle not care for such words? This back door is rather wide open. Isn't it? Chapter 53. Becoming one with death, living through it, master. Then I shall head to the scripture pavilion. Receiving Zhou Hai's approval, Qin Xiao could hardly remain still, turning to dash towards the scripture pavilion. Meanwhile, Bai Shushu suddenly recalled the purpose of their visit and was about to request Zhou Hai to grant them access through the back door, only to be pulled away by Ling Luoxue. Junior sister, what brings you here? At the entrance of the scripture pavilion, Chu Chun was reviewing the cultivation notes left by a predecessor when he noticed Qin Xiao's arrival and greeted her with a smile. Master Uncle said it's our family's Dao. We can come and go as we please. Do we need Master Brother's consent? Before Qin Xiao could respond, Ling Luoxue interjected, Xiao Junior sister. Ignore her. Senior sister will take you to find the text for cultivating talismans. Your senior sister Bai Shushu is a prodigy in the art of talismans. With her guidance, I believe you will progress swiftly. As they spoke, Ling Luoxue took Qin Xiao's hand, leading her along with Bai Shushu into the scripture pavilion. Chu Chen stood there, bewildered. Not only had the junior sister entered, but these two also gained the junior uncle's approval. He dared not speak or inquire, as he had come alongside the junior sister. Yet, having successfully entered the scripture pavilion, Bai Shushu felt a pang of guilt. This ruse had been far too easy. Junior sister, follow me. Thinking of her good fortune in accompanying the junior sister, Bai Shushu led Qin Xiao towards the section of talisman texts, eager to personally guide her in the art of talismans. However, upon arriving, Qin Xiao's attention was drawn to a yellowed jade slip that was evidently ancient, lacking any aura of the Dao, and appeared far from a cultivation text. Moreover, having been untouched for a long time, it was covered in dust, making it look utterly unremarkable. Yet Qin Xiao sensed an immense vitality contained within, akin to a miniature world. Unconsciously, she grasped the bamboo slip in her hands. Junior sister, like me, you immediately noticed this jade slip upon arrival. However, I must inform you that it contains no cultivation methods whatsoever. It was merely deemed beneficial for cultivating talismans by the ancient sage from 10,000 years ago, which is why it remains here. Otherwise, it would have been discarded long ago. I have read it before. It merely contains knowledge about gardening that might be useful for mundane gardeners, but it holds no benefit for us. Bai Shushu smiled as she explained, that's so. Qin Xiao raised an eyebrow, yet her instincts told her otherwise. She attempted to probe the jade slip with her Zongtian true essence. Boom! A resounding echo erupted in her mind, and in an instant, she found herself transported to another realm. Upon seeing the jade slip, she distinctly felt an overwhelming essence of life. Yet this world was shrouded in death. The heavens and earth lay in ruins. Devoid of sun, moon, or stars, as she gazed out, everything was drenched in crimson. In the distance stood countless mountains, all formed from accumulated corpses, their stench of blood so potent it made her want to retch. The rushing river was thick with blood, floating bones bobbing upon its surface. Qin Xiao's face turned pale. Standing there, she felt as though the entire world had succumbed to death. How could this be? Where is the essence of life? I want to go back. Qin Xiao attempted to retreat, but to no avail. It was as if she had been born into this world, now left alone as everything around her had perished. What is happening? I want to leave. Qin Xiao tried to soar into the air. However, upon reaching the heights, she still beheld a blood-soaked world. The suffocating death energy surrounded her, devoid of any trace of life. And not a glimmer of light could be seen. Qin Xiao continued to fly, yet as time trickled away, she could find no exit from this world. The vast, desolate sea of death and the boundless loneliness gradually drove her to the brink of collapse, to madness. Yet even in the aftermath, she remained trapped in this realm. This feeling of despair surged within her countless times. Unbeknownst to her, she had flown for over a century, feeling utterly exhausted. She landed in a swamp, her body weak to the point where she struggled to keep her eyelids open. Looking at her hands, the skin had aged and wrinkled. Her once lustrous hair had turned yellow and withered, resembling wild grass. Her life force was dwindling. She had spent an entire lifetime flying in this world, now on the verge of death from old age. Master, I want to go back. What is this place? Qin Xiao wept, unable to comprehend why her once promising life had come to such a lamentable end. She watched as she continued to age, inching closer to death, as if her soul had left her body. She witnessed her form being gradually corroded until it vanished entirely, her spirit finally drifting away from this world. That in her final moments, she cast a reluctant glance back at this world, only to discover something. The desolate heavens and earth, suffused with death energy, appear to be constructed like a death talisman. Qin Xiao stood frozen. As the aura of death reached its peak, she caught a whiff of a fragrant scent. The countless mountains of corpses and blood faded away. From the once blood-red earth sprouted small grasses, and spring water bubbled up from beneath, infused with a rich essence of life. The sun and moon re-emerged in the sky. On the ground, myriad plants thrived and extraordinary creatures began to burgeon. Qin Xiao gazed in awe at this scene, as if she had discovered the essence of vitality. It dawned upon her that the ultimate end of death was, in fact, life. Simultaneously, the true meaning of the Zongtian Emperor's scripture flowed through her consciousness, and she seemed to grasp the essence of Zongtian. To become one with the body, to rise from death. Qin Xiao's gaze gradually became clear. In the next moment, the aura of death swirled around her, as if she had transformed into a denizen of the realm of the deceased. Mysterious talismans began to manifest through her as a medium, gradually coming into existence. Her soul metamorphosed into a seed, re-entering this world. Seasons passed, flowers bloomed and withered, until finally, a young willow sapling broke through the earth. Meanwhile, in the scripture pavilion, Bai Shushu was still answering Qin Xiao's questions. Yes, little junior sister, this jade tablet has been examined by many formidable predecessors over the millennia. However, before Bai Shushu could finish her sentence, she felt a surge of pure life energy radiating outward. A green light enveloped Qin Xiao, with countless talismans swirling around her. She transformed into a willow tree, embodying the essence of the goddess of life. Bai Shushu was left in a daze, and beside her, Ling Luoxue was equally astonished as the green light emanated from Qin Xiao. The entire scripture pavilion was suffused with vibrant vitality. What was happening? Yuan, Bupo, and others, who were perusing the text in the pavilion, turned to look, and even Chu Qin rushed into the hall. That moment. In the small courtyard, Zhou Hai, who had resumed reading, suddenly heard the voice of the system. Ding. Congratulations to the host's second disciple for successfully comprehending the supreme principle. The genesis of all things, currently a tenfold feedback is granted. Upon hearing this, Zhou Hai was momentarily stunned. It is known that the system usually refrains from announcing feedback for disciples' breakthroughs, making this occasion unprecedented and indicative of its remarkable significance. Soon, he felt pure life energy circulating within him. Simultaneously, a talisman of supreme vitality was born. A thought struck him, allowing him to choose any object to bear the talisman and exhibit its boundless life force. The moment this thought arose, Zhou Hai envisioned a cactus, the old turtle. If one were to speak of resilience, these two would certainly be representative. In an instant, as his thought crystallized, the talisman transformed into a turtle, its shell resembling a large cactus. What on earth is this? How unsightly. At that moment, he also received the feedback, clearly understanding that this would henceforth be his life talisman. The realization that his life talisman was a turtle left Zhou Hai bewildered. Change it back. I want something more aesthetically pleasing. Without a second thought, Zhou Hai attempted to alter the appearance of his life talisman. Chapter 54. The Transformation of the Secret Realm, the Aura of Supremacy. Buzz! The green light quivered, and Zhou Hai's life talisman morphed into a figure clad in green attire, donning a green cap, resembling him but with skin entirely green. What on earth is happening? Does this talisman insist on being green? Just as he was relieved by his profound cultivation, which allowed for the talisman's myriad transformations, Zhou Hai was once again left dumbfounded. He appreciated health, yet this hue of vitality upon himself was rather uncomfortable. Yet when he tried to change it again, he found that the green could not be dispelled. Damn it. Either a green turtle or a green version of myself. It seems this talisman is not suitable for public display. Zhou Hai sighed in resignation, aware that his cultivation was still shallow. Being able to have a talisman that could change forms was already impressive. He simply could not yet conceal its inherent characteristics. After all, even the demon races required the strength of a sage to achieve ultimate transformation, and until he reached that level, he was destined to reveal the vitality inherent in this talisman. Just as Zhou Hai and Qin Xiao attained the supreme law and the life talisman, another transformation occurred within the martial arts palace. Behind the martial arts palace lay a peculiar space known as the battle's secret realm. Each day, countless innate beings were born within this realm. These beings ceaselessly engaged in combat, living and dying in cycles, as if they were born solely for battle. Disciples of the academy would often enter to hone their combat wills, contributing points for the privilege. This had remained unchanged for millennia. However, at the moment Qin Xiao acquired the Jade Tablet's inheritance, thunderous roars echoed from within the secret realm. Simultaneously, some disciples still engaged in combat within the realm witnessed a breathtaking sight. The space, which had previously spanned a mere 1,000 miles, now erupted with thunder, continuously expanding. One-fold, two-fold, 10-fold, 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Eventually, it swelled several thousand times before ceasing. At that moment, the gray sky birthed both sun and moon. Purple energy surged from the east, enveloping the heavens in auspicious clouds. Spiritual energy swept in all directions, far denser than that of the outside world. The beings still engaged in battle halted, as if endowed with intelligence, and each flew toward a singular direction. What was once a realm of death and slaughter had transformed entirely into a harmonious world, a true sanctuary for cultivation. Just as this world completed its metamorphosis, a beam of light shot skyward from the peaks behind the martial arts palace. The heavens above the academy shifted dramatically. The cosmos trembled, and the sun and moon dimmed. An invincible aura spread outwards, containing the essence of another realm. What was happening? The crowd within the academy gasped in astonishment. All eyes drawn to that beam of light, their bodies trembling involuntarily, as if their very souls quaked. The aura of supremacy, Zhou Hai, within the Tao Palace, also turned his gaze towards the light beam. Startled, he possessed numerous supreme artifacts and was highly sensitive to supreme energy, instantly detecting the potent aura within the beam. This energy was overwhelmingly powerful. Although it did not deliberately target anyone, its mere presence was enough to compel the whole world to submit. Damn it, just when things seem to calm, another wave arises. Zhou Hai cursed, feeling that with the protective presence of imperial and supreme artifacts, he was not subjected to any oppression. Rather, he began to worry about the academy's future. This aura of supremacy engulfed the earth, not just sensed by the academy's denizens. Indeed, as he had surmised, as the beam ascended higher, even the cosmos and celestial bodies seemed to be turned upside down. The aura of supremacy spread wildly, reaching thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, and millions of miles. When this aura permeated a radius of millions of miles, every cultivator across the vast Zhou realm, down to the common folk, took notice of the academy's direction. Was this the resurgence of a supreme sanctum? The royal family of Zhou looked towards this phenomenon. Even those ancient beings who had long secluded themselves emerged from their retreats. However, even at this point, the aura of supremacy showed no signs of abating, continuing to expand. Soon, even the great dynasties of the Qian, the Yuan, the Tang, and others, including Xiong Wanjian sect, Su Yun Peak, Taichu, Qing Yu Valley, and Blood Refinement Demon sect, all sensed this aura of supremacy. The entire northern wilderness, boundless in its expanse, was completely enveloped by this energy. This was indeed the aura of supremacy. Was it the resurgence of a supreme sanctum or the emergence of a supreme's tomb? A fortuitous event, an extraordinary opportunity. Countless eyes turned red with desire. To obtain the supreme inheritance would render one unmatched in the heavens and the earth. Without a moment's hesitation, the major sects convened meetings to pinpoint the source of this aura and dispatched people to investigate. Quickly, relay this news to the main academy. The academy finally regained its composure, and Murong Xiao was the first to send word to the main academy. The elders of various palaces expressed a mix of joy and concern. Joy, for a tremendous opportunity had descended. Proximity to water meant one could first enjoy the moonlight. Concern, for this opportunity could not be monopolized, and it might even lead to calamity, given the stakes involving the Supreme. It was feared that even the main academy would be unable to contain such a situation. This is dire. Just as all the academy's members gathered at the entrance to the secret realm, a dozen disciples burst forth, each with ashen faces. What has happened? Murong Xiao was preparing to lead people inside to investigate when he noticed their pallor, and his expression changed. Master, something grave has occurred. This is not a mere secret realm. It is another world. There are various demon races within, and they are coming for us. Some possess Dao Palace-level strength, even those at the Purple Mansion level. They wish to break free from the secret realm. The disciples spoke with faces like death, their bodies trembling with fear. What? How could this be? The Academy's members were instantly paralyzed with fear. Indeed, calamity had arrived. Quickly summon Uncle Zhou Hai. Without a moment's thought, Murong Xiao immediately thought of Zhou Hai. Just as his words fell, Zhou Hai's figure appeared out of thin air at the entrance of the secret realm. He held a sage experience card, prepared to confront any impending threats. Upon seeing Zhou Hai, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Unbeknownst to them, Zhou Hai had become the pillar of the entire academy. As long as he was present, even the sky collapsing would not pose a problem. Brothers, my junior brother, and I will guard this place. You must immediately organize the disciples to retreat, just in case. Murong Xiao glanced deeply at Zhou Hai and commanded the others. Junior brother, I am counting on you. The others wasted no time, quickly departing the scene. Before leaving, they swept clean all treasures from their palaces. At that moment, Qin Xiao finally came to her senses. Realizing she was still alive, she understood that everything she had experienced was merely a form of inheritance. All disciples, heed my command, immediately evacuate the academy. Where is Qin Xiao? Quickly gather all Dao for your master. Li Chongqing's voice rang out. The disciples in the Dao Palace, including Chu Chun, immediately busied themselves. What? Collect Dao for my master. Qin Xiao was taken aback. Little junior sister, something significant is about to happen. You are now the only disciple of your master, and the Dao must naturally be entrusted to you. Hurry, Bai Shushu and Ling Luoxu urged her in unison. All right. Qin Xiao responded affirmatively, swiftly stowing away all the Daoist texts in her storage pouch before retreating alongside her disciples. Chapter 55. Zhou Hai. I am rather easygoing. Senior brother, are you certain you wish to stay behind? Zhou Hai cast a sidelong glance at Murong, shouted of course. As the sect leader, what would it signify if I were to leave? Moreover, junior brother, with your presence, there should be no issues, right? Murong Xiao replied with a grave expression. Zhou Hai's face darkened. What did it mean that he should be fine? He lacked such confidence. Not only was this senior brother excessively talkative, but he also possessed an overwhelming sense of responsibility. Very well, this is a holy sword. Take it for your protection that if the situation turns dire, activate it and flee at once. Shaking his head, Zhou Hai produced a holy artifact sword and handed it to Murong Xiao. What a holy sword! Such a precious item is being given to me. What will you use, junior brother? Murong Xiao exclaimed in astonishment, realizing at last that his junior brother was indeed a sage. I'm fine with anything. Zhou Hai waved his hand dismissively, and for added security, he donned the supreme armor and adorned himself with the supreme necklace, even placing an emperor-level soul-suppressing bell within the depths of his consciousness. At the same time, he retrieved an imperial crown to wear upon his head, wielding a divine whip in his left hand and the extermination sword in his right, both solid imperial artifacts. With this array of treasures for protection, he felt significantly more assured. With so many precious items guarding him, even if a supreme were to descend, he believed he could make a swift escape. Right. Below the supreme level, he could strike them down and make a name for himself. My dear junior brother, with such an array of holy artifacts, you wouldn't be on the path of artifact forging. Would you? Just a moment ago, Murong Xiao had been moved, but now he stood dumbfounded, unable to sense the aura of these treasures, mistaking them all for holy artifacts. Yet even so, it was enough to leave him in shock. Maintain a low profile, always. Zhou Hai turned back with a smile. Boom! At that moment, the towering beam of light vanished, and the entrance to the secret realm emitted a thunderous roar. Zhou Hai's expression shifted, and he quickly focused on the area before him. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds continued unabated, growing ever louder. However, no matter how resounding the noise became, nothing emerged from within. What is going on? Why hasn't anything come out yet? Half an hour later, Zhou Hai's brow furrowed, a sense of bewilderment creeping over him. Could it be that these things are sealed and are attempting to break free? Murong Xiao murmured softly. Zhou Hai sensed the same. Yet he did not lower his guard. Another hour passed, and Murong Xiao grew increasingly impatient. It seems quite certain. These entities truly cannot emerge, he stated solemnly. Zhou Hai remained vigilant without uttering a word. Unbeknownst to them, night fell, and the commotion within subsided. Murong Xiao paced back and forth, appearing restless that it appears these entities cannot break the seal and have chosen to give up. Junior brother, what do you say we venture inside for a look? Murong Xiao suddenly suggested. Calm yourself. How can one achieve great things without composure? Zhou Hai raised an eyebrow, resolutely refusing to enter. There is no sense of security out here. What if we become trapped inside? If we were to encounter a supreme, we wouldn't be able to fight back or escape, and it would be a futile end, wouldn't it? Perhaps we should leave instead, Murong Xiao pondered, feeling somewhat anxious. You may leave, but I must guard this place for the sake of all. Should anything truly emerge, I can respond promptly. Zhou Hai rejected the notion without hesitation. What a jest, if the Supreme's dojo manifests. What if there is a monumental opportunity? Wouldn't fleeing mean a tremendous loss? Junior brother's sense of duty always shines through in perilous moments. Murong Xiao marveled at Zhou Hai, once again impressed by him. As the sun rose and set, a day and night passed without either of them realizing it. Murong Xiao felt as if he were on the verge of madness. The secret realm remained utterly silent. Junior brother, it's neither feasible to leave nor to stay. My heart is in turmoil. Shall we not venture inside for a clearer understanding? If we must face death, at least we shall know why. Murong Xiao could no longer endure the tension and spoke to Zhou Hai. Nonsense. Senior brother, do you know why your cultivation has stagnated at the enlightenment stage? With such a mindset, when will you ever break through? Zhou Hai was at a loss for words. He too was suffering. But what could be done? For the sake of caution, he had no desire to enter. Let whoever wished to go do so. However, Murong Xiao felt a jolt within, awakened by Zhou Hai's words, suddenly coming to a realization. Indeed, when did my mindset become so poor? I cannot even wait a day or two. It dawned on him that in recent years, other academies had gradually deviated from the teachings of the sage ancestor, indulging themselves in growing stronger by the day. In contrast, his own Dezhou Academy, while adhering to the will of the sage ancestor, had lagged behind due to insufficient resources that he had been focused on enhancing the academy's strength, yet forgotten to cultivate his own mindset that if this continued, he feared he might never break through in his lifetime. With this thought, Murong Xiao felt his mind clear, and his restless heart began to settle in an instant. His stagnated realm, which had lasted nearly a decade, suddenly loosened. Thank you, junior brother, for your guidance. A single word from you is worth more than a decade of cultivation. Murong Xiao rejoiced, quickly sitting cross-legged to break through. What the hell? This actually works. Zhou Hai was dumbfounded. He had merely sought a justification for not entering, yet it could lead someone to break through. In no time, Murong Xiao's Tao, spirit and body fused into one. A divine thought surged upward, spreading outward. Boom, boom, boom. The heavens and earth trembled, rolling thunder engulfing everything as Murong Xiao faced the calamity of unification. Junior brother, I shall transcend the tribulation first. Murong Xiao soared into the sky, a majestic aura sweeping across the surroundings, the sound of his sword piercing the air resonating far and wide, leaving Zhou Hai envious. Soon, the heavens churned and the thunder raged, threatening to annihilate everything. Murong Xiao battled fiercely against the heavens, the struggle reaching a stalemate. Meanwhile, a spiritual vessel rushed toward the Zhou royal territory. Simultaneously, from the direction of the Deqian dynasty, hundreds of figures also arrived at Dinghai City. Is Murong Xiao undergoing the calamity of unification? Upon arrival, the newcomers beheld the ominous storm clouds, their expressions shifting dramatically. The Supreme Dojo had only just manifested, and Murong Xiao had already broken through. This spoke volumes of the immense opportunities contained within the Supreme Dojo. The newcomers' eyes turned red with greed. Without a moment's thought, they charged toward the martial arts palace. The academy is indeed filled with opportunities greater than the heavens. Not only has the Supreme Dojo appeared, but my friend Murong Xiao has also made a breakthrough. How delightful! A voice rang out as an old eunuch stepped off the spiritual vessel, beaming with delight. Zhou Hai turned to see hundreds of people pouring out from the vessel, including the Dezhou Emperor, Ji Wuji. Among them, Ji Wuji was not even the strongest. Beside him stood three old men, all peak experts of the Purple Mansion realm, evidently ancient beings hidden from the world for millennia. Esteemed friends, do not jest. My senior brother's breakthrough has nothing to do with this secret realm. Zhou Hai chuckled, unwilling to let these individuals fixate on the secret realm, or else the Academy would never find peace. What do you mean it has nothing to do with us? Are you afraid we will covet the supreme legacy? A mocking voice suddenly interjected and a group of hundreds flew in from the horizon, and among them, a golden-robed elder coldly remarked, "Who are you?" Zhou Hai frowned. Cheong Yao Sect's outer door elder, Qian Santong. Impudent Academy. Several elders from our holy land have come, yet your command tokens were shattered one after another. Will you not promptly kneel in apology? Qian Santong scoffed, his arrogance palpable. However, before he could finish speaking, a massive cauldron descended from the heavens, its overwhelming aura instantly pinning him to the ground. Presumptuous! In my Dezhou territory, you dare demand that Zhou people kneel? Who do you think you are? A frigid voice resounded as an elderly figure behind the Zhou Empress made his move. Qian Santong's countenance changed drastically as he found himself ensnared by the cauldron, unable to move. Just as he was about to be crushed into a pulp, a grand seal suddenly flew in from behind, colliding heavily against the cauldron. Chapter 56. The Academy's Yi Haoran, confronting anyone. Boom! At the moment the bronze cauldron collided with the great seal, crimson and azure light intertwined, and a violent shockwave instantly leveled the Academy for 300 miles. Only the Taoist text palace remained, along with a solitary courtyard and the rockery that suppressed GK. What the hell? You lot are insane, aren't you? If you wish to fight, then fight, but what is the meaning of destroying my Academy? Zhou Hai's fury ignited instantly. After spending 7 years in the Academy, he had come to regard it as home. How could he allow others to wreak such havoc? Who are you cursing? Qian Santong retorted, the elder wielding the great seal, glaring at Zhou Hai. What is it to you? Are you too stupid to understand human language, or do you want me to curse you again? You will compensate for all the damage done today, or do not blame me for being ruthless. Zhou Hai glared back. He had a temper of his own. Presumptuous! Upon hearing this, the elder's hair bristled in anger, and with a wave of his hand, the great seal descended upon Zhou Hai. Get lost! Just then, a furious roar erupted as a stone tablet flew in from the horizon, crashing heavily against the great seal. Boom, boom, boom! The void shattered, and a tempest of energy surged forth, further ravaging the already devastated Academy grounds. Who dares to act recklessly within the Academy? Do you truly believe our Academy is defenseless? A voice of indignation erupted as a scroll descended from the heavens, upon which stood hundreds of individuals. The stone tablet soared back, landing precisely in the grasp of one among them. This was a middle-aged man, exuding the demeanor of a scholar, appearing refined and cultured, yet his eyes harbored an overwhelming intent to kill. Unmistakably indicative of a fiery temperament, with a hint of amusement, I pondered who it could be, only to realize it was my comrade Yi Haoran. That it had been several years since we last met, and my friend's cultivation had evidently become even more profound. The elder wielding the grand seal narrowed his pupils, fixating intently on the middle-aged man. Whether or not he was indeed profound was uncertain, but it was clear that this old curmudgeon would have no qualms about killing you without discernment. Yi Haoran's gaze turned frigid, his words offering no semblance of respect. That why Yi Dao you? What do you mean by that? The elder with the grand seal's countenance darkened. They were all revered ancestors of the great sacred lands. How could they allow such a slap in the face? Ah, who in northern wilderness is unaware that your Deqian dynasty has produced a tyrant, unparalleled in talent and unmatched in prowess, inheriting the will of the ancient sages to protect the peace of Pure Land? Yet you old fools have turned a blind eye, permitting the various sects to persecute him, even colluding to drive him to the brink of despair. If your Deqian dynasty continues to exist as it does, it will inevitably face annihilation, and where then will justice reside? As the supreme elder of the Haoran Palace, cursing was indeed Yi Haoran's forte. His scathing remarks rendered the already sullen-faced elder with the grand seal as uncomfortable as if he had consumed excrement. Yi Haoran, what are you to meddle in the affairs of my Deqian dynasty? The elder gritted his teeth, releasing an aura of pressure, clearly indicating an intention to engage in battle at any moment. Enough, Elder Yi. Why must you concern yourself with the affairs of others? Just as Yi Haoran was about to retort, another burly man emerged from the scroll, exclaiming, "Indeed, Elder Yi, our sacred academy has always maintained its independence. There is no need for excessive involvement." From another side, a middle-aged man, sword in hand and exuding a scholarly yet chivalrous aura, also spoke up. "Will you two please be silent, Jiang Taie, Lei Hong? Do not think I am unaware of your collusion with the various royal dynasties. What a farce! You preach about not meddling in others' affairs, yet have you not meddled enough yourselves? Furthermore, that Chun Bei is a disciple of my Haoran lineage, and has studied under our academy. As an elder of the academy, what is inappropriate about speaking on behalf of the younger generation? Are you merely afraid that I will offend him and thus affect the branch of the Deqian dynasty within our academy? Over these years, I am more aware than anyone of the situation of the Deqian branch. To be frank, it would be better for this selfish lot to perish sooner rather than later." Yi Haoran never differentiates between friend and foe in his confrontations, and his words struck the two supreme elders, leaving them questioning their very existence, trembling with rage. "Bring it here." Turning once more, Yi Haoran extended his hand toward the elder with the grand seal. "What?" The elder was momentarily taken aback. "What, did your ancestors teach you that it is acceptable to demolish others' homes without compensation? No wonder even the most insignificant of beings dare to flaunt their power in your Deqian dynasty. It seems this is the attitude you uphold. However, while your Deqian dynasty may be trampled upon, my academy shall not stand for it, especially the Dezhou Academy. Today, for the damage incurred, if you do not compensate 100 million top-grade spirit stones. Do not blame me if I dismantle your Deqian capital another day." Yi Haoran's demeanor was threatening, devoid of any jest. "Well said. However, the amount is too little that if 100 million top-grade spirit stones cannot be provided today, I shall dismantle both the Zhou capital and the Deqian capital right now." The previously sullen Zhou Hai's mood instantly brightened upon hearing this. Truly, an elder from the main academy. His rebukes are far harsher than Li Changqing's, that such momentum is exceedingly pleasing. "Wretched fool, you seek death?" Unable to withstand the repeated humiliation, the elder with the Grand Seal could no longer contain himself. He raised his hand, summoning the Grand Seal to strike down upon Zhou Hai. "What the hell? He insults you, and you dare not retaliate, yet come to strike me. Do you truly believe I am a soft target?" Zhou Hai was bewildered, unable to comprehend what aspect of himself appeared to be so easily bullied that in a fit of rage, he was about to retaliate when he saw Yi Haoran flash in front of him. With a wave of his hand, the stone tablet swelled in the wind, crashing against the Grand Seal like a mountain. "Old curmudgeon, among the 4 branches of our academy, the one I value the most is the Dezhou lineage. How dare you lay hands upon the Dezhou lineage as if I do not exist?" Yi Haoran glared at the elder, his gaze radiating a chilling intent to kill. "What a grand show your academy puts on. Threatening the Deqian dynasty is one thing, but even daring to threaten the Dezhou, I too wish to know how you two plan to destroy my Zhou capital." Yet this time, it was not only the elder of the Deqian dynasty who was enraged, but even those from the Zhou dynasty wore grim expressions. Is the Zhou royal family so thick-skinned? When the Deqian dynasty breaks something, they must compensate. Yet you need not. Zhou Hai glared, harboring no fondness for the Zhou royal family. These were the very individuals who had initially come to persecute his disciple. "Child, well said that we do not seek trouble. But we are certainly not afraid of it. If others come knocking, we shall reason with them, and if compensation is due, compensation shall be made. Should anyone dare to be unreasonable, my ancestor shall support you, and we will beat them until they yield to reason." Yi Haoran looked at Zhou Hai with satisfaction. This lad was precisely to his liking. "Yes, you are a reasonable person. You need not compensate for your portion. Distribute the burden among them, 150 million. Let them compensate. By the way, do not keep calling me ancestor. We are not familiar. Just because I find you agreeable does not mean you can take advantage of me." Zhou Hai grinned, patting Yi Haoran on the shoulder. "Da-da." Yi Haoran was taken aback. From the sound of it, this lad seemed intent on swindling him as well. "Ha ha." However, upon recalling Zhou Hai's subsequent words, Yi Haoran could not help but burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Not bad, not bad. It's about the matter, not the person. You are to my taste. From this moment on, I shall no longer regard myself as your ancestor. We shall become friends across generations. Should anyone dare to bully you, just invoke my name." Just as they were conversing, a faint cry for help suddenly emanated from the direction of the Academy of Inquiry. "Ancestor, save me!" Everyone turned to look, and upon seeing GK beneath the artificial hill, the faces of those from the Zhou dynasty turned ashen in an instant. Chapter 57. Treading upon sacred artifacts. Let us see who dares to move a step. Presumptuous, your academy possesses great audacity, daring to suppress even my royal son. Upon witnessing GK being oppressed, the Zhou emperor was enraged, his imperial aura pressing down upon the entire assembly. What an academy! In the past, my Zhou graciously took you in, yet you dare to act recklessly, even suppressing those of my Zhou royal lineage. Do you seek rebellion within the Zhou faction? Ji Feng was overjoyed. He had long wished to expel the meddlesome academy, and now the opportunity had presented itself. How could he let it slip? Come, follow me to rescue the seventh prince. To demonstrate his brotherly affection, Ji Feng issued a command, leading his men toward the artificial hill. That I see who dares. Yet a cold voice interrupted, as Yi Haoran's stone tablet soared forth, instantly enlarging to 100 zhang, blocking the path of the crowd. Yi Haoran, what do you mean by this? Ji Wuji's gaze was devoid of warmth. As an emperor, his authority was not to be trifled with. Nothing of consequence. It is well known that the Zhou Academy upholds the will of the ancient sages, acting on behalf of heaven to protect the populace. Over the years, the various sects have taken advantage of the nations, slaughtering the common folk at will. But ask yourself, has the Zhou Academy ever taken a single advantage from you? Have we ever let down the billions of citizens of Zhou? I shall not speak of the merits of the Zhou Academy, but you ought to know that we never target anyone. Now, the suppression of this child must have a reason. As the supreme elder of the academy, Yi Haoran declared that those whom the Zhou Academy suppressed were sinners, and he challenged anyone to attempt a rescue. Standing with his hands clasped behind him, an invisible righteousness enveloped the entire scene. Even the surrounding sunlight seemed to brighten considerably. The emperor's oppressive aura bore no effect in his presence. What a sinner! Since you speak thus, I shall see how you intend to rescue him today. Men, immediately rescue the seventh prince. Whoever dares to obstruct shall be killed without mercy. The emperor laughed in fury. A multitude of experts surged forth behind him, rushing toward the artificial hill. I see who dares. Yi Haoran's gaze turned icy as he stepped into the void, instantly positioning himself before everyone. Yi Haoran, do you know what you are doing? From the main academy, Lei Hong exclaimed with a furrowed brow. Silence. Yi Haoran's gaze was frigid. He had always maintained his righteousness, addressing issues rather than individuals, offering no face to anyone, not even to his fellow supreme elders of the academy. Lei Hong and Zhang Tai's expressions darkened, furiously waving their hands, no longer wishing to concern themselves with his affairs. Yi Haoran, I see you seek death. The elder holding the cauldron behind the emperor wore a grim expression as he slowly approached Yi Haoran. Damn it, are these people addicted to fighting? They brawl without regard, yet why must they always use the academy as a battlefield? Zhou Hai was displeased. However, since Yi Haoran consistently supported the academy's image, he refrained from reprimanding him, only saying, Elder Yi, come back. I wish to see who can take this person away today. Hearing this, Yi Haoran couldn't help but frown. Child, I observe that you are not one to shy away from trouble. A true man stands firm in the world. Why must one act according to others' expressions? Yi Haoran expressed his dissatisfaction. What nonsense! When I say come back, you return. What kind of behavior is this? Using my academy as a battleground? Rest assured, those I suppress, no one can rescue. That is what I say. Zhou Hai was at a loss for words, secretly transmitting his thoughts. Yi Haoran's pupils constricted slightly. He had previously overlooked the fluctuations in Zhou Hai's cultivation. Now, sensing Zhou Hai's divine consciousness, he was instantly taken aback. This young man possessed the strength of the lowest level of the unification realm. Observing that he appeared to be no more than 20 years old, Yi Haoran wondered how he had achieved such prowess. Very well. I shall not obstruct you. Yi Haoran laughed heartily, his mind rife with doubts. Yet he still returned to Zhou Hai with the stone tablet in hand. He was eager to see what audacity Zhou Hai had to make such bold claims. Upon witnessing this, the Zhou emperor snorted coldly. The members of the Zhou royal family and those from the great Qian dynasty regarded Yi Haoran with disdain, mocking his indecisive stance as a mere joke. The great Zhou Academy is nothing more than this. Come and save him. A voice laced with scorn echoed as Ji Feng led his men to the foot of the artificial mountain. However, as they landed, an overwhelming pressure erupted from the mountain, rendering the entire area silent within moments. Every blade of grass and every tree, even the wind, seemed frozen in time. Everyone present was paralyzed, their legs weak, unable even to collapse to the ground, while cold sweat poured forth uncontrollably. The pressure of a saint, emanating from a sacred artifact, caused everyone's pupils to dilate and then rapidly constrict, including Yi Haoran. All felt a buzzing in their heads, nearly on the brink of collapse. Beneath a saint, all were but ants. A strong figure at the Purple Mansion realm was merely a step away from becoming a saint. Yet even at the pinnacle of the 9th level, they were no different from mortals in the presence of a saint, that a single sacred artifact could easily obliterate a vast number of foes. In that moment, Yi Haoran finally understood Zhou Hai's confidence. With a sacred artifact in hand, the great Zhou Academy not only possessed significant strength, but also had the qualifications to establish itself as a holy ground. Damn it, how bold! Even those I have suppressed dare to rescue. Come on, today I stand here. Let us see who dares to take another step. Zhou Hai's voice resonated at the opportune moment that he stepped into the void, leaving a footprint with each stride as he ascended the artificial mountain. Surveying the crowd, the moment his words fell, the mountain surged in size, reaching into the clouds like a towering pillar of heaven. A powerful force swept through, sending everyone flying, with the exception of Yi Haoran, who remained, though he too was shaken. Within 1,000 miles, only this sacred mountain remained. Before it, even the city of Dinghai appeared diminutive, resembling a small village beneath a great mountain. The onlookers felt like ants at the foot of the mountain. Barely visible as the pressure of the sacred mountain lifted, everyone gasped for breath, their expressions horrified as they gazed upon the colossal mountain before them, then upward to Zhou Hai, feeling as if they might lose their sanity. A sacred artifact, this is truly a sacred artifact, they marveled. Across the land, which sect did not revere their sacred artifacts as ancestors. To even touch one required the artifact's consent. Yet Zhou Hai trampled it underfoot. Did he not fear the wrath of the artifact, which could strike him dead on the spot? A profound silence enveloped the scene as all remained speechless. What is this? No more attempts to rescue. Come now, the person lies beneath my feet. If you can take him away, consider it your fortune. I shall not interfere. Zhou Hai sneered, his words inciting a torrent of curses within the hearts of the onlookers. Why didn't you bring out such a treasure sooner? They thought, frustration boiling within them. They had come here to flaunt their strength, only to have their faces wiped clean when this artifact emerged. Especially the Zhou royal family, whose members now wore ashen expressions. Their earlier imperial might evaporated. They couldn't even dare to express their anger, lamenting their failure to bring a sacred artifact from the great Zhou. Now forced to submit to Zhou Hai's whims, the others from the great Zhou royal family could hardly contain their curses of indignation. Rescue him. Who in their right mind would dare to act now? Seeking death. It seemed the collective anger had dissipated. Perhaps there would be no further conflict. Well then, shall we discuss compensation? Zhou Hai scanned the crowd, causing many to flush crimson with embarrassment, their humiliation palpable. Chapter 58. Extortion and Warm Hospitality. Haha, I believe this esteemed elder speaks wisely. Debts must be repaid, and lives for lives. Suddenly, an elder from the great Qian dynasty laughed heartily. The crowd shot him disdainful glances. This elder was utterly shameless. They had never encountered a figure so spineless. Now this is more like it. Come forth and speak. Zhou Hai's eyes lit up, and with a wave of his hand, the sacred mountain emitted a gentle force, pulling the elder beside him. As soon as his feet touched the ground, the elder from the great Qian felt his heart tremble, his very soul quaking. What have I done? To stand upon a sacred artifact. The very act could shorten my life. His legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. Zhou Hai looked at him, a cold smile creeping onto his face. He even began to suspect that had it not been for the fear of tainting the sacred artifact, this man might have soiled himself in terror. What is pretentiousness, if not this, flaunting a sacred artifact? What a delightful feeling. Elder, shall we perhaps converse at the foot of the mountain? The elder stammered, unable to bear the overwhelming dread within him. No need. If you wish to descend, you may do so once your great Qian dynasty delivers the 300 million top-tier spirit stones. Zhou Hai waved his hand with a smile. Otherwise, I have a strong aversion to liars, whether you sit here or lie beneath. That remains to be seen. A shiver ran through everyone present. This was a blatant threat. Fetch the spirit stones, quickly. The elder from the great Qian trembled in fear, hastily issuing orders. Some from the great Qian dynasty turned to leave, while others hastily retrieved transmission talismans to summon spirit stones. 300 million top-tier spirit stones represented a decade's worth of accumulation for the great Qian. Yet in that moment, nothing mattered more than survival, that if the elder perished, all present would meet the same fate. And what of your great Zhou dynasty? Zhou Hai inquired, his expression one of satisfaction as he turned his gaze toward the Zhou royal family. The Ji Feng trembled, almost losing control of his bladder. His complexion turning ghastly, he had once considered destroying the academy, but now even that thought was extinguished. Ha ha, esteemed elder, our great Zhou has shared honor and disgrace with the academy for millennia. Today, his majesty acted out of concern for his son, which led to his unintentional offense against the elder. I hope the elder can forgive this transgression. In truth, Elder Yi is correct. The actions of the great Zhou Academy are evident to all. The suppression of the seventh prince is justified. My sovereign bears no favoritism. The royal family's reputation cannot bear the shame of a prince being punished by others. When he returns, he shall undoubtedly be reprimanded for his disrespect towards the academy. Nevertheless, it appears that being suppressed by the sacred mountain is also a stroke of fortune for the seventh prince, a supreme honor. In light of the earlier incident, our great Zhou is willing to offer 10 billion top-tier spirit stones. We ask the elder to graciously accept. A loud guffaw resonated from within the great Zhou ranks as a middle-aged man cupped his hands in greeting. And who are you? Your emperor has yet to speak. Who gives you the authority to decide? Zhou Hai raised an eyebrow, enjoying the flattery, but he was not one to be easily swayed. Reporting to the elder, I am Zhang Chao, the left prime minister of Great Zhou. The middle-aged man quickly replied, some authority there. I shall grant you 3 days to prepare, if the 10 billion top-tier spirit stones are not procured within that time. All those from the Zhou royal family present shall accompany that Ji Kue fellow at the mountain's foot. Zhou Hai nodded in satisfaction, his gaze shifting back to the elder from the great Qian, that he suddenly realized he might have undervalued the situation. If they were willing to offer 10 billion, why was the great Qian only offering 300 million? 20 billion. Our great Qian is willing to compensate. The elder from the great Qian's expression shifted, understanding the implications immediately, and shouted, Why must you be so clever? It makes it hard for me to beat you. Zhou Hai's expression darkened. He had been contemplating how to negotiate, and this was far too straightforward. Quick, 20 billion top-tier spirit stones. The elder dared not waste time and hurriedly shouted. Zhou Hai's gaze shifted back to the great Zhou side. 30 billion. 10 billion as compensation, and 20 billion as a token of gratitude. Thank you, elder, for overseeing the prince's discipline on behalf of our great Zhou. Zhang Chao was taken aback. The royal family valued their reputation, and he could not afford to take that away at this moment. He had to shield the royal family, no matter the cost of compensation. On the sacred mountain, the elder from the great Qian wore a face akin to one who had just eaten dung. What is this? Those in the know perceive it as extortion. Those unaware might think it's an auction. Is it amusing to keep raising the stakes? 30 billion? Our great Qian shall match that. Gritting his teeth, the elder from the great Qian quickly declared. Why not raise it a bit more? Zhou Hai's expression grew somewhat disappointed. The crowd looked as though they had lost their mothers. Their expressions were utterly grim. This fellow truly regarded everyone as fools. By the way, I just remembered. How much should the Qiong Yao Holy Land pay? Suddenly, Zhou Hai's gaze swept across the crowd, landing on Qian Santong. Qian Santong's face changed dramatically. Without a moment's thought, he turned to flee. Compensate for what? The great Qian and great Zhou were being threatened by Zhou Hai. All were figures of considerable stature. They were willing to compensate. What was he? Merely an outer elder of a holy land. Realizing the foolishness of coming here today, he understood he must flee now or face certain death. Damn it, not even a hint of mercy. Do you think you can escape? Zhou Hai's eyes turned icy, and a vine shot forth from the sacred mountain, instantly piercing through Qian Santong's chest. A cry of despair erupted, blood spilling into the air. Everyone trembled in fear, daring not to breathe. All right, this matter is settled. I am a lover of peace, and do not relish conflict. Guests are welcome. Let us all sit down and have a chat. Do not allow anyone to claim that my academy lacks the art of hospitality. Zhou Hai stood with his hands behind his back, and as he spoke, the sacred mountain began to transform. In an instant, the scenery within a 1,000-mile radius changed, reverting to its original state. Even the academy returned to its former appearance. The sacred mountain vanished, yet the onlookers no longer exhibited their previous arrogance. They moved with utmost caution, fully aware that, although the sacred mountain seemed to have disappeared, the area within 1,000 miles, except for Dinghai City, was composed of the essence of the sacred artifact. Here, any speck of dust could potentially be their demise if it so desired. At this moment, Murong Xiao had just transcended his major tribulation, that he flew over and cast a respectful glance at Zhou Hai. Unexpectedly, this seemingly carefree junior brother handled matters with such decisiveness. He was indeed the true pillar of the academy. My junior brother speaks wisely. Guests are to be treated with respect. Please, everyone, enjoy some tea. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and countless stone tables materialized on the plaza before the grand hall of the sacred artifact. Following this, stone cups coalesced, and water emerged. After producing tea leaves, he brewed the tea in one fluid motion. The atmosphere, once shrouded in murderous intent, instantly transformed into a grand reception venue. Yet the crowd exchanged glances, not daring to move an inch. Splendid. Truly, the great Zhou Academy, my most esteemed lineage, lives up to the standards set by the sages. Allow me to partake first. Yi Haoran laughed heartily, striding towards the grand hall and downing his cup of tea in one go. Chapter 59. My junior brother cares not for empty fame. Indeed, indeed. Young brother, I did not expect someone of your tender years to have obtained the sage's legacy and to wield such a terrestrial sacred artifact. With you here, the great Zhou Academy is destined to flourish. With a sudden realization, he inquired, by the way, one would expect someone of your caliber to be renowned throughout the northern wilderness. Why is it that I have not heard of you before? Considering we are both members of the academy. As he set down his cup, Yi Haoran's gaze towards Zhou Hai underwent a complete transformation, shedding the previous elder's admiration for a junior. The others, too, looked at Zhou Hai with puzzled expressions. Indeed, how could such an individual remain obscure? Zhou Hai felt a surge of embarrassment. The question made it difficult for him to even mention his name. Elder Yi. You may not be aware, but my junior brother Zhou Hai has long been celebrated in the northern wilderness. It is only that others do not know the truth and prefer to spread baseless rumors. Just then, Murong Zhao's booming laughter caused everyone to change color. What? Zhou Hai. He is Zhou Hai, the legendary academy's once-in-a-millennium waste. Zhou Hai, the crowd gasped, and even Yi Haoran wore a look of astonishment. Only Zhou Hai glowered, feeling utterly miserable. Look, who says we lack renown in the northern wilderness? Is this not fame enough? Yet the term waste, who invented that utterly wretched term? Indeed, my junior brother is Zhou Hai, while the world may label him as a waste. Mocking our great Zhou Academy. Little do they know that my junior brother's cultivation has long surpassed the mundane, making him a formidable force in this age. For these years, my junior brother has safeguarded the academy, watching over the great Zhou, contributing to the people, and fulfilling his duties to the righteous path. Alas, he shuns empty fame and prefers tranquility, which has led to such misconceptions. However, it matters not. My junior brother cares little for such matters, and lets them be. Murong Zhao's laughter left everyone speechless. Good heavens, what a boast! At such a young age, to claim he has obtained the sage's legacy is one thing, but to assert he has transcended the mundane and is unparalleled in this era. If he were truly capable, let him set down the sacred artifact and see if he still has any rivals. Even Zhou Hai couldn't help but blush at the words. While they were flattering, they also made him feel somewhat embarrassed. Modesty is key, Zhou Hai smiled awkwardly, his sheepish expression drawing bemused looks from all around. Good heavens, you are being modest, were it not for your unmistakable pride. I might have almost believed you were truly humble. They all silently mocked him. Yet outwardly, they maintained a demeanor of submission, not daring to show any disrespect towards Zhou Hai at this moment. In the ensuing time, everyone interacted harmoniously, behaving as obediently as elementary school students. Junior brother, what are you up to late at night? In the small courtyard of the Dao Palace, Zhou Hai was busy cooking meat in a large pot when Murong Xiao flew over, wearing a broad grin. Nothing much, just hungry, preparing something to eat. Zhou Hai glanced back. So, have those people been arranged? When the academy was empty, he took charge of affairs, but with Murong Xiao back, he had no desire to oversee them and left everything to his elder brother. Ha ha, rest assured, junior brother, it has all been arranged. Murong Xiao chuckled, clearly pleased. You know, with the emergence of the sacred artifact, it is the truth. Just think of these people. Who among them is not a significant figure in the northern wilderness? Now my junior brother merely exudes a little authority, and they behave like a flock of timid maidens, truly obedient. Murong Xiao laughed heartily, brimming with pride. They dare not disobey, lest they face my wrath. Zhou Hai, witnessing Murong Xiao's triumphant demeanor, couldn't help but feel a surge of bravado and retorted, No, no, no. Junior brother, do not act recklessly. Just because these people are subdued does not mean their backing can be easily suppressed. Every major sacred ground possesses sacred artifacts, and there may even be unsentient sages lurking. A mere show of authority is acceptable, but should you unleash a massacre, inciting fear among the northern wilderness, all the sacred grounds would unite against us. The consequences would be dire. Even if you possess the cultivation of a sage, it would be difficult to withstand the tide of overwhelming forces. Murong Xiao's expression changed, and he quickly intervened. Rest assured, as long as they comply, I have not descended into madness to the point of slaughtering indiscriminately. Zhou Hai found himself speechless. He had merely spoken casually. Yet his elder brother took it to heart. The crux was that he truly regarded himself as a sage. If only everyone in the world were like him, how wonderful that would be. This is it, junior brother, this is your sacred sword. Currently, there are no disturbances in that secret realm, so I will return this sword to you. Murong Xiao nodded, carefully presenting the sacred sword to Zhou Hai with both hands. What do you mean this? It is just a sword. Between us brothers, there is no need for such formality. Just refrain from nagging me in the future. Zhou Hai waved his hand, leaving Murong Xiao momentarily stunned. Good heavens, to so casually give away such a sacred artifact. This is beyond generosity. Should word of this spread, it would surely shock many. Junior brother, this. Murong Xiao hesitated, wanting to say something more, but Zhou Hai interrupted him directly. What is there to discuss? If you want it, take it. If not, toss it aside. Can you not be a bit more masculine? Zhou Hai genuinely did not care for the sacred artifact at that moment. The stick he held was simply a firewood stick. Only Murong Xiao had not realized it. No, 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 I will take it. Murong Xiao was startled. After all, this was a sacred artifact, and he dared not leave it behind. As he spoke, he carefully took the sacred sword and left. Elder brother, since you are here, will you not stay for a meal? Zhou Hai called out from behind, that I want to eat. Murong Xiao replied with a frown. He truly could not comprehend his junior brother. He treated the sacred artifact with indifference while being fond of mere mortal food. Was a bite to eat truly more important than a sacred artifact? Cradling the sacred artifact, Murong Xiao arrived at the Dao Palace, cautiously placing it upon the ancestral altar, alongside the revered sages of the academy that I in that moment. Murong Xiao felt a wave of joyous emotion wash over him. He looked around in confusion, completely unaware of where this emotion originated. Meanwhile, within Zhou Hai's Dao Palace, he heard a series of sighs. The sacred artifact possessed a spirit, and it was enviously quaking, especially the firewood stick in Zhou Hai's hand, which shook vigorously as if it longed to escape from this prodigal. What are you doing? All of you behave yourselves, Zhou Hai barked, opening the large iron pot of the sacred artifact. Colorful essence swirled within, as spiritual liquid simmered with dragon bones, creating an aroma that was simply delightful. In the following days, the academy remained quite tranquil, until one fateful morning, a grand procession arrived, shattering the tranquility. Where is Murong Xiao? The two elder sages from the Chongyao sacred ground have arrived. Are you not swiftly welcoming them? A powerful voice echoed above the academy. Members of the two great dynasties within the academy looked up, unable to suppress their incredulity. Such audacity! Had these people grown weary of life? From the direction of Dao Palace, Zhou Hai was engrossed in his reading when he was suddenly startled, nearly cursing aloud. Yet, Yi Haoran's voice rang out first. What audacity! What is the Qiangyao sacred ground to demand that our academy's headmaster personally welcome you? Begone! As his words fell, Yi Haoran flew forward, inciting the ire of the Qiangyao sacred grounds crowd. Chapter 60. An unfamiliar place, an unprecedented crisis. Haha. Well said, such ignorant creatures, to flaunt their might on another's territory. Do they truly believe they are something special? Before the people of the Qiangyao sacred ground could respond, a booming laughter resounded and a group of figures appeared on the horizon, their presence radiating with overwhelming vigor. Blood-refining demon sect. Upon seeing these individuals, the expressions of the Qiangyao faction darkened, their eyes filled with resentment. Clearly, there had been significant conflict between the two factions in the past. Indeed, friends from the Qiangyao sacred ground, you are being rather unreasonable. We have come as guests, and as guests, we should abide by the host customs. How can one be so presumptuous? Once again, a burst of laughter echoed, and hundreds of sword lights surged skyward. The Wanjian sect. The members of the Qiangyao sect frowned, their expressions tinged with displeasure. How Ran, my friend? It has been a century since we last met, yet your fiery temper remains unchanged, still as domineering as ever. At that moment, another group of individuals soared in, causing Yi Haoran's countenance to turn icy in an instant. You traitorous scoundrels from Taichu, are you here to stir up trouble as well? Faced with this group, Yi Haoran's murderous intent reached its zenith. What? Are we unwelcome? Does my friend Haoran wish to exchange a few blows? One elder from the group chuckled. Let us fight. Who fears whom? Brother Haoran, I am here to assist you. A chilling voice rang out, and a bevy of extraordinarily beautiful women descended from the heavens. Among them, a woman clad in colorful garments fluttered to Yi Haoran's side, her gaze shimmering with sincerity as she looked at him. Haha, it seems the celestial butterfly fairy of Qingyu Valley has arrived. I just realized I have yet to attend my morning studies. I must take my leave. Yi Haoran tensed up, awkwardly laughing as he hastily departed. Yi Haoran, you have used that excuse for 4 centuries. Do you truly believe you are still a student of Haoran Palace? The celestial butterfly fairy fumed, stamping her foot and exclaiming loudly. Yet, Yi Haoran paid her no mind, vanishing from sight, leaving the onlookers utterly dumbfounded. Ha, the rumors are indeed true that I end this world. Only the celestial butterfly fairy can compel my friend Haoran to retreat. Another wave of laughter erupted as the people from Su Yun Peak arrived. Accompanying them were the forces from the two great sacred dynasties, the Yuan and the Tang. In a mere moment, the 7 great sacred grounds, Jixia Academy, Qingyu Valley, Su Yun Peak, Taichu's sacred land, Qiangyao sect, Wanjian sect, and Shui Lianmo sect, along with the 4 major sacred dynasties, gathered in one place, creating a truly grand spectacle. I am remiss in not properly welcoming the esteemed elders from the sacred grounds. It is indeed disrespectful. Everyone, please enter the inquiry palace. Murong Xiao had anticipated this day and swiftly flew over, greeting them with a smile. My friend, you are too courteous. We are but humble guests, and we hope for your understanding. Typically, these powerful figures from the sacred grounds would look down upon mere academies. But today, as heroes converged, none dared to take the lead in causing trouble. Instead, the atmosphere was remarkably harmonious, under Murong Xiao's warm hospitality. Even the members of the Qiangyao sacred land obediently awaited in the inquiry palace. This. Zhou Hai from Daozong Palace appeared to take no notice that he continued with his reading, unconcerned about the discussions among these individuals, which ultimately revolved around the supreme Dao field. He had no interest in entering that secret realm unless these people emerged alive from it. Ding. The host's second disciple is in imminent danger. The Guardian mission is now activated. Please proceed immediately to protect. Just as Zhou Hai lay down, the system's voice reverberated in his mind. What is happening? A trace of doubt flickered in Zhou Hai's eyes. Not to mention that Qin Shiyao possessed numerous treasures, but with the elders and disciples of the academy by her side, she should not be in peril. How could her life be endangered? Without further hesitation, Zhou Hai activated the Emperor's teleportation array, tearing through the void, and in an instant, he vanished from his location. When he reappeared, Zhou Hai found himself bewildered. Where is this place? Following the system's guidance. He was met with a gray expanse that exuded an unfamiliar scent, distinct from the North Wilderness. It seemed he had ventured far from the North Wilderness, perhaps even to a different world altogether. Before him lay a vast desert. Suddenly, the desert shifted, as if the sands themselves had come to life, surging towards him like a tide. Zhou Hai's expression changed slightly. He attempted to soar into the sky. But at the moment of his leap, an overwhelming gravity bore down upon him, as if he were carrying an insurmountable mountain, forcing him back down. In an instant, the desert transformed into a sea, engulfing him entirely. What is happening? Zhou Hai's face darkened. Without a second thought, he activated a Saint's Experience card. Sacred energy enveloped him, and a phantom of a world materialized, surrounding him. This was a saint's world, where he was invincible, a true deity. Yet, just as he prepared to harness the power of this world to shatter the desert sea, a violent force struck, transforming the entire expanse into a ferocious beast. Boom! 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 The sound of explosions rang out incessantly, and Zhou Hai's saint's world collapsed in an instant. Pooh! The backlash hit him, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, nearly costing him his life. However, as the saint's world shattered, the frenzied power dissipated. What the hell is going on? Zhou Hai was bewildered. The Saint's Experience card was his trump card for survival. Yet, to use it only to nearly lose his life was utterly absurd. Where could he voice his grievances? Regaining his composure, Zhou Hai waved his hand, and 9 beams of light materialized. The Sword of Extermination, the Divine Whip, the Soul-Settling Tower, and other 9 Imperial artifacts began to revolve around him. 9 Imperial artifacts. What a grand display! Just as these artifacts appeared, a cold voice resonated in Zhou Hai's ear. The next moment, he witnessed an endless darkness emerging from the desert sea, instantly sealing the 9 Imperial artifacts. Buzz, buzz, buzz! The 9 Imperial artifacts radiated brilliance, and the laws of the Emperor tore through heaven and earth. Visions of myriad realms manifested upon the artifacts. There were celestial deities at dusk, the fall of myriad gods. Legions of ghosts surging forth, and the soul-settling tower locking down the heavens. Various celestial phenomena emerged, rapidly creating infinite space for Zhou Hai, akin to a cosmic explosion. As he gazed around, he felt as though he had become the center of the universe. However, the desert sea did not vanish. It merely expanded. Billions of miles away, the desert sea seemed incensed by the 9 Imperial artifacts, transforming into endless laws that pressed down upon the heavens, surging toward Zhou Hai. Damn it, the laws of the Emperor. What in the world is this place? Zhou Hai's scalp tingled as he truly realized the terror of this desert. It was a manifestation of an Emperor's laws. Although the 9 Imperial artifacts were formidable, it depended on what they faced. The might of this desert sea was not inferior to that of the 9 Imperial artifacts. Shifting sands of the vast sea. I shall battle you. A furious roar echoed, and from among the 9 Imperial artifacts, a chain shot forth, revealing the phantom of a gaunt old man. He rubbed his wrist, his gaze murky, yet in an instant, it radiated boundless brilliance. The powerful laws of the Emperor surged skyward, and the chain elongated for billions of miles, sealing the heavens and capturing all the shifting sands within. Emperor of Heaven Sealing, the chain seals the heavens. Nothing more. A cold voice rang out, and upon the shifting sands, the silhouette of a dark-haired man materialized. The endless sands scattered instantaneously, sweeping back towards the heaven-sealing chain. The 2 Imperial artifacts clashed violently, their laws intertwining, shaking the very foundations of heaven and earth in a fierce struggle. Chapter 61. Confronting a True Emperor. While Zhou Hai found himself in dire straits, the Great Zhou Academy remained remarkably tranquil. Following discussions among the various sects, everyone gathered at the entrance to the secret realm, combining their efforts to probe its depths. No good, the true essence of the Purple Mansion realm cannot enter the secret realm. The true essence of the Dao Palace realm also cannot enter. Neither can the Unity realm. As a series of tests concluded, the crowd sighed in resignation. Wait, the true essence of the Innate realm can enter. Suddenly, someone shouted, and the eyes of the crowd lit up. The secret realm pertained to the supreme Tao field. Although many strong individuals were present, none had the qualifications to force their way in. Ultimately, who could enter depended solely on the secret realm's decree. Clearly, those permitted into the secret realm must be young individuals whose cultivation did not exceed the innate realm. Good. It seems that the supreme Tao field is indeed opening. A tremendous opportunity is about to unfold. A hearty laugh echoed as the elder from Suyin Peak declared. Indeed, preparations must be made swiftly. The crowd's expressions grew solemn. This was a supreme opportunity. Securing even a fraction of it could ensure any lineage's longevity and prosperity for generations. Should one attain the supreme legacy, they would dominate the world, unmatched by any that no one from the major sacred grounds could resist such temptation. As discussions unfolded, the various sacred grounds sent messages, urging their sects to dispatch their strongest disciples for trial. Boom! However, just as everyone finished sending messages, a deafening explosion echoed through the air. The entire world trembled, and the sky darkened at an alarming rate. The crowd looked up to see the radiant sun rapidly turning black, shrouded in a mysterious force. What is happening? Is it a celestial eclipse? No, this is not a celestial eclipse. It is the protection of the heavenly Tao, an act of self-preservation from the myriad worlds. What could possibly threaten the heavenly Tao to the point of plunging it into eternal silence? As the countenance of all present shifted drastically, their hearts turned to ashes, nearly torn asunder. It was inconceivable to fathom what kind of force could disrupt the normal order of the entire world. The thunderous sounds of cataclysmic explosions reverberated once more, akin to the heavens unleashing their fury upon the earth. With the naked eye, it was evident that nothing was descending, yet the very ground of this world was fracturing incessantly. The entirety of existence seemed on the brink of collapse. Simultaneously, two overwhelming pressures tore through the heavens and the earth, causing all to falter, as if paralyzed by fear, collapsing to the ground in trembling dismay. The majesty of an emperor. This was the genuine might of an emperor. Oh heavens, what had transpired? Was it the fabled emperor-level beings clashing in battle? Do such beings still exist in this world? The emperor's might was indescribable. Even those who had never experienced it could discern it in an instant, that it was overwhelmingly potent, that in that moment when the emperor's might enveloped the surroundings. Even the slightest hint of it felt as if the very fabric of existence was collapsing. As if the celestial laws were executing their decree. The realm of the emperor represented the highest existence, a state that stood alongside the heavenly order, capable of annihilating all in the universe. At that moment, none could ascertain the identity of the emperor-level being engaged in combat, yet all felt the palpable threat of death. Was a new wave of dark turmoil about to commence? Despair filled the eyes of some as they recalled a forbidden term, one that struck fear into the hearts of many. Meanwhile, at an unknown location in the cosmos, the two imperial artifacts, sealing chains and sands of the vast sea, were locked in a heated confrontation. Countless stars within billions of light years erupted, innumerable nebulae collapsing into oblivion. The universe was being relentlessly torn apart, succumbing to a cataclysmic collapse. An unnamed life-bearing planet exploded in an instant, extinguishing countless lives. The sands of the vast sea swept forth, transforming a blazing sun into mere dust, assimilating it into the sands. Beneath those sands, the very essence of existence was rendered inconsequential, wielding the power of life and death without restraint. The sealing chains repeatedly ensnared the sands, attempting to quell their might, yet to no avail. The sealing chains could not confine the sands, nor save the beings on the myriad life-bearing planets. The conflict between the two imperial artifacts was starkly destructive, far more straightforward than protection. How absurd! I have always said that cultivators are the bugs of this world, just like cancer cells proliferating unchecked. The stronger the cultivation, the greater the threat to this world. This is not merely a battle of imperial artifacts. This is a march towards universal destruction. Zhou Hai found himself at the epicenter of the conflict, fortunate to have the protection of the 8 imperial artifacts, ensuring his safety. Otherwise, with his meager cultivation, he would have been reduced to ashes without a trace. Why are you all still standing there? Go and scatter this wretched sand. Witnessing the frenzied actions of the sands of the vast sea, Zhou Hai's fury erupted. Yet, the 8 imperial artifacts remained motionless, prompting him to furrow his brow in confusion. Ha ha ha! Do they dare to move? Just then, a laugh echoed, and Zhou Hai turned sharply, his expression shifting to one of shock. The ethereal figure that had emerged from the sands of the vast sea was now approaching him from the depths of the cosmos. No, this was not an illusion. This was a true being that he bore no discernible aura. Yet as he walked, the stars of the heavens revolved around him. The celestial laws bending to his will that it was as if the entire universe belonged to him. He was the sole deity amidst heaven and earth. Zhou Hai's scalp tingled, and an inexplicable bitterness welled within him. Good heavens! This was the master of the sands of the vast sea, the true emperor. What was he, Zhou Hai? A mere cultivator of the unity realm, an insignificant existence akin to an ant, had encountered an emperor. Who could comprehend such a sensation? The surrounding imperial artifacts trembled incessantly, the boundless might of the emperor pervading the atmosphere. As phantoms materialized upon the artifacts, all vigilantly fixated on the emperor of the vast sea. Though they were imperial artifacts, faced with a true emperor, their imposing presence weakened considerably. Do not move. What are you doing? You lack the understanding of this situation. This is a genuine emperor, emperor of the vast sea, with boundless power, above all in heaven and earth. Junior Murong Xiao pays respects to the emperor of the vast sea. Zhou Hai's complexion turned pale. Confronted with a true emperor, he could not muster even a hint of combativeness. He did not even dare to let the 8 imperial artifacts charge forward, instead offering a flurry of flattering words. Ha ha ha, with 9 imperial artifacts in tow, I thought you were a prodigious talent, yet it turns out you are merely a sycophant. I can sense your insincerity. You hold little genuine respect for me. Yet, curiously, it seems you possess something that conceals the heavenly secrets. For an individual like me cannot fathom the thoughts of an insignificant creature such as you. Quite intriguing. Your name is Murong Xiao. Is it not? The emperor of the vast sea chuckled, gazing at Zhou Hai with amusement. Emperor, you jest, the youth speaks candidly. How could there be any insincerity? My admiration for you is as boundless as the flowing river, an uncontainable torrent. Among all the emperors throughout history and into the future, you are the one I revere the most. Indeed, I am Murong Xiao. To behold the true form of the emperor today is a fortune beyond measure. I could die content. Zhou Hai bowed deeply, his reverence palpable. The spirits of the 8 imperial artifacts nearby covered their faces in embarrassment. With such a master, they felt utterly ashamed to show their faces. Is that so? Then close your eyes, that I am curious to see what secrets you harbor that have attracted the following of 9 imperial artifacts. The emperor of the vast sea chuckled lightly, raising his hand towards Zhou Hai. Chapter 62. The emperor recites the true name of Murong Xiao. Boom. Within billions of light years, the celestial bodies transformed into sands, converging into a massive hand that blotted out the sky. Descending upon Zhou Hai. What the hell? I have never shown such respect even to my father. Do you take my reverence as a joke? Zhou Hai was taken aback. They say one should not strike a smiling face. Yet this uncouth individual provoked him to unleash a torrent of curses. Seeking death, the emperor of the vast sea's gaze hardened, and the colossal hand descended in an instant. Buzz, the 8 imperial artifacts beside Zhou Hai sprang into action. The laws of the heavens coalescing as they collided with the enormous hand. Boom! The heavens trembled, the fabric of the universe warped, as if the very cosmos might shatter, under the protection of the 8 imperial artifacts. Zhou Hai, even in the face of the emperor, felt no oppressive force. However, as the battle erupted, the emperor's might flooded the surroundings, and even the slightest leak of energy made him feel as if the heavens were collapsing. The earth caving in, and the universe flipping upside down. The immense pressure distorted his entire being, bones cracking incessantly, threatening to reduce him to dust at any moment. An emperor-level being need not strike him directly. A mere glance, a wisp of breath could leave him without a grave. Good heavens! The teleportation array has sent me to the lair of this foolish emperor. It is determined to obliterate me. Zhou Hai cursed inwardly, activating the imperial artifacts in a frenzy, hastily producing over a dozen supreme artifacts to withstand the emperor's might. Yet even the supreme artifacts were unable to shield him from the leaked emperor's power. And Zhou Hai's condition rapidly deteriorated. The violent force threatened to claim his life at any moment. He activated another Sage Experience card, forcibly elevating his cultivation level, barely stabilizing the situation. Boom! However, the laws of the heavens erupted, and the 8 Imperial artifacts were simultaneously hurled away. The rampant force surged forth, causing numerous supreme artifacts to explode one after another. Zhou Hai's pupils dilated. The supreme artifacts were utterly incapable of withstanding this onslaught. The leaked energy struck him, causing him to cough up blood, his internal organs rupturing, and his sage-level cultivation collapsing on the spot. Once more, without a moment's thought, Zhou Hai activated the Sage Experience card again. Yet it was futile. It merely increased his capacity to endure slightly. And beneath the Emperor Zhou Hai roared in fury, his words inciting the wrath of the great Emperor of the vast sea, who cast a murderous glare in his direction. Were it not for the presence of a supreme being standing before him, Zhou Hai would have been slain by the Emperor's gaze in an instant. Nevertheless, the air around him crackled with explosive sounds, as numerous supreme artifacts shattered under the weight of the Emperor's mere glance. The might of the Emperor overshadowed the heavens and the earth. "What are you staring at, you insolent fool? Sooner or later, I shall end your life," Zhou Hai raged, adding, "Yet in the presence of the beautiful Supreme, there's no need to wait for another day. Your demise shall come today." Before he could finish his tirade, he vanished from his spot. "Murong Xiao, you dare to insult me, the Emperor? There will be no refuge for you in all the realms," thundered the great Emperor of the vast sea, his fury echoing throughout the universe. "Did I end the ancient star domain at the northern ancient Zhou Academy?" All present fell prostrate in fear, trembling uncontrollably. Suddenly, a thunderous roar from beyond the heavens stunned everyone into silence. With a violent cough, Murong Xiao spewed forth blood, his face ashen, even his soul quaking in terror. All eyes turned to him with a mix of bewilderment and curiosity. What had just transpired? A great emperor had uttered the name of Murong Xiao, a mark of unparalleled honor. Yet, this glory bore a deadly weight, and none could fathom how Murong Xiao had provoked such ire from a great emperor to in a distant corner of the universe. A fierce battle erupted once more. Above the Supremes stood the Emperor, for the realm of the Supremes could not contend with the laws of the Emperor. However, a woman wielding the 8 great Emperor weapons and summoning the heavenly chains managed to hold off the Emperor of the vast sea in a cosmic corner. The two clashed with cataclysmic force, tearing the very fabric of the universe and transforming it into a desolate sea. The battle raged on for 6 full days before the onlookers were finally released from their tension. No one knew how the fight concluded, nor were they aware of the outcome. They only recognized that a potential dark upheaval had been quelled in the wake of this conflict, the moment the battle ceased. The entrance to the secret realm of the martial arts palace at the Great Zhou Academy suddenly sealed, with a grand proclamation ascending to the heavens, akin to a divine decree. 3 months hence, the secret realm shall reopen. Supreme inheritance, life-taking fortune. Following this, the realm fell silent, an aura of death permeating the air as the entire secret realm seemed to mourn. Even the ancient star domain echoed with sorrow, as if bidding farewell to a soul. What was happening? What had transpired? Witnessing this, all gathered before the Great Zhou Academy were left in a daze, soon followed by overwhelming joy. The true inheritance had emerged. A Supreme was seeking a worthy successor. While the previous hopes for inheritance had seemed bleak, this time, surely someone would succeed. That it was an extraordinary opportunity, one that none could afford to overlook. The denizens of various sacred lands and dynasties no longer lingered, hastily making their way to the ancestral grounds to prepare. Even the individuals from the Great Qian and Great Zhou dynasties departed after leaving behind compensation. Thus began the fierce contention over the supreme inheritance. What was happening? The world, once vibrant, had suddenly turned gray and desolate. Meanwhile, in another realm, Zhou Hai found himself inexplicably shedding tears. Just moments ago, having recovered from his ordeal, he should have felt grateful to have retained his life. Yet an inexplicable melancholy enveloped him. He stood amidst a sea of flowers. Yet the blossoms were wilting, transforming the once colorful world into a monochrome landscape. Suddenly, the 9 great Emperor artifacts fell beside him. All in disarray, their former grandeur lost. The Emperor's artifacts lay dormant, devoid of any resonance of the Tao. Chapter 63. The Sealed Emperor. Damn you, old thief of the vast sea. You wretched, malevolent being. You have rendered my 9 life-preserving trump cards utterly useless. Zhou Hai's eyes turned crimson. This battle had not only obliterated all his supreme artifacts, but not a single emperor artifact remained intact. It was a devastating loss. Murong Xiao, I solemnly swear to avenge this. Suddenly, the voice of the vast sea, heavenly sovereign, echoed, causing Zhou Hai's legs to weaken in terror, nearly collapsing to the ground. Where are you? Zhou Hai gazed around in confusion, his eyes brimming with wariness. With a rustling sound, he summoned forth over 100 treasures of saintly grade and higher, preparing for battle. What the hell? How many of the great Emperor's treasures did you pilfer to amass such a hoard? The voice of the vast sea, heavenly sovereign, returned, filled with both anger and incredulity, realizing that even his own accumulation paled in comparison to Zhou Hai's. Wait, what is going on? You haven't been slain and sealed. Have you? Zhou Hai paused, realizing that the voice of the vast sea, heavenly sovereign, emanated from within the 9 great emperor artifacts. Humph. The vast sea, heavenly sovereign, scoffed, his tone laced with profound resentment and fury. Logically speaking, with his strength, even if he self-inflicted harm, he should remain unrivaled. Not even a peak supreme wielding 9 emperor artifacts could pose a threat. Yet, at a critical moment, the 9 great emperor artifacts had unexpectedly unleashed the hidden lethal moves of the 9 former emperors. Cleaving him into 9 pieces, of course, this was not enough to kill him. However, grievously injured, he had no chance to resist and was ultimately sealed by the combined lethal strikes of the 9 emperors. Now, confined within the 9 great emperor artifacts, he could not harness any source of power and could only rely on his imperial body to gradually accumulate strength, awaiting the day he could shatter the seal and emerge once more. Ah, so you truly have been sealed. Zhou Hai chuckled, emboldened, as he approached the 9 great emperor artifacts and unleashed a flurry of kicks. Though this could not harm the sealed vast sea heavenly sovereign. The act was a profound insult, nearly causing the sovereign to spit blood in rage. Ha. Throughout history, there has been Qiyu who was slain and sealed within the 9 provinces. Today, the old thief of the vast sea meets a similar fate. Confined within the 9 artifacts. You truly deserve this. Well then, enjoy your time here. I shall take my leave. After a moment, Zhou Hai laughed heartily, satisfied to turn away. Wait, aren't you taking these 9 emperor artifacts with you? A gentle voice interjected, belonging to the beautiful supreme, which enveloped him in a sense of springtime warmth. Yet for reasons unknown, Zhou Hai felt an inexplicable ache in his heart. This feeling was perplexing, rubbing his eyes. He realized that tears had begun to fall once more. Damn it, why am I crying out of nowhere? Am I suffering from some sort of emotional affliction? Zhou Hai rubbed his eyes and replied, Beautiful Supreme, are these still my emperor artifacts? There's an old thief hidden within them. If I carry them, do you wish for him to end my life? Very well, if you like, I shall give them to you. Zhou Hai understood well that while emperor artifacts were indeed valuable, their danger was paramount. He would not accept anything that could spell his doom to no, you must take them with you. I have perished and lack the strength to suppress him. Only your supreme power can contain him for a longer duration. Should you leave the 9 emperor artifacts here, within 10 years, he will refine them and re-emerge at that time. No one will be able to counter him. And a great calamity shall ensue. The voice of the beautiful supreme rang out, as if she had not anticipated Zhou Hai's nonchalance regarding the 9 emperor artifacts. What? You have perished? What kind of joke is this? Am I speaking to a ghost? Moreover, in battles of this magnitude, can one truly die and still possess a spirit? Zhou Hai's eyes widened in disbelief, utterly unconvinced by the words of the beautiful supreme. Fool! This woman sacrificed herself to revive countless star realms. She has long since merged with the heavenly Tao, becoming a part of it. Do you think she stands before me by mere chance? The voice of the vast sea heavenly sovereign interjected scornfully. What? Truly dead? Zhou Hai's heart sank, a wave of desolation washing over him. This woman had sacrificed herself to save him. He now owed an immense debt of gratitude. Take the 9 emperor artifacts with you. With them, perhaps you can seal this entity for a century, a millennium, or even 10,000 years. Otherwise, after 10 years, the dark upheaval will yield unimaginable consequences. The voice of the beautiful Supreme implored, filled with sorrow and compassion. But, Zhou Hai's face twisted in conflict and bitterness. Fear gripped him. Yet, recalling her sacrifice for his sake, he felt the weight of obligation that to refuse her would be utterly ungrateful. Very well, I shall take them. After a long pause, Zhou Hai stammered his agreement, accepting the 9 Emperor artifacts into his possession. Thank you, rootless one. You venture forth risking your life for the multitude, and shall receive the favor of the heavenly Tao. Accruing the merit of the masses, fortune shall favor you. The vast heavenly sovereign, aware of many great secrets, might divulge valuable information to you, granting you further benefits. The voice of the beautiful Supreme resonated once more. Akin to a divine blessing, that in an instant, Zhou Hai felt a warm sensation enveloping him, as if a mysterious force flowed into his being, coalescing into a halo of merit above his head. Soon, the halo retracted. Though Zhou Hai did not perceive the so-called blessing of the heavenly Tao, he sensed in a vague way that the entire world embraced him, yet remained forever distant. This sensation was strange, leaving him unable to articulate its nature. It seems I have become a person of great merit. However, O beautiful Supreme, you may pray as you wish, but why does the term rootless person sound so unappealing? Zhou Hai grinned, for although he had never amassed the power of virtue or received blessings from the heavenly order, having rolled in the realm of cultivation for 7 years, he understood better than anyone the significance of such matters. In the world of cultivation, the Xianmen fights against the heavenly order, striving to seize the blessings of fortune and longevity. Meanwhile, outside the Xianmen, the Buddhist sect diligently collects merits that it is said that when these two forces reach their zenith, they can even transcend the heavenly order and become the legendary immortals that, of course, the truth remains uncertain. Yet, throughout history, emperors have pursued these two sources with fervor, underscoring their immense value. All right, rootless person, your disciple is safe now. You may depart. The voice of the beautiful Supreme resonated once more, and Zhou Hai found himself instantly transported to another location that a familiar scent enveloped him. It was the aroma of the ancient star domain. Zhou Hai floated high in the sky, standing atop a sea of clouds. Before he could stabilize his position, a figure plummeted from above, startling him. Shi Yao. He hastily reached out, catching the unconscious Qin Shi Yao in his embrace. Chapter 64. I have never encountered such brazen shamelessness. Shi Yao, how are you? Please wake up. Qin Shi Yao's face was ashen. Zhou Hai brought her to a patch of grass, shaking her vigorously, and finally fed her a handful of miraculous pills. It was only then that Qin Shi Yao slowly regained consciousness. Upon seeing her eyes open, Zhou Hai was eager to inquire about what had transpired. However, before he could finish his question, Qin Shi Yao interrupted him. Master, thank you. I thought I would never see you again. You are truly formidable. Even the Emperor was no match for you. Did you slay the Emperor to save me? As she recognized Zhou Hai, tears streamed down Qin Shi Yao's face as she clung tightly to his neck, weeping. Zhou Hai stiffened, utterly dumbfounded. What is happening, slaying the Emperor? How could this girl dare to think such a thing? Shi Yao, have you misunderstood something? Zhou Hai attempted to clarify, but Qin Shi Yao would not grant him the opportunity. Master, please do not say anything. I witnessed it all. An emperor appeared, intending to kill me. And even the demon palace could not withstand it. Had it not been for the crucial moment when the green curtain barrier activated, I would have perished. I know it was you protecting me. Indeed, not long after, you appeared, clashing with the Emperor's treasured weapon, and ultimately confronting him directly. I could not hold out until the end, but if you had not slain the Emperor, how could you have saved me? Thank you, Master. Qin Shi Yao was overwhelmed with emotion, fully aware that her master was her greatest pillar of support in life. Truly, with her master present, the Emperor posed no threat. It is only right. As your master's treasured disciple, how could I allow anyone to bully you? Zhou Hai's expression became somewhat rigid. He genuinely had not anticipated that his image would be so towering in Qin Shi Yao's eyes. This feeling of being revered is quite exhilarating. I have never encountered such unmitigated shamelessness. In a chaotic system space, the Sea Emperor, sealed within the 9 great Emperor artifacts, was seething with rage. To think that he, the Sea Emperor unmatched throughout history, would be claimed to have met his demise at the hands of an insignificant ant. The absurdity of the situation was further exacerbated by the fact that this foolish being acknowledged it. At this moment, if he could manifest, he felt his face would turn green with fury. All right, my disciple, it is fine now. If anyone dares to bully you again, let them ponder the fate of the Sea Emperor. Yes, the Sea Emperor. I shall see who dares to touch my disciple in the future. Zhou Hai's voice echoed once more, causing the Sea Emperor to be rendered utterly speechless with indignation. How shameless does this lad have to be? He intends to use me to make a name for himself. This is utterly outrageous. Understood, Master. Qin Xiao nodded. Just then, the voice of the system resonated in Zhou Hai's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully protecting the path. The reward of a protective gift pack is now available. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Hai opened it. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a puppet emperor weapon, the sea's shifting sands. Ding. Congratulations, host, for receiving an emperor experience card. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring a temple of virtue. Ding. Congratulations, host, for gaining 10,000 years of cultivation. Zhou Hai's eyes brightened as an overwhelming surge of power flooded into his body the instant the system's voice fell. His cultivation level skyrocketed. Unity stage, 3rd layer. Unity stage, 4th layer. Unity stage, 5th layer. Unity stage, 9th layer. In a mere moment, his cultivation successfully broke through to the 9th layer of the Unity stage. Yet, this was not the end. Boom, boom, boom. A tumultuous energy surged within him, and Zhou Hai heard a thunderous roar as something akin to the creation of the universe unfolded in the depths of his consciousness. A palace emerged, radiating the most primal resonance of the in an instant. Zhou Hai's cultivation ascended to the 1st layer of the Dao Palace realm. Dao Palace realm, 2nd layer. Dao Palace realm, 3rd layer. Dao Palace realm, 4th layer. Soon, Zhou Hai's cultivation reached the pinnacle of the Dao Palace realm, finally coming to a halt. Awestruck by his newfound power, Zhou Hai found himself in disbelief in such a brief span. He had ascended to the 9th layer of the Dao Palace realm. Although this protective endeavor had incurred significant losses, the gains were undeniably remarkable. Besides 10,000 years of cultivation, he also received an Emperor Experience card. Does this not mean he can embody an Emperor at any time? This certainly gives him more confidence in boasting. He resolved that from this day forth, the Sea Emperor would be regarded as a slain foe. This matter must be made known to the world swiftly. As for evidence, is the sea's shifting sands not sufficient? The puppet Emperor weapon. This item, now under the system's control, remains undamaged and devoid of any resistance. Destined to serve as a puppet, obeying Zhou Hai's commands. This will become one of his crucial trump cards for survival. The Temple of Virtue. Bestowing merit and embodying faith, it can resurrect the deceased. Wow, this is truly a remarkable treasure. Having learned more about the Temple of Virtue, Zhou Hai's eyes sparkled with excitement that he had yet to devise a means to repay a life-saving debt, and now an opportunity presented itself. By the way, system, do you happen to know the name of that beautiful supreme? With this thought, Zhou Hai hurriedly inquired of the system. However, it remained silent, as usual, unresponsive as a corpse. Damn. Observing this, Zhou Hai could only grimace in frustration. Just then, a fluctuation of spiritual essence resonated through the heavens and earth, vaguely indicating a battle was underway. Zhou Hai looked up and perceived the situation unfolding miles away. He saw many from the academy being suppressed by powerful foes, and numerous casualties had already occurred. Seeking death, Zhou Hai's gaze sharpened, and he sprang to his feet. The Xiao, come with me. Grasping Qin Xiao's hand, Zhou Hai did not even need to utilize the Emperor's teleportation array. With each step, he traversed the distance in an instant, arriving 1,000 miles away. Humph! You thieving scoundrels of the Academy, do you dare to lay hands on one from the Sacred Valley? Today, you shall face annihilation without a burial ground. An icy voice rang out as Li Chongqing, Wu Yang, Qin Shuang, and others led the disciples, currently being suppressed by the people of the Wan Poison Valley. The 3 great Enlightenment stage experts, Wu Yang and the others, found themselves immobilized by a single Unity stage powerhouse. They were bloodied and battered, yet even in desperation, their efforts proved futile. The other disciples were utterly defenseless, akin to lambs awaiting slaughter. Boom! An explosive sound erupted as a disciple from the academy was obliterated. Blood and flesh scattering in all directions did no. The remaining disciples' eyes widened in horror, and the elders shed tears of blood, yet their anguish was in vain. Ha! They say the academy is a holy land of the northern wilderness. Yet they are nothing more than this, a mere group of insignificant ants, utterly incapable of withstanding a blow. The one committing the slaughter was another Unity stage powerhouse, who, while speaking, raised his hand and obliterated another disciple's body, silencing any cries of despair. What now? Is your academy not fond of meddling and aiding the common folk? Now, your academy cannot even save itself. How can you hope to save others? Is this despair? There is even greater despair yet to come. Beside him stood another Unity stage powerhouse, who, stepping forward, declared, "Do not kill them. Leave them to me, that I shall ensure they suffer worse than death, that I will torment them into becoming vengeful spirits, refining them into Tao weapons. Then we shall relish in their despair." As he spoke, the Unity stage powerhouse waved his hand, releasing a sinister cloud of poisonous gas, intent on engulfing all within the academy. Chapter 65. Words follow the law. The might of the sage? No. Witnessing the encroaching poison gas, Wu Yang and the elders' eyes widened with horror. This group represented the future strength of the Great Zhou Academy. Should they fall, the academy would be left without successors, leading to its extinction. Among the crowd, Chu Chun, Xiao Ting, Ling Luoxue, Bai Shushu, and others wore expressions of despair. They wished to resist, but under the oppressive aura of the Unity stage powerhouse, it felt as if the very void had solidified, rendering them utterly immobile, forced to await their demise. The DOU enjoy torturing others. How fortuitous, for I share that same passion. Shall we exchange ideas? Just as everyone believed their doom was imminent, a cold voice pierced through the silence that I in the next moment. The spreading poison gas rapidly retreated, returning to the Unity stage powerhouse, flooding into his body. Who? The Unity stage powerhouse's expression changed drastically, and before he could react, a commanding voice resonated. "I declare light, and this world shall be illuminated henceforth. I declare the existence of life, and from this day forth, you shall be born. Now, I compel you to reap the fruits of your malevolence, to ingest your own venom. You shall endure a fate worse than death, transformed into a Tao soldier." As these words fell, the formidable being at the Unity realm felt their internal Tao principles shatter. Their own power instantaneously rebounded, wreaking havoc upon their meridians that in agonizing torment surged forth, rendering them utterly incapacitated upon the ground. The anguished cries echoed throughout the desolate wilderness, leaving all observers in stunned silence as they beheld the scene. Before their very eyes, the Unity realm powerhouse's body darkened at a visible rate, becoming rigid. Ultimately, it softened gradually, transforming into a viscous liquid. Yet this transformation was far from complete. Upon the complete dissolution of their corpse, a pitch-black primordial spirit erupted, screaming in madness amidst the toxic vapors. Even in death, they were unable to escape the torment emanating from the depths of their soul. That a toxic soul banner emerged, belonging to the Unity realm warrior. The Tao soldier quivered, its fierce suction instantaneously drawing the Unity realm powerhouse's primordial spirit into the banner. The cries of despair intensified, even causing the toxic soul banner to tremble. This banner primarily nurtured toxic souls. Every individual who met their demise, tainted by the poison, would suffer eternally. Through the relentless agony year after year, the toxic souls would grow frenzied and powerful, brimming with boundless offensive potential. Once ensnared within the toxic soul banner, this torment would be magnified 1,000-fold. Thus, nurturing countless souls, the toxic soul banner would emerge as an almost invincible force among those of the same tier. It could even corrode and refine stronger foes in the blink of an eye. However, none anticipated that the Unity realm powerhouse had expended immense effort to forge this Tao soldier, which ultimately became their tomb. "Who are you?" The other two Unity realm powerhouses, regaining their senses, were immediately thrown into a state of panic. They hastily gathered together, casting bewildered glances around them. "Foolish beings, my master has slain even the great emperor of the vast sea." And yet you dare to harm a member of my academy. A cold voice resonated, this time belonging to a woman. What? Slain an emperor? What is the great emperor of the vast sea? I have never heard of such a figure. The two Unity Realm powerhouses were startled, and it must be said that the title of emperor carried significant weight. However, when combined with the previous words, they appeared utterly perplexed. Have the courage to step forward. Do not cower in hiding, to claim you have slain the great emperor of the vast sea. What a far-fetched boast. One of them barked in anger, clearly unable to fathom the identity of this great emperor of the vast sea. Upon hearing Qin Xiao's words, Zhou Hai initially felt a sense of pride. It was gratifying to have someone amplify his reputation. However, the response of the others left him feeling somewhat deflated, as if he had struck a punch into a pile of cotton. He had failed to impress, and instead felt a sense of embarrassment. Damn it, vast sea, how have you fallen so low? Once a great emperor, yet now no one recognizes you. Zhou Hai inwardly raged at the sealed great emperor of the vast sea, causing the latter to be left speechless. Begone, you ignorant youngsters! I ascended to Tao over 800,000 years ago. What do you think these ants, who barely last a mere 1,000 years, could possibly know? The great emperor of the vast sea roared in fury, clearly infuriated by the insults hurled by mere insects. So your era has long since passed. Truly, you are of no use, unable to flaunt your former glory. Zhou Hai suddenly grasped the situation, his words nearly provoking the great emperor of the vast sea into spitting blood. While the statement bore little harm, its insult was profoundly stark. Enough, my disciple. These two insects, who cannot even approach the realm of sages, how could you expect them to comprehend the existence of an emperor? Zhou Hai's voice resonated with resignation, and the academy's members rejoiced. They recognized that it was the voice of their junior sister and junior uncle. In an instant, everyone collapsed to the ground, lying there in utter ease, devoid of any semblance of defense. The sensation was akin to having the pillar of their household arrive, allowing them to cast aside all worries. What on earth is happening? Among the crowd, only Zheng Qinkuan remained standing, his face a mask of confusion as he observed the scene, feeling distinctly out of place. After a moment of hesitation, he too chose to conform and lay down. Must you all abandon your dignity? I arrive, and you immediately recline. Zhou Hai emerged from the void, his expression dark, accompanied by Qin Xiao. Uncle Master, the disciples are suffering greatly. They say when the sky falls. There is someone tall to bear it. Why did you only arrive now? We have endured tremendous hardships on this journey. You arrive now, but do not allow us a moment's respite. Chu Chen sobbed, tears streaming down his face in genuine grievance. Indeed, Uncle Master, we have faced unbearable tribulations. First, we clashed with the Sword Sect, and then we encountered that group of despicable rogues from the primordial era. Had it not been for Elder Howard passing by, we would have met our end without a burial site. Initially believing they had evaded calamity, they were instead confronted by this gathering of venomous fiends. Elder Howard, poisoned, was dragging a purple mansion powerhouse while being besieged by over a dozen Dao Palace old monsters. Can you imagine the despair we felt throughout this ordeal? The group of disciples cried out. Even the elders such as Wuyang felt as though they had narrowly escaped the jaws of death. Was it truly that dire? Zhou Hai was taken aback, unable to suppress a wave of sympathy. No wonder they appeared so wretched. It seemed after leaving the academy, they had encountered such severe life and death tribulations that to be alive was indeed fortunate. Amidst the crowd, Zheng Qinkuan watched as the other disciples lamented their grievances. Appearing exceedingly close to Zhou Hai, while he himself could not muster a single word, that a wave of inexplicable bitterness surged within him. He should have been the one closest to Zhou Hai. Reflecting on his earlier choices, he felt an overwhelming regret, almost to the point of spitting blood. All right, let us all lie down and rest. I will seek justice for you. Zhou Hai shook his head, directing his gaze towards the two Unity Realm powerhouses. In a flash, two streaks of light darted past as the two Unity Realm powerhouses, without a moment's thought, took to the skies and fled. How could they engage in combat against an opponent they could not even perceive? Would they be able to escape? Come down here. Zhou Hai's eyes narrowed slightly, and as he spoke, the laws of heaven and earth surged violently, crashing down upon the two. Chapter 66. The experts of the Great Zhou Academy. Boom. The two were struck as if by countless mountains, each spewing forth a mouthful of fresh blood that as they fell to the ground. Their meridians and bones lay shattered. The members of the academy, who had been lying down, simultaneously sat up, wide-eyed in astonishment at the unfolding scene, while no one had witnessed how Zhou Hai had slain the previous Unity Realm powerhouse. This time, they all bore witness. This was true manifestation of the principle of words become law, with heaven and earth responding in kind. This was the hallmark of a sage, and Zhou Hai was indeed a sage. Before the previous shock could settle, this revelation brought forth an even greater astonishment. Please spare us, O sage. We are blind and have offended a sage. We beseech your mercy. We are willing to serve you as slaves for all eternity. The two Unity Realm powerhouses, in despair, hurriedly pleaded for mercy. Had they been able to rise, they would have likely shattered their foreheads against the ground in supplication. Serve me. You think you are worthy? Zhou Hai's gaze was devoid of warmth. His hand, gradually tightening, that a heart-wrenching scream pierced the air. An invisible principle of law locked onto the two, gradually erasing their existence. The members of the academy watched in astonishment as the two were reduced to ashes, their primordial spirits failing to escape. Rise. Zhou Hai turned, waving his hand, and an unseen energy surged into every individual's body. They felt their injuries heal significantly, their strength returning. Junior brother, Wu Yang, and the others felt a whirlwind of emotions. Never having anticipated that the junior brother they often teased was, in fact, an unparalleled powerhouse on par with the ancient sages. The disciples were ecstatic, with such a formidable protector as their junior uncle. Who would dare to threaten even a hair of the great Zhou Academy in the future? In days to come, they would no longer need to feel inferior even when encountering disciples from sacred lands. Speak, where has that old scoundrel Yi Haoran gone? Zhou Hai inquired in a deep voice that he held a fondness for Yi Haoran, who was straightforward, just, and never abused his power, standing unafraid before authority, that if such a person were to be by his side as a spokesperson, it would be nothing short of delightful. Junior uncle, over there, he went that way. In the crowd, Xiaoting quickly pointed in a direction. Junior uncle, you must hurry. Elder Haoran is severely poisoned, besieged by a group of over 100 people of the same realm. The situation is dire, Chu Chen urged anxiously. Over 100 people? Zhou Hai frowned. Yes, junior uncle. Besides that old monster from the Purple Mansion and a dozen Dao Palace elders, there are 72 Unity Realm powerhouses forming a so-called 72 Earthly Fiends toxic formation. Elder Haoran was poisoned because of their treachery, that if they combine their forces, Elder Haoran is in grave danger. The white-robed figure spoke. Upon hearing this, Zhou Hai no longer hesitated, stepping forward and traversing dozens of miles in an instant. Finally arriving several thousand miles away, where he sensed the fluctuations of battle, that it was evident that Yi Haoran had been fleeing all this way, also attempting to divert more powerful opponents to create an opportunity for others in the academy to escape. Unfortunately, he was destined to be ensnared alone. After covering several thousand more miles, Zhou Hai followed the fluctuations of spiritual energy into the battlefield, only to be taken aback. Here, Yi Haoran was indeed gravely poisoned and severely injured, nearly on the brink of death. However, the situation was not as dire as he had imagined. Out of nowhere, dozens of masters had emerged, each at least at the Unity Realm, with even stronger ones at the Dao Palace Realm, alongside 3 formidable practitioners at the Purple Mansion Realm. Though the 3 great practitioners had not reached the pinnacle of the Purple Mansion Realm, their combined strength barely held back the peak old monster from the 10,000 Poisons Valley. Without that old monster suppression, the remaining dozens managed to hold off the other cultivators from the 10,000 Poisons Valley with great difficulty. Hiss, these individuals do not seem to be the experts from the main academy. Zhou Hai mused as he observed them, confirming that they were not part of the group dispatched from the main institution. Yet, curiously, they were employing the academy's techniques, carrying a semblance of righteousness, clearly indicating their affiliation with the academy. Could they be seniors from our lineage? Zhou Hai pondered, soon arriving at an answer. Fools! My great Zhou Academy has stood for millennia, constantly innovating with each generation. Many predecessors have indeed perished, but we old fellows are still very much alive. How dare you bully my great Zhou Academy? You truly underestimate the heavens. An elderly man, his hair and beard as white as snow, roared in fury, his true essence surging, righteous energy pouring forth like a tide. Our academy advocates reason, but we are not incapable of fighting. If you seek battle, who is afraid of whom? A robust middle-aged man, appearing not old but emanating the unmistakable aura of one in the twilight of life, stood tall at 3 zhang, akin to a giant, bravely facing off against 5 adversaries of the same rank without yielding ground. That it was evident that he was a senior from the martial Dao Palace. The fluctuations of spiritual energy on the battlefield surged, true essence clashing, the principles of the Tao ravaging the heavens and earth. This group encouraged one another, seemingly not at a disadvantage, yet each was already exhausted. Defeat merely a matter of time, their struggle a desperate gasp for breath. Witnessing this, Zhou Hai wasted no time, transforming into a streak of black lightning. The principles of annihilation coursed through the lightning, rending the heavens and earth as he passed. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, a series of explosive sounds erupted. The numerous experts from the 10,000 Poisons Valley had no time to react to what had transpired before their bodies violently erupted. In less than 3 breaths, 72 Unity Realm Masters perished, not even leaving behind their primordial spirits, all obliterated by Zhou Hai's principles of destruction. What is happening? The 18 Dao Palace Realm Experts Xi Haoran possesses a commanding demeanor, yet harbors a remarkably delicate heart. Concerned for the safety of a group of younger disciples, he hastily inquired about their well-being from Zhou Hai without pausing for breath. Rest assured, they are safe and sound. Zhou Hai reassured him. Since everyone is unharmed, let us return to the academy. With a wave of his hand, Zhou Hai turned and swiftly departed, vanishing from the sight of the crowd. Observing this, the others hurried to follow. Yet none, apart from Yi Haoran and the 3 formidable Purple Mansion realm experts, could keep pace with Zhou Hai. Little junior sister, what transpired during those days when that mysterious force suddenly whisked you away? Meanwhile, Chu Chun and the others surrounded Qin Xiao, expressing great concern for her recent experiences that on the day the Supreme Dao Field manifested, in order to prevent any unforeseen incidents within the secret realm that could jeopardize the Academy's legacy. Murong Xiao commanded everyone to evacuate. However, en route, Qin Xiao was seized by a mysterious force, leaving everyone unable to locate her for 2 days, during which they encountered various dangers. They vividly recalled that at the moment that force descended, even the heavens and the great Tao yielded. That it was unimaginable what kind of figure was behind such power. Reflecting on the events of those days, Qin Xiao could not help but feel a lingering trepidation. Just as she was about to speak, she saw Zhou Hai approaching and quickly stood, calling out, "Master!" Zhou Hai smiled gently and reached out to tousle her hair. The crowd turned to see Haoran approaching as well, allowing their anxious hearts to finally relax. "Ancestor, you have returned." Suddenly, the voice of Chen Chuang, an elder from the Sword Palace, rang out as he hurriedly approached an elderly man and bowed deeply. The elder he addressed was indeed one of the 3 Purple Mansion realm experts of the Great Zhou Academy. Zhou Hai arrived just in time, having joined forces with the other 2 elders to fend off the Purple Mansion realm menace from the 10,000 Poison Valley. Disciples pay their respects to the ancestor. Disciples pay their respects to the ancestor. At the same time, Li Chongqing and Dan Shenzi recognized the other 2 elders and hurried forward to pay their respects. Witnessing this, the Academy's disciples followed suit. All except Zhou Hai and Qin Xiao, who remained standing. To go on. You all continue your conversation. Zhou Hai, aware of the Academy's strict customs, wished to avoid the excessive formalities and turned to lead Qin Xiao away. By the time they returned to the Tao, dusk was approaching. That evening, ancestors from various palaces descended, bringing great joy to the Academy, prompting Murong Xiao to order a grand banquet. Chapter 68. Enjoy a feast and seize a breakthrough. Little uncle, why are you still lingering here? The Academy banquet is missing only you and little junior sister. Late at night, in the small courtyard of the Tao, Zhou Hai awaited Qin Xiao's grand meal when Chu Chun hurried over. Looking exasperated to go elsewhere, it's not as if I have never attended an Academy banquet before. Not to mention meat, there isn't even a single vegetable. Whoever likes this kind of feast can partake, but I shall not. Zhou Hai rolled his eyes in disdain. Little uncle, you must be mistaken. Today's banquet features the celestial treasures and spirit fruits harvested by the Supreme Elders over the years. That I heard that Elder Haoran even brought a jar of monkey wine. Are you truly not going? Chu Chen's words piqued Qin Shiyao's interest as she was cooking. You all are so bothersome. Can't I just send someone in my stead? Xiao, you should go and eat. It's a rare opportunity. Make sure to enjoy my share too. Zhou Hai waved his hand, commanding Qin Xiao. Master, why must it be me? Qin Xiao responded with a bitter expression, fully aware of her fate. Your elder brother is absent. If you don't endure this, should I go instead? Are you trying to kill me with worry? The exchange between the master and disciple left Shu Quan bewildered. It seemed that this grand banquet, a rare event even the myriad cultivators dream of, was viewed as a burden by the pair. One could only wonder how the master would react upon hearing such sentiments. Very well, I shall go. Master, please save me some soup. Qin Xiao reluctantly followed Chu Chun, leaving Zhou Hai alone to lift the pot lid and relish the delightful food. All right, we have gathered some information regarding the 3 other academies. And indeed, they are stronger than ours. It is said that each has cultivated a disciple in the transcendence realm. Thus, during the upcoming competition among the 4 academies, ours is at a distinct disadvantage. In the academy's inquiry palace, upon her arrival, Qin Xiao overheard an elderly man with white hair speaking. Indeed, the disciples of our academy possess formidable talents, yet they lack sufficient resources and experience. Hand them over to us old-timers. We shall provide the necessary resources and training to see if we can catch up. Another elder chimed in. Haha, after wandering for centuries, it is high time we old ones contribute to the academy. As the elders spoke, laughter filled the air. Having long since retired from active duty, the Supreme Elders, upon learning that their academy was being overshadowed by the other 3, were keen to lend a hand to the younger generation. The disciples witnessing this felt a surge of joy. Originally, everyone had been worried about the upcoming 4 Academy debate in 2 months, but now with the assistance of the Supreme Elders, their morale soared. Xiao pays her respects to all esteemed ancestors and elders. At that moment, Qin Xiao's voice rang out, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Xiao, where is your master? Murong Xiao frowned, somewhat displeased that in response to the esteemed elder, my master said the academy's banquet is too bland for his taste. So he sent me to enjoy it on his behalf. Qin Xiao replied diplomatically. Murong Xiao's face darkened, nearly causing him to leap up in outrage. He could easily discern the underlying meaning. That fellow clearly looked down upon the academy's grand feast. Just as he was about to voice his discontent, a hearty laugh interrupted. Haha, this little elder from the Inquiry Palace is quite clever. She wishes for her disciple to receive more, while feeling shy about saying so. No matter if he does not come, let this little girl take his place at the table. The speaker was an elderly man with white brows, one of the 3 Purple Mansion realm experts. The Supreme Elder Wu Daoxian of the Academy. Indeed, child, since you are here, take a seat quickly. According to your master, don't eat less. The Supreme Elder Wan Jiani from the Sword Palace also laughed heartily. Yes, whatever you wish to eat, just ask the ancestors. Do not be shy, chimed in the Supreme Elder Yao Xian from the Alchemy Palace. All 3 elders spoke in unison, and the other Supreme Elders greeted her warmly. In an instant, Qin Xiao became the center of attention, with all the disciples gazing at her enviously. She was the only disciple able to sit at the same level as the Supreme Elders. It was well known that in the realm of cultivation, power was paramount. Even though the academy had stringent rules, Zhou Hai's formidable strength commanded respect, prompting the Supreme Elders to elevate his position above even that of the headmaster. Murong Xiao as Qin Xiao took her seat, she stood out like a crane among chickens. Even Murong Xiao, who had intended to voice a few words against Zhou Hai, chose to remain silent upon witnessing this. The Supreme Elders were treating her as an equal. However, what left everyone speechless was that once seated, Qin Xiao wasted no time and began to eat unabashedly. She was resolute in fulfilling her master's mission, determined to consume his share as well. Thus, while everyone conversed, she continuously indulged in spirit fruits with her left hand and spirit herbs with her right, by the time everyone regained their composure. The table was cleared of all varieties of spirit fruits and herbs. This spectacle left the disciples exchanging glances, while Murong Zhao's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Was this the disciple brought forth by that fellow? Such disregard for etiquette. The Supreme Elders were savoring their food delicately, while she devoured everything in a whirlwind. Was she not embarrassed? What a wonderfully innocent young girl. The ancestors take a liking to you. Child, this is a plate of spirit refining pills. You should have some, as it would be beneficial for your cultivation. With a hearty laugh, Yao Xian waved his hand, sending a plate of spirit refining pills towards Qin Xiao. Without hesitation, she grabbed them and began stuffing them into her mouth one after another. Meanwhile, she felt quite exasperated internally, and no wonder her master was unwilling to come. This so-called banquet was nothing but fruits and medicinal materials. And now they were even serving pills. Compared to the aromatic meat from the Tao, this was pure torture. However, she was relieved that these were indeed rare treasures, and after consuming them, she felt various energies coursing through her body. Refining her essence, her cultivation surged within, and she sensed the signs of a breakthrough approaching. Haha, child, take your time. Don't rush, there is more to come. I have 2 jars of monkey wine. Drink one and take one back for your master. Yi Haoran laughed heartily, tossing 2 jars of monkey wine into the air. Indeed, there are plenty of spirit fruits. Take your time, no need to rush. The other supreme elders nodded in agreement, each presenting their own cherished items to Qin Xiao. They understood that Zhou Hai's cultivation was profound and that he had once saved their lives. Although she was a junior, no one regarded her as such that as his only disciple. They naturally wished to care for her. Thank you, Qin Xiao expressed her gratitude, continuing to eat. The other disciples looked on with envy, no longer savoring their food delicately, but instead gobbling it down while casting longing glances at the elders. Yet none received any attention in return. After a considerable amount of time, Qin Xiao could no longer endure the pressure and let out a loud belch, suddenly feeling an overwhelming surge of power within her. As if countless rivers were converging into the sea, her cultivation had finally reached a bottleneck. Without a moment's hesitation, she crossed her legs and immediately initiated her breakthrough. The elders, who had been engaged in serious discussions, initially observed her with amusement as she feasted. Gradually, however, their expressions grew grave. This girl, with merely an 8th level of foundation establishment, should have been overwhelmed by just one banquet. Yet after consuming 7 tables of heavenly treasures, she finally began her breakthrough. What kind of foundation must she possess to endure such immense medicinal and spiritual energy? This girl's Tao foundation is extraordinarily solid, a rarity throughout the ages. In the instant of Qin Xiao's breakthrough, under the gaze of all present, the night sky deepened into an even darker shade. Even the surrounding lights seemed to extinguish in that fleeting moment. To the naked eye, not a glimmer of light could be seen, that a wave of shock rippled through everyone's hearts, and they hastily circulated their true essence, only to discover that the lights had not actually gone out. Yet a mysterious force appeared to shroud the secrets of heaven, obscuring the universe as if they were no longer in the same world. What is happening? The disciples of the academy trembled internally. Feeling an overwhelming aura of death enveloping them, it was as if they had become corpses, sealed within coffins, entombed in a grand mausoleum. Even the elders displayed solemn expressions that as they looked towards Qin Xiao. They saw true essence flowing, and in a dazed state, it seemed as though a celestial coffin materialized behind her. Be cautious. Murong Zhao's complexion changed drastically as he quickly reacted, raising his hand to erect a barrier to protect all the disciples. The deathly aura emanating from Qin Xiao was too pure. While it was not overwhelmingly powerful, any human would inevitably be affected, especially for the disciples of lower cultivation, should they be excessively eroded by this deathly aura. The consequences would be dire, no. However, just as the barrier manifested, it was shattered by Yi Haoran. Disciples, heed my command. Immediately cultivate and comprehend the Tao of life and death. Yi Haoran stood up to issue the order. Yes, although the disciples were bewildered, the academy's regulations were strict, and no one dared to defy the elder. Particularly Yi Haoran, who hailed from the Central Academy, that in an instant, all the disciples sat cross-legged, circulating their techniques, fervently absorbing the surrounding deathly aura. Brother Haoran, what does this mean? Elder Wu Daoxian of the Academy furrowed his brow. Do not inquire. From this day forth, comply with my orders, unless it is necessary for the elder of the Daozong Palace. No one is permitted to step into the back courtyard of the Daozong Palace, including all of you and myself. Do not attempt to understand the disciples of the Daozong Palace's elder. Should there be a need, All resources of the academy will be at the disposal of the Daozong Palace. Yi Haoran spoke with grave seriousness, causing the elders to exchange astonished glances. Everyone understood Yi Haoran well. Despite his impulsive demeanor, he was known for his integrity, never engaging in frivolous matters. His words were akin to truth, and his actions undoubtedly had their reasons. Now, let us not remain idle. This is a heavenly bestowed opportunity, a prime moment for us to comprehend the essence of life and death. Whether we can advance beyond this stage hinges on this very night. Yi Haoran's expression was solemn, and as he spoke, he sat down cross-legged, beginning to absorb the deathly aura radiating from Qin Shiyao. Observing this, the other elders followed suit, engaging in their own cultivation as the deathly aura pervaded. The space became increasingly dark. After inhaling a tremendous amount of this aura, some began to feel an unprecedented sense of dizziness. Their bodies grew numb, as if they had truly passed away. Gradually, some even heard the cawing of crows and the flapping of vulture wings. A plethora of creatures symbolizing death gathered, seemingly feasting upon the flesh of every individual present. The Dio not let this happen. Some cried out in terror, nearly losing their minds. They sought to withdraw from their cultivation, to escape this predicament, yet found themselves utterly unable to do so. Even the elders perceived their own demise approaching, their forms crumbling into dust that I end this realm. No one was destined to escape the calamity of life and death. Throughout history, even the greatest emperors encountered this fate, and they were no exception. While some elders fell into madness, others relinquished their fear. Accepting the scene with tranquility, Yi Haoran remained composed that he saw himself amidst the mountains and waters, nearing the end of his life, with only one breath remaining. Enough! In my lifetime, I, Yi Haoran, have eradicated all evils, standing unrepentant before heaven and earth. I have tasted the fame and fortune of the mortal realm, traversed the cultivation world with ease, yet I have never experienced death. Today, let me fulfill this wish. With a resounding laugh, Yi Haoran expelled his last breath. Facing his own to the crowd gazed at Yi Haoran with perplexed expressions. Have you not realized yet? This child, Xiao, possesses merely foundational cultivation. How could she possibly influence us, old-timers? Yet the technique she practices is profoundly mysterious. Merely the flow of its Tao rhythm can lead us to enlightenment. This is the very technique cultivated by the supreme Qin Yin. Yi Haoran shook his head with a smile, causing everyone's pupils to dilate. Does this not imply that the child has already acquired the Supreme's legacy? No, that legacy is merely a continuation of the Emperor's. That is this not the Emperor's inheritance? Even Wu Daoxian and others were utterly astounded, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Their expressions were a mixture of ecstatic joy and disbelief, rendering them somewhat dazed. Little girl, have you truly gained the recognition of the supreme Qin Yin and obtained that legacy? Yao Xian was the first to turn to Qin Xiao, unable to suppress his curiosity. At this moment, Qin Xiao had successfully broken through, her cultivation reaching the 9th level of foundational establishment. Just as she was about to speak, Zhou Hai's voice resonated in the air. What are you asking? Did Elder Yi not say, do not pry into others' affairs? She is still a child. If this matter leaks out, what trouble it would bring her. Not just her, but you all would be in danger. From this day forth, if anyone dares to divulge this matter, I shall make them suffer a fate worse than death. Upon Zhou Hai's declaration, even the esteemed elders shuddered involuntarily. There was no doubt that Zhou Hai possessed the strength to eliminate everyone present. Although they were unaware of the limits of his power, the unfathomable aura emanating from him instilled fear even in the hearts of the elders that I told you to refrain from inquiring. Yet you seem so fond of questioning. Yi Haoran chuckled awkwardly, prompting the elders to roll their eyes in unison. Was it not this fellow who had inadvertently let the cat out of the bag? Initially, they had no desire to pry. Ahem, I too bear some responsibility. We all know that our Haoran lineage delights in teaching and resolving doubts for others. I simply couldn't help myself. Yi Haoran scratched his head, inciting the ire of the crowd once more. Goodness, after the secret is leaked, you don't blame yourself, but instead, you blame the listeners. All right, we are all family here. Knowing is knowing. This is the temple of the Supreme Qin Yin, which shall stand in Dinghai City from today onward, welcoming worshippers from all directions. Zhou Hai's voice rang out, and everyone witnessed a beam of golden light soaring from the Wendaegong, landing upon a mountain peak outside Dinghai City. In an instant, the golden radiance spread with purple chi flowing forth, illuminating the heavens. The faces of all present changed drastically. This was not merely an unusual phenomenon. It was a complete upheaval of the natural order, truly. The heavens had brightened. It was worth noting that it was still the hour of the pig, and the emergence of the temple could invert the yin and yang. One could imagine the magnitude of its divine power. The temple is established. As for how to erect a monument and establish a legacy, my cultural knowledge is limited, so I ask you all to exercise your intellect. Zhou Hai chuckled lightly. The reason he had not stopped Yi Haoran from continuing was that he was secretly eager to hear the story. Ultimately, he yearned to learn the true name of the supreme Qin Yin to pave the way for her revival. With the temple now established, all that remained was to await the day of the supreme Qin Yin's resurrection, thus repaying a debt of gratitude. Haha, I see now. It turns out the one who has received the Supreme's legacy is not this little girl, but rather my junior disciple. I knew it. My junior disciple, who clearly cannot cultivate. How could they possess such profound abilities? It is indeed the result of the Supreme's legacy. Even the Supreme Temple has fallen into the hands of my junior disciple. All disciples, heed my command from today onward. You will take turns cleaning and venerating the temple. Do not be negligent. Suddenly, Murong Xiao burst into laughter and issued his order. Yes, the disciples responded eagerly, their eyes gleaming. The Supreme Temple. Though it was merely a temple, being in the presence of the Supreme was a privilege they would not take lightly. Who could predict what opportunities might arise over time? At this moment, the members of the Academy were filled with elation. They had not anticipated that the so-called Supreme Legacy had already blossomed within their institution. The various major factions would undoubtedly be unable to compete with the Academy, and the trials months later would merely be a formality. Only Zheng Qinkuan felt a pang of anguish. Each time he discovered good fortune within the Wendaegong, he could hardly refrain from slapping himself. The Supreme Legacy was indeed within the Wendaegong, yet he had missed it due to his initial ignorance, but he had missed out on the Supreme Legacy. Had he not stubbornly refused, this legacy would not have fallen into the hands of Qin Xiao or Qin Bei, but rather into his own.to this day. He believed that Zhou Hai had taken Qin Bei as his disciple simply to retaliate against him for his earlier rejection, inadvertently gaining Qin Bei. Little did he know that even without Qin Bei, Zhou Hai would never have chosen him. All right, in half a month, our Academy's various palaces will commence their discussions. You disciples will take turns overseeing the temple and must not neglect your cultivation. The esteemed elders are keen on nurturing you. You must give your utmost effort and not disappoint them. Murong Xiao once again issued his decree, marking the commencement of the discussions in half a month. From that day forth, the Academy began an unprecedented wave of cultivation. Under the diligent guidance of the esteemed elders and the unprecedented resources provided by the Academy, the disciples' cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. Simultaneously, with the endorsement of a great scholar, the Academy's reputation flourished. Shortly after the temple was established, it attracted worshippers from all directions. With the supreme Qingyan salvific merits preceding it, coupled with the Academy's millennia-long renown, it was merely a matter of time before it drew countless patrons from the entire Great Zhou dynasty, even from the northern wilderness. Chapter 71. The appearance of the third disciple, Little Junior Sister. Little Junior Sister. This morning, Zhou Hai rose early to inspect the situation at the temple with his divine sense. Observing countless worshippers within a 10-mile radius, he was about to retract his divine sense when he noticed a group of disciples, including Chu Chun, gathered outside the Daozong Palace, shouting and clamoring. They seemed eager to enter the small courtyard of Daozong Palace, but were hesitant to defy Yi Haoran's orders. Master, my senior brothers and sisters are calling for me. Qin Xiao emerged from her room, still clad in Zhou Hai's garments. However, even in male attire, her breathtaking beauty remained undeniable to go. The disciples of each palace have been training. It is time for you to experience some training as well. Isolating oneself is of no benefit. Zhou Hai nodded. Qin Xiao's face lit up with joy, and she swiftly soared outside. I find myself quite bored as well. If only my training could enhance my cultivation. Watching Qin Xiao's departing figure, Zhou Hai felt a twinge of envy. While having someone assist him in training was delightful, such a directionless existence eventually became unbearable. Memories of nightmarish scenes from 7 years ago resurfaced in his mind. And a warm smile crept upon his lips. He recalled living on a planet called Earth, utterly absorbed in gaming, often skipping school, much to his mother's chagrin, who had broken countless feathers of her duster over him. Even the coat rack at home had frequently been replaced due to his antics. One night, his father took it upon himself to prove that gaming was indeed unworthy of attention. Ultimately, his perspective remained unchanged, while his father's beliefs transformed. Thus began his nightmare. Every day after school, he was dragged into gaming sessions that would have been acceptable if his father were skilled, but alas, he was both lacking in skill and overly enthusiastic, leaving him nauseated at the mere thought of gaming. During that time, he would have preferred to immerse himself in his studies at school, at least he could witness his own progress. Unlike gaming, where defeat was immediate, resulting in multiple failed rankings, he felt as if he had lost everything. His sole dream back then was to escape his father's gaming obsession and his mother's duster. Yet now, reminiscing about it, he felt an overwhelming sense of nostalgia. "Dad, Mom, I miss you." Unbeknownst to him, Zhou Hai's lips trembled. He finally realized that he did have a goal. He simply had not dared to think about it until now. His past aspiration was to cultivate to sainthood, to traverse the void, and find his way home. Now, with 2 disciples diligently cultivating, he was finally drawing nearer to that goal. Perhaps he could achieve it sooner than he thought. Contemplating this, he took out an Emperor Experience card, wondering if he could traverse the entire universe within the card's duration to locate that unassuming yet profoundly significant planet. Ding! A bloodline of the ancient demon ape has been detected within a radius of millions of miles. A disciple recruitment mission is now issued. Ding! The life of your 3rd disciple is in danger. A protective mission is now issued. Please execute it alongside your disciple. Just as Zhou Hai hesitated about whether to utilize the Emperor Experience card, the system's voice rang out, causing his expression to change dramatically. "Senior brothers and sisters, what is happening?" Qin Xiao approached the Dao Zong Palace, smiling as she inquired of the congregation gathered there, including Chu Chun. "Little junior sister, Elder Yi has expressed the desire to take us to the Taichu mountain range for training and to visit the 8 Desolation Passage to witness various prodigies. We came to see if you would like to join." Bai Shushu stepped forward, pulling Qin Xiao along cheerfully. "The 8 Desolation Passage. Is that the secret realm connecting the other 7 domains? Splendid. I've wanted to see it for ages." During this period, Qin Xiao occasionally perused the collection at the Daozong Palace. And upon learning of the so-called 8 Desolate Passage, she nodded in understanding and said, "Let us proceed." With a call from Chu Chun, he was about to lead the group away. However, they witnessed a spatial passage silently opening above them. And Zhou Hai swiftly flew in, vanishing within. What is happening? Why is the little master in such a rush? The group furrowed their brows, all gazing in that direction. That I do not know. Qin Xiao looked equally perplexed. And after a while, she followed the others to depart. Half an hour later, Qin Xiao, Chu Chun, Ling Ruoxue, Bai Shushu, Lu Danyang, Wu Ming, Zheng Qingquan, Yuan Bupo, and other disciples with the finest bone structure, under the guidance of Yi Haoran, left the academy and embarked on their journey of experience. Meanwhile, Zhou Hai had already arrived at the Taichu mountain range ahead of them. The Taichu mountain range stretched for hundreds of thousands of miles. At its center stood a grand sect known as Taichu Holy Land, the true forbidden zone of the entire mountain range. Typically, this place was rather desolate, apart from the disciples of Taichu Holy Land. Few would come and go. Yet today, it was bustling with activity, with people coming and going, nearly trampling the mountain gate. At this moment, the various entrances to the Taichu mountain range, serving as the trial grounds for the northern wilderness, were even more lively. "Who are you?" At one of the mountain entrances, Zhou Hai approached the Taichu mountain range, but was obstructed by a group of people. These individuals were clad in white robes, each bearing a long sword, and surrounded by a palpable aura of sword energy, clearly a group of sword cultivators. "Is there something amiss?" Zhou Hai frowned, although the Taichu mountain range spanned tens of thousands of miles. Legends spoke of a forbidden spell laid down by the great emperor. Entry was strictly prohibited, or even the supreme would perish. There were only 18 entrances, and this was one of them, from which Zhou Hai must enter. "This path is closed today. I implore you to choose another route." A white-robed youth stepped forward, exuding arrogance that he sensed no fluctuation of cultivation from Zhou Hai and deemed him too young to possess any formidable strength, thus dismissing him entirely. Huh, is this passage owned by your family? Zhou Hai chuckled. Typically, these entrances were shared among the major sects of the Northern Wilderness, yet today it seemed as though someone had monopolized them, which was utterly absurd. Not ordinarily, but for a period coming up, it shall be. Please step aside. The white-robed youth scoffed. What if I insist on passing? Zhou Hai's gaze gradually turned frigid. The Taichu mountain range was rife with chaotic energies, and even the system could not deduce the whereabouts of his young disciple, that in such a critical moment, he needed to enter. The longer these individuals delayed him, the greater the peril to his disciple's life. Do you know who we are? The youth's eyes flickered, preparing to assert their background. Kai Shidi, why waste words on him? Kill him. A chilling voice echoed, and a flash of sword light surged towards Zhou Hai in an instant. It was a sword cultivator of the fatal realm, with a fierce sword intent, relentless in its approach, brimming with murderous intent. Yet at the moment the sword light reached Zhou Hai, it seemed to become ensnared as if trapped in a quagmire. The cultivator's expression changed dramatically, feeling as though his sword was no longer under his control. Overwhelmed by an invisible force that in the next moment, his arm trembled, and he watched in horror as his sword disintegrated into nothingness, as if turned to dust. How could this be? The cultivator's face was stricken with fear as he attempted to flee, that he realized he had stirred up a significant trouble. Chapter 72. The Demon King Qinbei. Kills without batting an eye. If you wish to steal like a thief, you must also endure like one, wanting to escape when you cannot win. Is it so simple? Zhou Hai's eyes narrowed, and he raised his hand to strike. The cultivator's body instantly froze in mid-air. Boom. In the next moment, he exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Senior Brother Gao, the surrounding hundreds of youths turned pale, their voices trembling in outrage. How dare you? We are disciples of Sword Sect. How dare you lay hands on us? The youth known as Kai Shidi turned ashen, hastily retreating, eyeing Zhou Hai warily. I see now who you are. So it is the Sword Sect. I intend to enter here. Let it be known, should anyone dare obstruct me again today, even those from the illustrious 10,000 Sword Sect will meet the same fate. Zhou Hai snorted coldly. The name of the Sword Sect may sound intimidating, yet there are at least 100 such sects throughout the Northern Wilderness. Their influence spans the region, and their true origin lies with one of the sacred lands of the Northern Wilderness. The 10,000 Sword Sect, a fellow sacred land. Zhou Hai would not hesitate to confront even the Qiangyao sacred land, let alone the minor sword sects under the governance of the 10,000 Sword Sect. The foundation of these sword sects is even inferior to any of the 4 major academies. With Zhou Hai's strength, annihilating them would be a trivial task. Presumptuous disciples of the various sword sects. This person is too arrogant. Capture him. The disciple of the sword sect named Kai shouted, and 100 individuals swiftly closed in. Simultaneously, thousands of sword lights surged from all directions, all disciples of the sword sect, with the weakest among them at the foundation establishment realm. So many of you. It seems I must eradicate 100 sword sects to feel satisfied. Zhou Hai's gaze turned icy, that he understood that a single sword sect could not possibly gather so many disciples above the foundation establishment realm. Given the current situation, it seemed as though all the sword sects had united. Observing that these individuals were heedless of their own demise, Zhou Hai wasted no more words and prepared to obliterate them all. Yet at that moment a loud shout resounded. You insignificant rabble dare to challenge my master. As the words fell, the heavens trembled and ominous clouds descended. The clouds carried an overwhelming force, suffused with an inexhaustible killing intent. Hurtling towards them from 100 miles away, Zhou Hai's heart stirred as he sensed that familiar force of annihilation and could not help but turn to look that he saw that wherever the dark clouds passed, the world dimmed, filled with boundless slaughter. This is bad. The demon has appeared. Over here, the disciples of the various sword sects turned pale, their faces filled with terror. Kill him first. It was unclear who shouted. Igniting the fervor of all, thousands of sword lights surged towards that direction. The torrential tide, capable of destroying heaven and earth, collided with a disheveled man shrouded in the ominous clouds. Boom, boom, boom in an instant. The heavens roiled. Bolstered by the sea of humanity, the disciples of the Sword sect managed to barely withstand the apocalyptic force that a swarm of ants, unaware of their impending doom. The man within the dark cloud sneered, and a single eye opened in the center of his forehead that I in the next moment. The myriad phenomena transformed into a colossal hand that descended that it seemed he could see through the flaws in their sword formation. And at the instant the vast palm descended, the sword energy river formed by thousands was obliterated, and the disciples of the Sword sect screamed, spitting blood, "Die!" The man's gaze was devoid of emotion as he charged into the crowd. The force of annihilation surged around him, and wherever he passed, figures erupted in a series of explosions. These disciples of the Sword sect, the strongest among them merely at the fatal realm, were utterly powerless against him. In a mere quarter of an hour, the area fell into an eerie silence, only an overwhelming stench of blood lingering, enough to induce nausea. Zhou Hai frowned as he observed this scene. Through the feedback from the system, he knew that in this time, Chun Bei had gone berserk, yet he had not anticipated such madness. The phrase kills without batting, and I may describe others, but just moments ago, he had truly slaughtered thousands without so much as a blink. Should this continue, Zhou Hai began to worry about his mental state. Would this eldest disciple fall into demonic madness? Chun Bei, upon seeing that only the two of them remained within 100 miles. Zhou Hai called out. Yet Chun Bei remained silent, hastily taking flight. Zhou Hai was about to pursue when he extended his consciousness, only to see Chun Bei in a hollow of the mountain, shedding his garments and summoning rainwater to cleanse himself. Finally, he donned a gray robe, tidied his hair, even adorned a hair crown before flying back this way. Disciple Chun Bei pays respects to Master. Master, I have missed you. Chun Bei approached Zhou Hai, kneeling on one knee, tears streaming down his face. You rascal. Zhou Hai chuckled lightly, feeling a pang of bittersweet emotion. Chun Bei hailed from royalty and had been taught etiquette by the great scholar Zhu Yu from the Great Qian Academy since childhood. He valued decorum above all. Even at this moment, he wished to present himself in the best possible light before Zhou Hai. Reflecting on his own actions during this time, Zhou Hai felt a twinge of guilt for his neglect. How have you fared during this time? Zhou Hai stepped forward to assist Chun Bei, asking with a smile, Master, I am well, though the world wishes to slay me, with the treasures bestowed by Master. Who in the northern wilderness could harm me? In this past half-month, I have slain no fewer than 10 formidable foes of the Purple Mansion realm and several hundred from the Dao Palace realm. The number of disciples below the Enlightenment realm from the major sects that I have dispatched is countless. I have finally grasped the essence of annihilation that I intended to enter the Taichu mountain range to seek opportunities to tread the 8 desolate passage and return to the Great Qian to instigate a rebellion. Yet I did not expect to encounter Master here. Chun Bei wiped away the joyful tears, gazing at Zhou Hai with the innocence of a child. Zhou Hai had become the most cherished individual in his life. The days spent together were the most peaceful and reassuring since the passing of his father. Even now, as they parted, the treasures bestowed by his master continued to protect him. He would never forget his master's kindness for the rest of his life. Disciple, you have slain so many. Are you intent on inciting the wrath of all the major sects? A pang of sorrow struck Zhou Hai. Although Chun Bei spoke with a casual demeanor, he was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. In a mere fortnight, Chun Bei had decimated the entirety of the forces within the northern wilderness at present. The various powers indeed seemed poised for a relentless vendetta against him. Yet so what, with the treasures bestowed upon me by my master? Who in the northern wilderness could dare to lay a hand upon me? A tremor coursed through Chun Bei's body, exuding an aura of dominance akin to a war god standing tall, or an unparalleled emperor commanding the heavens. As Zhou Hai observed the slightly frenzied expression upon Chun Bei's visage, he was about to utter a word of caution. However, at that very moment, 1,000 fierce, killing intents converged from the horizon, locking onto their position. Chun Bei, the rebel, do you still dare to show yourself? Zhou Hai and Chun Bei simultaneously lifted their gazes, only to witness 1,000 figures soaring towards them. Among them, the weakest possessed the prowess of the Enlightenment realm, while the leaders consisted of more than a dozen formidable cultivators of the Purple Mansion realm. The ranks of those at the Unity realm and Dao Palace realm numbered in the hundreds. Such an overwhelming force pursuing a single individual caused even Zhou Hai's heart to tighten with apprehension. Chun Bei, a disciple of the Myriad Sword Sect, have gathered the brethren of the 100 Families Sword Sect here. How dare you commit such atrocities? A booming voice bellowed forth, as one among the throng caught sight of the scene before him and immediately lost his sanity, howling as he charged at Chun Bei. Form ranks and kill him. An elderly man with graying hair roared, and behind him, 9 Dao Palace Realm Sword cultivators surged forth, swiftly encircling Chun Bei and his master. Simultaneously, 36 Unity Realm experts, along with 81 Peak Enlightenment Realm cultivators, joined the sword formation. Boom! The heavens and earth trembled. The very fabric of reality seemed to invert. Zhou Hai and Chun Bei felt as if they had been thrust into an alternate realm. This was no mere celestial phenomenon. It was as if the heavens and earth had been severed, isolating them from the world outside. Here, Zhou Hai and Chun Bei sensed no fluctuations of spiritual energy. Only the relentless tide of slaughter, with sword chi surging skyward. Zhou Hai knitted his brows, unable to suppress his admiration. Indeed, as a holy land, the Myriad Sword Sect wielded the power to look down upon the northern wilderness. Merely a sword formation was capable of resurrecting the might of a saint, creating a world of swords. With such strength, how many would dare to contend with the Myriad Sword Sect? Who are you? And how dare you associate with this fiend? A chilling voice resonated, as countless beams of sword light cascaded from the heavens, transforming into figures within this world of swords, encircling Zhou Hai and his disciples. The purple-haired elder was among them, his aura intertwined with that of the others, exuding a semblance of saintly might. Heh, what issue is there with my disciple walking alongside me? Rather, it is you who have brought such a multitude to attempt to slay my disciple. Do you not think you are disregarding my presence? Zhou Hai replied with a cold smirk. Master. Chun Bei's expression shifted abruptly. He did not wish to disrupt his master's tranquility due to his own affairs. Yet, witnessing Zhou Hai's resolute stance on his behalf, his eyes involuntarily brimmed with moisture. What? You are Chun Bei's master. Upon hearing this, all the sword cultivators present, including the purple-haired elder, could not help but change countenance, their expressions turning peculiarly awry. This individual appeared so youthful, hardly older than Chun Bei. How could he possibly be the master of such a notorious figure? This matter has nothing to do with my master. I do not wish for anyone to disturb my master's tranquility. You would do well to tread carefully and not seek death before him. Any grievances we may have can be settled at a later time. Chun Bei's gaze turned frigid, his words decisively quelling any lingering doubts among the crowd and affirming their master-disciple bond. Grievances to be settled later, Chun Bei, with a path to paradise laid before you. Knowing full well that this passage is claimed by my Myriad Sword Sect, you still dare to approach. This is one matter, but to think you would slay thousands of disciples under the jurisdiction of my Myriad Sword Sect. Do you believe you can escape unscathed today? I am aware you possess a holy artifact for protection, but you must die today. Since he is your master, then you shall journey together. The purple-haired elder's eyes gleamed with murderous intent, and as he spoke, a tempest arose. This was the world of swords, shrouded in a haze. The gale was infused with countless sword chi, instantly sweeping towards Chun Bei and his master. You seek death, Chun Bei raised his hand, prepared to summon his holy artifact. Faced with such an overwhelming ambush, he could not be foolish enough to rely solely on his own strength. Disciple, leave this to me. Just then, Zhou Hai placed a hand upon his shoulder, firmly guiding him to the rear. Master. Chun Bei turned, unable to suppress his exclamation. Do not worry. They do not possess the audacity to disrupt my tranquility. My disciple must undergo trials, but it is not their place to oppress him at will. Today, I shall stand for you. Zhou Hai smiled gently, and under Chun Bei's tear-brimmed gaze, a divine aura enveloped him. As a saintly experience card activated, his cultivation soared into the realm of saints. You truly believe that by constructing a world through a mere sword formation, you have become a saint? You wish to detain me. Even if the saints of your Myriad Sword Sect were present, they would meet their demise today. Zhou Hai's voice resonated coldly. The pressure of his saintly might radiated outward, silencing the tempestuous winds and rendering the countless sword chi as if they had never existed. Not good. The expressions of the Myriad Sword Sect's members shifted dramatically, in an instant. They felt as though their bodies had been frozen in place. This world was indeed crafted by their sword formation. Yet at this moment, it was entirely beyond their control, as if Zhou Hai were the true master of this realm. You are a saint. How can this be? The purple-haired elder's lips trembled, his entire being in a state of shock. A mere cultivator of the Purple Mansion realm dares to entertain thoughts of slaying me. Now you realize, it's too late. Zhou Hai sneered, raising his hand to summon countless beams of sword light that surged skyward. Even the Dao soldiers wielded by the strong members of the myriad sword sect erupted forth in an instant, charging towards the purple-haired elder. With the might of the sword formation at his disposal, the purple-haired elder had nearly reached the threshold of sainthood. Yet at this moment, he found himself utterly defenseless. No, as the overwhelming sword light descended upon him, he could only emit a heart-wrenching scream before being engulfed entirely. When the sword light had passed, his presence had been utterly erased, leaving not a single drop of blood behind. Elders, the remaining members of the myriad sword sect went mad, their furious cries echoing, yet to no avail. You too shall perish. Zhou Hai snapped his fingers, and countless beams of sword light transformed into serpentine forms, instantly piercing through the bodies of everyone present. The air was filled with anguished screams. Those beneath the saintly realm are but ants. Before a saint, these individuals could not even muster a response. When death loomed, they had no opportunity to move, left only to await their demise. Was this the legendary sword domain of the myriad sword sect? Meanwhile, outside, the members of various sects gathered before an ethereal world. This realm was not expansive. It spanned merely 100 paces, resembling a projection of a world. Yet within, it contained profound mysteries, and no one dared to step inside. This time, Chun Bei is surely doomed. Suddenly, someone laughed uproariously. Indeed, it is said that when the sword domain of the myriad sword sect emerges, it rivals the might of a saint's attack. Many semi-saint experts have perished beneath the sword formation. Even if that Chun Bei possesses a holy artifact, he shall not escape calamity today. The butcher Chun Bei, a scourge upon the realm, today we witnesses from all major sects shall behold his demise. Conversations flowed incessantly, with no one doubting the formidable power of the saint's sword domain. In their eyes, even with a holy artifact, Chun Bei was destined to die. After all, a holy artifact does not equate to a true saint. However, as all awaited the myriad sword sect's proclamation of Chun Bei's death, none could perceive the scene within the sword domain. It was not until the sword domain dissipated that all eyes burned with anticipation, eager to see the members of the myriad sword sect emerge with Chun Bei's severed head. Yet, they beheld neither the myriad sword sect members nor the purple-haired elder. Only two figures remained standing in the arena. How can this be? Where was the elder Xiang of the myriad sword sect, and where had the other elders vanished? All faces paled, a foreboding sense of dread tightening their hearts. Esteemed guests, I thank you for your patience. Zhou Hai's cold voice resonated, instantly pulling everyone back from their stupor. Who are you? All eyes turned towards Zhou Hai. Though Chun Bei was the focus at this moment, it became evident to all that Zhou Hai was the most perilous presence. Chapter 74. To kill a chicken to warn the monkeys, borrowing your lives for a use. Esteemed guests, allow me to introduce myself. The Chun Bei you pursue is my disciple. Initially, your collective bullying of the smaller sects was of little consequence. But you should not have crossed paths with me. Witnessing my disciples' unending tribulations, I realize that you truly do not regard me with any respect. Today, I shall speak a word of justice, regardless of any past grievances you may have. Let them be erased here and now. In the future, I shall not intervene in their peer competitions, but should any sect dare to conspire against my disciple, I shall not be so accommodating. Zhou Hai chuckled lightly, his gaze indifferent as he regarded the assembly. What are you? You believe you can resolve the grievances between us with mere words. Yet, scarcely had Zhou Hai's voice fallen when a frigid rebuke rang out. The speaker was a middle-aged cultivator of the Purple Mansion realm, and judging by the aura of the group, they hailed from the Qiangyao Holy Land. Indeed, who do you think you are to attempt to mediate our grievances? I never expected that Chun Bei had a master. It is often said that if teaching is lax, the fault lies with the teacher. Your disciple is drenched in blood, guilty of heinous crimes. You cannot absolve yourself of blame. Today we, the great sects, gather here. How can we allow you to, master and disciple, to go unpunished? Kill him. We must seek justice for the common people today, as the people from the Qiangyao sacred land spoke. Others also revealed their fierce intentions, ready to attack the master and disciple. Master, do you see this? These individuals, upon learning that I possess a sacred artifact, all wish to seize it for themselves. Many among them have even brought their sect's sacred artifacts, solely to eradicate your disciple and claim the sacred item. They claim to fight for the sake of the people, yet they are nothing but hypocrites, a band of despicable villains, if you wish to plead for your disciple. I fear it may be too late. Chen Bei sneered, scoffing at the actions of these people. Zhou Hai also perceived the situation. There were at least 10 sacred artifacts present, aside from the Wanjian sect utilizing the sacred sword domain. The other sacred lands were truly investing heavily to eliminate Chen Bei. Ladies and gentlemen, I am a person of good temperament and reason. However, if reason fails, I possess some knowledge of martial skills. Are you certain you wish to engage in battle before we can converse properly? Zhou Hai shook his head, his gaze icy as he regarded the crowd. I am curious to see what kind of figure your master Chen Bei truly is. To have taught such a notorious fiend. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. An elder from the Qiangyao sacred land dashed towards Zhou Hai to spread his hands, and a silver-white orb flew forth, radiating brilliance and enveloping Zhou Hai within. The orb emanated a sacred might, revealing itself to be a true sacred artifact. Chen Bei, the little thief, prepare to meet your end. Chen Bei, the rebel, I come to take your life, disciples of the sect. Heed my command. Vow to kill Chen Bei without mercy. As the Qiangyao sacred land took the initiative, the other powerful figures from various sacred lands could no longer remain idle, rushing toward Chen Bei. Even other strong individuals from the Qiangyao sacred land surged forward, vowing to slay Chen Bei on the spot. Rumor has it that Chen Bei has revealed no less than 3 sacred artifacts. The first to kill him would claim all 3 that in such circumstances, the sacred lands would certainly not miss the opportunity to eliminate Chen Bei. However, just as everyone lunged towards him, a cracking sound echoed. Snap! The sound was not loud. Yet at that moment, the world fell silent, as if the very heavens and earth were collapsing, that everyone's hearts tightened, simultaneously turning to look at the sacred orb from the Qiangyao sacred land. The orb was perfectly round, without a single flaw. Under its silver glow, Zhou Hai's figure was firmly held in place, seemingly destined to be slain in an instant. However, at that moment, Zhou Hai remained unscathed. While cracks began to appear on the sacred orb, snap! Another faint sound echoed, causing everyone to feel their adrenaline spike with terror. The sacred orb cracked further, disintegrating into a cloud of dust, its sacred might dissipating in an instant. No! The elder from the Qiangyao sacred land's pupils widened in disbelief. He could not fathom that the sacred orb crafted by the former saint had shattered so easily. This was one of the sacred land's foundations. Others were also momentarily paralyzed with fear, their legs trembling as they gazed at Zhou Hai. The orb had shattered while suppressing him, which could only imply that this person possessed the strength to break a sacred artifact. Realizing this, the crowd was left with but one thought: to flee. Yet their legs refused to obey, trembling uncontrollably, unable to move a single inch in the face of such powerful beings. How could they hope to escape? Alas, I have already given you opportunities. Since you do not cherish them, I shall borrow something from you to intimidate the others. Zhou Hai strolled forward nonchalantly, sighing. What could it be? The speaker was an elder from the blood-refining demon sect, exuding an overwhelming aura akin to the blazing sun, making it difficult to look directly at him. Yet now, before Zhou Hai, he appeared as insignificant as an ant, paralyzed with fear. To kill a chicken to warn the monkeys. I shall borrow your lives. Zhou Hai raised his hand, and as his voice fell, the principles of the saint filled the air, the chains of order enveloping the void. Boom! The chains of order surged forth. And as the saint's words became law, the bodies of everyone present began to explode one after another. No! Countless screams erupted, for they were not even granted the privilege to provoke Zhou Hai before being obliterated into a mist of blood. Over 1,000 souls vanished in an instant, leaving behind 9 sacred artifacts desperately attempting to flee. Can they escape? With a mere wave of his hand, Zhou Hai seized all 9 artifacts, sacred artifacts are incredibly powerful, capable of annihilating even semi-saint level foes. They are indeed invincible beneath the Saintess realm. Yet when faced with a true saint, sacred artifacts prove utterly powerless. Even when united, the 9 artifacts could not escape Zhou Hai's suppression. Do not linger idly. Teach the newcomers the rules. After securing the 9 sacred artifacts, Zhou Hai tossed them into the system space. With a single command, hundreds of treasures above the sacred level soared forth, instantly engulfing the 9 sacred artifacts. The once struggling artifacts were rendered dumbfounded. The spirits within them trembled in fear. Among these treasures, they sensed the presence of great saints and even saint kings. Compared to these energies, they felt like mere children stumbling into the den of giants, unable to even beg for mercy before being thoroughly subdued. The 9 sacred artifacts fell into despair. They could scarcely fathom who Zhou Hai was. Possessing such formidable foundations, setting aside his own prowess, the mere artifacts in his possession could easily level the entire northern wilderness. In stark contrast to their despair, as Zhou Hai obliterated all, the life talismans of various sects shattered. In an instant, chaos erupted among the sacred lands. Chapter 75. The Siege of the Sacred Lands. Ha! Elder Qianhua has graced us with your presence. Truly a moment of glory. Please come inside. Ah, is that not the 7-star sword master of the Wanjian sect? I did not expect you to emerge as well. Please, take your seat. The 100-flower fairy of the Qingyu Valley has arrived. Daoist Qingshu of the Shiyan Peak pays a visit, in the heart of the Taichu mountain range. The Taichu sacred land was peaceful, welcoming guests from all directions. Who would have thought that the news of the Taichu demon ape would draw all the sacred lands here? How could they not come? Rumor has it that the Taichu demon ape is connected to the Taichu mountain range and involves profound secrets of enlightenment. Who could overlook such an opportunity? Indeed, it is said that the myriad beasts of the Taichu mountain range have been agitated recently, and the stir caused by the Taichu demon ape is no small matter. Amidst the whispers and discussions, everyone's focus was singular: the Taichu demon ape. However, just as all were sharpening their blades, preparing to collaborate with their host, the Taichu sacred land, to capture the demon ape, a voice of panic suddenly rang out. Not good, sect master, a grave matter has arisen in the bustling Taichu Great Hall. This voice was particularly jarring. What is happening that warrants such alarm? The sect master of the Taichu sacred land, Zhang Taixian, a stern-faced middle-aged man, reprimanded sharply. The life talisman of Elder Tai has shattered. The disciple who reported stammered, his words trembling. What? Upon hearing this, Zhang Taixian's expression changed dramatically. How could this be? Elder Tai Yi's talisman shattered. It is impossible. Rumor has it that Elder Tai Yi of the Taichu sacred land was already a peak purple mansion cultivator 500 years ago. Even now, he would be nearly a semi-saint. How could he suddenly perish? Others from the sacred lands also turned pale, clearly aware of the significance of Elder Tai Yi. Could it be that he was slain by Chun Bei? I recall encountering Elder Tai Yi earlier. He mentioned pursuing Chun Bei for the sake of justice, and even took a sacred artifact with him. Could it be that Chun Bei has some hidden trump card? Suddenly, an old woman in the crowd spoke loudly. Everyone instantly recognized her as Qianhua, the elder of the Qiangyao sacred land. What, Chun Bei? Could it truly be him? At that moment, the faces of the crowd grew grave. What are the others? Zhang Taixian turned to the disciple, his voice low and commanding. Reporting to the sect master, all those pursuing Chun Bei have had their life talismans shattered. The disciple's lips trembled, his voice resonating like a thunderclap in everyone's hearts. The hall erupted with chaos as everyone rose simultaneously. Their minds were already certain. It was indeed Chun Bei who had slain those individuals. This young man possesses such strength. This is far from good news. Now that the Taichu sacred land's dispatch members are dead, what of those sent by the other sects? Just as this thought crossed their minds, a flurry of light streaked from the skies. Elder Xiang has fallen. Please investigate. 7-star sword master. Elder Qianyan has fallen. Please investigate. Elder Qianhua. Elder Yushu has fallen. Please investigate. Daoist Qingshu. The voices echoed throughout the hall. All messages from the various sacred lands to as these messages resonated, the scene fell into silence, as if everyone had been frozen in place. The Taichu sacred land was no longer the lively, bustling place it had been moments before. It was now shrouded in a chilling atmosphere. Numerous powerful figures trembled, barely able to control their breath. Chunbei the rebel, I swear I shall tear you to pieces, the elderly matriarch of the Qiong Yao faction. Qiong Hua let out a furious roar, spewing forth a mouthful of old blood, her eyes ablaze with rage. While the others from the sacred lands had merely lost their fellow disciples, her grief was of a different magnitude. Elder Qiong Yin was not only her senior brother, but also her lifelong companion. She simply could not reconcile herself to this outcome. Everyone, I know the whereabouts of Chunbei. Follow me. Suddenly, Qiong Hua produced a jade pendant. As her true essence flowed into it, the pendant seemed to resonate with some unseen force, soaring outward. Let us go. Keep up. The others from the sacred lands, regaining their senses, followed in a grand procession. In an instant, dark clouds loomed overhead, and countless streaks of light shot into the sky. Looking up from the ground, it appeared as if 100,000 celestial soldiers were on the march. An overwhelming presence that was suffocating. Master, it is the disciples who have caused this chaos, disturbing your tranquility. At the entrance of the Taichu mountain range, Chunbei gazed at Zhou Hai, tears welling in his eyes. He had thought that after a path of slaughter, his heart would have turned to stone, yet he found himself stirred each time he encountered his master. Enough, they dare to disturb my peace. Just wait. Today, I shall take up your cause. Zhou Hai stood with his hands clasped behind his back, patiently awaiting the arrival of the various sacred lands, this moment, possessing the cultivation of a sage. His consciousness expanded for 100,000 miles, clearly perceiving the frenzied rush of the sacred lands toward him. Even from the direction of the Taichu sacred land, he sensed a disturbance as they summoned the ancestral sacred artifact. It was evident that the recent deaths had truly struck a nerve among the sacred lands. Yes, master. Chunbei lowered his head, though he did not wish to trouble his master over his own matters. He remained obedient in his presence. He relished this feeling of being protected. Perhaps in this lifetime, only his master could provide him with such comfort. Suddenly, the heavens roared with wind, the previously clear sky darkening in an instant. Obscured by countless layers of clouds, simultaneously, innumerable figures surged forth, forming a surrounding circle that entrapped Zhou Hai and his disciple. Chunbei, you traitor, I shall slay you. A thunderous shout rang out as the encirclement took shape. An elderly woman leading the charge toward Chunbei. Elder Qiong, hold. The people from the Taichu sacred land hurriedly intervened. Elder Qiong Yin had perished alongside the sacred artifact, and with her bare hands. Qiong Hua rushed forward. What purpose would that serve other than seeking death? Fellow cultivators, Chunbei's treachery is beyond forgiveness. Today we gather here to strike him down. This is my sect's ancestral sacred artifact. The Taichu Fate Plate. Together we shall activate it. Even if this rogue possesses a great sacred artifact, he shall perish. Zhang Tai Xian raised his arm and summoned a fate plate that instantly expanded to 1,000 miles, blocking out the sun and enveloping the universe. Beneath the fate plate, all felt a chill in their hearts, a peculiar sense that their fates had been inscribed upon it. This fate plate held dominion over the lives and deaths of every being in the world. Very well, everyone, let us activate the Taichu fate plate together. Regardless of this rogue's opportunities or supports, we must ensure his execution today. As realization dawned, the people from the various sacred lands surged forward, all standing upon the fate plate, their gazes scrutinizing Chunbei and his master. Chunbei, do you understand your crimes? Zhang Taixin bellowed, his voice resonating through the fate plate, carrying an overwhelming pressure that caused mountains and rivers within a radius of several thousand miles to crumble. Even the earth trembled in response. The might of the sacred artifact was on full display. Chunbei's body shook, feeling as if his very bones were about to shatter. Under the fate plate, he instinctively wished to kneel, as if faced with an insurmountable horror. Just as he could no longer withstand this pressure and was about to draw forth his sacred artifact, Zhou Hai waved his hand, and all pressure vanished in an instant. Chapter 76. 3 strikes to shatter the ancestral artifact, sweeping across the sacred lands. Audacity. My disciple is not one you can condemn. A chilling voice emerged, drawing the attention of the crowd to Zhou Hai standing nearby. Who are you? Zhang Taixian's gaze turned frigid as he shouted. Perhaps your hearing is failing. It seems I must clear your ears. Zhou Hai snorted coldly, raising his hand toward Zhang Taixian. In that moment, the winds and clouds shifted. The laws of the sage intertwined, forming a colossal hand that surged toward Zhang Taixian. Upon witnessing this, the expressions of all changed drastically. That a sage. He is a sage. This is the power of the laws. Under the coverage of the fate plate, no one could invoke the anomalies of heaven and earth. All principles beneath the fate plate were rendered absurd, merely serving as nourishment for it. Yet now, Zhou Hai had struck in full view of everyone. What he wielded was not the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, nor his own principles. It was the true essence of the laws. The laws comprehensible only to a sage suppress him. Seeing the colossal hand of the laws coalescing, Zhang Taixian, who had moments ago dominated everything, turned pale in an instant, panic washing over him. With no time to spare, he hastily infused his own cultivation into the fate plate, in a flash. The fate plate erupted with brilliance, countless runes flowing, each line imbued with the power to annihilate all, rushing toward Zhou Hai and his disciple. Boom, boom, boom. The heavens and earth split apart, countless spatial fissures forcibly torn asunder, that on the ground, numerous flowers and vegetation were reduced to ashes in an instant. Countless mountains and rivers were obliterated. Under the fate plate's shadow, an unprecedented catastrophe befell the area. Many villages and towns inhabited by humans exploding like ephemeral dreams. Many had not even comprehended what had transpired before offering up their lives within the fate plate. A wanton slaughter, devoid of humanity. Zhou Hai's pupils constricted as he witnessed the devastation spreading from the fate plate. He quickly summoned his consciousness to shield the mountains and rivers within 100 miles. Boom, boom, boom. Simultaneously, his orderly hand clashed with the fate plate. Countless runes cascaded down, and the force of annihilation was earth-shattering. Puff! The fate plate quivered, barely withstanding Zhou Hai's strike. However, Zhang Taixian atop the fate plate could not endure. The immense power surged forth, and he felt as if his entire cultivation was disintegrating. His internal organs shattered, and he coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. Break for me. Zhou Hai waved his hand once more, and the orderly hand surged upward. Boom, boom, boom. The fate plate radiated light, its spirit frantically resisting, but to no avail. The individuals from the various sacred lands were instantly thrown off the fate plate, all faces pale with shock. What are you waiting for? This is a true sage. We must join forces to suppress him. Zhang Taixian's eyes bulged, appearing frantic. He understood all too well what it meant to provoke a sage. The enmity that should not have been forced had now been established. If Zhou Hai were not subdued, all would perish, and the sacred lands would face retribution. Taichu's sacred land would bear the brunt. Everyone, together, the crowd, finally reacting, wore expressions of horror. None had anticipated that a sage stood behind Qin Bei. Otherwise, they would not have dared to pursue him so brazenly. Now that events had transpired beyond their control, they held only one thought: to use the Taichu ancestral artifact to eliminate Zhou. It was said that the ancestor of the Taichu sacred land was a peak sage, and if the fate plate could be fully activated, its might would rival that of a true sage. At this moment, the fate plate was the only entity capable of contending with Zhou Hai. All simultaneously infused their cultivation into the fate plate. And in an instant, the countless runes upon the plate transformed into a divine chain that swept toward Zhou Hai. Boom! 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 Simultaneously, an overwhelming force erupted, actually forcing back Zhou Hai's hand of laws. Zhou Hai raised an eyebrow, faintly sensing that his own cultivation was being suppressed. The laws of the fate plate were not only filled with tremendous power, but also intertwined with a mysterious force that eroded one's lifespan. At this moment, under the fate plate, a quarter of an hour equated to several years, even decades in the outside world. For mortals, mere moments would lead to old age and death, as the divine chains enveloped them. The power to erode lifespan grew ever stronger. Humph, such trivial techniques dare to flaunt before me. Zhou Hai scoffed, as the laws of the sage enveloped Qin Bei, shielding him from harm. Immediately, the power of extinction surged from his body, filling the heavens and earth with the laws of destruction. Break for me! Boom, boom, boom! A single punch shattered the myriad divine chains in an instant. Bang, bang, bang! The void erupted, countless divine chains were reduced to ruins, dimming under Zhou Hai's onslaught. The fate plate, having just stabilized, began to tremble violently once more. The expressions of all changed drastically as they desperately infused power into the fate plate, striving to fully activate it. Yet Zhou Hai moved with grandiose force, waving his hand as if the heavens were collapsing, the sun and moon shifting with his motions. The fate plate had no opportunity to unleash its might before being firmly suppressed by him. "Break for me!" With a violent strike, Zhou Hai shattered all the runes inscribed upon the fate plate, soaring into the sky, his fleshly fist heavily crashing down upon it. Boom, boom, boom. The power of extinction surged into the fate plate. A piercing scream echoed, the ancestral sacred artifact of the Taichu sacred land suffering grave injuries. Its spirit shattered and no. Puff, puff, puff. The individuals atop the fate plate were sent flying, some spitting blood, others screaming in agony. While some simply exploded, sacred artifacts, not for the protection of the masses, but to reap lives instead. What use are you? Zhou Hai's gaze turned icy as he shattered the spirit of the fate plate with a single punch, showing no hesitation as he unleashed another fist, causing cracks to spread across the fate plate. Under the law of annihilation, even the so-called immortal sacred artifacts cannot escape flaws in his presence. With a resounding boom, the third punch was unleashed, completely shattering the fate disc, and an invincible sacred artifact was thus obliterated. The very moment the fate disc exploded, a thread of resplendent light surged forth, hurtling towards Zhou Hai's face. Zhou Hai's expression shifted dramatically, and the laws surrounding him surged, only to be extinguished in an instant. The brilliant light struck him, sending him careening thousands of feet away. As he steadied himself, a trace of blood silently slipped from the corner of his mouth. Another thunderous explosion echoed, and the moment that drop of blood hit the ground, it created a massive crater spanning hundreds of miles. Resembling a basin, such is the power of a sage. A single drop of blood, even a strand of hair, contains the strength of the laws of heaven and earth, enough to obliterate a practitioner of the Purple Mansion realm. "Master, are you all right?" Seeing Zhou Hai being repelled, Chunbei rushed forward. "That I'm fine." Zhou Hai waved his hand, his aura instantly restored. Chunbei let out a sigh of relief, feeling somewhat speechless, with a master of such unparalleled prowess, unmatched in the heavens and the earth. Why should he be concerned? Meanwhile, all around, countless practitioners wore ashen faces. The powerful figures from the major sacred lands were engulfed in despair, especially the members of the Taichu sacred land, including Zhang Taixian, appeared as if their souls had been lost. They could hardly believe that the ancestral sacred artifact had been shattered so easily. Chapter 77. A chilling atmosphere enveloped the crowd, all kneeling in reverence. At the entrance of the Taichu mountain range, the landscape stretched for miles in utter silence. The practitioners from various sacred lands, who usually flaunted their might and looked down upon the world, now wore expressions of utter hopelessness. With their only support shattered, how could this sage possibly spare them? At this thought, all their bodies trembled, their eyes filled with terror. Only the elderly woman from the Cheong Yao sect, with eyes ablaze, radiated intense unwillingness and fury. "All of you, come here." Zhou Hai's voice resonated through the heavens and the earth that everyone's bodies stiffened, instantly bound by an invisible force before Zhou Hai. They had arrived in grand fashion. Not to mention 100,000 troops, there were still thousands present. Yet now, influenced by the aftermath of the battle, all practitioners below the Dao Enlightenment realm had exploded, leaving fewer than 2,000 survivors, all cast into the pit before Zhou Hai. The crowd gazed at Zhou Hai with terror-stricken eyes that in this world where strength reigns supreme, encountering someone stronger renders them no different from ordinary mortals. All that remained was fear and pity. Starting with you, Zhou Hai, however, held no compassion for them. With a swift motion, Zhang Taixian was yanked from the crowd and landed in Zhou Hai's grasp. "What do you want?" Zhang Taixian's face was etched with terror, entirely suppressed by Zhou Hai, leaving him in despair. With no further ado, Zhou Hai raised his hand and delivered several resounding slaps. A mouthful of blood mixed with teeth erupted from Zhang Taixian's mouth. Yet Zhou Hai did not relent until blood flowed from his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. The onlookers felt a chill run down their spines. They had not anticipated that this sage was not only powerful, but also a sadistic tormentor. Generally, sages would deal with their enemies swiftly. His actions were evidently aimed at crushing their spirits, leaving them unable to rest in peace. If you wish to kill, then kill. Why the humiliation? What do you truly want? Zhang Taixian's eyes turned red, a potent mix of humiliation and rage momentarily shattering his fear of death. How strange. There are no earwax. Why can't you hear me? Zhou Hai's voice echoed, causing everyone to widen their eyes, their heads buzzing. What do you mean? Zhang Taixian was bewildered, nearly forgetting the pain on his face. Responding with a mouthful of air, I already stated that Shun Bei is my disciple, and you still question who I am. I thought you couldn't hear me, because your ears were blocked. Zhou Hai's lips curled into a smile, a grin that left everyone feeling disheartened. Zhang Taixian spat out a mouthful of blood, nearly collapsing from sheer rage. Just for a question, this sage, who was at odds with everyone, had chosen to lash out at him. Was he not the head of a major sacred land? To be so publicly humiliated in broad daylight, did he not care for his face? No response? Seems you still can't hear me. Zhou Hai's voice rang out again, feigning a gesture to slap. No, senior. I hear you. I truly hear you. Zhang Taixian's expression shifted drastically, desperately suppressing his humiliation. Once in the grasp of a sage, one's life and death were entirely at their mercy. Unable even to die with dignity, he had no choice but to plead for mercy, hoping to minimize his suffering. Oh, you can hear me. Shall we have a proper discussion then? Zhou Hai smiled once more, regarding Zhang Taixian with an innocent demeanor. Yes. Please instruct me. I shall not decline. Zhang Taixian nodded eagerly, feeling a mix of sorrow and relief from Zhou Hai's tone. It seemed he did not intend to annihilate them entirely. As long as there was room for negotiation, there was still hope for redemption. Good. I await those words from you. Everyone here, what are your thoughts? Can we negotiate? Zhou Hai nodded in satisfaction, his gaze sweeping over all present. The crowd felt a chill, humiliation mingling with a glimmer of hope in their eyes that we can negotiate. None of us wish to die. Just as the crowd was about to voice their opinions, a frenzied voice suddenly rang out. Demon, I shall kill you. I shall tear your master and disciple to shreds. Everyone's expressions changed drastically as they beheld the elderly woman from the Qiong Yao sect charging towards Zhou Hai in a frenzied rage. Her face contorted, she pressed forward under the weight of the sage's aura. Each step she took resulting in gaping wounds on her body. The might of a sage was beyond what a Purple Mansion practitioner could withstand. Elder, no. The others from the Qiong Yao sect, their faces pale, attempted to intervene, but were utterly powerless. Old woman, what do you intend to do? Stop her. The remaining members, their eyes bloodshot, were driven by a single thought. Restrain her. Capture her, or even kill her. At that moment, everyone's life and death rested in Zhou Hai's hands, and this old crone's reckless actions could spell doom for them all. Unfortunately, under the sage's pressure, the frenzied elderly woman was willing to charge forward at the cost of her life. While they were paralyzed by fear, even the slightest movement made them feel they would meet a gruesome end, leaving only the sound of their shouts, with no one daring to act. You foolish creature. Zhou Hai's gaze turned icy as he raised his hand, instantly pinning the elderly woman in midair, the sage's laws tightening around her neck, leaving her trapped in a state of despair. When the practitioners of the world targeted my disciple, I did not intervene, wishing to temper him. Now that I have you all, I have refrained from killing out of sheer impatience. But do you truly think I lack temper and cannot take a life? Zhou Hai's eyes flashed like lightning, and as his words fell, explosions erupted incessantly. Boom, boom, boom. One after another, gaping wounds erupted on the elderly woman's body, in an instant turning her limbs into a mass of pulpy flesh. Blood mist enveloping the air. All that remained was a grotesque form dangling in the air, emitting a heart-wrenching scream. Spare me, sage. All present trembled in fear, collectively kneeling to plead for mercy before a sage. No one knew what dignity meant. Spare me, spare me. To beg, one must appear as a supplicant. How could I grant you mercy? Zhou Hai's cold gaze swept over, and with a flick of his hand, the heavens twisted, the area where the elders of the Qiong Yao sacred land stood collapsing instantly. No, mercy, sage. The elders and disciples of the Qiong Yao sect cried out in terror, their voices mingling with hatred directed at the elderly woman. It is all because of this old hag, only considering her own vendetta, showing no regard for the lives of others. In the midst of this fury and fear, the bodies of these individuals were reduced to dust as the heavens crumbled. The presence of a sage left some so terrified that they lost control of their bladders, while others fainted outright. The remaining few who regained their senses began to kowtow, desperately pleading for mercy. Chapter 78. Ancestor, why must you also seek to kill me? Old woman, what qualifications do you have to contend with me? Zhou Hai's gaze fell once more upon the elderly woman, his tone chilling. If you wish to kill me, then do so. You and your demon disciple killed my husband. From this day forth, if I live, I shall not let you off the hook, with no hope of resistance. The elderly woman sought death. Hee, so your husband perished by my hand. No wonder you are so deranged. But alas, your wish to reunite with him in death is but a foolish fantasy. Not to mention that I had a hand in his demise. Even if his spirit lingered, do you think I would grant your desire? Since you refuse reason, I shall ensure that you cannot live or die. Zhou Hai scoffed, his fingers curling as he instantly crushed the elderly woman's form. The elderly woman barely had time to let out a scream before her primordial spirit was exposed before all. Zhou Hai did not destroy her spirit, but instead summoned the poisoned soul banner to suppress her essence within. Yet another heart-wrenching scream echoed through the air, seemingly narrating boundless agony, causing those below to hold their breath in sheer disbelief. And one anticipated that the esteemed elder of the Purple Mansion, Qiong would ultimately meet her fate ensnared by a weapon of combined might, enduring eternal torment. Ladies and gentlemen of the various sects, my disciples and I have vanquished numerous foes. Is there anyone else who wishes to fight to the death? Please make your intentions known. Zhou Hai retracted the venomous soul banner and cast a discerning glance over the audience, where silence reigned. Even the sound of cold sweat dripping to the ground was distinctly audible. Everyone held their breath, feeling that uttering a single sound would be an affront to their very souls. This oppressive atmosphere relentlessly tormented their will, leaving them in silent agony, desperately wishing for this moment to pass swiftly. Yet Zhou Hai remained unperturbed, his gaze sweeping over the crowd with an air of indifference until their resolve began to wane, prompting him to speak once more. It appears no one is inclined to fight to the death. Then, shall we proceed to discourse? Upon hearing this, all present hastily sought to demonstrate their compliance. But please, great sage, enlighten us. We are prepared to face any consequence. At this juncture, they feared not the sage's demands, but rather the possibility of being denied the opportunity to express themselves. Had they known it would come to this, would they have acted differently? As they listened, Zhou Hai declared, to those who wish to harm my disciples, you may do so. Should it be a contest of peers, even if my disciple were to fall, I would harbor no resentment. It would merely be a reflection of their own lack of skill. However, from this day forth, should anyone dare to abuse their power to oppress my disciples, they shall find themselves facing the ruin of their sect and the severance of their lineage. His voice resonated ominously, like thunderclaps reverberating in the sky, chilling the hearts of all present. Such overwhelming authority. This was the true essence of a sage. It was said that no sage had emerged in the world for millennia. This singular sage could undoubtedly suppress an entire era, earning the respect of all. Understood. No one dared to utter further objections. At that moment, only the words of compliance remained. Furthermore, as compensation for the harm inflicted upon my disciples, I believe it not unreasonable to request a favorable omen from you. Zhou Hai spoke again, that we are all ears, great sage. The crowd had ceased to articulate anything beyond this phrase. From this day forth, I desire my disciples to traverse freely among the various sects. Any secret realms of your sects may be accessed for the purpose of training. Of course, you may also set traps and ambushes. As for the consequences, that is for you to deliberate. Zhou Hai's words caused the eyes of all present to widen in alarm. Would this not imply that the great holy lands would willingly surrender their legacies? How could this be? This would be akin to excavating the graves of their ancestors. After death, how might they face their forebears? We, the Myriad Sword sect, welcome the esteemed sage's presence. We, the Xian Peak, welcome the esteemed sage's presence. We, the great Tang dynasty, welcome the esteemed sage's presence. We, the great Yuan, welcome the esteemed sage's presence. We, the primordial beginning, welcome the esteemed sage's presence. The crowd grappled with their inner turmoil, ultimately choosing to prioritize their shame before their ancestors over the prospect of losing their lives. After all, considerations of how to face their ancestors were matters for another time. Those who met a fate akin to that of Qiong Hua had no right to ponder such issues. Chen Bei silently observed this scene, and unbeknownst to him, tears had soaked his eyes. As a notorious demon whose name echoed throughout the North Wilderness, he had never been seen shedding tears. Yet at this moment, he could no longer contain his emotions that in truth, there was no need for his master to intervene. Had any of his ancestors risen to speak on his behalf, the strength of the great Qian dynasty would have compelled the various holy lands to reconsider their pursuit of him. Alas, ever since his father's demise, he felt as though he had been entirely forsaken by the great Qian. None of the ancestors of the great Qian had spoken for him. Instead, they had joined forces with outsiders to hunt him down. At this moment, he shifted his gaze between Zhou Hai and the people of the great Qian dynasty below, the overwhelming disparity causing his heart to tremble that in comparison, the warmth his master provided was overshadowed by the chilling indifference of the ancestors of the great Qian. You little rascal, why are your eyes so red? If you have any requests, feel free to voice them. Let us see who dares to refuse today. Zhou Hai's voice rang out, teasingly scolding him. Enough, with my master present. I have no further requests. I only wish to fulfill my father's dying wish and serve my master faithfully from this day forth. That would suffice for me. Chen Bei managed a dry smile, but then suddenly turned to the people of the great Qian dynasty. Ancestors, can you tell me why? Upon hearing this, the people of the great Qian dynasty trembled involuntarily, particularly the elder at the forefront, whose face turned ashen. That moment, they fervently wished to evade the spotlight cast upon them. I do not understand. As a descendant of the Qin family, I am the most exceptional among us. I have always dedicated myself to the revival of the great Qian. While I may harbor hostility towards other sects, I have never betrayed the lineage of the great Qian, nor have I wronged any of its people. Why then, in the end, is it the great Qian that pursues me with such lethal intent? You too are my ancestors. Is it truly so that you find this descendant so unworthy? Seeing no one respond, Chen Bei's heart ached with anguish. During this time, he had slaughtered countless members of various sects, yet he had never laid a hand on the ancestors of the great Qian that he could not bring himself to do so. Nor could he comprehend why they relentlessly pursued him. The elder's face was as pale as death, his lips turning purple, struggling to voice his thoughts, yet unable to part his lips. What? Have you all gone deaf or mute? Unable to speak. Zhou Hai's icy voice pierced through the silence, sending shivers down the spines of everyone present. Elder Chen Su, what is it that cannot be said? The actions of the great Qian are intolerable to us. We too wish to understand what has transpired. Indeed, Elder Chen Su, to not spare your own kin is shameful for the great Qian dynasty. Whatever disgrace you bear, speak freely. Do not implicate us. Elder Chen Su. The representatives of the various holy lands hastily chimed in, echoing Zhou Hai's condemnation of the great Qian lineage. They truly wished to avoid death, and to prevent further angering Zhou Hai, they had to comply with his every demand while compelling others to do the same. Chapter 79. Is Chen Bei not a descendant of the Chun family? Under the pressure of all present, the expressions of the great Qian representatives darkened, yet Elder Chen Su suddenly erupted into laughter. His laughter was somewhat deranged, bordering on madness. Chen Bei, do you still not understand? You do not bear the surname Chun. You are no kin of the Chun family. Have you not considered the caliber of your father? By the age of 100, he had already achieved the Dao Palace realm, effortlessly unmatched in his generation. He was destined for a lifespan of at least 3,000 years, yet he lived only a little over 100 years. He died because of you. Do you comprehend this? Now his primordial spirit is imprisoned, suffering worse than death, and the calamity of heaven and earth looms ever closer. The Qin family is on the brink. Only your death can free your father. Only your death can save the great Qian, and indeed, all of the North Wilderness. Do you understand now? Elder Chen Su's laughter grew increasingly mournful, culminating in despair. What? Chun Bei's body quivered, a ringing sound echoing in his ears, causing his vision to spin uncontrollably. How is this possible? I'm not a descendant of the Chun family. My father died because of me? A torrent of revelations flooded Chun Bei's thoughts, leaving him utterly disoriented that he could not accept this as truth. Yet the actions of the Chun family seemed to corroborate these claims. Was it possible that he was indeed a source of calamity? Meanwhile, Zhou Hai stood in stunned silence. What a dramatic turn of events! Was the next revelation about to unveil the unparalleled lineage of his treasured disciple? And then would he traverse the universe? Unmatched by any, various scenarios danced in his mind, granting him the sensation of witnessing a grand spectacle. The calamity of heaven and earth. What calamity is this? To share the same bloodline, yet deny one's own kin. What a farcical display of folly. Zhou Hai could not help but scoff, while even the mighty Han Hai, suppressed within the 9 imperial artifacts, could not refrain from joining in the spectacle. After so many days of silence. I thought you had perished. It seems you are still with us. Zhou Hai greeted with a chuckle. I shall never perish. Han Hai's icy voice resonated, plummeting Zhou Hai's approval rating to abysmal lows. You've lived for millions of years. If anyone were to die, it would be you first. But truly, is it not the case that the longer one lives, the more muddled their mind becomes? I cannot say for others, but I can assure you my precious disciple is undoubtedly a scion of the Chun family. How could they relentlessly pursue their own kin while fabricating such absurd tales? Zhou Hai grinned, lost in contemplation. The thoughts of mere ants are hardly worthy of my consideration. Han Hai retorted coldly. Bah, I have said it before, the longer one lives, the duller their wits. Do you still not believe it? If you cannot deduce, simply admit it. What is so shameful about that? Zhou Hai scoffed, inciting Han Hai to erupt in fury. Only then did he realize that Zhou Hai's remarks about dullness were not directed at the Qin family, but rather at himself, that my disciple. Do not heed their nonsensical chatter. Others may be oblivious, but I am acutely aware that you are indeed of the Qin lineage. Do not burden yourself with any psychological distress. As Chun Bei exhibited signs of a potential mental breakdown, Zhou Hai, no longer an onlooker, stepped forward to speak. However, Master, Chun Bei's eyes were bloodshot. Filled with suspicion, he questioned his own lineage, feeling as though he were but a mere jest in the grand tapestry of existence. Others had their origins, while he was left to ponder whether even his father was truly his own. What were they even worth? A bunch of muddled fools, if they truly were descendants of the Chun family. Wouldn't Tie's simple test suffice? Zhou Hai's words suddenly illuminated Chun Bei's mind. Indeed, wouldn't Tie test reveal the truth? Ha ha ha. Chun Bei, have you never considered why every member of the Chun family possesses their own fate tablet? While you do not, the reason is that your fate tablet cannot enter the Chun family ancestral hall. Your bloodline simply cannot merge with the foundation of the Chun clan. Come, this is my life as fate tablet. You are welcome to try and see if your blood can integrate with it. Before Chun Bei could respond, the Chun Su ancestor let out a hollow laugh, casting his fate tablet towards them. All present were struck with astonishment. The life fate tablet was not merely a relic housed in the sect's ancestral hall. Once a person perished, their ancestral hall as fate tablet would surely shatter. Yet, while an ancestral hall as tablet might break, it did not guarantee the death of the individual. In contrast, the life fate tablet was intrinsically linked to the individual. Any slight damage inflicted upon it would result in irreparable harm to the person. In the realm of cultivation, relinquishing one's life fate tablet equated to surrendering one's life to another. However, the thought of facing a sage alleviated their trepidation in the presence of a sage. Whether one surrendered their life fate tablet was inconsequential. Zhou Hai, with no hesitation, seized the tablet and clasped it tightly in his hand. As he probed with his divine sense, all of the Chun Su ancestor's information was revealed within the tablet. This was a form of bloodline acknowledgement, a return to one's origins. Only the bloodline of the Chun family could be recognized by the fate tablet forged from the Chun family's sacred artifacts. Here, give it a try. Zhou Hai tossed the tablet to Chun Bei, fully confident that Chun Bei was indeed a descendant of the Chun family. After all, the system's introduction provided no alternative identity for him. It was worth noting that the system's descriptions were exceedingly detailed. For instance, It clearly stated that Qin Xiao was the reincarnation of a great emperor's fruit. Had Chunbei possessed any other identity, it would have been unveiled before him. Yet, Chunbei hesitated. The ever-forward youth found himself retreating 2 steps. He recalled how his father had never established a fate tablet for him since childhood, nor had he ever included him in any clan ceremonies. Could it be that he truly was not a descendant of the Qin family, unworthy of recognition from their ancestors? In that moment, Chunbei gazed in horror at the fate tablet. Without a test, perhaps he could deceive himself, but once tested, he felt he would shatter. He could not accept the words of the Chun Su ancestor. Ha ha ha. Do you see, Chunbei, deep down, you already have your answer. You simply lack the courage to admit it. The Chun Su ancestor laughed bitterly, intensifying Chunbei's sense of impending doom. Why all this talk? Just try it. Zhou Hai, unable to bear witness any longer, took a drop of Chunbei's blood and directly infused it into the fate tablet. Buzz, in an instant, the tablet trembled violently, a crimson light shooting towards the heavens. Crack. The fate tablet failed to merge with Chunbei's blood, instead beginning to fissure. The tablet sustained damage, and the Qin Su ancestor coughed up a mouthful of blood, his complexion paling instantly. Yet a look of relief washed over his face as he gazed at Chunbei with unprecedented gentleness. Child, do you see? You must die. Otherwise, the entirety of the Qin family shall be doomed. The ancestors refrained from imparting this truth, not out of malice, but to spare you from cruelty. Do you think only your father cherished you? We feel for you as well. Yet, humanity is inherently selfish. In the face of an entire clan who can act with unyielding righteousness, the ancestors have departed, unable to end your life before you uncovered the truth. For that, I am truly sorry, as the Chun Su ancestor spoke. His tone softened, his gaze dimming gradually. Chun Su ancestor. No, behind the Chun Su ancestor, the members of the Chun family wept with rage, each one inconsolable. Do you not? Chunbei abruptly lifted his head. He could not accept the reality laid before him. Nor could he bear the thought of having caused the death of the ancestor with his own hands. He sensed that, in that fleeting moment, the Chun Su ancestor's words were heartfelt. He recalled how, in his youth, the Chun Su ancestor had emerged from seclusion just to see him, taking him on joyful adventures. Those were times of warmth and happiness, and he wondered how it had devolved into the present dire circumstances. Yet one thing the Chun Su ancestor spoke was undeniably true. His bloodline could not integrate with the Chun family's, and it was even innately antagonistic to their lineage. Under normal circumstances, a mere blood test would not damage the fate tablet. Yet he had unwittingly inflicted fatal harm upon an elder of the Chun family. The novel could be downloaded through the open-source and Freestar string downloader developed by Xingyu. If you obtain this novel file through a proxy download and the vendor has not provided the software source code or open-source address, please request a refund immediately and report the vendor. Author's email, xingyvoutlook.com. Author's QQ, 201-759-3710. Official QQ Group, 149050832. Official TG Group, https t.me/fqtool Chapter 80, Recessive Bloodline, Blood Refinement Method. Do not, ancestor. Chunbei's eyes reddened as he rushed towards the Chun Su ancestor. Why must the ancestors suffer this way? What has transpired? What is the truth behind all this? Though the puzzle seemed to be unraveling, it only led to further confusion. Chunbei could not set aside the questions plaguing his mind, nor could he release the embrace of his ancestor. Once, the ancestor had looked at him with such affection. But what had changed? Why had everyone turned against him? What is happening? At that moment, Zhou Hai was equally bewildered. The bloodlines appeared identical. Why then did they clash? Moreover, Chunbei's blood was excessively domineering. Merely one drop had dispatched an elder of the Qin family, which defied logic. How could this be? Even the revered Han Hai was taken aback. His astonishment palpable. Old monster, having lived for over 8 million years, have you ever witnessed such an occurrence? Zhou Hai inquired hastily. I understand now. The Qin family is no ordinary clan. Their ancestors must have boasted emperors, or even beings surpassing emperors. Over the course of time, their bloodline has grown increasingly diluted, becoming the norm. Yet this child has returned to the essence, manifesting the bloodline of his ancestors, naturally rejecting any mixed bloodlines. Han Hai did not respond to Zhou Hai but spoke to himself. However, upon finishing, he quickly retracted, stating, "No, no. While this is a possibility, it is undoubtedly more complicated than that. What on earth is happening? What other great secrets exist in this world that I am unaware of?" Zhou Hai furrowed his brows, listening and growing increasingly agitated. Nevertheless, he found some acceptance in Han Hai's earlier assertions, as the phenomenon of recessive bloodlines was indeed commonplace. However, if it were a case of returning to ancestral roots, rejecting other bloodlines was one thing. But how could it cause harm to a bloodline of the same origin? System, could you provide an explanation? Zhou Hai attempted to communicate with the system. Unfortunately, the stubborn system remained unresponsive, offering not a single word in reply. Ancestor, eat this, and also this. Over there, Chunbei clutched the Chun Su ancestor tightly, shoving various miraculous pills into his mouth. A flicker of life coursed through the Chun Su ancestor. But alas, with the fate tablet shattered, no amount of elixirs would suffice. Enough, child. I am sorry for you. The truth is too cruel. If it were possible, the ancestor would have preferred to end your life before you uncovered the truth. Even if you despise the Chin family, at least you would have retained the illusion of a loving father. An imagined home, but now the ancestor is powerless. I do not speak these words to burden you. I merely implore your master to spare the Chin family, to refrain from total annihilation from this day forth. The Chin family shall sever all ties with you. You need not do anything for the Chin family. Their fate will depend solely on their own fortunes. The Chin Su ancestor grasped Chunbei's hand tightly. His eyes filled with love, pain, and profound guilt. He believed in Chunbei. Had he revealed the truth sooner, Chunbei would have undoubtedly sacrificed himself for the Chin family. Yet that would have been exceedingly unfair. A mere 16-year-old child, born without a mother, just learning of his father's death, only to be told that he was merely a foundling. Moreover, it was because of him that his beloved father was slain. If he were to live, 1,000,000 clansmen would face extinction, forcing him to bear the burden of sacrifice. The Chun Su ancestor could not do that, hence he stood firmly with the faction that sought vengeance against Chunbei. He would rather Chunbei despise the entire Chin family than witness him feel guilt over the death of Emperor Qian, nor impose a moral burden upon him. Such a weight was far too heavy. Had it not been for the fear of Zhou Hai exterminating the entirety of the Chen clan, he would never have divulged the truth. No, ancestor. Hold on. You can save him, I know you can. My master will surely help. As the various elixirs provided by his master proved futile, Chunbei looked up toward Zhou Hai. Zhou Hai's brow furrowed, feeling an overwhelming headache. The situation had become exceedingly difficult to resolve. Young man, I shall impart a method to you. Perhaps you can save this individual. At that moment, the voice of Han Hai resounded. What method? Zhou Hai furrowed his brow, aware that this old fellow was seeking to verify certain matters. Coincidentally, he too harbored a desire for knowledge, making collaboration at this moment quite feasible that if this young man truly possessed the ancestral bloodline of the Chin family, then even his domineering nature might not be beyond resolution. This is the blood refinement technique. Give it a try. As Zhou Hai's words fell, he sensed a faint consciousness emerging, revealing the principles of the blood refinement technique. Blood refinement. Zhou Hai concentrated, and in an instant, his vision cleared, propelling him to the side of Chun Bei. "Do not rush, my disciple." Zhou Hai offered a comforting remark, pointing decisively. Before Chun Bei could react, a sensation akin to something departing from him enveloped him, leaving him on the verge of collapse. Looking up, he was astonished to find that Zhou Hai had forcibly extracted a drop of his heart's blood. This drop shimmered a vibrant red, unremarkable at first glance. Yet, as Zhou Hai formed seals with his hands, a resonance echoed through the heavens and earth, as if a primordial force from before the creation of the world was refining that drop of blood. In a heartbeat, the heart's blood radiated a dark glow, as if countless battle cries resounded. Within that single drop of blood lay the essence of an entire world. Indeed, my eyes do not deceive me. It is truly a return to ancestry. However, an unforeseen complication has arisen. Someone has covertly intervened. The voice of the vast sea celestial sovereign echoed. Yet Zhou Hai paid it no heed, his hands swiftly forming seals to suppress the murderous intent emanating from the blood. In mere moments, the killing aura dissipated, and the drop of blood returned to tranquility. Consume it. Zhou Hai snapped his fingers, and that heart's blood instantly flew into the mouth of the venerable Chinsu. "Master, you," Chinbei exclaimed in astonishment, realizing his master was fully aware that his blood clashed with the Chun family lineage. Why then was he offering the venerable ancestor his own heart's blood? Was he intent on hastening the ancestor's demise? Yet, before he could finish his thought, a violent tremor surged through the cosmos. An overwhelming force of spiritual essence descended. Simultaneously, it appeared as if the symbols of the great Tao flowed amidst the heavens. Gazing down at the venerable Chinsu, he noticed that the old man's body began to emit a radiant glow. Blood seeped from every pore, expelling ancient blood while simultaneously replenishing it with the essence of heaven and earth. This spectacle resembled the legendary rebirth. What is happening? Having prepared himself to face death, the venerable Chinsu suddenly widened his eyes, overwhelmed by an unprecedented sensation of comfort as a regenerative force surged within him. In that instant, he felt as though he were cradled within the womb of the universe, awaiting a new beginning. Soon, his appearance began to transform. The once elderly man with snow-white hair gradually morphed into a youth of 17 or 18 years. This scene caused the eyes of all present to widen in disbelief, their expressions frozen in shock. The venerable Chinsu had indeed been reborn into a second life. How could this be possible? Since time immemorial, who beneath the saints has ever lived a second life? Surely, the venerable Chinsu stands as the sole exception. Everyone gaped, their minds teetering on the brink of madness at this moment. The most astonished of all was Chinbei, while the most profoundly shaken was none other than the venerable Chinsu himself. Chinbei could not comprehend why the outcome diverged so drastically from his expectations. His blood had failed to extinguish the venerable ancestor. The venerable Chinsu, too, was bewildered, pondering how Chinbei's blood, which evidently countered the Qin family's lineage, could instead aid him in returning to his roots and living again. Only Zhou Hai exhaled in relief, for at long last, he could validate that Chinbei was indeed a descendant of the Qin family. "Master, what is happening?" "Predecessor, could it be that Chinbei truly is unable to fathom the situation?" Both Chinbei and the venerable Chinsu turned their gaze toward Zhou Hai, their eyes brimming with questions. Chapter 81. The Despairing Predicament of the Qin Clan. A Group of Old Fools. Having declared him a descendant of the Qin family, did you truly believe him to be a foundling? Or do you old Qin family members have a penchant for green hats? The emperor's woman bears the child of another, yet nurtures it with care. Now the truth is laid bare. Chinbei is not only a descendant of your Qin family, but also possesses a return to ancestral bloodline. Yet, why does it clash with the Chun family bloodline? I too find myself at a loss. Zhou Hai scoffed, and upon hearing his words, the venerable Chinsu recognized several suspicious elements. Indeed, those who claimed Chinbei was not a descendant of the Qin family were solely from their ranks. Chinbei's father had never uttered such words. Moreover, in his final moments, he left behind a deathbed letter vowing to protect Chinbei, firmly asserting that he was indeed a descendant of the Qin family. For many years, others had assumed he simply harbored concern for the child. Now, it seemed they had likely been deceived, but what colossal secret lay hidden within? Why would those individuals deceive them? What was their motive? Ancestor, you mentioned my father's primordial spirit being imprisoned. You spoke of the calamity of the North Wilderness, claiming someone sought to annihilate my Qin family. What is the truth behind it all? How many more matters have you left unspoken? Witnessing his master in confusion, Chinbei once again looked to the venerable Qin Xud. It is them. It must certainly be them. The venerable Chinsu offered no reply, but his pupils dilated, soon contorting into a visage of hatred. His face ablaze with murderous intent as he cried out, "Who?" Chinbei pressed urgently. Yet at that moment, a streak of luminous energy descended from the heavens. It was a sound transmission talisman. The venerable Chinsu instinctively raised his hand to grasp it. But Chinbei interceded, preventing him. With a flick of his finger, the sound transmission talisman shattered before the venerable Chinsu, a mournful voice echoing forth. The venerable ancestor Qin Min has passed away. The voice bore the weight of anguish, and as it resonated, those around seemed to hear the sound of weeping. Chinbei's heart tightened, as if gripped by an unseen hand. This was his eldest royal brother. He had thought that after their father's demise, his eldest brother had transformed into a heartless figure, unrecognizable even to himself. Yet he found him still as fragile and compassionate as ever. The pain embedded within that voice was something Chun Bei could not fathom. It surpassed the torment of being hunted by the world and betrayed by his kin. Perhaps only the agony of realizing he was not of the Chun lineage could compare. Father, at that moment. The one suffering more acutely than Chun Bei was the venerable Chun Su. His eyes reddened, tears cascading uncontrollably. Even after thousands of years, the bond between father and son remained indelible. The old man had only departed a few days prior, and now his father followed suit. What would follow next? Would it be the turn of other uncles, and then other brothers? The Chun family was vast, yet could not withstand such relentless attrition, tears streaming. The venerable Chun Su gazed at the sound transmission talisman still suspended in the air, its sound waves lingering, his body rigid, his expression growing increasingly tense. The talisman remained silent, devoid of sound for a long while. Yet everyone understood. As long as the sound waves persisted, the transmission would continue. Perhaps on the other side, they were still suppressing something. Indeed, another voice soon emerged, causing the venerable Chun Su's heart to feel as though it were shattering. The venerable ancestors Chun Tai, Chun Yin, Chun Bai Tan, and 9 others have also passed away. Please return to preside over the situation. The voice trembled, despair piercing the soul of every listener. All present fell silent, unable to fathom what calamity could bring such despair upon the Chun family. It is known that the Chun clan is the most ancient lineage of the North Wilderness, a presence that commands respect from all major sacred lands. Oh, my uncles, my second. The venerable Chun Su trembled all over, unable to contain his emotions, bursting into tears. Ancestors. The surrounding members of the Chun family joined in lamentation, their eyes filled with despair. What is happening? What on earth is going on? Yet at this moment, Chun Bei could not bring himself to weep. His heart ached, his mouth tasted of bitterness, but more than anything, he felt an unexpressed fury. Who could be so relentless in their persecution of the Chun clan? What had transpired to cause this seemingly tranquil Chun family to bury one powerful figure after another? Indeed, ancestor, what exactly has happened? Why have 9 venerable ancestors been laid to rest? My Chun family's revered ancestors have now all perished. A young man from the Chun clan could no longer restrain himself and cried out, Ancestor, is there anything left unspoken? Even an elder of the Dao Palace realm could not help but exclaim. Clearly, the great secret of the Chun family was unknown not only to Chun Bei, but to many within the clan as well. They were only aware that under the venerable Chun Su's orders, the pursuit of Chun Bei had become their singular mission. The underworld seeks to annihilate the Chun family. They desire the life of Bei heir. They intend to launch a great calamity upon the myriad realms. The venerable Chun Su's eyes burned crimson, his lips quivering as he finally revealed this earth-shattering secret. What? The underworld? At this revelation, those present were left in a state of bewilderment. What is this underworld? Is it not merely a fabrication of charlatans to deceive people in the mundane world? Such a realm does not exist, nor does the netherworld or reincarnation. Even the legendary celestial realm is shrouded in mystery. Its existence uncertain. A SA practitioner, and a peak figure of the Purple Mansion realm at that, to claim the underworld is orchestrating a great calamity is nothing short of absurd. Even Zhou Hai wore a dark expression. Had it been 7 years ago, he might have entertained such ghostly tales. Yet now, as a being of divine stature among mortals, how could he still believe in such nonsense? Those legendary emperors, who among them lacked the power to obliterate the cosmos. If the underworld truly dared to seek their lives, would they not be obliterated in turn? Yet, in the end, who among them could claim immortality? Even great figures like the vast sea celestial sovereign had to resort to desperate measures to survive for 800,000 years. The underworld. Are they truly coming? Just then, Zhou Hai received a voice from the vast sea celestial sovereign within his consciousness, filled with astonishment, even tinged with a sense of suppression. What does this mean? Old fellow, could it be that the underworld truly exists? Zhou Hai gasped in surprise. The ancestor of Qinxiu expressed his speechlessness regarding the underworld, yet upon hearing the tone of the esteemed Han Hai, he could not remain silent. Hey, young one, do you still wish to cling to life? I shall grant you a singular opportunity. Release me, and I shall ensure your survival. The Hanhai Tianzin did not respond, but instead laughed heartily within Zhou Hai's consciousness. Curse it! I merely seek to understand the situation in the underworld. Your verbose ramblings are unnecessary. Zhou Hai's face darkened as he unleashed a torrent of invective toward Hanhai Tianzin. Preposterous. Do you possess no modicum of respect for this emperor? Hanhai Tianzin fumed. Once a great emperor, he was once equal to the heavens themselves that I in his era, who would dare stand before him without kneeling. Even after 800,000 years, he remained exalted. When had he ever been so brazenly disrespected? You, a mere prisoner, speak of human rights, yet you dare to discuss sovereignty and imperial pursuits. No matter how formidable you are you not currently beneath my heel? Zhou Hai rolled his eyes, provoking Hanhai Laozu into a sullen silence. What, pray tell, is happening in the underworld? Chen Bei gazed at Qinshu Laozu in confusion. Ultimately unable to restrain his curiosity, Adio not inquire further. Bei or the ancestor discerned that the young man was destined for greatness. Poised to illuminate an era. Since I cannot kill you, and you are not of the Qin clan, my family shall sever ties with you and refrain from further aggression. However, as you are indeed one of us, your survival is paramount. The future of the Qin clan rests upon your shoulders. Qinshu Laozu patted Chen Bei's shoulder. Initially, Chen Bei paid little heed, but gradually, he felt an overwhelming heaviness, his body succumbing to weakness as he collapsed to the ground. Struggling, he realized that Qinshu Laozu's Taoist aura had sealed his cultivation, rendering him immobile. Ancestor, what are you doing? Chen Bei's countenance shifted dramatically. Without a word, Qinshu Laozu rose slowly, casting his gaze over all present. For centuries, the various holy lands have oppressed the Chun family. Even the renowned Jixiao Academy, known for its benevolence, has relentlessly extorted us while simultaneously aligning with the powers of Dakian. I am aware that the Chun family has become a laughingstock, retreating at every turn, with some believing we are on the brink of collapse. Indeed, with the passing of our 9 great ancestors, only I and 2 other brothers remain as peak practitioners of the Purple Mansion realm. The rest of our descendants lack the strength to contend with the Holy Lands. Those who dare to annihilate my Dakian and seize the fortunes of the Chun family may now act. However, I warn you all, the underworld is approaching. Once my clan is extinguished, the next to face doom will be all of you present. Qinshu Laozu's tone was frigid, tightening the hearts of all who heard. They might doubt the existence of the underworld, yet the power that could obliterate the Qin clan was sufficient to threaten every holy land. This heralded a monumental crisis. Senior, I entrust this child to you. Today, I learned he is of my Qin lineage that I feel both guilt and solace. I believe that as long as he remains alive, there is hope for the Qin family. For all the wrongs I have done him, we shall protect him with the lives of our entire clan, as atonement. They say his death could save our family, yet none can ascertain the truth of such claims than why past selfishness, wagering his life for a mere glimmer of hope, shall cease here. Turning to face Chen Bei, Qinshu Laozu regarded him with hopeful anticipation. Ahem, for the sake of wealth, one must mitigate calamities. Moreover, as he is my disciple, it is but my duty. Zhou Hai awkwardly rubbed his nose, pondering whether Qinshu Laozu's claims of extortion by the academy referred to the recent incident with Dazhou Academy. Regardless of the circumstances, he resolved to treat it as a payment to alleviate misfortune. The descendants of the Qin family had yet to present their apprenticeship gift. He could certainly afford that sum of spirit stones. Senior's righteousness is understood, Zhou Hai declared. May I inquire your esteemed title? Qinshu Laozu paused, suddenly comprehending Zhou Hai's intentions. This was a reminder not to focus solely on entrusting the child, but to leave something for the orphan. Certainly, there was no issue with that. The hopes of the Chun clan rested upon Chen Bei. Why not entrust everything to them? With this guardian present, no one would dare infringe upon the possessions left for the child by the Chun clan. Ancestor, my master. Chen Bei began to introduce Zhou Hai, only to have Zhou Hai raise a hand to silence him. Ahem, rest assured, old man, I, Murong Xiao, shall protect the descendants of your Qin clan. Zhou Hai coughed lightly, leaving Chen Bei in utter bewilderment. What is happening? Why is my master introducing himself with such a grand title? Is that not the name of my master senior? He recalled that his master had always been indifferent to fame and fortune, seeking only tranquility. This must be his way of avoiding recognition and not wishing to propagate his name. Thank you, Senior Morong. Chen Bei expressed his gratitude. Let us depart. Qinshu Laozu bowed to Zhou Hai and, with a wave of his hand, took the remaining members of the Chun clan to the skies. Senior Morong, do remember, do not allow this child to return to the capital of Dakian, as they soared into the distance. Qinshu Laozu suddenly called out, Ancestor, are you truly willing to sacrifice the lives of the entire clan merely to protect Qin Bei? A youth, Qin Lei, spoke up, having flown thousands of miles away. He was Qin Bei's sixth royal brother and the most gifted disciple of the Chun clan's current generation. Aside from Qin Bei, faced with Chun Lei's inquiry, Qinshu Laozu's expression darkened, and he remained silent until they had traveled 100,000 miles. At last, he exclaimed, Foolish! How can the hope of a clan rest upon the shoulders of a single individual? Upon returning, you shall disperse the descendants anonymously. Should Bayer succeed in rising, you may then seek him out, that if he cannot rise, let our Qin clan fade into obscurity and return to tranquility. Upon hearing this, the crowd could not help but feel despondent. Had the Qin clan truly reached its end? Ancestor, since you have already made your decision, why not allow Qin Bei to give it a try? Perhaps he could save our clan. A middle-aged man could no longer restrain himself. Preposterous. Qinshu Laozu's voice rang out sharply, and he raised his hand to deliver a slap. The middle-aged man quickly covered his face, lowering his head in silence. Alas, all beings possess selfish desires. Have you considered whether sacrificing Chun Bei's life could truly secure the future of the Chun clan? Previously, for the sake of the clan's future, I could indeed have sacrificed Bayer, for he is but an outsider. Keeping the truth from him was already the greatest kindness I could offer. Yet now, I have abandoned even that small mercy. If it could yield a glimmer of hope, I would not hesitate to trade his life. But he is indeed my bloodline. He embodies the greatest hope of our clan. Reflecting on it, I have wronged him too much. This time, I implore you not to burden that child any further. If possible, I wish I had not been so selfish as to reveal the truth today. Even if they were angry with Bayer's sentiments, they would not truly sever our bloodline. I regret it. As he spoke, Qinshu Laozu sighed deeply, his eyes filled with the weight of ages. Ancestor, then why do we not migrate as a clan, seeking refuge elsewhere? Chun Lei inquired, brow furrowed. Migrate as a clan? You are woefully ignorant. The universe operates on causality. Our Qin clan, as the oldest holy family in the northern wilderness, has witnessed countless holy lands fade into obscurity, while others have risen anew. Yet only our Qin clan stands unwavering. Do you know why? Not for any other reason, but because others seek only to take, while our Qin clan gives back to the world. This is the eternal blessing granted to us by the heavenly way. For the sake of our descendants' prosperity, what harm is there in sacrificing several generations of our clan? As long as there are practitioners of the Tao realm within our clan, we shall not allow calamities to disrupt Dakian. Upon returning, any descendants of the Qin clan who have committed sin shall be blood sacrificed. Qinshu Laozu's voice turned grim as he spoke, his gaze transforming into one of unprecedented ferocity. Chilling the hearts of all present, that as he spoke, under Qinshu Laozu's command, the spiritual vessel soared tens of thousands of miles further. In his recollection, the limit of a peak sage's consciousness extended to 100,000 miles. Conversations beyond that distance should not be audible to even Zhou Hai, no matter how formidable he was. Unbeknownst to them, they had never escaped the encompassing reach of Zhou Hai's consciousness. Upon watching Qinshu Laozu and the others depart, Zhou Hai had listened intently to their dialogue before retracting his consciousness. Master. Qin Bei lay on the ground, his eyes reddened with anguish as he gazed at Zhou. Hai not say anything further. Others may be unaware of the underworld, but I am acutely aware. Even emperors struggle to contend with this realm. I cannot intervene in this matter. I shall never allow you to return to the Chun clan. Zhou Hai, recalling Han Hai Tianzuan's astonished tone, resolutely denied the request. He then waved his sleeve, whisking Qin Bei away from that place. Does the underworld truly exist? Unbeknownst to him, his words had rendered all present pale with fear. While others might question the existence of the underworld, who would dare to doubt it when a sage like Qinshu Laozu spoke so? All of you, heed my command. Continue your pursuit of the Taichu demon ape in the Taichu mountain range. I shall return to the Holy Land. Upon this realization, The venerable ancestors of the various holy lands simultaneously issued commands and turned to depart, while the others swiftly dispersed as well. However, before their exit, a perplexity took root in their hearts. Who is Murong Xiao? The name seemed vaguely familiar to some, yet they could not place it. After all, the prominent figures they paid heed to were typically the elders or prodigies of the Holy Lands. Someone like Murong Xiao, the head of an academic branch, was unlikely to capture their attention. Nevertheless, as the sole saint of the millennium, it was destined that the name Murong Xiao would echo throughout the northern wilderness. Earning universal acclaim at this moment, many had already etched the name Murong Xiao into their minds. Meanwhile, Murong Xiao of the Dazhou Academy sensed something amiss, an involuntary tightening in his chest, for reasons unknown. He felt increasingly extraordinary of late, as if an intricate web of causality entwined around him, leaving him uncertain whether it was a blessing or a curse that, on the other hand, the heavenly sovereign of the vast sea, suppressed within the 9 great imperial artifacts, finally expressed disdain after a prolonged period of irritation that he had come to realize that this youth's name was not actually Murong Xiao. Previously, he had deceived himself out of fear. Observing the boy's recent fabrications, it was clear he bore some guilty secret, making him unfit to face others. One could only pity his unfortunate senior brother, who would undoubtedly shoulder many burdens and attract countless enmities throughout his life. In response to the heavenly sovereign's contempt, Zhou Hai remained silent, seemingly impervious to the scorn directed at him. However, the desperate pleas of Chun Bei nearby stirred feelings of agitation within him. "Master, I implore you to let me return." "Master, do you truly wish for me to witness the demise of the Chun clan?" Zhou Hai's brow furrowed as he heard the despairing cries for his master, realizing for the first time how devastating a villain's plight could be when they felt wronged. "Very well. Are you certain you wish to return?" Zhou Hai descended to the ground, casting Qinbei down. They had now reached the depths of the Taichu Mountains, where towering ancient trees obscured the sky and bizarre flora and fauna abounded. As the most perilous trial ground in the northern wilderness, the Taichu Mountains were notorious not only for their secret pathways leading to the 8 wildernesses, but also for their inherent dangers. To traverse these mountains, one would at least require the peak strength of the Purple Mansion realm. Typically, even seasoned experts of this realm faced extreme peril here, while others would be doomed without question. "Master, your great kindness shall be etched in my heart for a lifetime. Yet can you truly expect me to stand idly by as the Qin clan meets its end? I simply cannot." Qin Bei's lips turned purple, and as he landed, he felt an overwhelming discomfort, as if something had invaded his body, slowing the flow of his blood. Zhou Hai shook his head, helplessly regarding Chun Bei, and conveyed the recent dialogue of ancestor Qin Su to him through his divine sense. Chun Bei comprehended every detail, and an involuntary shiver coursed through him. "Did you see? Even just now, that old Qin Su appeared to be sincere, yet he was filled with schemes against you, though you are a member of the Qin clan. You have never wronged them, that is it truly worth sacrificing for them now?" When Qin Bei regained his composure, Zhou Hai continued, "Master, they say cultivators transcend worldly matters, yet in truth, they merely self-aggrandize. They are but a group of mortals. The ancestral words ring true. Human nature is inherently selfish. To save 1,000,000 clansmen, what is the sacrifice of a single outsider? In my view, not just one outsider, even if it were thousands or tens of thousands of clansmen, it would be justifiable. The Qin clan has not wronged me. Even amidst previous misunderstandings, the ancestor treated me with sufficient kindness. It is far more brutal to reveal the truth to me than to conceal it. To force me to witness the demise of my clan without acting is a torment that will become my lifelong inner demon. I do not dare to hope for your protection of the Chun clan, but I beseech you to allow me to fulfill my own destiny." Qin Bei smiled sadly, his voice trembling with emotion. His dedication to his clan reminded Zhou Hai of his own parents. Indeed, while Qin Su may harbor selfish motives, did he truly err? Ultimately, circumstances differ. Who can truly comprehend the anguish of Qin Su? "Very well, go. Your 3rd junior brother is in danger, and I must hasten to find him. So I shall not accompany you further. Once you exit here, you shall return to the Qian royal capital in an instant." Zhou Hai shook his head, pointed decisively, and Qin Bei felt an immediate sense of relief as his cultivation was restored. Even the inexplicable suffocation dissipating that he gazed upward to see Zhou Hai conjuring a spatial portal, its depths unfathomable. Master, so you have taken on another junior disciple. In that case, I find solace, if anything were to happen to me. There are junior brothers and sisters to serve you. Chunbei beamed at Zhou Hai, imparting his final wishes, and before Zhou Hai could utter another word, he stepped into the portal. Master, I shall leave the destruction battle spear behind. Do take care. Moments later, Chunbei's voice echoed as a spear shot forth, embedding itself before Zhou Hai. Zhou Hai frowned, his expression darkening. Even the Oblivion battle machine emitted a low hum, seemingly expressing its dismay. Damn it, this lad intends to bid me a permanent farewell with a heart set on death. Follow him. If he truly faces a life-and-death crisis, protect that boy. Zhou Hai scowled, kicking the destruction battle spear into the spatial portal. Damn it, do you too take me for a punching bag? The voice of the destruction battle spear emerged, laced with agitation. The heavenly sovereign of the vast sea, still suppressed within the 9 great imperial artifacts, wore an expression of shock. This lad possessed all 9 imperial artifacts, and each of his 2 disciples wielded one. That how many imperial treasures had he plundered, and how many imperial graves had he desecrated? As the heavenly sovereign marveled, Zhou Hai turned and soared away, searching for the trace of the ancient demon ape. The system had merely indicated that the demon ape resided within the Taichu Mountains, without specifying its location. Upon entering this realm, his saintly cultivation should have allowed him to traverse it effortlessly. Yet, bound by the Emperor's prohibitions, his divine sense could not extend outward. To locate a being amidst the vast mountains spanning hundreds of thousands of miles with mere mortal vision was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Damn it, at this pace, by the time I find it, the body may have already decayed. After flying for a while, Zhou Hai gazed at the expansive mountains, feeling increasingly frustrated. Meanwhile, as he scouted for the ancient demon ape, Chunbei stepped through the spatial portal and found himself in the royal capital of the Great Qian in an instant. Chapter 84. Surrounded and outnumbered, all against the world. How swift in the void. Chunbei appeared silently. Upon seeing the familiar streets around him, he couldn't help but exclaim, Master, you truly are the current emperor. Your speed is simply unparalleled, savoring the familiar scent of the royal capital. He scanned the bustling crowd before him and turned towards the imperial city. Unbeknownst to him, a figure flickered behind him, vanishing into the void, the destruction battle spear. Unlike the Dazhou, the Great Qian dynasty was known for its fierce spirit, with a flourishing culture of cultivation among its populace. Not only in the imperial city, but even in small villages and tribes, practitioners were a common sight. Stop. Chunbei had scarcely taken a few steps when a chilling voice rang out. He turned to see a throng of people staring intently at him. You are that traitor, Chunbei. Upon recognizing his face, the crowd of over 1,000 swiftly encircled him, their eyes filled with murderous intent. What do you intend to do? Chunbei's brow furrowed. Did I end the Great Qian as a tyrant? He held significant renown, yet he believed he had not yet reached the point where everyone could recognize him. The scene before him was both astonishing and exasperating. The most formidable among them were merely 2 foundation establishment cultivators. The rest were all in the body refinement stage, akin to ordinary citizens in the Great Qian. Did they truly dare to lay hands on him? Chunbei, you dare to appear in the royal capital. Hurry, alert the city guards, seize the traitor at once. Under Chunbei's gaze, the crowd surged with hostility, some loudly rebuking him while others hurried to inform the guards of the royal capital. Fools are fearless. Chunbei shook his head, too weary to engage with them. Residing in the royal capital, these citizens held absolute faith in the Qin clan. Their evident hostility stemmed from their loyalty to the clan. Chunbei could not bring himself to harm those loyal to his family. Yet, as he attempted to turn and leave, they showed no intention of parting, blocking his path. Observing this, Chunbei swiftly vanished, transforming into a streak of light that left the spot, leaving them no chance to intercept him. That traitor has fled. Quick, pursue him. The crowd's expressions shifted, and they shouted as they chased after the direction Chunbei had taken. Soon, their cries reverberated throughout the city, igniting a frenzy among the populace. What? Chunbei has reappeared. That traitor conspired with the Jixiao Academy to undermine our Great Qian. How dare he return now? Kill him. He must be slain. The news spread like wildfire, inciting the fury of all who heard, and they surged to pursue him. The city guards, alerted by the commotion, quickly gathered and rushed toward the scene. In mere moments, the entire royal capital was abuzz with activity that resembled not merely a city, but rather the stronghold of a sect, with every citizen acting as a disciple of that sect. Once a faction mobilizes, support floods in from all directions, creating a seamless unity from top to bottom. Halt! As Bei swiftly approached the imperial city, barely nearing the Wumen Gate, a chilling voice pierced the air. In an instant, 20 guards of the innate realm encircled him. Bold Bei, do you dare to return to the Qianhuan capital? Simultaneously, 2 captains of the life-taking realm guards rushed towards Bei, their swords pointed directly at him. Stand aside, I demand an audience with Chun Xian. Bei's gaze swept across the scene as he commanded coldly. Impudent rogue, how dare you invoke his majesty's name? Seize him. One of the guard captains bellowed in fury, launching himself alongside the other life-taking realm practitioner towards Bei, with a sharp glint in his eyes. Bei also surged forward, appearing before the two in an instant. Boom!